Chapter 101, Big Business. Market. Liang Sheng's Cave Mansion. High-quality fireball talisman? Seeing the high-quality fireball talisman that Liang Sheng took out, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Liang Sheng to have such powerful attack talismans at hand. Bender. However, when he saw how Liang Sheng cherished them, he immediately understood that Liang Sheng probably had very few of such talismans. These two fireball talismans, compared to the Vajra talisman and others, were worth several times more because of their high quality and rarity. Their power could even match the full blow of someone at the 6th level of Qi training. Brother Zhou, didn't you say you had a big business deal this time? I'm naturally timid and dislike going out. Why not let you maximize the profit? After you return, surely you will repay me with spirit stones, right? Chen Mo remained silent for a moment after hearing this. He then composed himself, nodded firmly at Liang Sheng, and left the cave mansion to set off to the forest. Riches and honor are sought among dangers. After he left, several individuals also discreetly left the market. But Liang Sheng wasn't Chen Mo's parent. He could only help so much. The final outcome depended on Chen Mo's choices and had nothing to do with him. Afterwards, Liang Sheng's life once again returned to its normal routine. Chen Mo had been gone for more than a month and had not yet returned. Liang Sheng had no idea what situation he was in, or how far he had traveled. Or perhaps, was Chen Mo even alive now? However, all of this did not affect Liang Sheng's routine life. When he was not paying attention, his success rate of refining fireball talismans had slightly increased. Liang Sheng had also thought about refining pills himself. But the strong fragrance that diffused after making pills made him decide to discard this idea temporarily. Liang Sheng continued to maintain a low profile in his life. Until one day, Chen Mo ran into the market covered in blood, with several red-eyed men chasing after him. The leader of the group was eager. The item would soon be his. But in the next moment, a dreadful intimidation overwhelmed the entire market. Everyone was filled with uneasiness, unable to move a muscle. At this moment, Liang Sheng looked up towards the direction of the market administration office. His eyes were extremely fervent. Foundation establishment. At this moment, he was so excited that he was trembling all over. Pushing against the pressure, he stepped out of the cave mansion. He then saw a cultivator who looked like a young man in white making his way leisurely to the scene of the incident with each step. This was no other than Ding Yujin, the Foundation establishment disciple of the Suanmen sect, which was currently in charge of the market town among the 3 sects and 6 orders. At this moment, everyone silently stood around. The entire market was completely silent, and everyone's eyes were on this Foundation establishment cultivator, Ding Yujin. However, deep desire was apparent in everyone's eyes. Some female cultivators were staring at him as if they wanted to devour him whole. On the other hand, when Chen Mo saw him, he breathed a sigh of relief and then passed out. Before fainting, the only thought in his mind was safe. At this time, the loose cultivators who had been chasing Chen Mo finally came to their senses. Out of terror, some of them turned to escape, while others knelt down and begged for mercy. In the next moment, a swooshing sound filled the world. A flying sword with a stream of light shot out. The man attempting to escape had his head lobbed off, but his body was still running forward. Seeing this, the kneeling persons started to tremble even more. They bowed their heads to the ground, but at this time, Ding Yujin sighed. After so many years, have you forgotten the rules of the market? Senior Ding, spare our lives. But in the next moment, the flying sword dashed out of the sheath again. Another flash of sword light passed by, and it was as brilliant as the Milky Way. A single sword light chills the 9 provinces. At this moment, seeing this scene, the only phrase left in Liang Sheng's mind was this. In the next moment, all those who had chased Chen Mo were beheaded and died. Someone seemed to recognize the one who was killed first and couldn't help whispering in surprise. Daoist Wu. Wu, the leader of the East Gate team, was a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi training and was considered a small master in the market. However, he died as easily as a chicken. It was clear, Foundation establishment experts were terrifying. At this moment, Ding Yujin seemed to have a change of heart. His left hand raised and Chen Mo's backpack landed in his hands. He glanced at it and his eyes flickered with joy. Take this person to the office, treat his injuries, and then bring him to me. Officials from the administration office had long since arrived. Hearing Ding Yuzhen's order, they quickly nodded to follow his command. Ding Yuzhen then disappeared with the backpack, and Chen Mo was carried away. The remaining cultivators stayed around for a long time, discussing the recent incident. Indeed, whether one was a cultivator or not, the basic instinct of humans was to enjoy watching the spectacle. At this time, Liang Sheng also withdrew his gaze, but was wondering what was in Chen Mo's backpack. Otherwise, why would Ding Yuzhen become so interested? However, it seemed that Chen Mo was not lying. This venture was indeed a big deal. It's just that he was quite lucky this time to have escaped back to the market. Otherwise, he might have ended up dead. This further reinforced Liang Sheng's conviction. Unless there were special circumstances, he would continue to quietly stay in the market and not get involved in any of the market's disputes. As for Chen Mo, it was unclear when he would awaken, and being taken by Ding Yuzhen made his fate even more uncertain. However, there should be nothing to worry about. After all, why else would Ding Yuzhen take him away? But what Liang Sheng didn't expect was to see Chen Mo again after just 3 days, who appeared to be in high spirits at that moment. However, upon seeing Liang Sheng, Chen Mo only hastily greeted him before immediately going into closed-door cultivation. Seeing this, Liang Sheng realized that Chen Mo likely struck a huge deal with substantial returns, otherwise why would he do this? But there was nothing Liang Sheng could do about it. After all, what happened to Chen Mo didn't concern him. However, news circulated that Chen Mo seemed to have obtained an extraordinary spiritual grass. Ding Yuzhen had given him a lot of resources, which would explain his immediate closed-door cultivation. Liang Sheng didn't really care about it initially, but a rumor caught his attention. It was said that the spiritual grass obtained by Chen Mo was the essential ingredient for refining Foundation Establishment pills Lingzi grass. This news made Liang Sheng immediately realize that there must be someone in the market who knew the pill formula of the Foundation Establishment pills. Otherwise, how would anyone know that Lingzi grass is the main ingredient? Unfortunately, Liang Sheng had no idea who initially circulated this rumor. He could only secretly probe for the whereabouts of the Foundation Establishment pill recipe. Following the clues, Liang Sheng discovered a rumor about the existence of a black market amongst the market. The rumor had it that as long as you had enough spirit stones, you could get anything in the black market. Liang Sheng kept this information in mind without showing too much eagerness. He couldn't rush things. With time on his side, safety was the priority. Under such circumstances, accumulating spirit stones was the first task. The word black market indicated it was definitely a place to spend money. But one day, someone suddenly approached him in the market asking, "Deist friend, do you have a few fireball talismans to sell?" Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng's eyes squinted. He had never sold fireball talismans before, why would someone ask him about it, Bender? There was only one reason, Chen Mo. However, in the next moment, Liang Sheng smiled and said, "You must be joking, Deist friend. How would I have fireball talismans? Could you have mistaken me for someone else?" Liang Sheng knew he could not possibly have the talismans. Many in the market knew he was a talisman maker, but why would he be so foolish? Seeing the resolute expression on Liang Sheng's face, the other person had no choice but to leave, only to ask at the next cave mansion where he could buy fireball talismans. Apparently, someone was trying to probe where Chen Mo had gotten his fireball talismans from. Otherwise, why would they ask around Chen Mo's neighbors? Seeing this, Liang Sheng changed his appearance and discreetly followed. The other party was completely unaware. In the end, they stopped outside a cave mansion and went in. The Qi cultivation practitioner who asked Liang Sheng was a burly man. Upon entering the cave mansion, he said to the cultivator sitting in the center, "Big brother, it seems that Chen Mo's neighbors don't know anything." On hearing this, Qian Yongjian just nodded. He had only been probing just in case, he wasn't surprised by the result. It was a pity that they didn't follow Chen Mo closely before and were preempted by Deist Wu. But Deist Wu was blinded by greed and in the end, he met his demise. Lingzi grass indicated the abundant qi where it grows, suitable for a spiritual field, but as there was only one Lingzi grass, the scope of the spiritual field wouldn't be too large. Not many people in the market knew this. It was by coincidental opportunity that Qian Yongjian knew because he was planning to establish a cultivation family. Just because Ding Yuzhen wasn't interested, didn't mean that they, as loose cultivators, weren't. Especially since he had established a cultivation family, it had become increasingly important to him. He had reached the Qi cultivation 8th level and had previously seen no hope in breaking through to the Qi cultivation 9th layer, where dual cultivation comes into play, and thus founded the cultivation family. He was the clan leader of this cultivation family, which only consisted of 5 members. He and his deist partner had a child who was still young and at the basic stage, and there were his 2 sworn brothers. He had already bought this cave mansion for 2,000 spirit stones, it was his private property. However, if he were to meet an untimely end, he feared that he wouldn't be able to hold on to this family property. After all, who could guarantee to never leave the market? So he had to plan carefully when he was alive, at least ensuring there was someone within the family who had the same protective power as him. So, for them, a spiritual field is a sign of hope, a beacon supporting their family's inheritance. Since there is no news, let's wait for Chen Mo to come out. Keep in mind, do not make any moves in the market, Deist Wu is a case in point. 3 sects and 6 orders would not allow anyone to cause trouble in the market. After all, a single market could yield countless benefits, how could they allow anyone to mess around? Meanwhile, having discovered the location of the person behind the scenes, Liang Sheng returned to his cave mansion. Trying to eavesdrop on other cave mansions under the surveillance of a Foundation establishment expert is insane. But since he now knew the whereabouts of the person behind the curtain, there was no more threat. He just needed to be more cautious. As to whether the other party would trouble him, after the silence of over 10 days, he was set at ease. Being at only the Qi cultivation 3rd level, he was, after all, not taken seriously by the other party. The rumors about Chen Mo gradually died down. Instead, a Qi cultivation 8th layer state loose cultivator who refined high-quality Qi cultivation pills became the legend of the market. In less than half a day, the alchemist who produced the high-quality Qi cultivation pills became the stationed alchemist of the Suanmen sect, rising to the status of an ordinary disciple of the Suanmen sect. If he were to show any more demonic talent, there would be no problem with becoming an inner sect disciple. After all, the cultivation world is not lacking in alchemists, but rather talented high-level alchemists. It is only because the Suanmen sect is guarding the market at the moment that they can make a move ahead of time, and other shops from sects cannot compete with them. It can also be considered a perk of guarding the market. Of course, such situations are rare. Ding Yijin is also very happy at this moment. Who could have thought that he would be able to accept an alchemist with talent in his service? Lingzi grass is one of the conditions he uses to impress the alchemist. Otherwise, how could Ding Yijin be delighted by the Lingzi grass, given his status as a Foundation establishment stage cultivator? You can only call it a coincidence, which goes to show the depth of one's own fortune. After that, it was another calm period, and the market had new topics every day. Who killed a 100-year-old demonic beast and reaped great rewards, and who met with misfortune and perished? Amongst the market, the lives of loose cultivators are not worth anything, but even so, the ordinary people who serve the market still dream of becoming cultivators, regardless of the cost. Liang Sheng still maintains his habits of cultivation and talisman making, but he dares not do more, especially after seeing Ding Yijin take action. He is even more reluctant to show his face. Before long, Chen Mo finally came out of closed-door cultivation and went to Liang Sheng's cave mansion with high spirits. Liang Sheng greeted him and directly started to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Deist Chen, the great Dao is near." "Brother Zhou, you jest, this time it was just a stroke of luck." Although he said that, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth almost laughed to his ears. This time, it was lucky to be in a life-and-death situation. But the final result turned out to be the best, and it was also thanks to your fireball talisman that I was able to kill 2 Qi cultivators when they were unprepared and finally escaped to the market, otherwise I'm afraid I would have. Deist Chen, you are being polite. Now that you have reached the realm of Qi refining 6th layer, there might be some things that I need your help with later. Chen Mo listened with a serious expression and nodded slightly. "Brother Zhou, rest assured, I will remember your kindness in my heart." Then, the atmosphere between the two became even more harmonious, and Liang Sheng asked indirectly a few more questions before finally finding out what Chen Mo's big deal was. As expected, it was Lingzi grass. "Deist Chen, I didn't expect you to know the pill formula for Foundation establishment pill." "All? What do you mean?" How else could you say it's a big business unless you know Lingzi grass is the most important spiritual grass for foundation establishment pill? Ha, you mean that, it's common knowledge, but I don't know the exact pill formula for foundation establishment pill. Maybe some people in the black market know, but I'm afraid very few people ask. Why? How hard is it to cultivate to the Qi cultivation 9th layer? By the time they get the pill formula, how many people can gather the ingredients, and how many can succeed in refining the pills? It's better to buy foundation establishment pills directly. Liang Sheng also nodded repeatedly after hearing this. However, to him, the foundation establishment pill recipe was worth a try. According to Chen Mo, the ingredients for the foundation establishment pill are indeed hard to find, but they are not without opportunities. It is not unusual for cases like Chen Mo, who once obtained Lingzi grass, the main ingredient of foundation establishment pill, to occur in the market. Liang Sheng gradually put these clues into his heart. At this time, Chen Mo was truly high-spirited, and breaking through the realm always made people overjoyed. By the way, Deist Chen, some time ago when you were in closed-door cultivation, someone asked me if I could sell them any fireball talismans. I waved my hand and refused, jokingly, how could I have any fireball talismans? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo froze for a moment, looked up at Liang Sheng, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Liang Sheng's veiled remarks were not lost on him. Bender. It seems someone was secretly plotting against him. Deist Joe, don't worry, since I'm out today, I'll go out more often, and I'll keep my mouth shut about the fireball talisman. I won't bother you anymore. Liang Sheng stood up to see him off, watching Chen Mo's receding figure, then looked in a certain direction behind him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Deist Chen, I can only help you this far. He himself would never enter this whirlpool voluntarily. It's only because Chen Mo had helped Liang Sheng a lot in the past that he would give him these hints. Even at the Qi cultivation 10th layer, cultivators must be prudent. Chapter 102, Black Market. Market. Ever since Liang Sheng learned about the potential clue to the foundation establishment pill recipe in the black market, he paid close attention to related information. After observing the market for many days, he finally got some leads today. It appeared that someone in the eastern part of the market had connections with the black market. That day, Liang Sheng discreetly roamed around several alleys, each time subtly altering his appearance. After a few instances, he became unrecognizable from his original form. Upon reaching the eastern part of the market, Liang Sheng spotted his target immediately. A stall owner with an eye covered by a black piece of cloth was very distinctive. Qi cultivation 5-fold. The stall owner's cultivation level wasn't very high, and his appearance gave off an intimidating aura. As a result, not many people lingered at his stall. At that moment, Liang Sheng didn't keep a close watch at his target. Instead, he set up his stall across from him, not too far away. Liang Sheng displayed a few lower-ranked talismans like the Vajra talisman and the heart-clearing talisman on his stall, and then began to meditate with his eyes closed. The other stall owners glanced at Liang Sheng's talismans and then lost interest. After all, he was just a loose cultivator at Qi cultivation 3rd layer, hardly worth notice. For his part, Liang Sheng didn't mind. This was the effect he wanted, his attention was actually fixed on the one-eyed cultivator. In the course of the afternoon, a few people bought items from the one-eyed cultivator's stall. Throughout their conversations, Liang Sheng didn't hear any hints about the black market. Yet, Liang Sheng wasn't in a rush. In the meantime, he sold a few talismans and earned 2 low-grade spirit stones. As the sun began to set, Liang Sheng was the first to pack up his stall. Fi then wandered around a few other stalls before leaving without a word, as if he didn't find anything that piqued his interest. The next day, Liang Sheng changed his appearance as before and returned to the same location. However, he seemed to have arrived too early since the one-eyed cultivator didn't show up. Feeling a bit helpless, Liang Sheng continued to set up his stall. To his surprise, the one-eyed cultivator did not appear for 2 more days. On the 3rd day, he finally made an appearance. Liang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, but noticed that his target looked somewhat tired. This made him more vigilant. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't appear so exhausted unless they had expended significant energy within the last 3 days. Moreover, he noticed that everything on the one-eyed cultivator's stall was completely replaced. There was even a 60-year-old spiritual grass, although it was just ordinary nourishing heart grass. Its age made it a rarity. Since all the spiritual grass in the nearby forests had been picked, it was no small feat for the one-eyed cultivator to have a 60-year-old piece of nourishing heart grass. Upon seeing this, Liang Sheng was reassured that he was heading in the right direction. Perhaps his target really had clues about the black market. If not, where did the nourishing heart grass come from? After a moment's thought, Liang Sheng stood up, walked to the one-eyed cultivator's stall, and asked, "How much for the nourishing heart grass?" The one-eyed cultivator raised his head slightly, looked at Liang Sheng, and hoarsely replied, 30 low-grade spirit stones. Liang Sheng was taken aback for a moment in disbelief. Afterward, he whispered slightly, "Could there be a discount?" The one-eyed cultivator didn't reply nor look at him. "Fixed price." Liang Sheng pretended to be hesitating and somewhat reluctant. After a deep sigh, he eventually said, "Regrettably, it seems we're not fated." Liang Sheng shook his head and walked away. The one-eyed cultivator didn't seem to care, and the other cultivators who saw this had no reactions either. Bender. After all, who could easily afford 30 spirit stones? There were quite a few loose cultivators in the market who could refine pills, but most of them had mediocre skills. The 100-year nourishing heart grass could be used to refine many spiritual pills, but who could guarantee success in alchemy? However, no one saw that when Liang Sheng turned around and left, a piece of talisman paper had already stuck to the one-eyed cultivator's body and then vanished instantly. This was the tracking talisman Liang Sheng had crafted earlier. With his cultivation level, he could attach the talisman to his target instantly. As dusk fell, Liang Sheng closed his shop and headed home. The one-eyed cultivator would not be able to escape his tracking. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had been in a foul mood these past few days. With Liang Sheng's warning, he naturally noticed he was being shadowed. Someone was indeed secretly trailing him. Although he maintained his usual demeanor on the surface, inwardly he wondered who was plotting against him. He had already handed the Lingzi grass to Ding Yijin. Was someone aiming for the resources he had exchanged with Ding Yijin? Chen Mo had no idea. However, Liang Sheng had been in closed-door cultivation recently and hadn't shown up for several days. And with his own problems, he didn't feel the need to bother him. He understood Liang Sheng's absence. After all, Liang Sheng was just a loose cultivator at the Qi cultivation third layer. Plus, it was human nature to veer towards benefits and avoid harm. If he had been in Liang Sheng's position, he would have made the same choice. However, for now, Chen Mo didn't need to worry about his safety. Generally speaking, the market wasn't a dangerous place. Ding Yijin was not just a showpiece. In the matter of maintaining the safety of the market, the 3 sects and 6 orders had a unanimous stance. This was the market's bottom line. If loose cultivators had life or death grudges, they could leave the market. Whatever they did afterwards would then be none of their concern. Feeling annoyed, Chen Mo decided not to go out, and spent the next few days stabilizing his 6th realm of Qi cultivation. However, by staying in the market town without leaving, Chen Mo made his opponent feel uneasy. Qian Yongjian hadn't expected that Chen Mo would not leave the market town after coming out of his seclusion and making a breakthrough, so he became increasingly anxious. He must obtain that small spiritual field if it exists, but after patiently waiting for some time and realizing that Chen Mo had not left, Qian Yongjian finally decided to meet with him. One day, like usual, Liang Sheng was at home making talismans, and he would go to the eastern area of the market town in the afternoon. This time, he successfully made fireball and waterball talismans one after another. Liang Sheng naturally felt joyous and thought that, given enough time, he could achieve a 100% success rate in making these 2 types of talismans. Just as he was getting ready to draw other kinds of talismans, Chen Mo suddenly arrived, holding a jade slip in his hand, which puzzled Liang Sheng. Qian Yongjian sent someone to contact me yesterday, saying he wants to invite me for tea. Qian Yongjian? So straightforward? Of course, Liang Sheng knew who the person was after all. He had followed him all the way to his cave mansion and would naturally try to find out his origins. So, are you planning to meet him? Upon hearing the question, Chen Mo nodded. He wanted to find out why this person was stalking him and what he had that was worthy of the latter's concern. After all, Qian Yongjian, who was at the Qi cultivation 8th level, seemed unattainable in Chen Mo's eyes, and it was unclear how long it would take for him to break through to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. This is the jade slip to open my cave mansion. With it, you can enter and exit my dwelling at will. Brother Zhou, if I don't come back. Before Chen Mo could finish speaking, Liang Sheng refused, saying, Deist Chen, don't laugh at me. I'm not ambitious, otherwise, I wouldn't be a talisman maker in the market town. I know that I don't have enough good fortune, so I just want to cultivate and live in peace. Everything else has nothing to do with me. When it comes to cultivation, it all boils down to fate. Hearing Liang Sheng's words, Chen Mo was touched. He didn't expect Liang Sheng to have such a nature, but now he felt even more relieved. Unfortunately, no matter how much he tried to persuade him, Liang Sheng simply refused to accept the jade slip. Deist Chen, let's be straight. I am just a mere loose cultivator at the third layer of qi cultivation. I don't want to get involved in trouble, so please don't harm me. Bender. Moreover, today I see that you have a rosy face and a full celestial dome, so it doesn't look like you're in great danger. Don't overthink things. Seeing this, Chen Mo finally stopped insisting. However, he still sighed, it's a pity that I don't have a Hua Tian sect Black Iron command, otherwise, I could give it to you. Considering your aspirations, Deist, you can actually think about going to the secular world where you wouldn't have to worry about your safety. Hearing this, Liang Sheng wondered if Chen Mo had said it unintentionally, and Chen Mo patted himself on the head. Look at me, I forgot that you don't know many things. It's not a secret here in the market. Outside the dense fog, there is actually a passage that leads to the secular world. 3 sects and 6 orders all have the route to this passage, and only the Hua Tian sect goes there every once in a while. However, we loose cultivators cannot go there because we would get lost in the dense fog, and not many people want to go to the secular world anyway. It is said that a few hundred years ago, people from the secular world's dynasty brought black iron commands to the Hua Tian sect's store, and it was even rumored that a few decades ago, a person from a secular imperial dynasty was taken in as a disciple by the Hua Tian sect. However, this seems to be a joke, since how could the secular royal family have such luck in cultivation? So, nobody took it seriously. Moreover, the secular world is filthy. Everyone wants to succeed in cultivation, to become immortals, and who would really want to go to the secular world? Chen Mo suddenly became chatty, and Liang Sheng then realized that Chen Mo was feeling nervous because he was going to meet Qian Yongjian. After all, being remembered by a cultivator at the qi cultivation 8th level, how many people can remain calm and indifferent like they usually would? Fortunately, Chen Mo eventually regained his composure. Noticing Liang Sheng's insistence on refusal, he stopped pressing the matter and put the jade slip back into his cave mansion. However, after this incident, Liang Sheng trusted Chen Mo even more. Having such a strong character was worth befriending, and someone who avoids trouble would not cause it. Only, he himself couldn't be so carefree. He still desired to grasp the slightest opportunity and succeed in cultivation. Chen Mo left the cave mansion to meet Qian Yongjian, and Liang Sheng did not stay in his cave mansion either. He planned to continue to explore the black market's clues. However, after spending so many days observing, he finally figured out the pattern in the one-eyed cultivator's appearances. Every 7 days, the one-eyed cultivator would disappear for 3 days, and when he returned, there would be new items at his stall. This seemed like a typical loose cultivator going out in search of cultivation resources, but the situation was rather strange. After all, which loose cultivator could guarantee that they would find something every time they went out? Leaving a message stating that he was in seclusion outside of his cave mansion, Liang Sheng tried to prevent Chen Mo from looking for him later. He then discreetly left the cave mansion with the help of his attribute panel's concealment, so no one noticed his departure. Actually, even Ding Yijin couldn't possibly keep an eye on the entire market all the time, because Liang Sheng had already tested this situation. Outside the market territory. This was the first time Liang Sheng left the market territory, hiding in the forest to the east, which was where the one-eyed cultivator would leave the market each time. With the bright moon high in the sky, the one-eyed cultivator finally appeared in Liang Sheng's sight, walking slowly, looking left and right, very cautious. At this time, he took several turns and finally went back to where he started after a full circle. He even used a detection talisman to investigate the surrounding area. Finally, after confirming that there was nothing unusual behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Sheng couldn't help but admire the cautiousness of the other party. At this point, the one-eyed dragon took out a cloak from his backpack that concealed his face and chi. Then he sped up and even used a light body talisman, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Because Liang Sheng had the attribute panel, unless he appeared blatantly in front of the other party, they couldn't possibly discover him. So, even though the one-eyed cultivator was cautious, how could Liang Sheng, who was at Spirit Chi tenfold realm, lose track of him? After more than an hour, the one-eyed cultivator finally stopped, facing a cliff. At the next moment, the one-eyed cultivator didn't hesitate to jump forward, and his entire body merged into the cliff. This was actually an illusion. Upon seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but be astonished. Could it be that the mastermind behind the black market was also an array master, Bender? Because he saw the one-eyed cultivator disappear in front of him, he focused his attention on the cliff in front of him and finally found the strange area. If it weren't for this situation, Liang Sheng might not really have discovered something unusual here under careless circumstances. However, fortunately, this wasn't the work of a Foundation establishment expert. Although the other party's array was clever, the chi used to set up the array was still from the chi refining realm. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel relieved, but he still didn't dare to act rashly. Facing the illusion array technique, how could he act recklessly? No wonder the one-eyed cultivator had put on the cloak of concealment earlier. If nothing happened unexpectedly, this cloak probably also had an array etched on it. As expected of the black market hidden behind the market. If the mastermind didn't have such methods, the black market probably wouldn't have been able to exist for so long without any major problems. At this time, Liang Sheng still didn't make any rash moves, quietly hiding nearby. Over the next 3 days, several cloaked people entered the cliff. Liang Sheng carefully counted the number of people entering and waited quietly. 3 days later, a ripple appeared at the illusion array technique area of the cliff, and a cultivator with chi cultivation 9th layer in a cloak appeared. His cloak was completely different. He stood still, and after a while, a cloaked person appeared at regular intervals. The total number of people who came out was more than Liang Sheng had counted before. That is to say, there should have been people who entered the black market before the one-eyed cultivator. This time, Liang Sheng seemingly had a slightly better idea of the situation. As for the newly appeared cultivator with chi cultivation 9th layer cloak, judging from his behavior, it seemed like he was guarding the exit of the black market. When everyone left, he returned to the black market, and there was no more movement after that. Liang Sheng waited for another hour, until there was no more movement around the cliff, then he glanced at the cliff disguised by the illusion array technique and once again, resisting the curiosity in his heart, quietly returned to the market. This black market seemed even more mysterious than he had imagined, and he didn't know if there would be any danger if he rushed in. Therefore, it seemed like he needed to plan this for the long term. At this moment, Liang Sheng was not in a hurry, because time didn't matter. The most important thing was his own safety. Loose cultivators must fight for a slim chance to survive. He just needed to wait for the right opportunity. There was no need to rush for cultivation. However, a few days later, Liang Sheng received a piece of news. Chen Mo had disappeared. Chapter 103, Array Technique True Understanding. Market. Liang Sheng had to put aside the black market situation for now, as the existence of the illusion array technique gave him cause for concern. How could he risk his life without any assurance? He wasn't lacking in time, so why rush? Although he wouldn't rake the risk himself, he planned on dispersing the news about the black market after all. He had no reason not to let other cultivators test the waters for him. Of course, he couldn't let too many people know about the black marker, to avoid alarming the enemies. He must weigh this matter carefully. In the following days, Liang Sheng reverted back to his previous routine, cultivating, drawing talismans, and practicing incantation techniques, spending each day to its fullest. He made a particular effort to learn about the array masters. After his initial arrival at the marker, he had a lot to consider, and this was a chance to gain some new understanding. Compared to creating talismans, refining tools, and pills, mastering array formations was more difficult at the beginning, but once understood, it became easier. For an array to be successful, one must understand its method. That's why among the supplementary cultivation techniques, mastering formation is the most challenging and time-consuming one. Just as Liang Sheng was considering different methods to best master the array formations, he received startling news: Chen Mo had disappeared. The Market Administration Office sent people to investigate, but with no conclusion reached. If there's no sign of Chen Mo paying his rent by next year, his cave mansion would likely be repossessed. These circumstances left Liang Sheng feeling complicated. After all, it was Chen Mo who had shown him kindness when he had first arrived at the market, saving him a lot of detours. But he had repaid that kindness with talismans. Without them, Chen Mo would likely have lost his life over the Lingzi grass affair. Should he, then, go look for him Bender? As soon as the thought entered his mind, he immediately shook it away, nervously cutting off that line of thinking. The situation was incredibly dangerous, indeed, he was better off avoiding cause and effect returns. One step in the wrong direction and he could find himself embroiled in endless trouble. How could he entertain such thoughts? If Chen Mo's death is confirmed, the most he would do is light a remembrance stick for him. For other situations, he would leave it to fate. Afterwards, Liang Sheng spent some time studying the arrangements of the array, finally stepping into the Sky Solar Sect's store and spending 100 low-grade spirit stones to buy a copy of Array Technique True Understanding. The sect disciple of Hua Tian sect who watched him purchase it found him peculiar. It was as if they were looking at a fool. Not to mention the circumstances within the sect, but within the market, loose cultivators wouldn't consider auxiliary cultivation of array techniques until they reached the Qi cultivation 7th level. The reasons were simple: firstly, mastering arrays was very challenging, and secondly, studying arrays took a lot of time, which made it the least cost-effective for scattered cultivators. At least with other methods, such as alchemy, cultivators could produce aiding cultivation elixirs. Drawing talismans could provide additional protection, and refining tools could add to their battle strength. Freo novel. Only arrays required so much initial investment that low-ranked cultivators couldn't afford, so the majority of cultivators wouldn't consider it. To the disciple's eye, Liang Sheng simply didn't understand any of this. Even though Array Technique True Understanding sounded impressive, it was actually beginner level. However, it did contain the illusion array technique. As for intermediate and advanced arrays, cultivators shouldn't even entertain the idea before reaching the golden core stage, as such arrays required a spiritual power that cultivators at the Qi training and foundation establishment stages couldn't produce. Studying beginner arrays was more than enough to study till death for most cultivators. 3 months later, Liang Sheng had a basic understanding of array. Should his achievement become known, it would definitely astound others. Even Liang Sheng himself was somewhat surprised for the first time in his cultivation journey. With the talent of innocent foolishness, it took him less time to reach a beginner level compared to normal people, leaving him with mixed feelings. However, mastering arrays didn't mean that Liang Sheng could set up arrays, but he had acquired the basic ability of array formations, which is comprehending array rhythms. Array rhythm is the basic line of all array formations. Without rhythm, an array is just a false facade, away from the principles of arrays. And with this, Liang Sheng began practicing his first array. Gathering Spirit Array. He prepared 36 low-grade spirit stones to make array flags. Liang Sheng was initially excited. After all, the Gathering Spirit Array could increase his absorption of spiritual power. However, a month later, Liang Sheng was left utterly frustrated. As of now, he had still failed to set up the Gathering Spirit Array correctly. Even though he gained basic understanding of array formation faster than most, the Gathering Spirit Array gave him a crude awakening. His cultivation speed was still pitiful. Liang Sheng naturally found this frustrating. After a few months of closed-door cultivation, he eventually decided to take a break and clear his head. Seeing Chen Mo's cave mansion still empty, he could only sigh. In a few more months, without anyone to pay the rent, the branches of the 3 sects and 6 orders would likely repossess this spot. If that happened, it was almost certain that Chen Mo's fate would not be a good one. The most he could do was to hope for his well-being, but there was nothing else he could do. Without realizing it, Liang Sheng found himself back at the 3 sects and 6 orders shops. Each rhyme he was idle, he would drop by. What if they had a foundation establishment pill on sale? Though it was wishful thinking, Liang Sheng was afraid of missing an opportunity due to negligence. As he was passing Hua Tian sect's store, he suddenly paused. Because he saw someone somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered who it was. It was the youngster who was sent by the Emperor Danzong from the great Zhou royal family to join as a disciple 15 years ago. 86 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and they must have already achieved success in cultivation. I wonder what their status is now? outer sect disciple, ordinary disciple, or inner sect disciple. However, the other party has already reached the Qi cultivation 7th level, which really makes people envious. Liang Sheng couldn't help feeling a bit emotional, but he didn't look at them any longer. The Zhou family bloodline has an amazing ability to attract fortune and avoid evil. As expected, the next moment a young member of the Zhou family glanced outside and found nothing, so he lowered his head to continue working on his task. I don't know how the other descendants of the Zhou family have fared in Huatian sect, but I assume they must be doing well, given their low-key and cautious nature and their ability to stay out of trouble. Just then, Liang Sheng was startled as the manager of Huatian sect's store came out with a smile and said a few words to the young Zhou family member. "Junior brother Zhou, why did you come here yourself? I heard that elder uncle Zhou has already refined a 2-pattern magical device. He's truly deserving of being a gifted child of our Huatian sect's refining device peak, and the grand elder has a discerning eye." Elder uncle Zhou? There's only one reason why the Qi cultivation 9th layer Huatian sect's market manager would address someone as master's brother. Someone from the Zhou family has successfully established their foundation. Establishing a foundation in just 86 years, or perhaps even earlier. Why is the bloodline of the Zhou family's cultivation so strong? In the secular world, the Zhou family flourishes and prospers with great national power. Their descendants who come to the cultivation world achieve great cultivation successes and have profound blessings. At this moment, Liang Sheng could only feel deeply shocked. He had traveled through time for more than 500 years, yet he was still hovering around the Qi cultivation 10th layer. Compared to the others, he was nothing. "Ah, my talent is insufficient," forging ahead through the years, dancing on the tombstones of you gifted children as an offering. Even though Liang Sheng couldn't help feeling a bit jealous, he quickly pulled himself together. After all, wasn't he the one they envied? He had no bottleneck in his cultivation, and with no accidents, he would have an unlimited lifespan. So why should he care about these trivial matters? I wonder when the 3 sects and 6 orders market will have foundation establishment pills for sale? It would give me a greater sense of security. I do not doubt that the 3 sects and 6 orders will sell them. After all, they must give loose cultivators some hope. Otherwise, without their participation, how could the market prosper? Can it be that the noble sect disciples are expected to go through the same hardships as loose cultivators, venturing into dangerous territories to gather cultivation resources? How is this possible? Of course, during the time when there are no foundation establishment pills, I can slowly explore the situation with their recipe. As for the required spiritual grass, I only need to search for it in the cultivation world. Because Chen Mo found the Lingzi grass, Liang Sheng already knew that by breaking through the market's outer boundaries and venturing deeper, the Lingzi grass and other spiritual grass were not extinct and could still be found. So as long as he can pay the price, and as long as he obtains the pill formula for the foundation establishment pill, he should be able to find these spiritual grasses. If not for the loose cultivators toiling for resources, unable to sit back like Liang Sheng on a fishing platform, cultivators in the market would not have been able to refine the foundation establishment pills. After all, thinking about the illusionary array in the black market, one can see that there are indeed talented individuals among the loose cultivators who should not be underestimated. Liang Sheng reminded himself once again not to underestimate any cultivator who knows what kind of trump card they might have. If it were not for Daoist Wu's negligence, how could Chen Mo have escaped? As Liang Sheng's thoughts raced 1,000-fold, he slowly returned to his cave dwelling, only to find that the long-missing Chen Mo had reappeared. Seeing him waiting in front of his own cave dwelling at this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel relieved. He thought that Chen Mo might have encountered an accident. However, the next moment, Liang Sheng felt a bit uneasy. Chen Mo's eyes seemed to flicker when he saw Liang Sheng, making him wary. Having spent more than 500 years in this world, Liang Sheng survived only by being cautious and diligent. He kept every anomaly in mind. If not, he might have been killed by the Qi cultivation 9th layer Huatian sect market manager back in the secular world, and he would not have reached the Qi cultivation 10th layer realm that he is at now. However, Liang Sheng showed no signs of suspicion on the surface, and his face was still as warm as ever. "Daoist Chen, you've returned? Did you resolve your issue?" Chen Mo was radiant with a smile on his face. He nodded his head, signaling for them to enter the cave dwelling and talk. Once they were inside, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief before explaining what had happened during his absence. Brother Zhou, do you know why friend Qian sought me out before? Liang Sheng shook his head. It was for the Lingzi grass, or more precisely, the place where the Lingzi grass grows. He wants to clear the land there to create a spiritual field for cultivation. Spiritual field? Only after Chen Mo explained did Liang Sheng understand that Qian Yongjian wanted to open up a spiritual field to plant spiritual grass, making it the foundation of his family's legacy. And as for the 2-to-8 profit-sharing agreement, that was the condition that Qian Yongjian promised Chen Mo. Under pressure, Chen Mo had no choice but to agree. Was it possible for him to stay in the market forever and never go out? How is this possible? Moreover, since the other party dared to tell Chen Mo about the secret of the spiritual field, it meant they had a handle on him. Even if Chen Mo knew the secret, he could not monopolize the spiritual field. He had no choice but to cooperate with Qian Jianyang. Brother Zhou, because our two parties started cooperating, we headed to the area where the Lingzi grass grew. However, we didn't expect that the spiritual field area would be much larger than we had imagined. So now we need a Daoist friend to be in charge of planting spiritual treasures in a certain area. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng knew Chen Mo's intentions. Daoist Chen, I've told you before that I only want to live a stable life and don't want to get involved. Chen Mo couldn't help getting anxious when he heard this. It's precisely because you have this kind of temperament, Brother Zhou, that I feel at ease telling you about this. Otherwise, if other people knew about it, it would only bring trouble for us. Moreover, friend Qian also possesses the spiritual rain technique, which is used by the 3 sects and 6 doors to cultivate spiritual grass. Friend Qian is willing to offer this as compensation and invite you over, and when it's time to harvest, we will give you 10% of the profits. When Chen Mo said this, it meant that the final profit distribution would be 20% to Chen Mo, 70% to Qian Yongjian, and 10% to Liang Sheng. Moreover, according to their estimate, even the 10% profit would amount to nearly 300 spirit stones a year, which is much higher than Liang Sheng's annual income from selling talismans. However, Liang Sheng still refused, and no matter how Chen Mo persuaded him, Liang Sheng remained unmoved. Why would a pie drop from the sky for him, who is only at the Qi cultivation 3rd level? What qualifications does he have to reap such huge profits? Seeing this, Chen Mo could only ask Liang Sheng to think about it and then return to his cave mansion. But not long after, he came out quietly again. At this moment, Liang Sheng's eyes were deep. Although Chen Mo was very careful, Liang Sheng quietly followed without Chen realizing he was being tracked. Liang Sheng followed Chen Mo to the market's outskirts and walked for 2 hours until they reached a deep valley. Liang Sheng was immediately invigorated. Such abundant spiritual power, similar to laying a gathering spirit array. It didn't take long for him to confirm that there really was an array being set up here. At this moment, there were 4 cultivators present, including Chen Mo. Apart from Chen Mo, there was one at the Qi cultivation 8th level, one at the 5th level, and one at the 6th level. The one at the Qi cultivation 8th level should be Qian Yongjian. Although he was in a Taoist robe now, he looked more like a wealthy secular man with kind eyebrows and eyes that occasionally flashed with brilliance. Since they found the spiritual field, how could they be at ease? During this time, Qian Yongjian naturally stayed here all the time. You mean the little cultivator you recommended didn't come with you? Chen Mo shook his head directly. Liang Sheng was too cautious, or rather, too timid. He simply couldn't find a way to approach him. Qian Yongjian's face also looked somewhat unpleasant. He indeed needed to find someone with no danger and could be fully controlled to take charge of a piece of the spiritual field area. Because the spiritual field area was much larger than they had imagined, I cannot return to the market now. After all, the old fellows in the market must be watching me closely. He stared intently at Chen Mo. Daoist Chen, if you can't bring anyone over, then there will be almost 10% of the land that we won't be able to plant spiritual grass on. You'll only have to take 10% of the remaining 90% of the profits then. It turns out that they initially discussed a 28% profit split, but Chen Mo could only get those 2 portions if the entire area was developed. As for the previously mentioned split with Liang Sheng, it was completely a lie fabricated by Chen Mo to deceive him into coming here. Give me some more time. There's still time since the spiritual field is still setting up the gathering spirit array. Arrange as we agreed upon before, and I will bring the person. Upon hearing this, Qian Yongjian nodded, well, I'll give you another 3 months. By then, the gathering spirit array and concealment array must be completed. Don't say we didn't wait for you and break our promise. Hearing this, Chen Mo just nodded and did not continue the conversation. He then looked at the spiritual field. This was the foundation of his pursuit of immortality, and he was burning with eagerness in his heart. If they could fully cultivate the entire spiritual field, there would be at least 600 spirit stones in revenue every year. Without any accidents, with the income of the spiritual field, he should be able to cultivate to the Qi cultivation 9th layer with his lifespan. At that time, even foundation establishment wouldn't be impossible. At this point, not only him but also Qian Yongjian and the others had passionate eyes. The future of their family was promising. Even if they couldn't reach foundation establishment, with this family fortune, their descendants would have the opportunity to attain the foundation establishment realm. By then, as a foundation establishment cultivation family, the situation would be completely different. They could also be high above and not be this humble, right? Below foundation establishment, all are like ants. Not far away, Liang Sheng quietly retreated. People's hearts are like this, don't tempt them with interests. Chapter 104, Take Action, Have a Safe Trip. Market. In the past few days, Chen Mo had been looking for Liang Sheng quite frequently. However, he hadn't mentioned the spiritual field again, and Liang Sheng pretended like nothing had happened, just like before. However, he noticed that someone was observing him. After realizing that it was Qian family's second child, Liang Sheng didn't care about it anymore. Perhaps the other party was monitoring Chen Mo. After all, the spiritual field was at stake, and it was better to be too careful than not careful enough. A few more days passed, and he went to the administration office to pay the rent for his cave mansion for the next year. Unconsciously, he had already spent 2 years in the market and had completely integrated into the market life. Everything was going smoothly, except that he still hadn't found the foundation establishment pill or its recipe. In fact, he didn't want to go through the trouble of paying the rent every year, but all the other lower-ranking cultivators in the market paid their rent annually, so he didn't want to stand out. Only high-level Qi cultivators in the loose cultivator category might pay the annual rent all at once, or even buy the cave mansion directly, as they had the strength and confidence to ensure that their investment in the rent wouldn't go to waste. Chen Mo, naturally, followed Liang Sheng to the administration office and paid the rent for his cave mansion for a year. At this moment, looking at the jade slip with the renewed lease, he suddenly sighed. Brother Zhou, do you think we're just working hard every year to serve the 3 sects and 6 orders? Chen Mo had a bitter look on his face, but Liang Sheng didn't respond. Seeing this, Chen Mo could only continue to speak on his own, but his words still fell on deaf ears as Liang Sheng remained unmoved. 2 or 3 days later, Chen Mo disappeared from Liang Sheng's sight, presumably going to the spiritual field to meet up with Qian Yongjian and the others. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about this. As long as Chen Mo didn't mess things up, it would be fine. If, however, he developed some ulterior motives, then the scenery in the forest outside the market was quite nice, suitable for eternal rest after death. Without Chen Mo's interruption, Liang Sheng settled down to study formations, as obtaining the recipe for the foundation establishment pill in the black market seemed to be the easiest way at the moment without considering the formation aspect. After all, if he didn't take into account the black market formations, he would be invincible in the market's loose cultivation community at the 10th level of Qi cultivation. In the 2 months that followed, the spiritual energy density in Liang Sheng's cave mansion suddenly erupted, but this situation only lasted for a short while, and Liang Sheng's expression was one of immense joy. Gathering spirit array completed. However, because he didn't want to expose the increase in spiritual energy in his cave mansion, he voluntarily dispersed the gathering spirit array. His next plan was simple: if there was one, there would be 2. In front of Liang Sheng, the difficulty of the gathering spirit array was now reduced to merely a matter of proficiency. After all, he himself faced no bottlenecks in every technique in the world, and only needed to be skillful through practice. Thanks to the success of the gathering spirit array, Liang Sheng finally set his sights on the next formation he wanted to learn. Concealment array. Although the attribute panel made Liang Sheng's personal concealment unparalleled under heaven, virtually no one could see through him, this situation only applied to himself. If he wanted to hide the movements within his cave mansion, he would still need to work hard on his own. Spending 50 low-grade spirit stones to rent a cave mansion with a concealment array would be too conspicuous. After all, he was just a small chi cultivation 3rd-level cultivator. And so, while practicing talisman formation, he started to practice concealment array as well. At this time, a big incident occurred in the market, involving a very unfortunate loose cultivator who wanted to cry but had no tears. Today, he just wanted to go to the shops of the 3 sects and 6 schools to buy a bottle of high-quality chi cultivation pills and try to break through to the 5th layer of chi cultivation. He didn't expect to inadvertently offend 2 sects in the process. At the time, he merely glanced at the upper pure sect's shop, then saw a disciple from Hua Tian sect coming out. After a brief eye contact, he naturally headed towards Hua Tian sect's store. Little did he know that this small action would cause great trouble. The disciple from upper pure sect actually came out and started cursing at Hua Tian sect's people. Hua Tian sect, what do you mean? How dare you blatantly steal a customer from our upper pure sect's shop? What are you trying to do? The disciple who had just come out from Hua Tian sect was Zhou Kong, a member of the Zhou family, and he was also a little stunned at the moment. However, since the Zhou family's bloodline was considered low-key and didn't want to cause trouble, he decided to follow the principle of not wanting to spark conflict. He pretended not to hear anything and returned to the store. But this action thoroughly enraged the disciple from upper pure sect. Was Hua Tian sect looking down on him? In a fit of rage, he took out the artifact sword from his waist, and the situation immediately changed. Zhou Kong was also helpless when he saw this. He had felt that something was wrong since early morning, and he didn't expect it to manifest here. Other people in the Hua Tian sect shop also heard the commotion. When the manager of Hua Tian sect saw this situation, his face darkened. For more than 200 years, the conflict between the upper pure sect and the Hua Tian sect had been intensifying. Right now, since they were bullying the favored Zhou family disciple, how could he back down? This was his cultivation fortune. After all, protecting Zhou Kong was just a matter of course, but this also provided him with an opportunity to connect with influential people. As the manager of Hua Tian sect took action, the manager of the upper pure sect shop naturally didn't back down. For a short while, the area around the shops in the market was filled with curious onlookers. The loose cultivator who had wanted to buy chi cultivation pills probably never thought that his unintentional actions would cause such a terrible impact, and he was instantly scared to the point of almost crying. However, in the end, there was no bloodshed here because Ding Yijin appeared directly and subdued the situation. He invited the unlucky loose cultivator and both managers to the 3rd floor of the administration office, and the loose cultivators, who could no longer watch the excitement, could only disperse dejectedly. However, they spread exaggerated rumors secretly, and within an hour, the news of the Upper Green sect and Hua Tian sect's impending conflict had spread. When Liang Sheng heard these news, he was dumbfounded. Had the relationship between Hua Tian sect and the Upper Green sect really deteriorated to such an extent? For some reason, Liang Sheng always felt that if things continued like this, the market would indeed have problems. At least the current situation seemed somewhat terrible. At this moment, Chen Mo, who had been missing for a long time, reappeared. He looked somewhat worn out, which caught Liang Sheng off guard. That day, Chen Mo brought a pot of wine and invited Liang Sheng into his cave mansion. "Brother Zhou, how about having a drink with me?" Cultivators rarely drank alcohol. Ordinary secular wine was like water to cultivators, but the wine of cultivators could make people drowsy and confused. How could loose cultivators waste time on this? If it were normal times, Liang Sheng would nor drink alcohol naturally, but because of the sudden friction between the Upper Green sect and the Hua Tian sect, he also wanted to go out to avoid it, so he took the opportunity to go with the flow. After Chen Mo poured the wine, Liang Sheng quietly used a detoxification pill to test the wine. With his cultivation level and hand speed, Chen Mo did not notice anything unusual. He found that there was indeed something in the wine, but after seeing that the detoxification pill could dissolve it, he gladly sat down and drank with Chen Mo. Once the wine entered his mouth, he realized what had been mixed into it. Confusion pill. Confusion pills were similar to the real-world knockout drugs, but they were effective on cultivators as well. He had also refined confusion pills in his leisure time, so seeing this made him feel more relieved. "Brother Zhou, do you remember that I once told you that I also left my family and was forced to make a living on my own? Liang Sheng nodded. It was because Chen Mo had misunderstood back then that he thought he had the same background, so he helped him avoid some detours. Yes, my family was just a small cultivation family, and the clan leader was my father, a Qi training 7th realm cultivator. He had 3 children. My 2 younger brothers were blessed and intelligent. They both entered the Qi condensation stage at the age of 20, unlike me, who barely reached the first layer of Qi cultivation at the age of 25. At that time, there were not enough resources in the family for the 3 of us brothers to practice, so at the age of 35, I, who was at the second layer of Qi cultivation, was left to fend for myself in the market. 70 years have passed since then, but I am still at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. Actually, I also want to prove myself. I can cultivate as well. Bender. At this point, Chen Mo's eyes were red. Many loose cultivators were in the same situation as him. After all, with the vast population of the cultivation world, those who could enter a sect were very few. The cultivation world has never lacked people, so whether one can enter a sect or not means whether you have the good fortune to cultivate. Some people are born as the starting point for the outer sect disciples. This is fate, and one's background is also a kind of good fortune. As he rambled on, Chen Mo got increasingly drunk. He seemed to want to let out all the grievances he had experienced in the market over the years. Liang Sheng did not speak. He acted like a qualified listener, but compared to the ordinary people around the market, wasn't Chen Mo already very fortunate? People should know that they wanted to cultivate but could not achieve it. When Liang Sheng had drunk several cups of wine, Chen Mo, with red eyes, suddenly whispered, "Please don't blame me." The next moment, Liang Sheng fell to the ground as if on cue. At this time, Chen Mo did not get up. He looked at the unconscious Liang Sheng, drank the wine in the cup, and muttered, "Brother Zhou, don't worry, your life will not be in danger. When I reach the 7th level of Qi cultivation, I will make it up to you." After saying this, he tidied up his appearance, then helped Liang Sheng out of the cave mansion and headed towards the market. No one paid attention to them along the way. They were rather disdained, as drinking cultivators were considered useless people. In addition, during these 2 years, Liang Sheng had been extremely low-key. Apart from Chen Mo, he had almost no acquaintances in the market. When they arrived outside the market, Chen Mo saw that no one was paying attention and quickly used the light body talisman to sneak into the forest, disappearing in no time. Spirit Field Location. The 3 Qianyongjian brothers looked at the nearly completed gathering spirit array and concealment array on the spiritual field, filled with pride. From now on, this would be the foundation for the Qian family's cultivation. Second junior brother, third junior brother, you must quickly become proficient in the spiritual rain technique. Although you have mastered it, you still need to keep improving. The spiritual grass grows rapidly under the irrigation of the spiritual rain technique. The stronger the spiritual rain technique, the better the growth of spiritual grass. Qian family's second child and third child nodded their heads when they heard this. The initial estimate of the income from this spiritual field was more than 2,000 spirit stones a year, which was extremely rich. They looked at Qianyongjian with admiration in their eyes. Perhaps in the near future, they might be able to break through to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation too. Big brother, do we really have to split the profits with that little Chen Mo guy 70-30? Qianyongjian glared, of course. That kid forced me to swear a heavenly Dao oath, otherwise, he wouldn't tell me the location of the spiritual field at the cost of his life. What could I have done back then? It turned out that Chen Mo was unwilling to cooperate even at the risk of his life, so Qianyongjian had no choice but to swear a heavenly Dao oath before he finally agreed to cooperate. The 2 Qian brothers still felt a little unwilling. They were just small 6th level Qi training cultivators, but at this moment, Qianyongjian spoke faintly. And speaking of such a huge spiritual field, I alone can take care of half of it. If you guys enter Qi training 7th realm, you can barely accomplish the remaining part, so keeping him around is good. If you really can't bear to part with the benefits, you should break through sooner. Although I took the heavenly Dao oath not to harm the opponent, you guys haven't sworn. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Qian Lao Er's 2 people brightened, and they were about to speak again, but they were stopped by Qianyongjian's gaze. Then, it didn't take long for Chen Mo to appear in front of them carrying Liang Sheng. "Deist Chen, you're finally here. Why didn't you do this earlier?" Qian Lao muttered, but was stopped by Qian Yongjian. Chen Mo's head was hanging low, his face still pale, and he seemed to be struggling with himself before finally bowing his head. "Senior Qian, do you think after he wakes up, he would hate me?" Upon hearing this, Qian's third brother couldn't help laughing. "Hate you? Don't you want to break through Qi training 7th realm?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Cultivation was always about competition, and now that things had come this far, he couldn't think too much. At worst, he could make up for it in the future. "Alright, now that everyone is here, everyone has more or less mastered the spiritual rain technique, but don't be complacent." As he spoke, Qian Yongjian took out several bags of spiritual plant seeds, sorted them out, and as for the unconscious Liang Sheng, since he couldn't wake up now, naturally he didn't need to worry. They first put him in one of the temporary caves carved out on the side of the mountain. Qian Yongjian and the others were all cultivators, and they quickly sowed the spiritual plant seeds in the designated area. Then, Qian Yongjian urged the gathering spirit array, and in an instant, there were flashes of spirit light everywhere. After that, it returned to normal, but the spiritual energy remained abundant. However, Qian Yongjian didn't relax. He sat down to replenish his spiritual power, as the large-scale gathering spirit array just now had drained him quite a bit. After a while, he started setting up the concealment array. When the concealment array was finished, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. If not for witnessing it himself, he might not even know that this place was a spiritual field. As expected, life sure is convenient under a big tree. Chen Mo couldn't help but become excited as he looked at the scene before him. From now on, he would have a share in the spiritual grass harvested from the spiritual field. At this moment, his guilt towards Liang Sheng disappeared completely in the face of the beautiful future plans. "Senior Qian, I may need your help later to persuade Brother Zhou. He's a cautious person, and I believe he'll be sensible after seeing you." "Don't worry, I actually had the second junior brother investigate him when you mentioned him before. He is indeed a cautious and wise person, otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to let you bring him over. With me here, he should accept the reality, and you don't have to worry too much. Breaking through the Qi training 7th realm is the most important thing for you right now. Besides, this young man is a blessed individual as well. After all, when you succeed in the future, it won't be difficult to bring him along, right?" Perhaps Qian Yongjian's words made Chen Mo feel somewhat relieved, or maybe it was because the spiritual plant seeds were being planted that he had more hope in his heart. In any case, he had returned to normal. "Alright, it's time for that young man to wake up now." The next moment, several people entered the cave that was excavated next to the spiritual field. However, when they went in, they didn't see Liang Sheng's figure. "Where's the man?" The four couldn't help but be simultaneously taken aback for a moment. Immediately, an immense sense of panic spread throughout Qian Yongjian's heart. However, before he could react, a dazzling sword light, as bright as the Milky Way, filled the entire cave. No matter whether their cultivation level was the 8th layer, or the 6th layer, they couldn't react at all. All they had in their minds before their consciousness disappeared was a single thought. Who was the one striking from behind? Following that, the four of them were beheaded. Until their deaths, they never thought that Liang Sheng was the one who took action and instead believed that Chen Mo had been followed, bringing about someone they couldn't afford to offend. The last thing Qian Yongjian thought of was which Qi cultivation 9th layer old monster was most likely the one who took action. "I shouldn't have been so greedy, Bender." Only after confirming that the four were completely dead and gone, without any issues, did Liang Sheng appear in the cave with a cold and emotionless face. "Deist Chen, may you rest in peace on your journey." Chapter 105, Spiritual Field Farmer, Sect Fighting Spirit. Outside the market, the spiritual field. Liang Sheng either didn't make a move at all, or he made it clean and neat. In any case, he would absolutely not waste any words. Because in front of cultivators, wasting words was actually wasting one's life, and Liang Sheng himself was in such a situation, holding his trump cards. Even in front of a foundation establishment expert, as long as Liang Sheng had the time to secretly use the nail-head 7 arrows technique, it would only take one word of power to send you to paradise. At this moment, he looked at Chen Mo's headless corpse and could only sigh in his heart. So-called true feelings in the world are few when interests are at stake, and once shaken, one may end up with an outcome like Chen Mo. So why bother? Now Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Over the past 500 years, besides a few friends who were not involved in benefits, the Zhou family was the most proper partner Liang Sheng had ever cooperated with, and in the end, it was almost a win-win situation. But how many people in the world could be as careful and cautious as the Zhou family bloodline, knowing how to seek fortune and avoid evil? It's difficult, difficult, difficult. At this moment, Liang Sheng was also secretly reminding himself that this time Chen Mo was his best lesson, so after this, he must not meddle in other people's business and cause trouble again. Liang Sheng didn't mind getting dirty, searching through the 4 corpses. Then he saw Liang Sheng raise his hand, and 4 grey-white fireballs appeared, floating inside the cave mansion. Then Qian Yongjian and the others disappeared without a trace under the fireball technique, leaving only the cultivation resources they left in the world. The most pleasant surprise for Liang Sheng among them was Qian Yongjian, who actually left a storage bag. This was the second storage bag Liang Sheng had encountered in so many years. This time, with Liang Sheng's Qi cultivation 10th layer level, it took very little time to open the storage bag. The space in Qian Yongjian's storage bag was not large, far worse than the storage bag of the manager of Hua Tian sect, with only half a cubic size. But Liang Sheng didn't despise it either. After all, who would think that something like a storage bag was too much? At this moment, Liang Sheng wasn't in a hurry either, slowly looking through the contents. There weren't many types of things inside, but they made Liang Sheng extremely happy. More than 20 mid-grade spirit stones and 100 or so low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, he couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. He once didn't cherish mid-grade spirit stones, but now he could finally say to them, I won't waste them anymore. Amongst the market, a piece of mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones, but 100 low-grade spirit stones would be hard to exchange for a piece of mid-grade spirit stone, which could be said to be both valuable and rare. Liang Sheng had also saved more than 3,000 low-grade spirit stones in the past 2 years, but there was not a single piece of mid-grade spirit stone, both because Liang Sheng didn't show off his wealth and because mid-grade spirit stones were very scarce. However, Qian Yongjian, as the clan leader of a cultivation family, only had this many spirit stones. What a poor fellow! Did he dare to set up a cultivation family with this? But when he thought about it, it seemed quite normal. After all, the more people in a family, the more expenses they would have. They were not like Liang Sheng, who was alone and had a 100% success rate with some of his talismans, making a huge profit. As a loose cultivator with Qi cultivation 8th level, Qian Yongjian naturally had cultivation techniques in his hands. However, after Liang Sheng took a look at them, he frowned and threw them aside directly. These were incomplete Qi refining methods that were far inferior to upper pure immortal scripture. It can only be said that the grand ancestor of Dian was quite fortunate to have obtained such a cultivation method back then. Now it seems that the grand ancestor of Dian probably did not dare to show up at the market back then for this reason. After all, if the upper green sect knew about it, it might be a catastrophe. However, all of this had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. How many people in the world could see through the attribute panel and know his cultivation method? No one could see through it. There were various spiritual grasses and refining materials left in the storage bag. Liang Sheng sorted them all out and threw them directly into a corner of the storage bag. As for other arrays, talismans, and jade slips, they were no different from what Liang Sheng had mastered. However, the spiritual rain technique was a pleasant surprise for Liang Sheng. It turned out there were farmers in the cultivation world. Accurately speaking, the spiritual rain technique was a method for cultivating spiritual grasses. Major sects all had similar secret techniques for planting spiritual grass resources, or else how could they support so many people in the sect by relying solely on the market for a few years? Then the rest of the things left by the others were quite ordinary, but Liang Sheng didn't mind. They would always have a use, at least they could be exchanged for spirit stones in the market. After finishing sorting out these belongings, Liang Sheng looked at the spiritual field again, thought about it, and decided to stay here for a while. If there were no problems in the market, he was just worrying for nothing, it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the situation later. At this moment, based on the rest of the spiritual grass seeds left in Qian Yongjian's storage bag, he had guessed which spiritual grasses he had planted and couldn't help but be surprised. Bender. Qi refining pills, clarity pills, detoxification pills, miasma pills, confusion pills, mind stability pills. Almost all the spiritual grasses needed for refining more than 10 elixirs had been planted, and with such a large spiritual field, even if Liang Sheng practiced alchemy every day, it would probably be enough to support him for 1 or 2 years. Qian Yongjian was really a good man. At this moment, Liang Sheng had already decided to stay here and plant the spiritual grass first, but today he had to return to the market, as he had left with Chen Mo earlier. He hastily set up some protective measures in the spiritual field, which was so well hidden it was hard to expose. Then he went back to the market, strolled around in the market, and showed his face in front of many people. The atmosphere in the market at this moment was still as peculiar as before, with the obvious enmity between the Huatian sect and the Upper Green sect, making many loose cultivators hesitant to visit one sect's shop for fear of being noticed and targeted by the other. Under such circumstances, the shops of the remaining 7 sects saw a slight increase in their business, but no one discussed this matter openly as they silently made a fortune. Bender. Qian Yongjian's cave mansion was still in existence at this time, and his Daoist partner with their child still lived there. Liang Sheng took a few looks at them, memorizing the appearances of the mother and child. After 2 days, Liang Sheng used the items from Qian Yongjian's storage bag and tried to probe Qian Yongjian's Daoist partner, only to find out that she was unaware of Qian Yongjian's specific circumstances. It seemed that Qian Yongjian's Daoist partner at the 4th level of Qi cultivation never gained his trust, or perhaps Qian Yongjian didn't tell her too much for fear of putting her and their child at risk. All she knew was that Qian Yongjian was working on something big, and if it succeeded, their child's cultivation path would be much more secure in the future. Given this, Liang Sheng temporarily refrained from silencing them. After all, this was the market, and it seemed unlikely that Qian Yongjian's Daoist partner would want to leave. However, Liang Sheng took a precautionary measure and left a tracking talisman, in case of an emergency. Considering the current circumstances, he wouldn't hesitate to kill if necessary. After completing his investigations in the market, he left and returned to the spiritual field. From then on, Liang Sheng's life returned to its routine of talisman drawing, array setting, and practicing various spells and curses, but with one difference: he finally resumed refining pills outside the market. After all, the place he chose had rarely been visited by people, so no one would notice that he was refining pills. This time, the quality of the Qi cultivation pills he refined was a pleasant surprise for Liang Sheng. High-quality Qi cultivation pills. Liang Sheng used the spiritual grass from Qian Yongjian's storage bag to refine these high-quality pills. Perhaps because the quality of the spiritual grass was better than what he previously had, his pill refining results were also noticeably improved. With his 100% success rate in refining Qi cultivation pills, Liang Sheng's heart raced a few more beats and, after some time, his excitement finally subsided. As for the spiritual rain technique, it took Liang Sheng 1 month to master it, and now it was simply a matter of refining his skills until they became second nature. But considering the current situation, he had more than enough ways to irrigate the spiritual grass, albeit with a bit more time spent. Fortunately, Liang Sheng was at the 10th layer of Qi cultivation, or else he wouldn't be able to withstand the task of irrigating the entire field. No wonder Chen Mo had wanted him to come here in the first place. It seemed that Chen Mo's intentions had simply exceeded his own abilities. As the spiritual field was still concealed by Qian Yongjian's concealment formation, the increasingly dense spiritual energy within the field did not leak out. However, to be on the safe side, Liang Sheng had placed miasma pills within a radius of 10 miles around the spiritual field, releasing a faint miasma fog. If someone inadvertently entered the area, they would be poisoned and cause a commotion, which would serve as a warning for Liang Sheng. As time went by, another month passed, and the spiritual grass in the field began to sprout, showing a promising growth. One day, after Liang Sheng had cast the spiritual rain technique and fortified his previous defensive measures, he prepared to return to the market once again. If nothing had happened in the market, he should make an appearance there, as many people had been curious about his cave mansion since Chen Mo's disappearance. Furthermore, since Chen Mo was already dead, Liang Sheng wouldn't want to be implicated. It would be better to show his face at the market periodically to avoid any suspicion. This time when Liang Sheng returned, he found that the atmosphere in the market was much better than before, as the Hua Tian sect and Upper Green sect seemed to have reconciled after Ding Yazhen's persuasion. At least on the surface, they both appeared to be getting along again, much to the relief of the loose cultivators in the market. After all, the loose cultivators affiliated with the 3 sects and 6 orders would naturally be apprehensive about internal conflicts between sects. They'd rather stand idly by and watch the situation unfold than get caught in the crossfire themselves. Upon returning to the market, Liang Sheng didn't attract any attention, as he was just a small character at the 3rd level of qi cultivation. And since Chen Mo had been missing for more than a month, their neighbors didn't find it strange at all. After all, Chen Mo used to be absent for long periods due to his partnership with Qian Yongjian in the spiritual field. Liang Sheng stayed in the market for 3 more days before discovering Qian Yongjian's Daoist partner showed no signs of anything unusual, so he decided to leave the market once again. However, this behavior of his seemed to have reassured his neighbors, who were friendlier and more relaxed. Some even took the initiative to greet him. It turned out that Liang Sheng's previous idle life had made them somewhat uncomfortable, as they saw him as an anomaly among cultivators who were constantly traveling and gathering resources. Now that he was also frequenting the market like them, struggling alongside them, Liang Sheng appeared more sociable and acceptable to them. This situation led Liang Sheng to re-evaluate his approach. Now that he had decided to hide in plain sight, avoiding trouble entirely might not be the best method after all. On the contrary, appearing to go with the flow would be more conducive to his safety. With that in mind, Liang Sheng's life returned to its usual routine. Under such peaceful days, 8 years had passed in the blink of an eye without much change in Liang Sheng's cultivation level. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 520. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 10th Layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 18th Layer, Nail Head 7 Arrows Technique, Curse. Realm, Qi Cultivation 10th Layer. Lifespan, 16,313. At this moment, Liang Sheng once again waited for the harvest season in the spiritual field. However, this time, after collecting the spiritual grass, he didn't prepare to start another round of spiritual grass planting. Because he has stored enough spiritual grass to last him a long time, and he now has even bigger ambitions. He now wants to know what spiritual grasses are needed to refine the foundation establishment pill, and then decide what spiritual grass to plant in his spiritual field. At this time, the spiritual energy in the spiritual field is even richer than when Qian Yongjian arranged the gathering spirit array, because Liang Sheng has spent nearly 300 low-grade spirit stones, and overlapped another gathering spirit array. As for the concealment formation arranged by Qian Yongjian, Liang Sheng also strengthened it again. Although the entry level of the formation technique is hard, once you officially begin to understand the array rhythm and set up the formation, it is easier to comprehend other formations than refining pills and weapons. 7 years ago, Liang Sheng had already successfully set up a concealment array. Not only that, but he can arrange most of the formations in array technique true understanding. Indeed, the entry level for array techniques is hard, but once you familiarize yourself, it becomes easier, a trait that is perfectly suited to him. Recently, he began to attempt to set up illusionary array techniques around the spiritual field. Just last month, he successfully set up an illusionary array around the spiritual field. He even used a mid-grade spirit stone for the array's eye, and in addition with his Qi cultivation 10th layer cultivation level to connect the array's eye, the power of the illusionary array was enhanced again. He had previously lured a Qi training 7th realm practitioner into the area around his spiritual field, testing the strength of the illusionary array. As soon as the other party entered the array, they turned around under the illusion and changed their direction away from the spiritual field, completely unaware. This result made Liang Sheng extremely satisfied. His spiritual field would likely be completely blocked off to ordinary Qi cultivation practitioners. Under this circumstance, Liang Sheng finally resumed his formerly planned visit to the black market, intending to look for a foundation establishment pill recipe. Now, 8 years later, Liang Sheng feels almost confident enough to face the black market's illusionary array without worry. Unless the other party is a foundation establishment expert, but how could that possibly be? Still, Liang Sheng remains cautious. He naturally won't appear directly and act recklessly, especially since the rumors he spread were certainly not without effect. At the very least, these past few years he has secretly visited the black market for inspection, with quite a few cultivators believing his rumors and heading straight there. Some of them managed to enter the black market smoothly and returned to the market, thereafter becoming frequent visitors to the black market, like the one-eyed cultivator. Although there were also people who never came out after they went in, at least it showed that the black market did not have 100% chance of causing mishap. After making all the preparations and securing his spiritual field, Liang Sheng first returned to the market, and then proceeded with the next step of his plan. The cave mansion that Chen Mo formerly rented had long since changed ownership. Chen Mo's disappearance did not cause too much stir in the market. After all, among the market, loose cultivators are desperately fighting for cultivation resources. There are countless cultivators who meet with accidents every year, but who would remember them? As for Qian Yongjian's deist partner, she has been living quite a carefree life over the years. Liang Sheng is somewhat impressed with this female cultivator. 7 years ago, after Qian Yongjian had disappeared for a whole year and his deist partner had failed to find him after much searching, she used Qian Yongjian's cave mansion as a dowry to find a new Qi cultivation 8th level practitioner, and they became deist partners. So this female cultivator is a smart woman. After all, with her own 4 levels of Qi cultivation, she definitely couldn't hang on to the cave mansion Qian Yongjian left behind. Now that she and the Qi cultivation 8th level cultivator have reformed as deist partners, it's as if she has a new backing, she doesn't need to take risks outside, and it can be said to be the best choice. It was even heard that her current Qi cultivation 8th level cultivator deist partner, seemed to have had a grudge with Qian Yongjian. Liang Sheng could only sigh at this. The world is full of unpredictable changes, that's why people have to live on, otherwise everything is just empty talk. Living in the present, then talk about the future, otherwise everything is just a castle in the air. Qian Yongjian is truly unfortunate, even his child bears the surname of his enemy. Liang Sheng returned to his rented cave mansion once. After showing his face in the market, using the same method as before, his appearance thoroughly changed after a few turns in the alleyways. Bender. It's time to investigate the situation at the black market. Chapter 106, Entering the Black Market, Exploring the Elixir Method. Market. At this time, through muscle changes, Liang Sheng had already turned into a Qi cultivation 5th realm unfamiliar face loose cultivator. He wandered around aimlessly, seemingly without a purpose, and arrived at the stalls on the east side of the market. In the next moment, his eyes lit up slightly. He felt that his luck was good this time, and perhaps this operation would go smoothly. That was because he saw the one-eyed cultivator he hadn't seen for a long time. However, the other party had already made further progress in their cultivation, entering the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. If he could make another step forward and become a Qi training 7th realm cultivator, even in the market, he could be considered a small master. Of course, it's unknown when the one-eyed cultivator would be able to make a breakthrough to the Qi training 7th realm. It depends on his luck and fortune. After the sun sets in the west, the one-eyed cultivator didn't return to his cave mansion. Instead, he headed straight out of the market. Seeing this situation, Liang Sheng couldn't help but think that his luck was really good today, as it seemed that today was the day the black market would be open. However, this time Liang Sheng didn't follow the one-eyed cultivator but instead targeted 3 other cultivators. They were 3 of the people who had previously heard the news spread by Liang Sheng, and then went to the black market and returned safely. In order to learn about the situation in the black market, he would have to inquire from these 3. As for the one-eyed cultivator, Liang Sheng didn't want to disturb him and expose himself. Not long after, these 3 people also left the market at different times. But shortly after they left the market, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Before they could figure out what was happening, they passed out directly. Their consciousness was all plunged into darkness. This scene happened in quick succession 3 times. Liang Sheng's actions were fast, accurate, and ruthless. After moving the 3 people to a secluded place, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Next, he would find out the exact situation of the black market. He carefully arranged a concealment formation, separating the 3 people from each other. With his cultivation level, these loose cultivators would have no chance of breaking through the concealment array. That is to say, they would be questioned by Liang Sheng individually, and they would not know the existence of the other 2 people. As long as their answers were inconsistent, Liang Sheng could immediately detect the anomaly. When the 3 people were woken up one by Liang Sheng, the first thing they showed when they regained consciousness was terror in their eyes. Black market. Someone has targeted the black market. This was their first reaction after Liang Sheng asked his first question. They looked at Liang Sheng and secretly lamented that it was bad luck for them. When the three of them answered some of Liang Sheng's questions, their eyes flickered. But Liang Sheng didn't care about it. After the three people answered in turn, Liang Sheng summarized their answers and noted down the same answers. Then he started a new round of questioning. Bender. However, this time Liang Sheng took out the bone-corroding pill he had refined. This elixir didn't have any significant danger in a short time, and it was just the pain of corrosive bones attacking. The pain would pass by just shouting. As long as they didn't take the detoxification pill for more than a day, they wouldn't be left with any damage. 1 hour later, Liang Sheng gave them the detoxification pill. When they calmed down, Liang Sheng asked them the inconsistent questions from the previous round again. After this round, Liang Sheng once again received mostly consistent answers, but the three of them still had some reservations. Well, cultivators are indeed tough. However, Liang Sheng was not worried about it. He appeared in front of the three people individually once again, said nothing, took out the bone-corroding pill, and repeated his technique. The faces of the three were already pale at this time, and their eyes were somewhat scattered. When they saw Liang Sheng take out the bone-corroding pill again, they screamed and begged for mercy. No, ill talk, ill talk. But Liang Sheng didn't care about it. After that, each of them endured 2 hours of extreme pain. Some even defecated and urinated at the same time, completely losing the demeanor of a cultivator. This time, their answers were finally completely consistent. However, Liang Sheng didn't let them go at this point. Instead, he asked them once again the questions they had answered the same way the first time. This time, their answers began to differ again, but Liang Sheng wasn't too surprised. That's because the hearts of cultivators, especially loose cultivators, were always much stronger and more cunning than he thought. It would cause problems if he casually believed in them. However, this time Liang Sheng was confident that their answers were 70 to 80% accurate. Since that was the case, Liang Sheng removed the isolation arrays of the three, allowing the three to see the cloaks on the other two. Their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Answer the questions you just lied about again. If you still want to lie, you can guess what I will do next. If you guess right, there will be no reward. Liang Sheng's tone was extremely calm, but to the three of them, it seemed as if they were looking at a demon. How could he have such a cruel method if he wasn't a demon? In fact, when they saw the other two people just now, they understood why they had just endured so much pain. However, it's difficult to predict what's in a person's heart. At this moment, they didn't dare to lie again, otherwise, they didn't dare to imagine what the outcome would be. In an instant, the three of them detailed all the situations they had previously hidden when answering the questions. Liang Sheng stood by the side without moving, but with his cultivation, he could clearly hear the messy voices of the three people. It seemed that they finally stopped lying. Liang Sheng pieced together the situation of the black market like a puzzle, and roughly sorted out its structure. However, Liang Sheng was still extremely careful, waiting for the three of them to have their daoist hearts collapse, and then suddenly asked a few more questions, causing them to reflexively reveal the truth. Now there shouldn't be any major problems, so Liang Sheng finally let go of his worries. Then, with a flash of sword light, the three corpses were separated. Next, Liang Sheng still used the fireball technique to dispose of their corpses, leaving only their cultivation resources to be placed in his storage bag. If they were to let them leave alive, there might be unnecessary troubles. Liang Sheng has never been a good person, and since he has already done evil, there is no need for pretense. After making sure that he has cleanly wiped out all traces, Liang Sheng put on a cloak from their backpacks and headed towards the black market. This cloak doesn't have any concealment methods, it is simply an array for hiding one's identity, which is also one reason why the black market can last so long. In fact, there is more than one black market controller behind the scenes. There are 3 loose cultivators at the Qi cultivation 9th level. As for their specific identities, the 3 loose cultivators who answered the questions earlier did not know. Among the black market, there are many items of unknown origin, and the prices are very reasonable. Many items are much cheaper than those in the shops of the 3 sects and 6 orders. That's why there are middlemen like the one-eyed dragon who buy low and sell high. However, for every transaction, the black market controllers take a 10% handling fee, but many loose cultivators are willing to pay this fee for the chance to get rid of the items of unknown origin. Apart from the 3 controllers at the Qi cultivation 9th level, they have several Qi cultivation 8th level managers under their command, making the organization very tight-knit. As for the peripheral thugs, the 3 loose cultivators just now were not very clear, but if anyone breaks the rules, they would almost always be found in no time and executed publicly. This was the case for the few people who heard Liang Sheng spreading rumors in the market years ago and never came out in the end. Liang Sheng didn't intend to break the black market's rules, he only wanted to calmly gather the materials for the Foundation establishment pill recipe. However, this time was a test. If this test goes well, the next time he enters the black market, he will go straight for the Foundation establishment pill recipe. When he arrived at the black market, Liang Sheng looked at the illusion array technique on the cliff in front of him with bright, spirited eyes. He was no longer the person who didn't understand arrays in the past. The illusion array technique of the black market controllers was actually quite strong, but it was not the kind that was invulnerable. With this thought, Liang Sheng calmed down completely and then, without any hesitation, stepped into the black market. When he stepped into the illusion array technique, a dizzying sensation struck him. Liang Sheng immediately shielded himself and was not affected, but he still pretended to be groggy on the surface until someone spoke up from the other side. "Daoist friend." At this moment, Liang Sheng seemed to have just regained consciousness and hastily returned the greeting. However, the other person was also hidden under a cloak, and his cloak was different from Liang Sheng's and the one-eyed cultivators, apparently a black market manager. Seeing Liang Sheng regain consciousness, the other party didn't say much but just raised his hand and made an imaginary welcoming gesture. Liang Sheng didn't say anything either, he just nodded and stepped directly into the real black market. The structure of the black market is like a small, self-contained marketplace where you can buy and sell things. To buy or sell something, you have to go to the high platform in front of the small building and register your needs. If you want to buy something, you have to pay a deposit, and your purchase request will be displayed next to the high platform, making it extremely convenient. If you want to sell something, you only need to register the information of what you're selling. If a deal is made, you'll have to pay a 10% commission. Whether buying or selling, no personal information will be registered. Everyone receives a jade slip, and as soon as there's news, you'll get a prompt on your jade slip. Of course, Liang Sheng wouldn't sell anything this time. He just calmly wandered around the black market, looking for his target. In the black market, there were faint, hidden presences of 3 separate forces. As expected, they should be the 3 Qi cultivation 9th level controllers behind the scenes. Apart from that, there were quite a few Qi cultivation 8th level presences. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh, such a force couldn't be ignored in the market. No wonder the black market has been passed down for so long. They have both strength and a well-organized structure, which is truly impressive. At this point, Liang Sheng looked around and saw quite a few nice items, such as the demon wolf fur for making high-quality wolf hair brushes. However, he didn't buy it. This wolf hair brush is related to his current identity as a talisman maker in the market, and he wouldn't look for trouble, even if the chances of trouble are slim. Nevertheless, he was overjoyed by other refining materials like 7-colored steel and golden spirit stones. Liang Sheng didn't hesitate to purchase a large amount of refining materials. Naturally, the people in the black market were watching. It seemed that this Daoist friend was an artifact refiner. Although they didn't know each other's cultivation level because of the cloaks, they all treated each other politely. After all, in the black market, as long as people don't violate the rules, they can customize things privately, such as asking alchemists to refine pills and trade the next time they meet. Next, the loose cultivators who didn't know each other's identities had their own thoughts, and Liang Sheng accepted many acts of goodwill. There was even someone who asked Liang Sheng if he could refine a 2-pattern magical device. Liang Sheng shook his head and the person left with a sigh. 3 days later, the black market closed. Everyone left at different times. As for whether they feared being ambushed, one of the Qi cultivation 9th level controllers from the black market was personally guarding the outside to prevent such incidents from happening. After Liang Sheng left, he sensed that he had no tail behind him, so he went straight back to the market, waiting for the next 7 days to arrive. During these 7 days, Liang Sheng was not idle. He first returned to the spiritual field region, which was naturally free of accidents. After he inspected it and found no abnormalities, he returned to the market. This time, he personally explored the situation in the black market, so he was quite satisfied with the strict measures of the black market. Furthermore, he went around the black market personally, not only to check on the black market organization but also to investigate the illusion array technique. Although Liang Sheng didn't find the array's focus, he already had confidence in breaking through the black market array. However, it would cost him 2 mid-grade spirit stones, which made him feel a little distressed. The black market controller probably didn't expect that there would be a array master at the Qi cultivation 10th level in the market who had already seen through their defenses. Since this was the case, Liang Sheng no longer planned to hide. He indeed needed a foundation establishment pill recipe now, and he was prepared to show his needs directly by commissioning the black market tower. Although this would have some disadvantages, Liang Sheng's absolute strength, combined with the situation in the black market, posed no problem to him. What's more, Liang Sheng even guessed that the foundation establishment pill's recipe might eventually fall into the hands of the black market controller. However, the specifics would depend on the situation. In the following days, as Liang Sheng waited, the 7 days quickly passed. This time, Liang Sheng was fully prepared, stacking more than 300 Vajra talismans on his body. As long as there were no problems in the first moment, what could 3 loose cultivators at the 9th level of Qi cultivation do to him? After entering the black market, Liang Sheng went straight to the tower and released his demand. The cloak manager on the tower was shocked, but then he reacted. "Senior, this requires 100 low-grade spirit stones as a deposit from you." Liang Sheng didn't hesitate, waving his hand and the 100 spirit stones piled up on the tower. Storage bag. Seeing this situation, the black market tower's cloak manager became even more humble, guessing in his heart that this person might be a great cultivator at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Liang Sheng desired the current effect. He then left with a jade slip, which would remind him if there was any news. After Liang Sheng left the small building tower and continued to wander outside, he was looking at the spiritual grass this time. Who could have imagined that Liang Sheng, who was looking at the spiritual grass, was looking at the refining materials last time? Inside the small building, as soon as Liang Sheng left, the 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi cultivation gathered together. They silently watched Liang Sheng, found him looking at the spiritual grass, and couldn't help but be silent. The other party may be an alchemist at the 9th level of Qi depletion. I think we can give him the foundation establishment pill recipe. When the 3 words foundation establishment pill were mentioned, the 3 of them breathed a little heavier. Didn't they cooperate to open the black market just to accumulate resources and wait for the appearance of the foundation establishment pills? Actually, they had also thought about refining foundation establishment pills, but unfortunately, they had been cultivating most of the time, so their alchemy skills were terrible. After wasting 3 sets of materials, they completely gave up, honestly storing spirit stones, opening the black market to gain profit, and waiting for the 3 sects and 6 orders to release the foundation establishment pills. To refine the foundation establishment pills, at least a Qi refining 7th layer alchemist is needed. It is extremely difficult for loose cultivators to reach the 7th layer realm of Qi refining and improve their alchemy skills. It requires deep blessings and exceptional talent. If they couldn't get a foundation establishment pill when their lifespan approached, they could only lament their insufficient luck. So, the 3 quickly reached an agreement. For the sake of foundation establishment, they bet on it. The next moment, Liang Sheng, who was still wandering in the black market, had a smile on his lips as the jade slip on his body buzzed and showed signs of activity. The foundation establishment pill recipe should be available now. Chapter 107, Cutting the Karma, Foundation Establishment Pill Success. Black Market. Small Building. Liang Sheng entered the small building, and this time the cloak-wearing loose cultivator manager took him straight to the door on the 2nd floor. After that, the other party directly withdrew. At this moment, Liang Sheng was already secretly prepared for defense. Let alone the more than 300 layered Vajra talisman, he was even ready to use the nail-head 7 arrows technique at any time. In fact, this was just to be on the safe side. After all, with his Qi training at the 10th layer, he had no worries after breaking through the illusion array technique. After Liang Sheng felt that there were no omissions, he pushed the door open, preparing to enter the room. However, as soon as the door opened, his body stopped. "Huh?" It turned out that there were 3 people in the room at this moment, and they were the 3 loose cultivator controllers of the black market's 9th layer. Liang Sheng was not surprised by their presence, but he was surprised that they were all standing to greet him. Bender. Deist friend, please have a seat. The person in the lead warmly invited Liang Sheng to sit down. At this moment, Liang Sheng naturally did not hesitate and directly sat opposite the 3 people. He didn't speak, but instead waited for the other party to speak. Are you at the 9th layer of qi cultivation? Liang Sheng heard this and directly stretched out his hand. As the qi at his fingertips rotated, the 3 people on the opposite side brightened their eyes. Then, can you refine pills? This time, Liang Sheng did not answer. Seeing this, one of the 3 people spoke up, Deist friend, don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. It's just that we need to confirm this point. This is a good thing for both of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have invited you here just for the foundation establishment pill recipe. Now, the 3 of them were eager to confirm that Liang Sheng was indeed an alchemist at the 9th layer of qi cultivation. For them, this represented their hope of building their foundation. However, Liang Sheng remained silent, but at this moment, the 3 people didn't intend to force him. After so many years of cultivating, they had long understood how to choose. Seeing that Liang Sheng seemed to have concerns, they finally couldn't keep quiet and proactively mentioned the conditions they had discussed. If you are an alchemist, we can provide you with the foundation establishment pill recipe for free, and even immediately prepare 3 complete sets of refining ingredients for the foundation establishment pill recipe. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. He had already calculated the outcome of this time and believed that there would be no problem with the foundation establishment pill recipe. However, he could never have imagined that the other party would even be willing to provide 3 sets of alchemy ingredients. This was no light gift. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng took out a bottle of elixirs and placed it in front of the 3 people. When they opened the jade bottle, a fragrance immediately filled the air, and the 3 people's faces showed delight. Web. High-quality qi cultivation pill. The other party was trying to prove that they had the ability to refine high-quality qi cultivation pills, but beneath their happiness, they still had some doubts. At the next moment, Liang Sheng kept moving. On the table, miasma pills, detoxification pills, confusion pills, and mind stability pills appeared one after another. They took a look and found that they were all high quality. Now, the 3 people in front of Liang Sheng were finally able to confirm that he was a 9th level alchemist, as it would have been impossible for anyone else to produce so many high-quality spiritual pills in one go. Great! At this moment, the 3 people couldn't help but shout in excitement. Their eyes looking at Liang Sheng were filled with warmth. Deist friend, you have hidden yourself very well. The truth was that there were not many cultivators at the 9th layer of qi cultivation in such a vast market. In the entire market, there were no more than 30 loose cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation. Loose cultivators at the 9th layer of qi cultivation were no ordinary people and naturally had their own secrets. Therefore, they couldn't guess which of the cultivators at the 9th level of qi cultivation was Liang Sheng. At this time, Liang Sheng remained silent, waiting for the other party to propose conditions. After all, there were no free lunches under heaven. He didn't speak because the more he said, the more likely he would make mistakes. All he needed now was to obtain the foundation establishment pill recipe, and there was no need to care about what they were thinking at the moment. Deist friend, I don't know if you're willing to make a heavenly Dao oath that if you succeed in refining the foundation establishment pill in the future, you'll be willing to give us 3 pills? If we run out of lifespan and there are no cultivators at the 9th level of qi cultivation within our family, you can dispose of them as you see fit. Do you agree with this condition? They didn't mention what would happen if Liang Sheng managed to refine the foundation establishment pill when their lifespan was already exhausted, as that would mean a direct decline in their family's power. If the family lacked cultivators at the 9th level of qi cultivation, what would be the point of having the foundation establishment pill? Would forcing Liang Sheng to send them the foundation establishment pill actually create more enemies than friends? The 3 of them stared intently at Liang Sheng, who thought for a while and then spoke, what if I can't refine the foundation establishment pill for the rest of my life? That would be our lack of fortune, and it has nothing to do with you, Deist friend. What great spirit the 3 of them possessed! At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but admire them. These loose cultivators, who had cultivated to the 9th layer of qi cultivation and supported the black market, were truly broad-minded. The loose cultivator in the middle then spoke up, "Deist friend, you don't have to worry. As long as you are willing to swear a heavenly Dao oath, we can reveal our true identities to you. After so many years of cultivation, we know how difficult it is to pursue the path of immortality, and we don't want to lose this chance to build our foundation." At this moment, it was obvious that they were somewhat anxious, which was why they said such words. Hearing this, Liang Sheng finally nodded. "I agree." After saying this, Liang Sheng looked at them, and they did not hesitate to remove their cloaks. It was them. Among the market, there were actually quite a few cultivation families. The three of them were clan leaders of three separate families, Pei Shiping, Fu Lian Tao and Ban's Hai He. The three of them were well-known cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation, and Pei Shiping should be the one who set up the market illusion array. Can Daoist friend swear a heavenly Dao oath now? At this moment, the three of them had their qi fluctuating faintly. Liang Sheng was sure that if he showed even a slight abnormality, he would face a storm-like attack from them in the next moment. As for this, Liang Sheng naturally hesitated. When he was able to refine foundation establishment pills, he wouldn't mind refining 3 more. Why not? Heavenly Dao can witness. After I refine more than 4 foundation establishment pilis, I will share 1 each with Daoist friends Pei Shiping, Fu Lian Tao and Ban's Hai He. If their lifespans are already exhausted by then, we will talk about other options. Hearing this, the 3 relaxed completely. Since Liang Sheng still wanted to conceal his identity, they had no intention of finding out who he was, as long as he could provide them with foundation establishment pills. Daoist friend, this is the foundation establishment pill recipe. Even Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. Having been in the market for 10 years, he had finally obtained the foundation establishment pili recipe. Liang Sheng only glanced at it and saw that the main material was indeed lingsy grass. At this moment, Pei Shiping and the others exchanged glances and each took out a complete set of foundation establishment pill materials from their storage bags. These are the materials we've collected. It's just that we've been waiting for the right opportunity to refine the foundation establishment pill. A joke that you Daoist friend won't scorn us for. If you never appeared, maybe when our lifespans are nearing their end, we would find the most trustworthy alchemist to try refining the foundation establishment pill. The other 2 had the same expressions, and Liang Sheng naturally understood their thoughts. He wasn't shy and directly put all the materials into his storage bag. I have to say this up front, I cannot guarantee the success of refining the pills with these 3 sets of materials. If successful, I will find you in the black market again. Pei Shiping nodded his head, Daoist friend, rest assured. We will also continue to collect spirit grass for the foundation establishment pill. In fact, meeting you can be considered a blessing from heaven. We still have 50 years to wait, so you can do your best. Here is the communication jade slip to keep in touch with us. If we find more complete pill refining materials, we will notify you, and if you have any situation, you can contact us as well. Liang Sheng nodded and took the communication jade slip over. After checking that the jade slip had no issues, he turned around and left. The 3 of them didn't stop him, but just watched him go. Brother Pei, which old fellow do you think he really is? At this moment, Pei Shiping shook his head. He really couldn't guess Liang Sheng's identity, as any loose cultivator AR the 9th level of qi condensation in the marker could be possible. He's very cautious, but since he's already sworn the heavenly Dao oath, we don't need to worry about anything else. Let's focus on collecting materials for the next few years. We have about 50 years more to wait. I wonder if we can be successful in our foundation establishment? Hearing this, the other 2 couldn't help but breathe a little faster. Foundation establishment. With successful cultivation and foundation establishment, one's lifespan can increase by 500 years. Coupled with qi cultivation's maximum lifespan of 200 years, a foundation establishment stage cultivator generally has an end of life at 700 years. In such a long time, it is not impossible to become a golden core Daoist. On the other hand, after leaving the marker, Liang Sheng made several twists and turns to confirm that no one was following him and couldn't help but laugh. This trip had been much smoother than he had imagined. It could only be said that he had underestimated the status of a loose cultivator at the 9th level of qi condensation who was also an alchemist. But it was because they had been hopeless for years in their foundation establishment that they were so desperate. Perhaps his appearance had already been considered by them as their last hope, since the 3 sects and 6 orders had almost no trace of selling foundation establishment pills. The older generation of cultivators at the 9th level of Qi condensation were ultimately not the lucky ones who could buy foundation establishment pills from their sect's shops. However, he had not wasted those more than 300 Vajra talismans during this trip to the black market. Liang Sheng did not feel any regret. If there had been an accident, although he was 102% sure that nothing would happen, he still wanted to be cautious. Afterward, Liang Sheng returned to the spiritual field. He didn't start refining foundation establishment pills immediately, but instead planted the main spirit grass for the pills in the spiritual field again. He had originally wanted to obtain the pill formula first, then slowly find the spirit grass and gradually cultivate it. But now, everything went smoothly. All he had to do was plant the spiritual grass and obtain the seeds. His own fortune was profound. 1 year later, with the coverage of Liang Sheng's spiritual rain technique and the gathering spirit array, the spirit grass for the foundation establishment pills was finally harvested. He didn't harvest the Lingzi grass and other spirit grasses, but only collected the seeds of these spirit grasses and replanted them in the spiritual field. In this cycle, by the 3rd year, the entire spiritual field was filled with spirit grass from the foundation establishment pill recipe. Liang Sheng had also used nearly 600 low-grade spirit stones to set up the gathering spirit array, otherwise, the growth of the spirit grass wouldn't be so smooth. Bender. Furthermore, Liang Sheng obtained enough seeds to plant several rounds. This time, he finally began collecting the initial 3 sets of spirit grass for the foundation establishment pills. As for the remaining spirit grass in the spiritual field, it continued to grow. After all, the best foundation establishment pills should use spirit grass that has grown for more than 10 years, ensuring the efficacy to its lowest limit. During these 3 years, Liang Sheng attempted to refine the foundation establishment piles 3 times, all ending in failure. But Liang Sheng wasn't disappointed. He only needed to practice 1 attempt at a time. With no bottleneck, he just needed to wait for the right opportunity. In the 4 years after returning from the black market with the pill formula, Liang Sheng would visit the market every month, as he couldn't sever all ties with the market. Amongst the market, no one knew that the seemingly 3rd-level Qi cultivator talisman master was actually refining foundation establishment pills now. By the 5th year, the 3 controllers of the black market contacted him. Liang Sheng observed the situation outside for a whole month and, after confirming everything was okay, cautiously entered the black market. The trio thought Liang Sheng was in closed-door cultivation for alchemy, so they waited a month without any complaints. Then, they presented him with 2 sets of materials for the foundation establishment pill. "I shall not fail this mission." Pei Shiping quietly said these 4 words to Liang Sheng, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Liang Sheng naturally understood his meaning. "Once the foundation establishment pill is completed, I will contact you. However, the first 3 sets of materials have failed, so you need to wait." In the following years, Liang Sheng's life completely settled into a routine, planting spiritual grass, refining pills, cultivating, drawing talismans. 5 years passed, during which Pei Shiping and the others provided 3 more sets of materials, but the foundation establishment pill still failed. By the 10th year, Pei Shiping and the others couldn't help but contact Liang Sheng again. Seeing that he hadn't succeeded in refining the pill, they were somewhat disappointed, but they didn't make it difficult for him. After all, if it was so easy to refine foundation establishment pills, why wouldn't these old-timers do it themselves? Liang Sheng didn't say much either. He had a feeling in his heart that he was getting closer and closer to refining the foundation establishment pill successfully. Because the spiritual grass in the spiritual field could finally be harvested. The 10 years' worth of spiritual grass were enough for him to start refining foundation establishment pills. There were far more than 100 complete sets of refining spiritual grass for foundation establishment pills in the spiritual field. This time, after Liang Sheng harvested the spiritual grass and replanted all the foundation establishment pill spiritual grass, he fully immersed himself in the rhythm of refining pills. He no longer needed to refine the foundation establishment pill only once a year like before. Now, with ample spiritual grass, he could refine it once every 2 months. Time passed like this, and finally, on the 20th year after obtaining the foundation establishment pill formula, and the 70th time he refined the pill, he successfully made a batch of foundation establishment pills. 1 piece, a low-grade foundation establishment pill. Liang Sheng didn't rush to take it as he wasn't worried about the possibility of failing to break through. After all, for him, there was no bottleneck, the only difference was the quality of the pill. As long as he persisted, he could definitely refine a top-grade foundation establishment pill. In this case, why should he settle for a low-grade one? If it were a life-or-death crisis, Liang Sheng might still choose to take it, but with a better option available now, why should he rush? He wasn't one of those loose cultivators in the market, constrained by their lifespan. He had plenty of time and didn't mind waiting a little longer. In the 21st year, he refined 3 more low-grade foundation establishment pills. Recalling the heavenly Dao oath he once made, he sent a message and chose a location, then waited for Pei Shiping and the others to arrive. Concealed in the shadows, he watched as the 3 of them appeared. He undid the concealment array that hid the low-grade foundation establishment pills, and suddenly 3 jade bottles appeared in front of Pei Shiping and the others, along with the communication jade slip previously given to Liang Sheng. Seeing this, Pei Shiping and the others were momentarily stunned. They wondered why there were jade bottles instead of the alchemist showing up. Immediately after, they realized what was happening and each took a jade bottle, filled with joy after opening them. Foundation establishment pills. They never thought that Liang Sheng would really succeed in alchemy, and that he would still be so cautious as to not show his face at this time. However, the 3 of them had no other intentions. They guessed what Liang Sheng meant. They then bowed to the place where the jade bottles were placed, took back the communication jade slip, and hurried away. With their foundation establishment within reach, how could they calm down? Although the chance of foundation establishment was low, it was still their last hope. Pei Shiping and the others each returned to their closed-door cultivation to prepare for their breakthrough to foundation establishment, but that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng continued refining pills, and finally, in the 25th year and after the 90th attempt at refining the foundation establishment pill, he successfully produced a high-grade foundation establishment pill. At this moment, he had more than 10 foundation establishment pills on him, as well as 3 mid-grade ones, but only 1 top-grade foundation establishment pill. Success. Chapter 108, Foundation Establishment finally achieved. In his 35th year in the immortal cultivation market, Liang Sheng's cultivation level hadn't changed at all, just as before. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 545. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 10th layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 18th layer, Nail Head 7 Arrows Technique, Curse. Realm, Qi Cultivation 10th layer. Lifespan, 16,288. Although his cultivation level hadn't changed, after 35 careful and cautious years, Liang Sheng finally successfully refined his first top-grade foundation establishment pill. This meant that Liang Sheng had finally achieved his goal of entering the market. Foundation establishment. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng was not in the immortal cultivation market but had already appeared in the worldly Western Valley Pass, shortly after the successful pill refinement. After all, upon breakthrough to foundation establishment, even if Liang Sheng could conceal his own qi, how could he eliminate the commotion caused by the breakthrough without attracting others' attention? After much consideration, Liang Sheng found the best solution. Where better to break through to the foundation establishment stage than the safety of the secular world? Having made his decision, Liang Sheng arranged for his cave mansion in the market, ensured the protection of his spiritual field, activated his black iron command, which had not been used for a long time, and stepped out of the thick fog, directly appearing in the worldly Western Valley Pass. At this moment, having lived in the cultivation market for 35 years, he was somewhat unaccustomed to the foul air of the secular world. 35 years had passed, and Western Valley Pass had not changed much. Even Liang Sheng himself did not expect to return to the secular world so quickly. In his original plan, he thought that at the very least it would take units of 100 years before he could return to the secular world to establish a foundation. The current situation can only be attributed to his good fortune and caution. Liang Sheng positioned himself in the forest of Western Valley Pass, far away from the entrance of the cave mansion in the fog. Entering the depths of another mountain in the forest, he chose a spot on the edge of a cliff, looking at the setting sun, feeling a surge of heroism. All! Liang Sheng let out a long howl, instantly causing a flurry of birdsong and a scattering of beasts in the forest. Seeing this scene, Liang Sheng couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling that everything in the world was absolutely beautiful at this moment. At this time, Liang Sheng released his internal spiritual power. The mountain wall in front of him instantly crumbled, and with the passing of the clear wind, the dust dissipated to reveal a shallow cave. Liang Sheng, without any rush, sat cross-legged in the cave, looking at the last glow of the sunset. His eyes focused, and he took out the top-grade foundation establishment pill from his storage bag. He calmed his excited heart and immediately swallowed the foundation establishment pill. The next moment, even before he could feel anything, a powerful force surged within his body, spreading throughout every part of his body. The upper pure immortal scripture began to operate automatically, compressing the spiritual power within his body like crazy, causing a slight pain in Liang Sheng's meridians. However, at this time, the effect of the foundation establishment pill started to kick in, releasing a cool sensation that soothed the agitation within his body. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual power at the 10th level of Qi cultivation began to operate and compress under the guidance of the foundation establishment pill. As time passed, the gaseous spiritual power gradually condensed. However, the spiritual power at the Qi cultivation 10th layer was so dense that it seemed to be a supernova exploding, with spiritual power erupting from all parts of Liang Sheng's body. The spiritual power within his body, suppressed by the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill, continued to operate along the course of the upper pure immortal scripture, compressing it to become denser and denser. Boom! At some unknown point, the spiritual power within Liang Sheng, having reached a critical point, began to transform into liquid. As more and more spiritual power became liquid, the speed of the upper pure immortal scripture's operation within his body increased even further. Liang Sheng felt as if his entire soul had undergone a kind of sublimation at this moment, drifting into a euphoric state. When he awoke, all the spiritual power in his body had been transformed into a liquid state. Liang Sheng felt like he had undergone rebirth. From his introspection, he finally understood what was meant by the foundation establishment stage. This is the Dao foundation, the beginning of a cultivator's pursuit of the Dao. To be more precise, from this moment onward, he had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. The Qi condensation phase was nothing more than an ordinary person gradually shedding their mortal form, and now, after establishing his foundation, he had finally departed from his physical body. Having previously sensed all the filthiness of the secular world, he now didn't care at all. This was because his body, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, had begun to automatically filter the impure Qi, only allowing spiritual energy to exchange with his body. So this was what countless cultivators had dreamed of, the foundation establishment stage. The power within his body was at least 10 times stronger than the Qi cultivation 10th layer. It was a qualitative leap. At this moment, Liang Sheng woke up from his introspective state. When he opened his eyes, they shone like a bull's eyes, full of starlight. Once the residual spiritual energy on his surface dissipated, he looked no different from ordinary people, incredibly inconspicuous. This was the truth of returning to simplicity after successfully establishing a foundation, and Liang Sheng's attribute panel finally changed again. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 545. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 10th layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 19th layer, nail head 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, early foundation establishment stage. Lifespan, 21,188. The upper pure immortal scripture was still at the 10th layer because he had already reached the limit of his techniques before. It was only because he didn't have a foundation establishment pill that he hadn't broken through to the foundation establishment stage. However, because he successfully reached the foundation establishment stage and his body's spiritual power turned into spiritual liquid, the health cultivation method, which was only just about to reach the 18th layer, also broke through to the 19th layer under the operation of the upper pure immortal scripture, once again boosting his lifespan by 4,400 years. Furthermore, Liang Sheng's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage automatically increased his lifespan by 500, making it a total of 21,188 years. Liang Sheng was a true monster in terms of lifespan. While enjoying his success, Liang Sheng discovered that the flowers and plants around the mountain cave he was in had grown at an alarming rate, with even the short vines having grown to over 1 meter tall. As for the creatures and animals that were within this area, they kept their distance from Liang Sheng, but their eyes were filled with longing. Liang Sheng glanced at them and couldn't help but laugh. Today is a happy day, and it is fate that connects us. I.e. next moment, a bottle of qi refining pills appeared in his hand as his thoughts moved. He melted the pills using his spiritual power, then waved his hand, causing a surge of spiritual energy in an area with a radius of dozens of meters. As Liang Sheng took a step forward, his body vanished without a trace. The stunned creatures and animals then reacted and quickly rushed into the range of spiritual energy. They didn't understand what this energy was, but they instinctively tried to breathe in as much spiritual energy as they could, their tiny minds filled with the thought of absorbing more and more. When Liang Sheng descended the mountain, his steps were light, and he felt weightless. With each step, he covered a mile, as if he could shrink the earth itself. At this moment, his mood was simple. The joy of breaking through was like returning home clothed in silk. Naturally, he could not let the day pass without celebrating. An hour later, they arrived at the capital. The dusty garden. Since it was his true desire, why constrain it? The Dao is natural. After a wild night. Early the next morning, Liang Sheng restored his appearance and walked on the streets of the capital. At this moment, the people of Great Zhou capital were brimming with confidence and national pride. During the 35 years since Liang Sheng had left, Great Zhou had annexed 2 more countries. It had become the most powerful nation within the secular countries in the cultivation world, and it deserved to be the undisputed hegemon in the region. Now that Liang Sheng had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he no longer felt as tense as he was before. Following his heart's desire, he wanted to explore the secular world, and so he did not rush back to the immortal cultivation market. After all, with Liang Sheng's inherent talent and cultivation speed, he had no idea when he would break through to the foundation establishment middle stage, so why hurry? As he walked down the street, Liang Sheng eventually found himself in the eastern city area and stopped in front of a tea house, lost in thought. He only had a brief 200 years in the mortal world, and the Peaceful Mind studio he once owned had now become a tea house. The same name, Peaceful Mind Studio, was a sign of fate. With that thought, Liang Sheng did nor hesitate and walked directly into the tea house called Peaceful Mind Studio. As soon as he entered, he heard a spirited and passionate voice. It was the storyteller in the center of the hall. The tea house customers were all attentively listening to the storyteller narrating the story of Great General Zhou Yukao's one-day conquest of 10 cities. At the exciting moments, some customers showed their appreciation. When Liang Sheng entered the tea house, the waiter's eyes lit up. What a handsome young man! He must be the son of a noble family. As the waiter pondered, he quickly jogged up to Liang Sheng. Young master, have you reserved a private room? The waiter, without hesitation, thought that the person had reserved a private room since he had never encountered such an elegant-looking person before. No, I'll just have tea in the main hall. Upon hearing this, the waiter's expression remained unchanged and continued to be extraordinarily enthusiastic, guiding Liang Sheng to a spot by the window. Liang Sheng ordered a pot of tea and then watched the bustling street in front of him while listening to the passionate voice of the storyteller. For some reason, he felt an odd sense of insight. However, he was unable to grasp this hint of inspiration. Just as he was growing anxious, the waiter coincidentally came to serve the tea. Dear guest, please enjoy your tea. Liang Sheng snapped back to his senses, nodded, and smiled at the waiter. For some reason, the waiter felt extremely honored and was quite excited as he left. Even the waiter himself couldn't figure out why he was so flustered. He had seen his fair share of wealthy customers, so why was he at a loss today? As Liang Sheng watched the bustling streets of the capital and listened to the discussions in the tea house, he became even more amazed by the bloodline abilities of the Great Zhou royal family. It was now the 34th year of Weizong, and just last month, Great General Zhou Yukao had defeated the Southern Yu nation and returned victoriously with his troops. The story that the storyteller was telling right now was a byproduct of Zhou Yukao's feats. Who would have thought that Liang Sheng would arrive at such a coincidental time? According to the conversations among the guests, it was likely that Zhou Yukao would lead his troops back to the capital within a few days. Weizong even stated that he would personally welcome them with officials outside the city. However, just at that moment, a fast horse carrying an urgent message rushed through the streets of the capital. Some vendors on both sides of the street didn't have time to dodge, and the messenger knocked them down. Yet, the citizens of Great Zhou didn't blame the messenger but looked worried instead. Ever since the rise of Great Zhou, they had never seen such an urgent messenger before. Judging from the armor pattern on the messenger's body, it seemed to bear the totem of the always victorious army of Great General Zhou Yuko. Did something unexpected happen to the march of the Great General? But how could it be possible? Considering the Great General had returned victorious after annihilating the Southern Yu nation, how could such an urgent matter happen now? Even ordinary people felt that something was amiss at this time, and there were many noble young masters in the tea house who were now hurriedly settling their bills, each returning to their own homes. For a short while, there were only a few scattered customers left in the tea house, but the shopkeeper was also looking in the direction of the imperial city, feeling a little puzzled. What kind of major event had happened to resort to an urgent 800-mile journey? The Grand General's conquest of other countries hardly ever involved such urgency. Why was it happening now? At this moment, those who were in the know in the capital awaited the first-hand news, but Liang Sheng was unconcerned. He came back to the secular world this time just to experience life and act at will. So what did the affairs of the secular world have to do with him? Don't get involved in cause and effect. At this time, Liang Sheng threw a piece of broken silver on the table. He had already obtained quite a bit of mundane things like gold and silver during his time at Zigo Pass. After all, on the way to the capital, those bandits dared to intercept him halfway. Liang Sheng naturally would not be polite, killing them and thus eliminating a threat to the people. When Liang Sheng left the tea house this time, he didn't have a destination in mind. As he walked forward, he would stop to watch interesting performances and even throw out a piece of reward silver when he was in high spirits. Before long, it was getting late, and Liang Sheng spent another night at the Dusty Garden Inn. Afterward, his days continued like this for another 3 days. On this day, when the sun set behind the western mountains, Liang Sheng was just about to leave for the Dusty Garden Inn when the entire capital city was suddenly put on high alert by the 5 armies' commander's mansion. Soon after, at the gate of the capital city, an elite team of the always victorious army escorted a luxurious carriage at a hurried pace, heading for the imperial palace. It wasn't long before the news spread, and the whole capital was in an uproar. Grand General Zhou Yuko was critically injured and on the verge of death. That was why in the previous scenes, the elite team of the always victorious army had accompanied and rushed to the capital on fast horses, allowing Zhou Yuko to meet the emperor. For a short while, those who received the news were astonished, and the envoys from various countries were equally puzzled at this moment. It was only recently that news of Zhou Yuko emerged victorious and returned, so how could he suddenly be on the verge of death from a critical injury? After all, Zhou Yuko was an innate grandmaster, and how many people under heaven could be his opponents? At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't have the mood to enjoy the secular world anymore. He looked at his own shadow with a bit of confusion, wondering if he was truly born under a solitary star. Otherwise, why would he encounter such a strange incident just by breaking through and casually enjoying the secular world? Earlier, he had sensed the aura of a cultivator on Zhou Yuko's carriage entering the city. To be precise, Zhou Yuko was already dead, and his injuries were caused by a cultivator. Moreover, Liang Sheng was familiar with the aura of this tactic because it should be from the same sect as him. It was also the Upper Pure Immortal Sutra's immortal cultivation technique, which meant that Zhou Yuko had already died, and this might be the doing of the Upper Green sect. Because of the previous conflict between the Upper Green sect and the Huatian sect in the market, Liang Sheng couldn't help but suspect that this was the Upper Green sect's doing. Had the conflict between their two sects already extended to the secular world? Fortunately, the Qi cultivation aura on Zhou Yuko was not strong, and the other party should only be a low-level cultivator of the Qi cultivation third layer. However, for the secular world, the other party was an invincible immortal, and at this moment, Liang Sheng had no hesitation and immediately left the capital city, preparing to return to the cultivation world market. Great Zhou of the secular world seemed to be in great trouble. If it was indeed the Upper Green sect's doing, this place might turn into another battlefield of cultivation, so why should he get involved in this whirlpool? However, when he arrived at Zigo Pass, he was dumbfounded on the scene because there were already more than a dozen cultivators at the thick fog mountain cave of Zigo Pass, who were leaving Zigo Pass at a rapid speed and heading towards the capital. But, there were 2 Huatian sect disciples stationed at the cave entrance. At this time, Liang Sheng certainly could not force his way through. It would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, he saw two familiar faces among those cultivators heading to the capital. Chen Fengchen, Zhou Kong. Seeing the two of them appearing in the secular world, and because someone was guarding the mountain cave entrance with thick fog, Liang Sheng didn't know the specific situation, so he immediately sneaked down the mountain, his expression extremely ugly. Why didn't he return to the cultivation world market the day he broke through? Judging from the current situation, the Upper Green sect might have really been making some moves, otherwise, why would the Hua Tian sect go to such lengths? He just hoped it wouldn't affect him. At the next moment, Liang Sheng did not continue towards the capital city but instead stayed in a small town in below Zigo Pass. It was still the inn where he stayed during the year he rescued Chu Chen. The inn was still the same but the shopkeeper had changed. Judging by his appearance, he should be the son of the previous shopkeeper. However, because of the friction between the Upper Green sect and the Hua Tian sect, Liang Sheng was unable to return to the cultivation world and had a bad feeling in his heart. Would there be any changes happening? Chapter 109, Returning to the Cultivation World, Why is the Sky Dark? Great Zhou, Jinzhou City. Early in the morning, Liang Sheng pushed away the 6 or 7 jade lotuses lying on top of him, and left nonchalantly under their resentful gazes. Previously, when the entrance to the cultivation world was found at Zigo Pass guarded by disciples of the Hua Tian sect and even Chen Fengchen appeared in the secular world, he had no choice but to return to the mortal realm reluctantly. After investigating and confirming that there were no problems with his conjecture, Liang Sheng decided to go to the capital. However, he did not go directly to the imperial palace in the capital, as Chen Fengchen most likely had already rushed over there. Since there were Hua Tian sect disciples in the imperial palace, why should he go there? Therefore, Liang Sheng's actual destination was to Zhou village on the outskirts of the capital. He knew he could get the information he wanted there because they were part of the great Zhou royal family. They must be aware of the current situation. When Liang Sheng arrived at Zhou village on the outskirts of the capital, it appeared unchanged, almost identical to the situation before he left, and they were still acting in a low-key and cautious manner. Liang Sheng remained hidden for 3 days, and through the Zhou village patriarch, he finally figured out what had happened recently and learned the cause of the situation. As far back as the 15th year of Weizong, the great Zhou royal family had managed to send 15 of their young members to join the Hua Tian sect due to their impressive performance around the 100-year mark. The Hua Tian sect was extremely satisfied with these young Zhou family members, granting 3 of them inner sect disciple quotas and all others ordinary disciple statuses, with no outer sect disciples. After all, among the Zhou family members was a senior who reached foundation establishment within just 86 years, in whom the Hua Tian sect held great expectations. If it were just this, there would be nothing to talk about, but this year an accident happened. 2 more of the first batch of Zhou family disciples who were sent to the Hua Tian sect successfully reached foundation establishment. This meant that 3 of the 10 Zhou family disciples from the first batch reached foundation establishment within just a bit more than 100 years, an astonishing success rate. However, the straw that broke the camel's back was the refining device Peak Elder. In these 100+ years, he had successfully refined 2 spirit tools, a feat that shocked the other 3 sects and 6 orders. The Upper Green sect was well aware of the root cause of this and knew the role the Great Zhou dynasty played in it. It was not just the fortune of the secular Great Zhou in supplying the dynasty luck to the Hua Tian sect, but also the Zhou family members who enjoyed heavenly favor in their cultivation journey. There had already been friction between the Upper Green sect and the Hua Tian sect regarding secular matters, and before the Dian period, the secular realm was an affiliated sect of the Upper Green sect. Moreover, ever since the manager of the Hua Tian sect was cursed to death by Liang Sheng's nail-head 7 arrows technique, misunderstandings between the 2 sides continued to grow. A series of problems led to the ultimate result. Great General of Zhou Uko was killed by a disciple of the Upper Green sect infiltrating the mortal world. It is true, the so-called critical injury that Zhou Uko sustained was actually a bewildering array set up by the great Zhou royal family, a testimony to their caution and prudence in their actions. On the night of Zhou Uko's death, Zhou Weizong and the patriarch of the Zhou village in the outskirts of the capital met to discuss and quickly decided to set off immediately for Mount Kunwu to strike the 9 ding. With their cultivation level as innate masters, it would only take them 1 day to reach Mount Kunwu, and it happened that Zhou Kong was in the market at this moment. After receiving the news, Zhou Kong directly went to the secular world out of concern for Great Zhou's situation and made contact with the royal family of the Zhou lineage. Subsequently, the plan to have Zhou Yukao critically injured and brought into the capital was hatched. They deliberately spread this news, so if any disciples of the Upper Green sect were still in the secular world, they might appear directly in the imperial palace to investigate the cause, given the arrogance cultivators usually held towards the secular world. As for Chen Fengchen and others, they were dispatched to the mortal world at the first opportunity due to Hua Tian sect's importance to the Great Zhou secular world and Chen Fengchen's familiarity with it. This resulted in Liang Sheng being blocked by them outside of Zigo Pass and being unable to return to the cultivation world, caught in the crossfire between them. In any case, Great Zhou, or more accurately, the center of the whirlpool formed in the Great Zhou capital, prompted Liang Sheng to leave Zhou village and head straight to Jinzhou city after obtaining insider information. Since he was shocked by the events, Liang Sheng decided to console himself by visiting the Yushun building. At this moment, he could only be glad that the crisis hadn't escalated and, for the time being, the secular world was still relatively safe with only Chen Fengchen, a Foundation establishment cultivator, being deployed by the Upper Green sect. If it was only a Foundation establishment cultivator, even at the late stage, Liang Sheng would not be afraid. After all, with the nail-head 7 arrows technique, he had nothing to worry about as long as he hid in the shadows. As for Golden Core Deists, that would be absolutely impossible. Unless the Upper Green sect was ready for a life and death battle with the Hua Tian sect, they would not use Golden Core Deists. When Golden Core Deists were used, it would mean that both sides would fight to the death. Liang Sheng hid in Jinzhou city, waiting for the storm to pass before returning to the cultivation world because he still needed to find the recipe for the Golden Yuan pill. Breaking through from the Foundation establishment realm to the Golden Core required the assistance of a Golden Yuan pill, just as breaking through from the Qi refining realm to the Foundation establishment realm required a Foundation establishment pill. Obtaining the Golden Yuan pill was even more difficult than obtaining the Foundation establishment pill. Naturally, he needed to prepare in advance, and he had no idea how long it would take to get the pill formula for the Golden Yuan pill. Liang Sheng shook his head at this moment and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It was a bit too early for him to think about these things, as he still had a long way to go before breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Given this, he might as well consider how to acquire the spiritual grass needed to refine true Yuan pills now. The Qi refining pills were useless to Liang Sheng at this point, like a drop in the bucket. And the true Yuan pill was the elixir to assist Foundation establishment stage cultivators in their cultivation. He finally understood why cultivators always talked about good fortune and blessings. Without blessings and fortune, they wouldn't know how to proceed on the rocky path of immortal cultivation as they struggled to acquire the necessary resources. Liang Sheng spent this period quietly in Jinzhou city, observing the secular world's changes. He initially thought that the matter of the Upper Green sect killing the great general of Zhou would drag on for a long time, as it involved two major sects. Like in his previous life, disputes between two big countries could last for years unless one side manages to overpower the other. Otherwise, they kept going on. Although Liang Sheng was worried, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, he didn't believe that such a worldly matter could last for 10,000 years, right? Armed with his 20 health maintenance techniques, he saw time as a mere number. Could the cultivation world really be mired in endless years due to secular affairs? Perhaps, even if the sea turned into mulberry fields and the sects perished, Liang Sheng would still be sitting and watching the clouds rise and fall, unafraid of anything. However, a month later, news suddenly came from the Great Zhou Palace that Grand General Zhou Yukao had passed away due to his critical injuries. This news shocked the entire world. Then, the Great Zhou royal family buried Zhou Yukao with the treatment of a prince. Although people mourned his untimely death, they also praised the Great Zhou royal family. General Zhou's life had been full of ups and downs, and his posthumous treatment could be considered the best in the world. Liang Sheng received this news while drinking wine, and he was momentarily stunned. Since the Great Zhou royal family dared to announce Zhou Yukao's death, it meant that the issue had been resolved. Otherwise, if Upper Green sect disciples never appeared, the cautious Great Zhou family would keep waiting. Still, Liang Sheng waited for another 3 days, until Zhou Yukao was successfully buried, before setting out for the capital to investigate the matter. As soon as Liang Sheng entered the capital, he saw the immense respect for Grand General Zhou Yukao, as almost every household in the city displayed white mourning decorations. Even the Great Zhou Palace was adorned with white lanterns. With this treatment, Zhou Yuko could be considered the number one person among the royal relatives. From a distance, Liang Sheng observed the capital's imperial palace, which no longer had any cultivators' presence, but he still carefully checked for another 3 days. After confirming that there were no abnormalities in the palace, he carefully sneaked in. At this point, Liang Sheng was like a ghost as he examined every corner of the palace. He eventually found out what he wanted to know. A month ago, upper green sect's qi refining disciples were captured. And there were 3 of them. As expected, the 3 cultivators had sneaked into the capital to investigate upon hearing that Zhou Yuko was critically injured but not dead. At the first opportunity, they were captured by Chen Fengchen. If the upper green sect disciples hadn't been cautious, with only one of them going to the palace to investigate, they would have all been caught on that very night. However, even so, due to Chen Fengchen's presence as a foundation establishment cultivator and the Zhou family fortune teller's ability, it took them only a month to capture the other 2 qi refining disciples successfully. Once they interrogated and confirmed that there were no upper green sect disciples left in the secular world, Chen Fengchen hurriedly took them back to the cultivation world. He had to bring them to his sect as soon as possible. If he waited for the upper green sect to react, who knew what kind of storm it would cause? Liang Sheng investigated thoroughly before finally putting his mind at ease. The worldly matter was finally resolved, and he absolutely wouldn't return to the secular world unless there were special circumstances. It was too frightening. Why did trouble always follow him, just like what happened in Jinzhou City before? It was quite unfortunate, but at least the outcome was satisfactory. However, when Liang Sheng carefully returned to Zigo Pass, he was still shocked to see Huatian sect disciples guarding the mountain cave amidst the thick fog. How much importance did the Huatian sect attach to the great Zhou royal family to do this? At this point, Liang Sheng certainly wouldn't act rashly. This was likely due to the Huatian sect's concern that upper green sect people might come. Once Chen Fengchen brought the upper green sect disciples in his hands back and some time passed, the matter would be resolved, and these disciples would naturally withdraw. Although Liang Sheng could forcefully break into the immortal cultivation market now, there was no need. He wasn't in a hurry, so why put himself in a passive position? In that case, he might as well stay in the secular world a while longer. Today's setback needed some consolation. Jinzhou City. Yushun Building. Another night of a legendary expenditure of 10,000 gold. This young master had both wealth and a strong body, a rare find. Another year passed. As Liang Sheng had anticipated, the Huatian sect disciples at Zigo Pass eventually left the secular world to return to their sect. It seemed that the Huatian sect and Upper Green sect had reached a resolution. Liang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. However, just to be safe, Liang Sheng waited another half a year. When he was sure that there was no crisis in the secular world, he entered the market without wasting any more time. Of course, before entering the market, he visited the spiritual field first. But as he approached the boundary of the spiritual field, he could not help but frown. During his 2 years away, something had happened to this spiritual field. Some people were attempting to break through the defenses he had arranged around the spiritual field to gain entry. However, there were not many of them, and his presence in the secular world for these 2 years had, after all, allowed someone to discover this place's abnormalities. 2 years' time was enough for the spiritual grass in the spiritual field to grow completely. Since Liang Sheng didn't expect to return after such a long interval, no one maintained the array, allowing the rich qi of the spiritual grass to break through the previous array's seal. Now, it was uncertain if only these 3 cultivators knew the location of the spiritual field. If more loose cultivators knew, he might face some trouble. This spiritual field was of great value to Liang Sheng, as the true yuan spiritual grass needed for foundation establishment stage cultivation required the support of a spiritual field for planting. Not to mention, if he obtained the recipe for the golden yuan pill required to break through to the golden core later, the planting of spiritual grass would need the support of a spiritual field even more. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't act rashly. The outermost illusion array technique seemed shaky but could still hold for some time. Liang Sheng hid in the dark for another 3 days, during which he confirmed that only these 3 people knew about the abnormality of the spiritual field. At that very moment, a cheer suddenly came from the 3 loose cultivators breaking through the spiritual field's illusion array technique. Liang Sheng couldn't help but look at them, his gaze deep and mysterious. The outer illusion array technique, which had not been maintained for 2 years, finally broke under the continuous attacks of the loose cultivators. Following the illusion array technique was the miasma illusion array, causing the loose cultivators' faces to change immediately, their smiles not even having time to fade from their lips. Damn it! However, after their annoyance, their eyes brightened. Such ample protective measures suggested that there must be good things inside, otherwise, why bother? The three of them exchanged glances, and after a few exploratory moves, they swallowed a detoxification pill and stepped into the miasma illusion array. They then heaved a sigh of relief. No problem. Big bro, there must be good things in there. We've already explored it for more than a month and can confirm there's no one in there. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have been able to break their defense. We don't know which senior left behind such good fortune after their fall, but as long as we go in, we'll definitely reap unexpected rewards. The leader was a cautious loose cultivator at the chi refining 7th layer. At this moment, hearing his brother's words, he too was extremely excited. It wasn't that they were so powerful to break the illusion array technique, but simply because they were lucky, and the array had not been maintained. The protective measures here were not ordinary at all. Since the other party had made such a great preparation during their lifetime, it meant that the things inside were very valuable. Thinking that he was about to obtain great gains, even as cautious as he couldn't help but feel excited. At this time, he was also very grateful that the master of this place had fallen. Otherwise, if the illusion array technique had not encountered any problems, he would not have been able to break in. Just when the three of them were eager to make a move, the outer illusion array technique, forcibly breached by them, suddenly flashed, and then returned to its original state. Big bro! Why has it turned dark? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he realized that they had seen the faint light just now, so it wasn't that it had turned dark, but they were pulled back into the illusion array technique. This situation made the excited big brother feel as if he had been doused with a basin of cold water. He stood there, stunned, with only one thought in his heart. Damn it! The master of this place is back. The next moment, he grabbed the two people next to him, turned, and ran back, trying to escape from the illusion array technique. But how could they escape the now complete illusion array technique, when they had spent half a month just to break through the previously weakened one? It's over. Chapter 110, The Spiritual Field Servant, Alchemist Chen Sheng. Spiritual Field. Now Liang Sheng effortlessly completed the restoration of the illusion array technique, not caring about the three cultivators who were frantically fleeing in panic within the illusion array. After all, they couldn't escape. He directly entered the spiritual field and felt a sense of joy as he saw the lush and mature spiritual grass. Then, he began to comb through the spiritual energy within the entire spiritual field. As for the defensive measures around the spiritual field, he added them with the same effort and, as he was now in the foundation establishment stage, naturally strengthening the power of the illusion array technique. As a result, the loose cultivators who had just rushed in were completely trapped in the array, losing their sense of direction, and spinning in circles like headless flies. Liang Sheng wasn't bothered by them at this moment. Instead, he let them suffer some hardships first and looked at the lush and mature spiritual grass with a faint smile. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual grass in the entire field was collected by Liang Sheng into his storage bag with a tap of his spiritual power at his fingertips. However, at this moment, he didn't rush to plant new spiritual grass because he didn't have the seeds needed for the true UN pill. From now on, the most important pill for his cultivation would be the true UN pill. Moreover, with his innocent talent, he would need to take the true UN pill for a very long time. First, set a small goal. Reach the foundation establishment perfection realm in 1000 years. After all, even for other cultivators with average talents, 500 years of life would be added after foundation establishment, and without any opportunities or encounters, it would take at least 300 years to reach foundation establishment perfection before attacking the golden core realm. By this calculation, it would be considered a success if Liang Sheng took 1000 years to accomplish foundation establishment perfection. At this moment, Liang Sheng strengthened the gathering spirit array within the spiritual field's territory once again, still ignoring the loose cultivators trapped in the illusion array technique, and returned to the spiritual field cave mansion to rest for a short while. The plan of Liang Sheng was straightforward. He would first suppress the vigor of these loose cultivators before letting them go. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Liang Sheng now had the ability to protect himself in the market. So, having a few more tenant farmers planting spiritual grass in his spiritual field in the future would actually be pretty good. In a flash, 3 days passed. Huang Yufan and his brothers were now slumped down in the illusion array technique, listless and pale. How did they still look like Qi training 7th realm cultivators? At this moment, their hearts were filled with despair. This was not their good fortune but their doom. How could they have come to find their deaths? Huang Yufan didn't expect his downfall to be so tragic, but just at that moment, the illusion array technique suddenly vanished, revealing a passage. In the beginning, they didn't understand what was happening, but after standing up abruptly, the 3 of them banded together and rushed towards the passage. Regardless of the current danger, they had no other choice but to break out of the array first. As soon as they broke out of the array, Huang Yufan was filled with tears of gratitude. Then, without any hesitation, he knelt down on the ground with a thud. The 2 brothers behind him exchanged glances in uncertainty. There was no one else here, so why was their elder brother acting like this? But Huang Yufan didn't care about their reaction. After kowtowing a few times, he started to cry and beg for mercy. "Senior, please have mercy on us, just let us go like we're nothing." When the 2 behind him heard him, they finally understood and also instantly knelt down on the ground, banging their heads on the ground in repentance. The next moment, a crane-haired and youthful-looking old man appeared in front of them. They couldn't move at all under the pressure of his imposing aura. Qi cultivation 9th layer. Huang Yufan's heart trembled with fear, but at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since this senior was willing to show himself, their lives should be safe. This Qi cultivation 9th layer elder was, of course, Liang Sheng in disguise, but this time he had changed his appearance once again. "You trespassed into my cave mansion without permission. I will give you 2 options, first, become my slaves, second, die and vanish. What will you choose?" Upon hearing this, Huang Yufan and his brothers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They didn't want to die, so how could they choose? Wasn't this removing their pants and letting out a fart, making a redundant move? But on the surface, they dared not say a word and humbly replied that they were willing to be slaves. Liang Sheng, seeing this, couldn't help but be very satisfied. "Swear by the heavenly Dao oath." Huang Yufan was helpless, and after the 3 of them took the heavenly Dao oath one by one and addressed him as their master, Liang Sheng couldn't help but reveal a smiling expression. With a wave of Liang Sheng's hand, the 3 were already in the spiritual field location. At this moment, the 3 couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. The spiritual energy was so dense that the spiritual power within them involuntarily became more active. "From now on, this spiritual field will be your responsibility. Do you know the spiritual rain technique?" Huang Yufan and his brothers shook their heads, and Liang Sheng directly took out a jade slip. "I'll give you 1 month to learn the spiritual rain technique. I don't keep useless people." While talking, Liang Sheng's expression didn't change, but the faces of Huang Yufan and his brothers turned cold. Not keeping useless people meant that if they couldn't learn, they would die, right? Upon hearing this, Huang Yufan and the others hurriedly took the jade slip and were relieved after reading the spiritual rain technique. It wasn't difficult. At this time, in front of Huang Yufan and the others, Liang Sheng once again strengthened the illusion array technique and miasma illusion array. The faces of Huang Yufan and his brothers were both horrified and relieved. Their master had just gone easy on them. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have definitely been done for. At this moment, Liang Sheng instructed Huang Yufan and the others to stay here obediently, as he would be out for a while. Of course, they could also try to escape. Huang Yufan and the others shook their heads repeatedly. Escape? Wasn't that asking for death? They should honestly practice the spiritual rain technique. Market. At this time, Liang Sheng had taken on another identity. Qi cultivation 3rd level Zhou Sheng had disappeared, and there was an additional Qi cultivation 5-fold alchemist Chen Sheng in the market. This time, already at the foundation establishment realm, he had enough power to protect himself in the market, and if he wanted to acquire the recipe for the golden yuan pill, then the actions of his alias Chen Sheng would inevitably be different. Liang Sheng, based on the market situation, extrapolated countless scenarios. Unless a mighty cultivator above the golden core level would kill him without asking questions, his plan could not possibly have any significant mishaps. Now, Liang Sheng confidently went about his usual routine, registering his identity at the administration office and then renting a medium-sized cave mansion with a concealment formation. He left amidst the surprised gazes of the registering cultivators. There were not many loose cultivators at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation who rented medium-level cave mansions. Although the others were surprised, they didn't comment much. After all, they were profiting from it. This time, Liang Sheng, who was at the foundation establishment stage, finally saw through the 3-story small building to the foundation establishment stage cultivator above. The latter was no longer Ding Yijin of the Suanmen sect. More than 20 years ago, Ding Yijin of the Suanmen sect had already completed his duty of guarding the area and returned to his sect. At this moment, Liang Sheng was unsure about the identity of this new foundation establishment stage cultivator. Liang Sheng did not question Huang Yufan or the other two about the current situation in the market. He chose to maintain a mysterious persona in front of them. All they needed to do was to be efficient farmers. Liang Sheng wasn't too concerned about it, knowing that in the coming days, he would gather all the basic information he needed. The identity that Liang Sheng currently held was selected thoughtfully. His goal was to let the market know that a Qi cultivation 5th layer alchemist like him exists. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Liang Sheng possessed the confidence to protect himself. Those who would scheme against him, as long as they were not of the golden core level, would face certain death. Moreover, the market at most would have one foundation establishment stage cultivator from the 3 sects and 6 orders. Liang Sheng's decision was already thoroughly thought out, having no risks. Naturally, Liang Sheng was doing all this in preparation for breaking through to the golden core level. While he knew he still had a long way to go before reaching the golden core realm, it never hurt to be prepared. As for the recipe for the golden yuan pill, he needed a reliable method to acquire it. Hence, the identity of an alchemist was the most suitable choice. He did not want his alchemist identity to be too conspicuous, which is why he decided to disguise himself as a Qi cultivation 5th layer cultivator. This cultivation level was neither too high nor too low, it was just right. All he needed to do in the future was to act within the rules. Besides, alchemists wielded a certain level of prestige in the market. Some loose cultivators couldn't afford the elixirs sold at the shops of the 3 sects and 6 orders. The alchemists among the loose cultivators naturally became the sources for their cultivation elixirs. As he walked, Liang Sheng contemplated his future plans, such as how to safely reveal his identity as an alchemist. He eventually moved into his new cave mansion. Indeed, it was better to have the concealment formation, which ensured the privacy of his cave mansion. As an alchemist, the privacy was of utmost importance. Liang Sheng was satisfied with his new cave mansion. Now, everything was ready, all he needed was an opportunity. A new alchemist had arrived in the market. This news quietly spread across the market. His pills were of extremely high quality and yet were very reasonably priced, which was very appealing to the general public. He even offered high-grade elixirs, to the delight of many, giving the high-level Qi cultivators in the market another option to purchase high-quality elixirs. Early in the morning, as Liang Sheng stepped out of his cave mansion, he caught sight of the smiling face of the owner of the cave mansion opposite his. Throughout his route, all the loose cultivators he encountered were extremely friendly towards him. Though Liang Sheng appeared emotionless, the people around him didn't think too much of it and waited for him until he left. Once he arrived in the central area of the market, there were only a dozen or so stalls in total. As soon as Liang Sheng arrived at his own, someone greeted him. "Fellow Daoist Chen, you're here. Let's set up our stalls together." The person speaking was a Qi training 7th level loose cultivator, but when he looked at Liang Sheng, his demeanor was that of an equal. Liang Sheng, who appeared aloof just now, greeted him back with a smile. "Qin Chen, an alchemist at the Qi cultivation 7th layer." As for the artifact refiner whose stall was not far from them, his booth was filled with several magical weapons. His expression was also emotionless. Not far away, there was a talisman maker, an array master. Simply put, this place was the high-end vending spot in the market. Each vendor had a special skill set. For instance, Qin Chen and Liang Sheng, who were excellent alchemists. If one didn't have enough abilities, they wouldn't be able to set up a stall here. In other words, they were definitely some of the best craftspeople in the market. For instance, at a talisman booth a few steps away from Liang Sheng's booth, there were many likely attack talismans, much better than Zhou Sheng's talismans regarding quality. Even though these people might not have the highest cultivation levels in the market, their skills ranked among the topmost in the market. Even the Qi cultivation 9th layer loose cultivators treated them with due respect. After all, no one could be certain if they would need someone else's skills one day. At that time, Qin Chen took Liang Sheng aside, disregarding the pills on their stalls, and began discussing the method of refining pills with Liang Sheng. Just then, a loose cultivator who wanted to buy pills arrived at the booth. Seeing the situation, he felt slightly awkward. Despite being a guest, he didn't dare interrupt Qin Chen. Should Qin Chen become unhappy, it was possible he wouldn't be able to buy his pills. The elixirs sold at the shops of 3 sects and 6 orders were priced higher, and he couldn't afford them. Therefore, all he could do was to smile awkwardly and wait for Qin Chen's and Liang Sheng's conversation to finish. Luckily, Liang Sheng spoke, easing his awkwardness. "Fellow Daoist Qin, why don't we let this Daoist friend purchase his pills first, then we can continue with our discussion." Upon hearing this, Qin Chen looked at the loose cultivator with disdain, but he wouldn't go against Liang Sheng since he had spoken. After Qin Chen asked the other party with a disdainful expression for the type of elixir he needed, he immediately pushed out a jade bottle, with an extremely impatient tone. "You want Qi refining pills? Here are 40 low-grade ones, for a fair price of 25 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the other party quickly took out the spirit stones, pleased and joyful as he left. This was 5 fewer low-grade spirit stones than the price in the shops owned by the 3 sects and 6 orders. After sending off the loose cultivator, Qin Chen hurriedly pulled Liang Sheng to discuss ways to improve the success rate of refining pills. Qin Chen's admiration for Liang Sheng was due to the fact that he had previously felt threatened by him. This was a few days ago, on the first day that Liang Sheng started selling at his stall, and Qin Chen naturally observed him with a detached perspective. Every year, there were always ignorant loose cultivators setting up stalls here, only to leave in disappointment after a major setback. This new Qi cultivation 5th level alchemist would probably be another fool, but when Liang Sheng took out a bottle of high-grade Qi refining pills, Qin Chen immediately changed his facial expression. This guy might actually have some skills. By the time Liang Sheng took out the second bottle of high-quality Qi refining pills, Qin Chen was convinced that the other party was indeed qualified enough to compete with him. But when Liang Sheng also took out high-grade detoxification pills, confusion pills, and clarity pills, Qin Chen's face changed 4 to 5 times in a row. What a freak is he! Finally, Qin Chen calmed his emotions and took the initiative to greet Liang Sheng, showing that he could both tolerate and let go of his pride. Qin Chen was clear in his heart that even though he had already reached the Qi cultivation 7th level, far exceeding the other party, he probably couldn't match the other party when it came to pill refining skills. Since then, Qin Chen's attitude towards Liang Sheng had dramatically changed, and he highly respected him. Fortunately, after these few days, Liang Sheng had sold all the high-grade elixirs and had not taken out any others, allowing Qin Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Liang Sheng's stall was mainly stocked with middle-grade elixirs, and not many low-grade ones. At this time, Qin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "With your talent in pill refining, fellow Daoist Chen, it should be easy for you to join a section." Hearing this, Liang Sheng gave a bitter smile. "Unfortunately, my aptitude for cultivation isn't up to the mark. Even with the help of elixirs, my progress is still too slow. In such a scenario, I'm destined not to be able to refine high-quality pills that only high-quality cultivators can refine. What can be done?" Liang Sheng's expression was complicated at this moment. Qin Chen quickly apologized upon hearing this and avoided talking about this topic. After a while, when Liang Sheng answered a question about pill refining, Qin Chen suddenly froze in place, then his face turned red. "So that's how it is." "Indeed, that's how it is. Fellow Daoist Chen, I won't bother with meaningless words of gratitude now. I have gained some insights, and after I experiment with the pill refining, I will express my thanks." Having said that, Qin Chen hurried away, causing the others to cast sidelong glances at him. Their gaze towards Liang Sheng became more serious. This must be a high-level alchemist. They were no stranger to Qin Chen's level of pill refining. To make Qin Chen react in such a way, there could only be one reason. Had he not been a Qi cultivation 5th level alchemist, why would he justify Qin Chen's reaction? Liang Sheng was unmoved by their gaze, and the other alchemists, not being familiar with Liang Sheng, and being proud as they were, still did not let down their guard. Liang Sheng, of course, didn't mind this. In the following hours, he sold 3 bottles of elixirs and then closed his stall to return to his cave mansion. Since then, Liang Sheng's life was extremely routine, selling at his stall, and returning to his mansion. In these few days, Qin Chen didn't show up, so Liang Sheng didn't know how effective his pill refining was. Early one morning, as soon as Liang Sheng arrived at his stall, he saw Qin Chen standing up excitedly. "Fellow Daoist Chen, thank you so much." As he spoke, he pulled Liang Sheng to his side, helped him set up his stall, and then moved all the elixirs from his own stall to Liang Sheng's. "Fellow Daoist Qin, what do you mean by this?" "This is the tuition fee for fellow Daoist Chen's selfless teaching of my pill refining. Not to conceal anything from fellow Daoist Chen, my pill formation rate this time was a full 10% higher than before, and I got 15 more pills in a single furnace. Your pill refining technique is too strong." The alchemists around were already paying attention to this side. After all, Qin Chen had been missing from his pill refining activities for a long time. Now, hearing this, they couldn't help but gasp. The pill formulation rate increased by a full 10%, and the number of pills also increased significantly. What kind of divine method was this? At this moment, their gaze towards Liang Sheng, just like Qin Chen's, was extremely fervent. They no longer cared about their unfamiliarity with Liang Sheng, and all came over. "Fellow Daoist Chen, your pill refining skills are truly divine." For a time, the loose cultivators at the market were taken aback, some couldn't believe their eyes. Were these the same arrogant alchemists from before? At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't put on airs. In no time, waves of laughter were emanating from their group. Eventually, everyone simply stopped setting up their stalls, and following the suggestion of Qin Chen, they all went to his cave mansion for tea and discussion. When other loose cultivators came to the market for elixirs, they were dumbfounded to see the empty places where the alchemists' stalls usually were. Where are the alchemists? Chapter 111, Vest becomes famous, Sect regrets. Market. Liang Sheng's cave mansion. At this moment, Liang Sheng's eyes were gloomy. He had already put up the information about his closed-door alchemy outside the cave mansion. When night fell and everyone was asleep, he had already put on the invisibility talisman and wrapped it around his body. With the attribute panel concealment property, no one could detect that he had quietly left the cave mansion. Even without the attribute panel, with his foundation establishment stage cultivation level, under the effect of the concealment talisman, coupled with the change of appearance, there was a high probability that Liang Sheng would not encounter any accidents and could safely leave the market. So under the concealment of the attribute panel, Liang Sheng can now come and go freely in the market, unless encountering irresistible factors. For example, when encountering a golden core stage cultivator who can see through the concealment talisman face to face, they wouldn't be able to detect Liang Sheng's qi, but they would be able to see him as a person. But it was almost impossible for a golden core cultivator to visit the market. The reason for Liang Sheng sneaking out of the market was simple. He was supposed to go back and arrange for the planting of spiritual grass. This time, he had made some miscalculations, as he had only managed to gather the true yuan spiritual grass seeds after more than 2 months. However, because of the long communication time, he also had a good relationship with the loose cultivation alchemists in the market, so the overall losses were not too great. If it weren't for getting along well with these alchemists and exchanging spiritual grasses with them, he might not have been able to collect all the spiritual plant seeds needed to refine true yuan pills by now. The reason behind this was, that during this time, Liang Sheng was too cautious. As long as there was a small movement, he would prefer to miss the seeds rather than taking the risk of exposing himself. As for finding the formula of the golden yuan pill, Liang Sheng was not in a hurry at the moment, and he had no intention of going to the black market to buy spiritual grass. Because Pei Shiping had already made a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. A while ago, the most shocking news in the market was that Pei Shiping, the patriarch of the Pei family, who was at the 9th level of qi condensation, had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Because of his successful breakthrough, even if the 3 sects and 6 orders are curious, no one actually investigates the source of Pei Shiping's foundation establishment pills. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble to antagonize a loose cultivator who has a deep blessing to be able to break through the foundation establishment stage? The 3 sects and 6 orders wouldn't be so ill-tempered because even though the foundation establishment realm is rare, it only has a prestigious title in the market. Even Wang Lin, the foundation establishment stage cultivator of the Sky Solar sect who was stationed in the market, met with Pei Shiping personally. For a short while, Pei Shiping was unparalleled, and the Pei family naturally thrived. If nothing went wrong, the Pei family would be in their prime for at least another 500 years, and Pei Shiping knew how to act appropriately, striking just the right attitude with the 3 sects and 6 orders. As for the other two, Fu Liantao and Ban's Hai He, they failed in their breakthroughs. They had been staying in the black market, anxiously waiting for Liang Sheng to come again. Of course, they were unwilling to accept their fate. If Pei Shiping could break through, why couldn't they? And Liang Sheng was their only hope for breaking through. Given this situation, and since Pei Shiping had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage, how could Liang Sheng possibly go to the black market? Although the black market was no longer dangerous, the value in the black market was now so low that it was a pity. Naturally, Liang Sheng focused most of his energy on the marketplace alchemists. Back to today, as Liang Sheng left the market, it didn't take long for him to reach the spiritual field with his speed. He took a look at the defensive measures he had arranged and found that there were no issues. He then entered the illusion array technique with one foot and reached the spiritual field. Not revealing himself directly, he saw Huang Yufan and his 2 brothers chatting. "Big brother, it's been more than 2 months already. Has our cheap master forgotten about us?" Huang Yufan's face didn't look very good at this time, but hearing second brother say this, he immediately scolded him, "Don't talk nonsense. How are you guys doing with your spiritual rain technique?" Upon hearing this, second brother and third brother immediately perked up. They saw their hand seals overlapping and their spiritual power pouring out as they released a shower of spiritual rain within a certain range. Huang Yufan felt relieved at the sight, but he also had some doubts in his heart. After all, their master was a peculiar person who could disappear for a period of time that caused the spiritual field defensive array to almost fail. Would he really forget about the 3 brothers? However, these 2 months, Huang Yufan and his brothers had been staying in the spiritual field without any danger or concerns, and they had unconsciously gained a little weight. When had they ever been so comfortable? With the protection of the spiritual field range, it would take a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi condensation some effort to break through. But there had been no movement in the past 2 months, which showed how safe it was here. What kind of luck did Huang Yufan have to encounter the leak of the spiritual field's qi in the first place? Huang Yufan couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Just as he was pondering, he heard something and immediately motioned for his brothers to sit down and pretend to cultivate. The next moment, Liang Sheng, with the appearance of a youth with white hair, appeared in front of the 3 of them. They put on an expression of surprise, "Master." Liang Sheng didn't say anything, he just nodded, and then handed over the spiritual plant seeds to them, instructing them to continue working without any small talk. Huang Yufan and his brothers didn't take it to heart. Shouldn't a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi condensation be like this? In the cultivation world, strength was supreme. Why the need for politeness? After all, they were now his servants under the heavenly Dao oath. Seeing their understanding, Liang Sheng nodded slightly. If it weren't for their disposition, he wouldn't have left the 3 of them behind. This time, Liang Sheng didn't step in, quietly watching them work. For cultivators in the Qi condensation stage, doing these tasks was extremely easy. In no time, various spiritual plant seeds had already been planted. From now on, the 3 of you will be responsible for irrigating the spiritual fields with the spiritual rain technique, and you must not be negligent. Huang Yufan's face showed a hint of hesitation upon hearing this. In the end, he decided to step forward and speak up because if problems arose later due to a lack of clarification, it would cause big trouble. "Master, with our shallow cultivation level, I'm afraid we won't be able to irrigate even half of the spiritual fields at once. We'll have to wait until our spiritual power has recovered before continuing the spiritual rain technique." The 2 brothers were even more embarrassed as they were at the 6th layer of Qi training, while Huang Yufan was at the Qi cultivation 7th level, almost twice as strong as them. Liang Sheng nodded upon hearing this. He was well aware of their situation, so he didn't say anything and waved his hand. More than 10 jade bottles appeared in front of the 3 brothers. "No need to worry. There are enough Qi refining pills here to help you recover your spiritual power in a short time. If you still can't complete the irrigation task like this, what use is there keeping you? After saying this, Liang Sheng didn't bother with them, turned around and returned to the spiritual field cave mansion. The three brothers' faces were extremely ugly. They might not be able to last long even with these chi refining pills, but at the next moment, the second junior brother exclaimed, "Big brother, look! High-quality chi cultivation pills!" Seeing this, Huang Yufan's face turned red with excitement. With high-quality chi cultivation pills, they would definitely be able to recover their spiritual power quickly. More importantly, this was equal to using high-quality chi cultivation pills for their cultivation. How had someone like him, Huang Yufan, come across such a luxurious opportunity to cultivate using high-quality chi cultivation pills? Yes, these 10 or so chi refining pills were all high-quality chi cultivation pills. At this point, he couldn't help but look towards Liang Sheng's cave mansion with reverence in his eyes. What kind of background did his master have? When he thought of the spiritual fields again, his heart was filled with excitement. His master was very likely an alchemist. Thinking back to Liang Sheng's array techniques previously, he couldn't help but gasp. The true strength of his master was unfathomable. Perhaps this was not a disaster, but a blessing for him. Second brother, third brother, let's go irrigate the spiritual fields. Whoever dares to slack off, I'll beat him to death. Liang Sheng saw that the three brothers were enthusiastic and couldn't help but nod slightly. They were all smart people. 3 days later, when he saw that the three brothers could handle the spiritual field planting, Liang Sheng left without saying a word. Huang Yufan and his brothers were still sprinkling the spiritual rain in the fields, doing their utmost. They would soon be able to cultivate using high-quality chi cultivation pills. How amazing! Market. In the darkness of night, Liang Sheng, completely concealed, returned unnoticed to his rented cave mansion. He then took out the pill refining furnace and the spiritual grass needed for chi refining pills. He had planted countless chi refining pills worth of spiritual grass in the spiritual fields, which could last him for a long time. Since he used the excuse of closed-door cultivation to refine pills this time, he naturally had to refine some pills. Liang Sheng skillfully placed the spiritual grass into the pill refining furnace one by one, then overlaid hand seals with ease. He was as composed as a conductor directing a symphony, a pleasing sight to behold. Liang Sheng's pill-making success rate had long reached 100%. In a relaxed and enjoyable mood, the spiritual grass for the chi refining pills quickly turned into spiritual liquid under the influence of the various hand seals. Then, Liang Sheng calmly proceeded to the next step. Most alchemists would be nervous at this stage, as the success and quality of the pili depended on it. As Liang Sheng executed the final hand seal, the pill furnace paused briefly before opening, and the fragrance of the pill filled the air. High-quality chi cultivation pill, success! Liang Sheng showed no joy, as it was already dawn, and the timing was just right. At this time, he collected the pill furnace and packed the chi refining pills. Immediately afterwards, he opened the cave mansion without deliberately clearing the pill-making scent. In the next moment, the neighboring cultivator who was preparing to go out paused in his movements. Other cultivators passing by couldn't help but look over. Liang Sheng didn't mind and headed straight towards the central stall in the market. The cultivators behind him watched with envious eyes. They had smelled the freshly made high-quality chi cultivation pills. As they thought about it, the other cultivators smiled at one another when they saw Liang Sheng walk past them. Although Liang Sheng's actions seemed a bit ostentatious, his identity as a poorly qualified chi cultivation five-fold cultivator disguised as a foundation establishment realm alchemist was extremely safe. An alchemist with excellent skills but poor cultivation progress, and facing a difficult path, was perhaps the most welcomed existence among loose cultivators. Because they're trustworthy. Showing his own cultivation problems indicated that he couldn't refine high-level elixirs. Let alone foundation establishment pills, even true UN pills would be impossible for him to make. In this case, the 3 sects and 6 orders wouldn't care too much. They were used to being above others, so when they saw Liang Sheng's situation, they would just shake their heads. No matter how skillful an alchemist who couldn't refine high-level elixirs was, in their eyes, he was still extremely useless. The alchemist that had been recruited by Suanmen sect's Ding Yijin in the past was chosen because of his potential, unlike Liang Sheng, who, despite possessing high-quality chi cultivation pills, still had no path forward in cultivation. Just then, at the center of the market's vendor area, Qin Chen caught sight of Liang Sheng at first glance and couldn't help but show a happy smile. "Deist Chen, you've finally come out of seclusion." Other alchemists, who had become closer after their last discussion, were gathered around him as well. Their relationship with Liang Sheng had deepened since he had generously shared his knowledge, resulting in improvements to their pill making. This was part of Liang Sheng's plan as well: unite all those that should be united, making it more likely for him to obtain the golden yuan pill formula. Liang Sheng heard Qin Chen greeting him and nodded with a smile. After greeting them one by one, the others stared at Liang Sheng with wide eyes, and Liang Sheng naturally knew what they wanted to see. Immediately afterwards, 4 bottles of qi refining pills were placed on the stall. As an alchemist, he was extremely sensitive to spiritual pills, and his eyes lit up immediately. 4 bottles of high-quality qi cultivation pills. Deist Chen's alchemy technique is truly extraordinary. What a pity that Deist Chen's cultivation level. Sigh. How unfair the heavenly Dao is. However, deep down they felt somewhat relieved. Although their alchemy technique was not as good as his, their cultivation aptitude was much better than his. After ale, each of them had a cultivation level of at least the qi training 7th realm. Otherwise, how could they have the time to study alchemy? They could only say that time was on their side, and Liang Sheng was ultimately just one of their good teachers and helpful friends, who eventually perished and disappeared. Of course, on the surface they showed no unusual expressions, all full of congratulations. At this moment, within this small market, Liang Sheng had gained a little fame. His hustle and bustle naturally attracted the attention of others, and soon someone offered 3 mid-grade spirit stones to take away the 4 bottles of high-quality qi cultivation pills. The buyer was a loose cultivator in the qi cultivation 9th layer, and looking at him, the alchemist couldn't help but feel envious, wondering when he, himself, could reach the qi cultivation 9th layer. If they were in the qi cultivation 9th layer, foundation establishment would be within reach. At this time, Qin Chen had no intention of occupying the booth and invited Liang Sheng to discuss once again. The other alchemists, upon hearing this, couldn't help but have their eyes light up and stared intently at Liang Sheng. During Liang Sheng's previous lecture, he shared plenty of valuable insights about alchemy, which they were overjoyed about. Liang Sheng did not hesitate this time and nodded in agreement. Instantly, the alchemists disappeared, leaving an empty corner, causing the latecomers to be dumbfounded again. Where have those alchemists gone? What happened? Despite their helpless expressions, they secretly decided that next time they would learn their lesson and not come so late. At the same time, when Liang Sheng went to Qin Chen's cave mansion to discuss, the administration office and the shops of the 3 sects and 6 orders were also discussing him. No other reason. Liang Sheng made a name for himself. At this moment, the manager of the Huatian sect's store looked at the qi refining pills in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that the other party's talent in cultivation was so poor. Eastern fantasy. He was holding the high-quality qi cultivation pills refined by Liang Sheng, which he had obtained through other channels. Even though he was the manager of the Huatian sect, and had seen countless high-quality qi cultivation pills, at this moment he couldn't help but feel amazed. This was because the quality of these pills was no different from those in the store, and even better in some aspects. It was truly amazing that a loose cultivation alchemist had such talent in pill refining. However, Liang Sheng's displayed aptitude for cultivation made him shake his head involuntarily. Since his cultivation level wasn't high enough, he wouldn't be able to refine high-level elixirs. If that was the case, he would not be able to offer resources from the sect and thus couldn't offer a satisfactory deal to recruit him. What can he do? The same situation was happening in the other sects' shops. After all, they couldn't ignore such a talented loose cultivation alchemist. But the more they were like this, the more helpless they were. This meant that he could constantly produce high-quality qi cultivation pills, but now he was only at the qi cultivation 5-fold, and his cultivation path was almost sentenced to death. Perhaps, it was because of this reason that Chen Sheng, the alchemist, was so selflessly sharing his alchemy insights. He thought that perhaps the other party also wanted to cultivate good karma in this way. If it wasn't for this reason, they couldn't think of why he would share his most precious insights. Thus, at the moment, although Liang Sheng's alchemist reputation had spread, neither the 3 sects nor the 6 orders had any intention of recruiting him. There was no way, the cost-effectiveness was too low. Since they could not offer good recruitment conditions, how could the other party join their sect? Why bother wasting effort? So in such a situation, the current deadlock had formed. Although this person had an amazing talent for pill refining, he simply had no luck. To cultivate immortality, one needs luck. Chapter 112, Alchemists Show Up, How Dare They Bully My Master Chen? Market. At this time, Liang Sheng didn't care about the thoughts of the 3 sects and 6 orders, because he had already made calculations for this situation. Why else would he choose to have a cultivation base at the Qi cultivation 5-fold, with extremely poor talent for cultivation but with extremely high alchemy skills? He wanted this effect. If under these circumstances, someone still targeted him, then he was sorry, they could only say they brought death upon themselves, and he could only send them to paradise. The most fundamental reason for Liang Sheng's plan was his own strength in the market. If there were no golden core, he would be invincible. Regardless of whether the opponent was in the foundation establishment late stage or foundation establishment middle stage, as long as they were still in the foundation establishment realm, with his well-prepared defenses, the opponent would not be able to instantly kill him. So, as long as he was not instantly killed, he could use the nail-head 7 arrows technique. Afterwards, Liang Sheng's life once again became peaceful. He occasionally refined pills and went to the market daily to build relationships with alchemists. Every 1 or 2 months, he would return to the spiritual field. During this time, the spiritual field was taken care of very well by Huang Yufan and his brothers. Liang Sheng, of course, was not stingy. He brought them many high-quality qi cultivation pills every time he went. Now, Huang Yufan and his brothers treated Liang Sheng with sincere and earnest intentions, giving him their true submission. They didn't care about serving a master as long as he was willing to keep giving them high-quality qi cultivation pills, they would even willingly act as a dog. With Huang Yufan and his brothers being so opportunistic, Liang Sheng naturally had a peace of mind. Afterward, his life became more and more peaceful, spending his leisure time communicating about alchemy with other alchemists in the market. Unconsciously, another year passed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 548. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 10th Layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 19th Layer, Nail Head 7 Arrows Technique, Curse. Realm, Early Foundation Establishment Stage. Lifespan, 21,185. His cultivation level barely moved, but Liang Sheng was not anxious. After all, the spiritual grass for refining true yuan pills had not yet matured. Once they were refined, his cultivation speed would naturally accelerate. Instead, he was considering the pill formula for the golden yuan pill. He didn't know when he would be able to obtain the formula, so he could prepare for breaking through to the golden core realm. However, as long as his plans went smoothly, obtaining the formula for the golden yuan pill would just be a matter of time, so he was not in a hurry. As long as he stayed in the market after reaching the foundation establishment realm, almost no dangers would pose a threat to him. Since he was guaranteed safety, he was willing to wait. For Liang Sheng, lifespan was not his limitation, he was calmer than anyone else. Unknowingly, another year passed, and Liang Sheng's reputation grew. As long as he set up a stall, his elixirs would be sold out in a short time. Even high-level cultivators in the 7th level of qi refining and above had smiling faces when facing Liang Sheng. As for cultivating families looking to establish relationships, they were extremely passionate. Of course, there were some cultivation families that secretly tried to win over Liang Sheng, but what could these families offer him? The final result was, of course, rejection. However, things were a bit different today. The people from the Pei family had arrived. It was Pei Shiping's cultivation family. Of course, it was the current patriarch of the Pei family who came to recruit Liang Sheng, not Pei Shiping himself. After the success of his foundation establishment, Pei Shiping had already stepped down from the position of patriarch, focusing on becoming the mastermind behind the Pei family. Eastern fantasy. It could be said that in this cultivation world market, the Pei family had become the most top-level cultivation family, the most powerful among the 3 sects and 6 orders. However, Patriarch Pei Shiliang did not appear arrogant. Instead, he was humbled and polite, showing great sincerity towards Liang Sheng. Deist Chen, I've long heard of your great reputation, and I only met you today. It's such a shame that we haven't met earlier. Liang Sheng was somewhat surprised by Pei Shiliang's arrival, but he didn't show any special emotions, maintaining his composure. Pei Shiliang also noticed that Liang Sheng's attitude was not very enthusiastic and couldn't help but feel disheartened, as the prospect of recruiting this alchemist seemed unlikely. The Pei family had become the top-ranked loose cultivator family in the market due to Pei Shiping's advancement into the foundation establishment stage, but their foundation was too weak. He genuinely craved an alchemist like Liang Sheng to anchor the family. After all, a flourishing family required fresh blood. Therefore, despite Liang Sheng's not-so-enthusiastic attitude, Pei Shiliang remained smiling at his side, not leaving until Qin Chen came to find Liang Sheng, displaying politeness. Liang Sheng also heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for maintaining his identity, he would have wanted to leave with a wave of his sleeves just now. But a Qi cultivation five-fold alchemist couldn't have acted in that manner. Deist Chen, did the Pei family also want to recruit you? Liang Sheng naturally didn't hide this and nodded lightly. Qin Chen couldn't help but sneer, full of disdain. Deist Chen, don't let your head be filled with hot air and agree to them. Otherwise, you'll be bothered by trivial matters. Alchemists like Qin Chen naturally received invitations from loose cultivators' families as well. However, how could they lose their intellect to join them? It was so much better for an alchemist to be free. If they really wanted to join a power, it would be better to become an outer disciple of the 3 sects and 6 orders. Forget about it, Deist Chen. As long as you remember not to bother with them, it will be fine. As alchemists, we just need to remain neutral, not venture out, and stay in the market. Let's go, let's go. Yesterday, you raised 3 essential elements of alchemy, which were concise and to the point, but we still didn't understand some parts. Everyone studied overnight until now, and the more they studied, the more they felt it made sense. They're getting anxious, so let's go there now? Liang Sheng nodded, following Qin Chen out of the cave mansion, but he began to weigh in his heart whether it was time to start his last plan. On the way, Liang Sheng finally made up his mind, ready to show his last means. It had been more than a year, and now it was time to lay out and obtain the golden yuan pill formula. After all, he had gained the trust of the marketplace alchemist. Thinking of this, he hesitated no more and prepared to start his real plan today. After all, the strength of the foundation establishment stage was his confidence. Otherwise, how could someone as cautious as Liang Sheng show up with his current status as an alchemist? There was no other reason, he was just absolutely confident. Who cares if this was just one of his personas? If things go south, he could just up and leave. The market was no longer able to stop him, now that he had progressed to the foundation establishment stage. What had Chen Sheng's affairs got to do with me, Liang Sheng? At this moment, Qin Chen's cave mansion was bustling with excitement. Ever since the time Liang Sheng unreservedly taught his new alchemy skills, this place had become a gathering for alchemists from the market. When Qin Chen came back with Liang Sheng, everyone in the hall immediately stood up, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. Deist Chen! Deist Chen! For a short while, the greetings continued. To put it bluntly, although there was no formal master-disciple relationship between Liang Sheng and them, they indeed had a substantial connection. Liang Sheng smiled and nodded. After he took his seat, the entire cave mansion became quiet. Everyone stared intently at Liang Sheng, hoping to hear his alchemy experience, to verify their own skills. But, at this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly took a deep breath, his face firm. For some reason, everyone suddenly had a feeling that Liang Sheng might have some big news to announce today. As expected, Liang Sheng suddenly asked with a smile, "Fellow deists, have you ever wondered why my alchemy skills are so exceptional even though I am only at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation?" Upon hearing this, everyone was first stunned, then their breathing quickened. Judging from the meaning of Deist Chen's words, is he ready to reveal his final trump card? For a while, everyone held their breath, waiting for Liang Sheng to speak. But at this moment, Liang Sheng appeared to be lost in thought, an expression of reminiscing about the past etched on his face. After a good while, Liang Sheng finally came back to his senses, laughed, shook his head, and then said, "I wonder if any of you have ever tried refining true yuan pills, Eastern fantasy." Hiss! At these words, all the alchemists present gasped. A true yuan pill is a spiritual pill used by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. If qi condensation stage cultivators need qi refining pills to assist them, then foundation establishment cultivators require true UN pills. If qi condensation cultivators were to refine true UN pills, they would have a success rate of 1 in 100, and this is only for cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation. As for the people present, although their cultivation levels were above the 7th level of qi cultivation, none of them had ever refined medium-high-grade elixirs. Any elixir used by foundation establishment cultivators and above can be considered medium-high grade, and they naturally would not touch them. It's simply a waste of time and resources. So when they heard Liang Sheng ask this, they were shocked. They looked at Liang Sheng, and in their eyes, there was a hint of respect at this moment. The subtle implication was clear: he had refined true UN pills. Liang Sheng did not care how they reacted, and continued to drop bombshells. Have any of you practiced with medium-high-grade pill formulas to improve your alchemy skills? There was a complete silence in the cave mansion. Everyone present was shaken to the core, especially now that after Liang Sheng spoke out his own experience, Qin Chen and the others were dumbfounded. This was Daoist Chen's ultimate alchemy experience. They were greatly shocked. No wonder Liang Sheng had such skills, so this was the reason. However, precisely because they were alchemists, they knew better than anyone how horrifying the price of doing this could be. Every single person here probably could not afford it. Upon thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards Liang Sheng became even more respectful. After all, among those present, no one else here had the boldness he possessed. That was the consumption of real gold and silver spirit herbs. At the thought of this, they no longer envied Liang Sheng. Instead, they felt a bit of regret. Why was such a talented alchemist's innate talent in cultivation so weak? If his cultivation level was a bit higher. They couldn't even imagine the extent of Liang Sheng's achievements if he continued like this, but they were certain that if this happened, the 3 sects and 6 orders would definitely extend an olive branch. Everyone, I'm saying this not to encourage you to learn from me. After all, I have no cultivation path in front of me, while you do. It's just, I've been obsessed with alchemy all my life. With no way to progress in cultivation, alchemy and the Dao of pills are my great Dao. Everyone here needs to think about cultivation, while I don't. So, I can pave the way for you and pass down my Dao of pills. I can take the first step and refine high-level elixirs to feed back into the Dao of the pills. Whenever I make progress, I'll share openly with all of you. If I violate this oath, my lifespan will be shortened by 200 years. Heavenly Dao is my witness. By saying this, I hope that if any of you have medium-high-grade spirit pill formulas, you can show them to me. I can try to gather resources to refine pills. Without doing so, the Dao of pills has no future. I wonder if everyone is willing to help me? Upon hearing this, Qin Chen and the other alchemists were even more touched. This might be the reason behind his remarkable alchemy skills. He was simply a pill maniac, infatuated with alchemy. At this time, Qin Chen was the first to nod. Daoist Chen, I swear by the heavenly Dao, if I obtain a medium-high-grade elixir formula, I will share it with you. I am as well. Almost no one would disagree with Liang Sheng's clear statement, as long as he shared his understanding of refining high-level elixirs with them after. For a moment, Liang Sheng, with the lowest cultivation level among them, unexpectedly became their backbone. He immediately bowed and thanked everyone. Thank you all. At this time, Qin Chen seemed to have thought of something, gritted his teeth, and suddenly performed a grand salute. Master Chen, please accept my respects. The others were stunned by this and looked at Liang Sheng in the center, their hearts boiling with enthusiasm. In the path of elixirs, Daoist Chen could be their teacher. Then, like a domino effect, one alchemist after another lowered their heads, following Qin Chen in performing this grand salute. Master Chen above. Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile a bit, feeling accomplished. On the other hand, Pei Shiliang returned home and reported today's recruitment of Liang Sheng to Patriarch Pei Shiping. The Patriarch nodded in approval, looking at Pei Shiliang with satisfaction, believing the Pei family would have successors. He had already reached the foundation establishment stage and could protect the Pei family for at least 500 years. Throughout this time, even if he couldn't enter the Golden Core, he would make the Pei family into the best immortal cultivation family in all aspects. Since this person has no hope in cultivation, we must recruit him into our family. They pose no threat to us. No matter what the other party wants, as long as our Pei family can provide it, you can do whatever it takes. I will support your decisions." With Patriarch Pei Shiping's words, Pei Shiliang's heart became firm. In that case, he was prepared to go above and beyond to earn Chen Sheng's trust with sincerity. As long as they successfully recruited Chen Sheng, with Pei Shiliang's prestige among the loose cultivation alchemists, he could absolutely set a precedent for attracting alchemists in the future. Having made up his mind, Pei Shiliang naturally wouldn't delay. He prepared gifts that night and arrived at Liang Sheng's cave mansion early the next day to continue recruiting him. Early that day, Liang Sheng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yesterday he had played the fool, causing the alchemists to drink immortal wine all night, creating chaos. However, when Liang Sheng pretended to return home drunk, as soon as he arrived at his cave mansion, he instantly sobered up. But upon seeing Pei Shiliang the next morning, he felt somewhat helpless. He didn't expect the other party to be so persistent, not giving him a moment of respite. "Deist Chen, may I disturb you with an uninvited visit?" What could Liang Sheng do but entertain the other party? Another half-day passed. And then, the second day, the third day. Pei Shiliang continued to be just as earnest. However, this annoyed the marketplace alchemists. Liang Sheng didn't come to the market for several days, but once they heard about his situation, their anger erupted instantly. Today, when Pei Shiliang appeared again, before he could greet anyone, a loud yell came from the corner of the street. "Master Chen doesn't have time, he has to refine elixirs. How could he have time to entertain you?" Upon hearing this, Pei Shiliang's face changed. Despite his good cultivation, he was a cultivator at Qi cultivation 8th level, and naturally felt angry in response. However, when he saw the people that were confronting him, his eyebrows furrowed. Eastern fantasy. Why were the marketplace alchemists all standing together, glaring at him with anger? Among them, one person couldn't endure it anymore and spoke first. "How dare you bully Master Chen? If you continue to bother Master Chen, we won't sell a single elixir to the Pei family. The Heavenly Dao will bear witness. Even if you are the Patriarch of Pei family, you can't bully Master Chen, unless you want to face annihilation along with us." For a moment, the entire alley fell silent, not a sound to be heard. "Master Chen?" Pei Shiliang couldn't help but look at Liang Sheng, then at the excited alchemists and was immediately dumbfounded. Then, even as the head of the best cultivation family, Pei Shiliang had no choice but to apologize helplessly in front of the angry alchemists and then left without any hesitation. Soon, news of this situation spread throughout the market, and countless loose cultivators couldn't help but gawk. This Qi cultivation 5th level alchemist actually had such prestige? The alchemists respected him as their teacher and were even willing to oppose the Pei family for his sake. How magnificent! Chapter 113, Foundation Establishment Pill Auction, inviting Chen Sheng to come out. Market. After Liang Sheng disguised himself as a low cultivation level pill maniac, alchemists visited him one by one on the same night, offering up their treasured high-level pill formulas. Since the other party dared to swear by the Heavenly Dao oath, combined with Liang Sheng's help in alchemy skills over the past few days, they had no reason not to help Liang Sheng. As for why they chose not to publicly hand over the pill formulas to Liang Sheng, one can only say that human nature is such a thing. Although they trust Liang Sheng, it does not mean that they trust other people. If other people want to gain their trust, it is actually quite simple. As long as the other party also swears by the Heavenly Dao, they will naturally treat others equally. But the loose cultivation alchemists in the market, who dares to swear? Who can swear? After all, this is a lifelong matter affecting one's cultivation. Moreover, this time the loose cultivation alchemists of the market collectively stood up for Liang Sheng against Patriarch Pei Shiliang of the Pei family. This made them add another name to the list of people not to be messed with in their hearts. Although the other party was merely a fifth layer of Qi cultivation loose cultivator, they did not know Chen Sheng's appearance, but they had already heard of Chen Sheng's pill maniac name. Even Pei Shiliang felt regretful when he returned to the family. No one could have imagined that he just wanted to recruit an alchemist and ended up with such an embarrassing situation. He naturally would not and dare not conceal this matter. After hearing this, Pei Shiping was also speechless. Although Pei Shiliang had made no mistake in this trip, at this point, the Pei family could only apologize. This is the price of having insufficient foundation. If they had 3 consecutive generations with foundation establishment stage cultivators, would it have come to this? They did not dare to offend all the outstanding alchemists in the market. After all, if they dared to do so, wouldn't they have to spend a huge price on buying elixirs from the 3 sects and 6 orders in the future? How could that be possible? Of course, they could buy some uncommon spiritual pills from the 3 sects and 6 school shops, but purchasing ordinary spiritual pills from these shops would be too expensive. So the next day, under Pei Shiping's request, Pei Shiliang personally took gifts to the Liang Sheng's cave to apologize. Their meeting time was very short because Pei Shiliang was afraid that other alchemists would misunderstand. As the top loose cultivation family, the Pei family gave in to Liang Sheng, which made the loose cultivators in the market completely recognize Liang Sheng. They only had one thought in their hearts: don't provoke this loose cultivator at the 5th layer of qi cultivation until a life or death situation. Liang Sheng secretly felt in his heart that after having enough strength, his actions could naturally be more diverse in style. Who could say that he is not extremely cautious now? Now, he can openly collect high-level pill formulas without anyone's suspicion since he is just a pill maniac with no hope in his cultivation path. In just a few days, he has received a lot of middle-grade pill formulas, including even the foundation establishment pill recipe. No wonder the depth of these loose cultivation alchemists in the market should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, there was no golden yuan pill that Liang Sheng was always thinking about. There was a true yuan pill formula among them, so this time Liang Sheng started to openly buy spiritual grass for the true yuan pill without any suspicion. Seeing this, most of the loose cultivators only had one thought in mind: this alchemist Master Chen is indeed a pill refining madman. However, such a big thing happened in the market, and the 3 sects and 6 orders stationed in the shops naturally understood the ins and outs. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Although Chen Sheng's talent in pill refining was astonishing, it was a pity that his fortune was shallow. No connection with us. So, the 3 sects and 6 orders did not interfere with Liang Sheng, and Liang Sheng was happy about that, as he could happily collect spiritual grass for true yuan pills. After all, the spiritual grass in the spiritual field still needed a few years to grow, so he could only buy spiritual grass and use them to refine true yuan pills to practice in advance. In the days that followed, Liang Sheng would naturally go to the central stall in the market, but because of his presence, the loose cultivation alchemists unexpectedly united, which was also an unexpected gain. Moreover, every time Liang Sheng appeared at the central stall in the market, many loose cultivators would rush to grab the spiritual pills on his stall. After all, that was someone who could subdue these alchemists, and his spiritual pills were reasonably priced. Only a fool would not buy them. Fortunately, Liang Sheng did not produce too many pills each time, otherwise, the shops of the 3 sects and 6 orders would have to take some action. They are not benevolent and charitable people after all. Eastern fantasy. Qin Chen and others were actually very happy about this, as after Liang Sheng's pills were sold out, he would start to gather with them and have discussions. Every time they gathered, they felt like they had learned something new, so their eyes looked at Liang Sheng with increasing admiration. Master Chen is a pure and noble person. They only regretted that they did not have higher-level spiritual pill formulas, otherwise, they could repay Liang Sheng. Master Chen is indeed a pill maniac. In this way, time gradually passed, and one day Liang Sheng finally collected a dozen spiritual grasses for the true yuan pill. After that, he began closed-door pill refining. This time, Liang Sheng added a concealment array in his rented cave mansion because he did not want the outside world to detect his pill refining situation. However, the outside world did not believe that Liang Sheng could successfully refine the true yuan pill. After all, how could little Chen Sheng possibly succeed in refining a middle-grade pill like this? Liang Sheng just appeared to be exploring the Dao of alchemy, and refining true yuan pills was just a result of his obsession with alchemy. In the next more than a month, Liang Sheng had not left the cave mansion, and naturally, his first furnace of true yuan pills ended in failure. In the past month, only 3 out of 10 furnaces of Shen yuan pills were successfully refined, with a success rate of 30%. If this was known by those outside, it would cause quite a stir. This alchemy skill could be considered top-notch, but Liang Sheng was still somewhat unsatisfied, although he didn't care too much. After all, as long as he kept practicing, his success rate would reach 100%. It was just a matter of time and familiarity. Next, Liang Sheng took the Zhenyuan pills that he had refined and began cultivating with the immortal scripture. When he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards slightly. Cultivation really needed the support of elixirs, otherwise, when would he be able to progress? Elixirs were also a kind of fortune. At this moment, Liang Sheng's mood was excellent, but once he calmed down, he quickly rearranged the scene within his cave mansion. He first eliminated all the qi of successful pill refinement, leaving only the burnt smell of failed pill concoction, and then, he removed the concealment array that he had set up. However, when he left the cave mansion, there was no trace of frustration on his face, even though he was covered in the smell of failed pill refining. Qin Chen and the others had been paying close attention to Liang Sheng's news ever since he began his closed-door alchemy. As soon as Liang Sheng finished, they rushed over at the first opportunity. They looked at Liang Sheng with expectant eyes, and Liang Sheng didn't disappoint them as he nodded. "I've gained some insights. Fellow deists, would you like to join me in discussing cultivation? Master Chen's invitation is an honor, and it would be rude to refuse." Immediately, everyone entered Liang Sheng's cave mansion with anticipation, and Liang Sheng did not hold back as he shared some simple and practical alchemy techniques. However, even this was enough for these alchemists to listen with rapt attention, marveling at the insights in their hearts. As loose cultivators, they could only explore many things by themselves, and their eyes grew hotter as they looked at Liang Sheng. Fortunate to have met Master Chen. It turned out that there were so many details in just the first step of processing spiritual grass. No wonder Liang Sheng was called Pill Maniac and Master Chen. Beneath the heat in their eyes was genuine admiration. At that moment, Liang Sheng suddenly changed the topic, beginning to discuss his understanding of the Zhenyuan pill formula. Each spiritual grass had its purpose, and it was all about balance and the cycle of the 5 elements. Liang Sheng even used qi refining pills for comparison, and only then did the alchemists realize that every pill formula had its unique balance. However, next, Liang Sheng began to analyze the foundation establishment pill, which he could not possibly refine but spoke about confidently. This made the alchemists incredibly excited, knowing that once their realms advanced, they would definitely be able to refine foundation establishment pills. Moreover, with their newfound understanding, they could undoubtedly increase their success rate by a small margin. This was the foundation establishment pill. However, it was at this time that Liang Sheng sighed, "Unfortunately, I have never seen the formula for the golden yuan pill. I imagine its composition to be even more complex and ingenious. Alas, Eastern fantasy. Show one's true colors." Finally, Liang Sheng revealed his true intentions. All this time, his ultimate goal had only ever been one thing: the golden yuan pill. Hearing this, Qin Chen and the others held even greater respect for Liang Sheng in their hearts. Master Chen had already begun thinking about unraveling the golden yuan pill. Such a person truly deserved to be their master. However, nobody spoke up at this moment, but they firmly kept this matter in their minds. If given the chance, they would definitely obtain the recipe for the golden yuan pill, so Master Chen would not be left with regrets. Afterward, the market continued to operate as usual, and every day people died at the edge of the market. Liang Sheng, however, remained on his fishing platform and patiently awaited his opportunity within the market. No one in the market dared to provoke Liang Sheng, the qi cultivation 5th level alchemist who rarely went outside. After all, he wasn't alone, he represented all the accomplished alchemists in the market. Under such circumstances, 20 years had unknowingly passed. Liang Sheng was still disguised as someone at the 5th layer of qi cultivation, causing those from the 3 sects and 6 orders who still harbored a glimmer of hope to give up completely. It seemed that Chen Sheng really had no hope left. Since such a person couldn't cultivate, there was no danger, and there was no need to provoke them. After all, the person had no future. During these 20 years, Liang Sheng had already harvested from the spiritual field of mature Zhenyuan spiritual grass twice. He had already achieved a 100% success rate in refining Zhenyuan pills. He now had enough Zhenyuan pills to last him for 100 years, but he was still planting Zhenyuan spiritual grass. After all, who would ever complain about having too many elixirs? Over the past 20 years, Huang Yufan's 2 brothers finally broke through the qi cultivation 7th level with the help of high-quality qi cultivation pills. As for Huang Yufan himself, he was just one step away, and nobody knew when he would make that breakthrough. In any case, his offer Liang Sheng only grew. Liang Sheng's appearance in the market had begun to show silvery strands of hair, and his outward display of lifespan was less than 70 years left. A cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation who was 130 years old evoked a feeling of sentiment. During these 20 years, Liang Sheng had not received any news about the Golden Yuan pill, but he wasn't in a hurry. All he needed to do was wait, and there would eventually be an opportunity. During these 20 years, a significant event took place. The 3 sects and 6 orders had finally decided to put 3 foundation establishment pills up for public sale. This news caused the entire market to boil over, driving the loose cultivators at the Qi cultivation 9th layer to frenzy. This was their chance to establish their foundation, so how could they give it up? For a short while, many cultivators stopped venturing out of the market. Who knew what the high-level cultivators at the Qi cultivation 9th layer would do to gather spirit stones? Liang Sheng was looking from the outside in at the chess game, clearly understanding the situation in the market. The tricks and strategies of the 3 sects and 6 orders were remarkable. It was practically a reincarnation of the Great Qing Silver Plan from the past life. They have to push someone into a situation of despair and then offer them a glimmering hope. How else would they get these loose cultivators to work relentlessly for them and gain cultivation resources? Given Liang Sheng's cultivation level, he even caught snippets of private discussions amongst the 3 sects and 6 orders. They felt quite helpless about Pei Shiping's foundation establishment breakthrough. Pei Shiping was an uncontrollable factor in their calculated plan, but this wasn't a big issue for them. They were simply astonished. As long as the loose foundation establishment cultivator could not mass-produce foundation establishment pills, then there was nothing to worry about. How different was it from selling one extra foundation establishment pill to a loose cultivator? Luckily, Liang Sheng had revisited his spiritual field recently and so didn't have to worry about Huang Yufan and his brothers running out of Qi refining pills for now. Liang Sheng's life remained peaceful. The loose cultivation alchemists from the market had thoroughly become his fans. Under such circumstances, the 3 sects and the 6 orders finally brought forward 3 foundation establishment pills. The foundation establishment pills were placed in the administration office. Any cultivator at the 9th level of Qi condensation could go to the 2nd floor of the office to participate in the auction. There were foundation establishment stage cultivators from the Sky Solar sect around and no one could make trouble. Of course, cultivators who haven't reached the Qi cultivation 9th layer could also attend, but who would want to? Even if they had the funds to purchase foundation establishment pills, it would only invite trouble. On that day, the atmosphere in the market was peculiar. The rarely seen cultivators at the 9th level of Qi cultivation looked grim as they entered the administration office one by one. Having a foundation establishment pill doesn't necessarily guarantee a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, but without one, a breakthrough is impossible. Moreover, the original controllers of the black market, including Pei Shiping, appeared at the administration office. Even though he had already reached the foundation establishment stage, he was still determined to get a foundation establishment pill. For a cultivating family, you can never have too many foundation establishment pills. The looks Ban's Hai He and Fu Liantao gave Pei Shiping were complicated. The word fate indeed left them speechless. Over the years, their once close relationship had gradually become distant. After all, there was a huge difference between foundation establishment and Qi cultivation. But this time, they didn't want to miss out again. Senior Pei, if you feel you do not have enough resources to acquire the foundation establishment pill, could you give us a chance and let us borrow the resources for a while to purchase the pill? A friend becoming a senior signified the harsh reality of the cultivational world, but no one felt anything wrong about it. Once one has reached the foundation establishment stage, their lifespan would increase by 500 years. They were no longer the same as others. Fu Liantao and Ban's Hai He bowed pretty low, but Pei Shiping simply shook his head, leaving the two with a bitter look on their faces. They were ultimately strangers now, but they still didn't want to give up and they intended to continue persuading. Just at that moment, foundation establishment cultivator Yao Mu from the Sky Solar sect suddenly appeared. Everyone looked at him. To be precise, they were looking at the jade bottle in his hand. They couldn't help but rush their breaths, and their eyes shone with an intense desire. The foundation establishment pills were right there. Without any delay, Yao Mu announced the start of the auction. The Qi cultivation 9th level cultivators naturally proceeded to give it their all to win the pill, even if it meant risking everything they owned. This was their hope for promotion. After some intense competition, 3 cultivators at the 9th level Qi cultivation grinned widely as they successfully obtained the foundation establishment pill. Pei Shiping's face turned slightly unpleasant. The resources he had spent on establishing his family were too enormous, so he could not measure up against these independent Qi cultivation 9th level cultivators. Congratulations to you 3 deist friends. If you do not mind, you can stay and cultivate in the market. I guarantee no one will disturb you. The 3 naturally would not refuse. Cultivating in the market with the protection from the 3 sects and the 6 orders was absolutely safe. Although Pei Shiping was unwilling, with things as they were, he could only accept reality and leave dispiritedly. He held back his emotions. After all, he was an esteemed foundation establishment stage cultivator. Having a foundation establishment pill does not necessarily mean they would become foundation establishment cultivators. Fu Liantao and Ban's Hai were examples of this from before. Watching Pei Shiping leave, and casting another look at the 3 lucky Qi cultivation 9th level cultivators, they glanced at each other and made a firm decision. Decades ago, they had obtained foundation establishment pills from a loose cultivation alchemist, and they could do it again. This has always been their plan, considering their lifespan was not plentiful anymore. Their success or failure, it all hinged on this. While Liang Sheng was watching from the sidelines, he realized one should never underestimate a cultivator. Who could have thought that in the end it would be 3 relatively obscure cultivators from the Qi cultivation 9th layer to get the foundation establishment pills? But what he admired even more was the 3 sects and the 6 orders. They merely had 3 foundation establishment pills, yet they made profits that were almost 10 times more. They could be hailed as extraordinary profiteers. Sects. In the midst of his admiration, Liang Sheng suddenly received an invitation. Ban's Hai and Fu Liantao arrived together to ask for his help. Huh? They wanted him to come out of retirement to aid them in refining foundation establishment pills? Chapter 114, Even if it is the Pei family, how can they deceive Master Chen? Market. After Fu Liantao and Ban's Hai returned, they couldn't help feeling a little gloomy. After all, they had missed the chance to obtain the foundation establishment pill this time, and they might not have another opportunity in this lifetime. After all, the 3 sects and 6 orders would not frequently sell foundation establishment pills. Comparatively speaking, the cultivators of their generation had already been incredibly lucky to encounter the 3 sects and 6 orders selling foundation establishment pills. Actually, if Pei Shiping had failed to break through to the foundation establishment realm as they did, they wouldn't be so upset. After all, if everyone was in the same situation, there would be disappointment, but not such unbearable pain. The key to their being able to jointly create the black market to overcome difficulties was their shared bond through thick and thin. This very bond also illustrated the depth of their relationship. But why must you alone prosper? Why can't it be me who succeeds in the foundation establishment? This is simply human nature. In times of adversity, while others hope you do well, they also hope you don't do too well. Besides, their relationship with Pei Shiping couldn't be the same after their experience with the auction of foundation establishment pills. After all, it is rare to find someone in life who genuinely wants the best for you, regardless of their circumstances. Even among close relatives, such people are scarce and precious. At this moment, Fu Liantao and his partner couldn't help but miss the Qi cultivation 9th layer alchemist they met in the black market. Since he could refine foundation establishment pills, there was a high probability he had already reached the foundation establishment. After all, would an alchemist who could refine foundation establishment pills be short of them themselves? With this thought, they grew more regretful. If only they had tried to learn more about this mysterious alchemist and kept a closer eye on his whereabouts, perhaps they could have succeeded in reaching the foundation establishment by now. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. At this point, their lifespan was running out, and they had nothing left to lose. Over the years, they had made their preparations, even collecting 7 sets of the spiritual grass needed for the foundation establishment pill. This was their plan for when their lifespans would be nearing their end. But now that they had reached this point, they had no other choice. The first step now was to find a suitable alchemist to refine foundation establishment pills for them. It might be the last gamble they'd take in their lives. After settling their resolve, Fu Liantao and his partner didn't hesitate. After investigating the alchemists in the market, they set their sights on Wang Kuo, a Qi cultivation 8th level alchemist. Wang Kuo was already the highest-ranking alchemist known in the market. However, his expression turned uncertain when he learned what they wanted from him. He could see their intentions, but he was afraid that if he failed to refine the foundation establishment pill, they might take some desperate actions. After all, Wang Kuo himself had no confidence in refining the foundation establishment pill. If it were possible for a loose cultivation alchemist to easily refine one, why would these practitioners still be struggling? However, facing the two of them, he knew he couldn't refuse their request without consequences. He might never be able to leave the market again if he did. What kind of cultivator in the market is the most terrifying? Those with their lifespan about to run out are the ones to be afraid of. These cultivators act without any restraint, so it's best to not offend them. Moreover, he also thought of Liang Sheng. After all, the theory of refining high-level elixirs to enhance alchemy skills resonated with him as well. With this in mind, he gritted his teeth and agreed. However, he thought of Liang Sheng's unyielding spirit in alchemy and made a request. He wanted Liang Sheng to assist him as a secondary alchemist. Naturally, Fu Liantao and his partner were aware of the market's pill-maniac reputation. If not for Liang Sheng's current Qi cultivation 5th realm, they might have chosen him to refine the pills for them. So upon hearing Wang Kuo's request, they didn't hesitate, directly accompanying Wang Kuo to ask for Liang Sheng's assistance. Liang Sheng was bewildered when he heard their request. Of course, Liang Sheng flatly refused their request. What a joke! If he agreed once, he'd be setting a precedent, opening a door to endless troubles. After all, if he'd help Wang Kuo, how could he refuse others? He was the spiritual leader of the market's alchemists, Master Chen. Fu Liantao and his partner didn't expect this outcome and thought their compensation wasn't enough. Willing to give up everything for the foundation establishment pill, they doubled the reward. But Liang Sheng still refused outright, and Wang Kuo didn't press any further. After saying goodbye to Liang Sheng, he watched Fu Liantao and his partner leave and couldn't help but shake his head. The two characters' luck cannot be sought. When he initially got the foundation establishment pill recipe and refined the foundation establishment pills, he gave them to Pei Shiping, Fu Liantao and Ban's Hai He. However, the results for the three were drastically different. Pei Shiping had already broken through and was now the undisputed #1 loose cultivator in the foundation establishment. As for Fu Liantao and his partner, they still struggled to find success. Now, they were making their last-ditch effort, and one could not help but sigh. Nevertheless, Liang Sheng remained true to his principles, refusing to get involved in anything unrelated to his own cultivation and seeking protection of the Dao. Fu Liantao and his partner were accompanied by Wang Kuo to make pills in a secluded place. Word of this couldn't be kept from the well-informed, and Pei Shiping knew about their actions from the start. Shi Liang, watch your two uncles closely and don't let them be disturbed. If they succeed in refining the pills, notify me immediately. Ancestor, do you want to? Pei Shiliang was somewhat puzzled in his heart. The relationship between the ancestor and Fu Liantao was indeed close, but they had very little contact recently. He did not expect that the ancestor would suddenly help them at this time. But if that was the case, why was the ancestor so ruthless back when the 3 sects and 6 orders were auctioning foundation establishment pills? At this moment, Pei Shiping's eyes were deep. Our Pei family does not have any extra foundation establishment pills. If they can successfully refine them, wouldn't it be a great thing? Huh? Upon hearing this, Pei Shiliang suddenly looked up at Pei Shiping, never expecting that this was what the ancestor had in mind. If this was the case, and they really managed to refine foundation establishment pills, wouldn't it mean that he would also have a chance to take a foundation establishment pill in the future? Thinking of this, his heart now strongly hoped that Fu Liantao would successfully refine the foundation establishment pills. As for the doubts about the ancestor's attitude that just surfaced in his heart, they had completely vanished. What about brotherly love? Which is more important than the path of cultivation? Moreover, having established a cultivation family, who would have the mood to care about others? At this moment in the market, the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Many cultivators would occasionally look in the direction of the administration office. That was because there was a high possibility that the second foundation establishment loose cultivator of the market would emerge, stepping into the path of pursuing immortality from then on. Foundation establishment could increase lifespan by as much as 500 years, making it extremely desirable. As for Fu Liantao asking Wang Kuo to refine pills, only those who were really interested would pay attention to this. After all, if foundation establishment pills were so easy to refine, why would the market have been in such a state all these years? The 3 sects and 6 orders could be said to have reaped enormous benefits from the market by steadily using foundation establishment pills, batch after batch. Liang Sheng hid behind the scenes, watching indifferently. Over these years, the elixirs he had refined had been rather extraordinary. After all, the pill formulas in the hands of the loose cultivation alchemists, which they had collected over many years, were not few. There were even poison pills that could instantly kill qi cultivating stage cultivators, which made Liang Sheng even more cautious in his heart. After all, who knew whether the cultivators had any trump cards in their hands? If they had to take action, it would have to be a one-hit kill. Because the loose cultivator's attention was on the administration office during this period, Liang Sheng also took the opportunity to return once to his spiritual field to replenish the supply of high-quality qi cultivation pills to be given to Huang Yufan and his brothers. When Huang Yufan saw Liang Sheng, he wanted to speak but hesitated. Liang Sheng naturally knew the reason for his poor mental state but said nothing. He wasn't Huang's nanny. Huang helped him irrigate his spiritual field, and he gave Huang qi cultivation pills. This was just a fair deal. As for whether Huang Yufan could break through the bottleneck of the qi cultivation 8th level, that was ultimately up to him and had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. And then Liang Sheng's life returned to its usual regularity, until a month later when the 3 cultivators who had obtained foundation establishment pills finally emerged from the administration office. Everyone knew what had happened. They had failed to break through to foundation establishment. Many people regretted not witnessing the miracle of the fish leaping over the dragon's gate, but even more, people were secretly relieved, especially those cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation who had not obtained foundation establishment pills. As for Fu Liantao and his partner, they had no time to pay attention to this and were closely watching Wang Kuo, or more accurately, the pill furnace in front of Wang Kuo. Suddenly, a burnt smell appeared. Immediately, Wang Kuo nervously opened the pill furnace, avoiding the danger of the furnace exploding, and then looked helplessly at Fu Liantao and his partner. "It's nothing, it's just the first furnace. How can foundation establishment pills be so easy to succeed? Deist Wang, you don't have to worry. Shall we continue now?" Fu Liantao and his partner quickly comforted Wang Kuo, who shook his head at this time. More than a month of refining foundation establishment pills had already left him exhausted. After all, this was almost beyond his grasp, so he had put all his heart and soul into refining the foundation establishment pills, under tremendous pressure. However, it was not the failure of the refining that made him uncomfortable at this moment, but the courage and determination that Liang Sheng had mentioned earlier when he was refining medium-high-grade elixirs without hesitation. How strong must one's perseverance be to do that? He couldn't imagine how Liang Sheng could have persisted with it, yet he wanted to retreat after just one failure. Fu Liantao and his partner didn't force Wang Kuo at this time. They naturally knew the truth of haste makes waste, but their hearts were inevitably disappointed. When Pei Shiping received the news, he didn't have any significant reaction, and only told Pei Shiliang to keep watching without any slack. With the successive failures of the 3 qi cultivation 9th layer cultivators who had obtained foundation establishment pills, Liang Sheng had once again regained the title of number 1 loose cultivator in the market with his indifferent attitude. At this moment in the administration office, foundation establishment stage cultivator Yao Mu of the Sky Solar sect silently watched the outside situation, remaining speechless. Since there was already one foundation establishment loose cultivator in the market, that was enough, and it didn't affect the plans of the 3 sects and 6 orders. However, there couldn't be a second foundation establishment loose cultivator among the loose cultivators. This was the bottom line of the 3 sects and 6 orders, and no one was allowed to break it. Time passed slowly in this situation, and in the blink of an eye, another half-year had passed. At this moment, Fu Liantao and his partner had bloodshot eyes, as the 6th furnace of foundation establishment pills had just failed to be refined. Now, they only had one set of ingredients left. Wang Kuo looked completely disheveled, his previous elegance as an alchemist nowhere to be found. But what he was most worried about was the state Fu Liantao and his partner were in. At this point, he finally didn't dare to refine the last furnace of pills. He was afraid that in the extreme disappointment, the two might lose their reason. If that happened, he would probably be affected by their anger and might even be killed. Just then, Fu Liantao's hoarse voice sounded, "Deist Wang, don't have any burden in your heart. Just do your best in refining pills. There is no better alchemist in the market than you." However, Wang Kuo really didn't have the courage to refine pills at this moment. For a short while, the atmosphere became tense. After many unsuccessful persuasions, Ban's Hai finally lost his patience. "Deist Wang, we have already paid you in advance. You have no choice but to continue refining the elixirs." At this moment, Fu Liantao and his partner were like drowning people grasping for their last straw, causing Wang Kuo to feel even more terrified. He offered to return some of the payment. But how could Fu Liantao and his partner agree to this condition? Their lifespan was running out, and they had almost no other chances to make mistakes. At this point, Wang Kuo was full of regrets. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have waded into these muddy waters. What should he do now? His alchemy skills seemed the strongest in the marketplace only because he had the highest cultivation level. In reality, there were several people who were not inferior to him in alchemy skills. But at this moment, he had no way out. Seeing the looks in Fu Liantao and his partner's eyes, he knew he had to refine pills. If he failed to refine the foundation establishment pill again, he didn't dare to think about it, as he couldn't bear the consequences in the end. Thinking of this, he clenched his heart, and while apologizing several times in his heart, a feeling of guilt flashed by, then he raised his head suddenly. "Senior, if you really want me to refine pills, then I must need Master Chen's help this time." This was Wang Kuo's last chance, and he couldn't think of any other possibility for success other than Liang Sheng's guidance from the side. In terms of alchemy skills, Master Chen was most definitely unmatched in the marketplace, which was Wang Kuo's most genuine response at the moment. Looking at the resolute Wang Kuo, Fu Liantao and his partner exchanged glances, knowing each other's determination, and then nodded in agreement. "All right, Deist Wang, wait for our good news." Pei Family Mansion. Ancestor, it seems that the two seniors have gone to ask Master Chen Sheng to refine pills for them. The previous 6 attempts at refining pills have all failed. Pei Shiping nodded upon hearing this, feeling somewhat disappointed in his heart. After all, he also wished for the two old friends to succeed in refining pills. However, the more this happened, the more he felt fortunate that the mysterious alchemist he encountered back then was extremely cautious. What a pity! Keep an eye on them. As long as they are still refining pills, keep watching them. Yes, Ancestor. Marketplace. Liang Sheng couldn't believe it when Fu Liantao and his partner showed up at his door again, asking for the same favor as before. He didn't know what to say at this moment because it was his own reputation that had led to this situation, where he was constantly sought after by them. However, it was precisely because of this reputation that they didn't dare to act recklessly and were extremely polite. Besides, in order to obtain the pill formula, this situation was already within his expectations. If there were ever any accidents, he would no longer be Qi cultivation 5th level alchemist Chen Sheng, but foundation establishment expert Liang Sheng, who would eradicate all dangers from their roots. At this time, Liang Sheng decided not to get involved, but Fu Liantao and his partner did not leave. Liang Sheng had no choice but to close his cave dwelling and not go out for the time being. However, Fu Liantao and his partner were determined to stay outside Liang Sheng's cave dwelling, waiting for Liang Sheng to compromise. Soon, this situation spread throughout the marketplace. Qin Chen even went to visit Liang Sheng to ask about the situation. After leaving, he cast a strange glance at Fu Liantao and his partner. The two of them had no dignity of cultivators at the 9th level of Qi condensation, but Qin Chen felt a bit proud in his heart. No wonder people praised his master Chen, even if he was only at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. What difference did it make? After he left, the other alchemists also had the same thought as Qin Chen, marveling at Liang Sheng's far-reaching reputation in their hearts. However, half a month later, they couldn't stand it anymore. Due to Fu Liantao and his partner blocking the entrance, they hadn't been able to discuss Dao with Liang Sheng for a long time. The alchemists, who were already accustomed to gathering for discussions, couldn't endure it any longer. Finally, after 3 more days had passed, Qin Chen could no longer hold back. "Fellow Daoists, shall we advance and retreat together to visit Master Chen?" The other alchemists had long had this idea in their hearts, and when they heard Qin Chen's suggestion, they immediately agreed, filled with indignation. "Fellow deist Qin, let us all go." "Master Chen, don't panic, we are coming." "A cultivator at the 9th level of qi condensation? We're going to see Master Chen no matter what." Even if they were not afraid of the Pei family, what could two old cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation possibly do to them? Chapter 115, Going with the Flow, Have we been organized too? Market. Overwhelming momentum. At this moment, Qin Chen and the others gathered together, exuding an aura that made the people in the market unconsciously salute them. These alchemists were usually very aloof and somewhat disorganized, but now what were they trying to do? The last time something like this happened was when Patriarch Pei blocked Chen Sheng's cave. Could it happen again? Amongst the market, the more clever cultivators immediately thought of the situation when Fu Liantao and his partner blocked Liang Sheng's cave, and couldn't help but follow behind to watch the excitement. When Fu Liantao and his partner saw Qin Chen and the others joining hands and coming over, they were also a little stunned. Although they had heard about the Pei family's incident, they didn't expect Chen Sheng to have such prestige that he could gather loose cultivators and alchemists from the market here. Somehow, their hearts eagerly anticipated the situation where Wang Kuo requested Liang Sheng's help in refining pills and regretted not insisting on asking the other party to refine pills beforehand. Senior, Qin Chen inhaled deeply at this moment, saluted towards Fu Liantao after the encounter, and didn't sound too polite. "I don't know why you are blocking Master Chen's door? It is said that one should not do anything difficult for others, so why are you both so persistent?" Fu Liantao waved his hands repeatedly. "I'm afraid fellow deist Qin must have misunderstood us. We won't force Chen deist to do anything. We just heard that Chen deist is passionate about refining medium-high-grade elixirs to improve his alchemy skills, and we happen to have this opportunity. We just want to cooperate for mutual benefits. Fellow deist Qin, you can rest assured, we have the utmost respect for alchemists and will never force anyone. We will also show our sincerity, and we believe that one day, Chen deist will understand us." Upon hearing this, Qin Chen couldn't help but laugh out of anger. This was simply twisting words and logic, and the other party was still acting innocent. If this were the case, why would Master Chen hide? However, Fu Liantao and the other person didn't forcefully take Liang Sheng with them, so Qin Chen could only helplessly shake his head. Lai looked at the alchemist behind him, then gritted his teeth and said, "Both seniors, why don't I go ask Master Chen right now? If he is unwilling to let you go, I hope both of you will leave as soon as possible and not disturb Master Chen's normal life." After saying this, he went straight to Liang Sheng's cave without waiting for Fu Liantao and his partner's response. Then, he was invited by Liang Sheng to enter and didn't come out for a long time. At this moment, more and more people gathered outside Liang Sheng's cave mansion to watch the excitement. However, Fu Liantao and his partner remained unmoved. As the news spread, even the shops of the 3 sects and 6 schools received the news. It seemed that Fu Liantao and his partner were really at their wits' end and prepared for a desperate fight. However, this was the helplessness of loose cultivators. Even if you overcome numerous obstacles and reach the Qi cultivation 9th layer, in the end, you lose everything just because of a foundation establishment pill. Although the disciples of the sects cannot guarantee success in their foundation establishment when they take the foundation establishment pill, at least they all have the opportunity to obtain the foundation establishment pill. Therefore, only those with deep blessings have the possibility to see farther scenery on the path of cultivation. Yang Zheyu, the manager of Hua Tian sect, thinks about this, and can't help but look at Zhou Kong and sigh that the Zhou family belongs to such a family with deep blessings. In the past 100 years, 3 members of the Zhou family have successfully established the foundation, an unprecedented situation. At this time, not only the reasons for the dynasty luck of the mundane world imperial dynasty, the Zhou family's young members have already entered Hua Tian sect's view because of their talent. Every 100 years, accepting the Zhou family's young members as sect disciples has become a consensus of Hua Tian sect. If it weren't for Hua Tian sect's consideration of internal resource allocation, the number of Zhou family's young disciples would be even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Yang Zheyu couldn't help but say to Zhou Kong, "Junior brother Zhou, do you want to return to the secular world to take a look? After all, returning to one's hometown is also a great achievement." Yang Zheyu's subconscious mind left something unsaid. After all, since the last time Upper Green sect disciples violated the agreement and entered the secular world, which nearly caused a big problem for the Great Zhou dynasty, the channel to the secular world became more strictly guarded. Of course, after that incident, the Upper Green sect has paid a considerable price, not to mention that now they have given the right to stay in the 100-year market for the next time to Hua Tian sect, which shows that the struggle among the higher echelons behind the scenes was far from simple. Besides, as an ordinary disciple dispatched to the market as a manager, they naturally wouldn't be without connections. So, he also knew some inside information. Thinking of this, Yang Zheyu began treating Zhou Kong even more politely, but Zhou Kong remained as polite as before and never overstepped his boundaries. Now, when Zhou Kong heard Yang Zheyu's kind intention, he shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but after all, there is a barrier between the immortal and mortal world, and I'd better stick to the rules." If he returned to the secular world at this time, it might not necessarily be a good thing for the great Zhou royal family. After all, it was better to let the secular world remain unclear about the Zhou family's bloodline situation in the cultivation world and maintain a careful and cautious attitude. However, at this moment, he was also very interested in the excitement of the alchemists in the market because he felt a sense of foreboding about the matter due to his bloodline abilities. Although the disciples of other sects looked at this situation as a joke, for some reason, Zhou Kong felt that this matter might not end so easily. However, at this moment, he had no other thoughts. He wished to quietly observe how the situation would develop without getting involved. On the other hand, Liang Sheng felt helpless in his cave mansion at this moment. His plan was not progressing, and now there were other troubles that made him feel helpless. He hadn't expected that Fu Liantao and his partner, whose lifespans were about to end, would really become so desperate that they lost their dignity. As for this, Liang Sheng naturally felt annoyed. He hadn't even found the recipe for his golden core pill, so how could he care about these trivial matters? Qin Chen was sitting opposite him at this time, softly advising, "Master Chen, we actually need to think carefully about this matter. Thank you for your care during this time. Under your guidance, our alchemy skills have improved, and we will definitely stand behind you. However, we are ultimately loose cultivators. Although being an alchemist seems superior, we are not disciples of a sect after all. In front of sect disciples, we are nothing more than side door left road. Otherwise, why would Fu Liantao and his partner dare to block the entrance to Master Chen's cave?" However, at this moment, Qin Chen's words made a flash of inspiration in Liang Sheng's mind. It seemed that he had made a mistake in all his previous plans. At this moment, Liang Sheng's mind was filled with 4 words, side door left road. In his previous actions, he had been cautious and meticulous, hiding in the market with Chen Sheng's identity. Such actions, along with his planning, would allow him to gain prestige among loose cultivators. However, in the end, loose cultivators would ultimately fall short in the face of sects. The class distinction in this world is so obvious, and even trying to get a golden yuan pill among loose cultivators seems nearly impossible in his current situation. He had previously underestimated the matter, and the ability for loose cultivators to possess the foundation establishment pill recipe was because they still had a chance to succeed in establishing their foundations. But in the many years of the market's history, has there ever been a loose cultivator who became a golden core deist? Not even one. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but mock himself. He had grown accustomed to being cautious and ensuring his own safety first, entirely unwilling to involve himself with sect forces. But he had forgotten one fact: the strongest loose cultivator would probably only be able to obtain spiritual pills like the foundation establishment pill, and everything else would be extremely difficult. The 3 sects and 6 orders are not good people. How could they allow a golden core deist to emerge among loose cultivators? Such a cultivator could already establish a sect and create a small order. When Liang Sheng realized this, his face couldn't help but change. Qin Chen also felt that something was wrong at this time and couldn't help but ask softly, "Master Chen?" Liang Sheng saw his worried look and shook his hands continuously, indicating that he was thinking and there was nothing unexpected. If it hadn't been for today's event, Liang Sheng might have wasted a long time before realizing this problem. He still lacked deep roots and a broad perspective in the end. However, luckily, he had unlimited time to revise his plans, and time was his greatest confidence. In any case, although there was a deviation in this plan, at least the main plan had no problems. It had made him famous and gave him confidence to change the following plan directly. Fortunately, the trouble Fu Liantao and his partner caused today also provided him with an opportunity to make up for the shortcomings of his previous plan. Liang Sheng then thought through all the situations in his mind. Once he was sure that his life was absolutely safe, he finally figured out the next compensation plan. In the end, loose cultivators cannot satisfy his desires. If he wants to get the golden yuan pill recipe through them, it's most likely impossible. Today's incident is also a blessing in disguise, allowing him to revise his plan. His extremely poor qualifications at the Qi cultivation 5-fold level have now become his best protective charm. With this in mind, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated and finally opened the cave gate. Qin Chen didn't know his current thoughts and hurriedly followed him out. Seeing Liang Sheng appear, Fu Liantao and his partner couldn't help but show a flash of joy in their eyes, secretly thinking that they were not afraid of his refusal, but they were afraid of him ignoring them. Deist Chen. Just as Fu Liantao was about to greet him, Liang Sheng didn't even look at him and went straight out. Fu Liantao and his partner's faces didn't look good, but at this time, they had no choice but to restrain their tempers and hurry after him. Liang Sheng walked up to the alchemist, nodded in agreement, then, without caring about the surprised gazes of the others, he went straight ahead. Where is Chen Sheng going? Why isn't he responding to Fu Liantao and his partner? Although they had doubts in their hearts, the others didn't dare to ask at this time. Nevertheless, they didn't want to leave at this time either, so they closely followed Liang Sheng. In a short while, they arrived at the center of the market and immediately saw Hua Tiansek's store. Without any hesitation, Liang Sheng stepped in. At this moment, Manager Yang and Zhou Kong were drinking tea in the shop's backyard. The others were already used to this, since Zhou Kong was not an ordinary disciple, and nobody dared to say anything. But just then, there was a sudden commotion outside Hua Tiansek's store, and Yang Zheyu couldn't help but feel unhappy. Who would dare to cause trouble in front of Hua Tiansek's store? Feeling slightly angry, he headed for the shop's front yard, but as soon as he reached the entrance, he saw a loose cultivator saluting him. Manager Yang, I, Chen Sheng, a humble deist, wish to join Hua Tiansek's store and become an outer disciple guest elder alchemist at the store. I wonder what the requirements are. Ah! Upon hearing this, Yang Zheyu couldn't help but be stupefied. Was there such a good thing? It was said earlier that the 3 sects and 6 orders also wanted to recruit Liang Sheng, but they couldn't offer any conditions to do so because Liang Sheng's situation was unique. But Yang Zheyu never expected such a good thing now. Even if Liang Sheng couldn't refine medium-high-grade elixirs with his current cultivation level, he knew that the other party had many amazing pill refining techniques. These could be demonstrated to other loose cultivation alchemists for guidance. He was like a living pill refining technique manual. Now that he had actively come to join them, it was like a huge profit. Such a good thing, he'd be glad to have it happen a few more times. At this point, he couldn't help but be somewhat incredulous. Deist Chen, are you joking? I don't mean to offend you, but we don't have any good conditions to recruit you. Yang Zheyu cautiously probed with this statement, but Liang Sheng's response was firm and decisive. Manager Yang, be at ease. I, a mere Qi cultivation 5-fold alchemist, don't need any special treatment. Just follow the established rules for the shop, all right. Hearing this, Yang Zheyu agreed directly and then took out a jade slip from his hand without caring about other people's astonished looks. Deist Chen, these are the conditions for guest alchemists of our Hua Tian sect. If you still wish to become an outer disciple alchemist of our Hua Tian sect's store after reading it, you can make your heavenly Dao oath. Liang Sheng glanced at it briefly and put his worries aside. After all, the heavenly Dao oath was made by Chen Sheng. What did that have to do with him, Liang Sheng? Even if it did matter, a mere 200 years of life was something he didn't care about. I, a poor deist Chen Sheng, hereby make an oath to the heavenly Dao. From now on, I will take on the identity of a guest alchemist of the Hua Tian sect's outer disciple store in the market, following and abiding by the agreement in this jade slip. If I break my promise, I am willing to lose 200 years of my lifespan. Good, said Yang Zheyu, excited. Deist Chen, from today onwards, you are an alchemist guest elder of our Hua Tian sect's outer disciple store. After finishing, he turned his gaze towards the door, particularly staring at Fu Liantao and his partner. He couldn't think of any other reason for Chen Sheng's sudden decision to join them except for Fu Liantao and his partner's involvement. Deist Chen, is there anything you need our help with? We are already family, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng took a deep breath and pretended to be very annoyed. Manager Yang, please help me persuade Deist Fu and his partner. I really don't want to get involved in their affairs. In this life, my cultivation is hopeless. I just want to refine pills in peace and hope they will not bother my study of pill techniques anymore. Alright, don't worry Deist. Leave everything to us. After finishing, Yang Zheyu walked in front of Fu Liantao and the other, politely saying, fellow Deists, can you give me some face? At this point, Fu Liantao dared not say anything more. He never thought that Liang Sheng would be so hard-hearted, preferring to suffer losses himself rather than help him refine pills. In this place, how could they dare to cause trouble? They could only leave helplessly. At this moment, they felt a bit down. Was the hope of reaching foundation establishment really gone for them? The other alchemists were also somewhat at a loss. How did things suddenly develop to this point? Liang Sheng spoke a few more words with Yang Zheyu, clarifying that he needed to take care of some mundane matters today but would return immediately afterwards to fulfill his duties as a guest alchemist. Yang Zheyu certainly wouldn't mind. In the market, who would dare to mess with them? So he even warmly instructed Liang Sheng to take care of his business first and not to worry about this matter. When Liang Sheng returned to his cave mansion with the alchemists, the atmosphere in the entire market was somewhat strange for a short while. The managers of the other stores of the 3 sects and 6 orders were also somewhat puzzled. Why did he suddenly choose the Huatian sect's store? It was too sudden. If they had known this, as long as there was no price to pay for recruiting the other party, why wouldn't they have invited him? This Chen Sheng really was something. If it was going to be like this, he could have just said so earlier. Today, he joined whichever store he set his sights on first, which was truly annoying. At this moment, in the backyard of the Upper Green Sect's store, there seemed to be a roar, followed by new rumors in the market that the Upper Green Sect manager had gone to the administration office to discuss with Yao Mu whether they should swap the locations of the stores of the 3 sects and 6 orders. Of course, the loose cultivators didn't know if it was true or not. As for Yang Zheyu, at this moment, he was grinning from ear to ear. Maybe if this matter spread back to the sect, it would make the higher-ups of the sect happy. It was a deal where they didn't lose anything, a steady profit. A huge profit. And that night, loose cultivation alchemist Chen Sheng resolved his personal affairs and directly moved into the Huatian sect's store. That night, Yang Zheyu even held a small welcoming ceremony, with the store inside and out filled with laughter and joy. Liang Sheng couldn't help but tease himself. Did this count as gaining an extra layer of skin? Had he been enlisted for the first time in this life? Chapter 116, Kidnapping Chen Sheng, Mantis Catching the Cicada. Market. 1 month had passed since Liang Sheng had changed his plans. At this point, he had transitioned from a loose cultivation alchemist to a guest alchemist at an outer store of Huatian Sect's market. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 567. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 10th layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 19th layer, Nail Head 7 Arrows Technique, Curse. Realm, Early Foundation Establishment Stage. Lifespan, 21,164. While Liang Sheng's cultivation level remained the same without any improvements, he was not overwhelmed by any urgency. His heart was more at peace due to the adjustment of his previous plans. Considering his current identity as Chen Sheng, he had several decades to strategize. If he were fortunate enough, he might receive information about the Golden Yuan pill formula. Even if his luck was not that great, it would not matter. At the very least, he had managed to gain some valuable experience that would provide a better basis for implementing his next plan. For Liang Sheng, time was never a problem, just as he was never worried about cultivation bottlenecks. His only key to breaking through to the Jindan stage was the Golden Core. As for Fu Liantao and his partner, after their failed attempt to enlist the help of Liang Sheng, they could only accept their reality. Wang Kuo had no choice but to refine pills himself, but the result was transparent. Ultimately, the attempt to refine the foundation establishment pill had failed. Fortunately, after the failed attempt of enlisting Liang's help, Fu Liantao and the others had prepared themselves mentally for this defeat. They attributed their failure to their poor luck and personally escorted Wang Kuo back. Wang Kuo specifically visited Liang Sheng to express his regret, to which Liang Sheng naturally responded that all was well. However, upon returning, Wang Kuo felt out of place among the group of alchemists. He wondered why, despite his repeated recommendations, Liang Sheng had been forced to join the sect. Due to this, Liang Sheng, who was no longer independent, could not meet them frequently for discussions like before. Therefore, after staying in the market for a few days, Wang Kuo sadly left the market a month ago. It is said that he went to another market in the area under the jurisdiction of the 3 sects and 6 orders to start anew. Since then, there has been no news of Wang Kuo. Market, Huatian Sect's store. At this point in time, Liang Sheng was in the process of refining qi refining pills. This was a part of the contract he had signed with Huatian Sect as a guest elder. Of course, at this time, he was not using his full strength to refine the pills. Shortly after, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Yang Zheyu, who had been sitting not far away, couldn't help but stand up, revealing a bright smile on his face. With just a whiff of the pill fragrance, he knew that these must be qi refining pills of at least middle-grade quality. Chen Sheng, renowned in the market as a pill maniac, truly had an amazing alchemy skill. These were already the 3rd batch of qi refining pills that Liang Sheng had refined in the last month. With this, Liang Sheng's performance could be considered perfect. A batch of high grade, 2 batches of middle grade, his performance was incredibly stable. Yang Zheyu was just about to bring Liang Sheng a cup of tea with a smile on his face, especially since Liang Sheng had already exceeded the tasks he had assigned for the month. However, someone else had already taken the initiative. Seeing this, he didn't persist, but he had no other thoughts because this person was Zhou Kong. At this point, Liang Sheng was looking at Zhou Kong, who was coming over with a smile. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate and cause-effect in the world. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration popped into his head, which excited him greatly. However, when he tried to grab onto that fleeting feeling, he couldn't quite capture it, which left him with a sense of regret. Alchemist Chen. Zhou Kang's smiling face froze. Seeing Liang Sheng's reaction, he was taken aback. He had just come over to say hello, why the unusual response? Luckily, Liang Sheng soon regained his composure and smiled, "Brother Zhou, is there something you need?" Zhou Kong quickly shook his head, "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to come over and have a chat with Daoist Chen." For some reason, Zhou Kong felt that Chen Sheng was extraordinary. Under the effects of the auspicious ability to avoid evil, he couldn't help but want to get closer to Chen Sheng. Although he was only at the qi cultivation 8th layer state, compared to Chen Sheng's qi cultivation 5-fold, he was already out of reach. Additionally, given his status as a sect disciple, he was curious as to why he would still consider Chen Sheng as a sign of great fortune. This was confusing for him, but naturally, Zhou Kong would not ignore such feelings. The Zhou family's disciples would never question their instincts, otherwise, how would he have smoothly reached the qi cultivation 8th layer state? Not to mention the 3 clan members who had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. They too had discussed privately that their fortune was largely due to their bloodline abilities, which allowed them to encounter opportunities and establish a successful foundation. This bloodline ability was their fortune in disguise. After hearing Zhou Kang's suggestion for a chat, Liang Sheng naturally would not refuse. After observing for a month, he clearly understood Zhou Kang's status in the Huatian Sect's store. Since Zhou Kong was fond of him, why would he want to dismiss Zhou's advances? After all, Liang Sheng intended to establish a good relationship with everyone in the store, from top to bottom. After all, he had only one goal, and that was to acquire the golden yuan pill formula. Just then, an alchemist from the sect in charge of the store ran over, incessantly saying, "Daoist Chen, could you take a look at where I went wrong? The furnace that I was using to refine the spiritual pills exploded again." As soon as the words fell, the man ran in. It was only then that he noticed Zhou Kong there and hurriedly made a respectful bow. Being a disciple of the sect, he naturally treated Zhou Kong with utmost respect. Zhou family disciples have special status. Zhou Kong was not too surprised in his heart. Although it was only a little over a month, Liang Sheng had convinced the alchemist in the shop, which showed that the other party indeed had alchemy skills and was worthy of his desire to get close to. At this time, Liang Sheng looked at Zhou Kong apologetically, his eyes indicating that he wanted to go over and take a look. Zhou Kong immediately let him go, not caring about himself, and feeling free to do so. Watching Liang Sheng leave with the alchemist, Zhou Kang's eyes were full of brilliance, wondering when the other party would be able to help him. Just then, Yang Ziyu's voice came from behind him. Chen Sheng becoming an alchemist guest elder in the shop is really a great deal. Speaking of which, we have to thank Fu Liantao and his partner Ban's Hai He. If it weren't for them, how could Chen Sheng have achieved this? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kang nodded without speaking, and Yang Ziyu continued. However, in this month, we can see that the other party is indeed a pill maniac. Otherwise, why would he have exchanged all his guest elder shares for the spiritual grass needed to refine true yuan pills? It's just a pity that he finally failed in the refining process. But I asked the sex alchemists in our shop, and they all said that it wasn't a problem with Chen Sheng's alchemy skills, but rather that the other party's cultivation level was not enough. Otherwise, Chen Sheng might have succeeded in refining true yuan pills. Oh! Zhou Kang was not aware of this matter. Yang Ziyu could not help but laugh. Don't doubt that you heard it wrong. If Chen Sheng can reach the Qi cultivation 8th layer, he may be able to refine true yuan pills. If he reaches the Qi cultivation 9th layer, it's not impossible for him to refine medium quality true yuan pills. This is actually what our chief alchemist, junior brother Wang, said. He also admires and respects Chen Sheng's alchemy skills. What a pity! Yes, it's a pity. This person's fate is simply not enough. However, on the path of cultivation, how many gifted people have missed the view of the cultivation journey because of the word fate? At this time, Zhou Kang looked at Liang Sheng, who had already entered the room of another alchemist, always feeling that the other party might still have other special features, as his intuition would not deceive him. While Liang Sheng's plan successfully infiltrated the Huatian sex store, on the other side, something went wrong in the black market outside the market. For many years now, the black market has been running steadily, especially since Pei Shiping established his foundation and the black market became more stable. However, Pei Shiping also began to pay attention to his image, and from time to time, he only went to the black market once in a while, as Fu Liantao and his partner were in charge, and no problems occurred in the black market. But this time, by the time the black market opened, all the invited guests brought their own treasured collections to the black market, only to be tragically robbed by Fu Liantao and his partner in the end. Fortunately, Fu Liantao did not kill anyone, otherwise, many people would have died inexplicably. However, this robbery left everyone somewhat dumbfounded. They didn't know the true identity of the black market controller and lost all their treasured resources. Though their anger went through the roof, they didn't know where to vent it. This was the black market after all, they couldn't ask the 3 sects and 6 orders for justice. In this situation, they suddenly realized that they couldn't do anything. While the situation in the black market was reported to Pei Shiliang that night, his face turned bad at the time, and without any hesitation, he directly reported the situation to Pei Shiping. Fu Liantao and Ban's Hai He have great courage. Pei Shiping's face was not very good either. He had thought that the black market might have an accident, but he just didn't expect Fu Liantao and his partner to start so early. After all, they still had a few good years to live. Immediately send someone to keep an eye on the loose cultivator's whereabouts in the market. As soon as Fu Liantao and his partner appear, come and find me. Yes, ancestor. At this moment, Liang Sheng was unaware of what had happened in the black market and was proceeding with his plan according to his own rhythm. With his reputation as a pill maniac, he had completely won over the Huatian sex alchemists in the shop over the past month. After all, they were just alchemists dispatched outside. Their alchemy skills might be a bit stronger than those of the loose cultivators, but how much stronger could they be? Otherwise, why would they be sent to the shop in the market? Yang Ziyu was very satisfied with Liang Sheng's performance during this period, as the qi refining pills he refined were very profitable. Without a single failure in alchemy, he couldn't help but feel more pity that Liang Sheng's cultivation aptitude was too poor. Over the past month, he had watched the other party consume qi refining pills like candy, but unfortunately, the cultivation speed was extremely slow. With the other party's ability to reach the qi cultivation 5th realm, it was already a great feat for an alchemist. If it weren't for his alchemy skills, he would probably struggle to reach the 3rd layer of qi cultivation at this moment. If only his aptitude was better, he would have made a greater effort to turn him into an official disciple of the Huatian sect. Of course, with his status, he could only make Liang Sheng become an outer sect disciple, but the result was ultimately a pity. At this moment, Liang Sheng was preparing to leave the shop. After saying goodbye to Yang Ziyu, he headed in the direction of the cave mansion. However, as soon as he stepped out of the shop, he noticed something strange. Is someone following me? It seemed that the other party had ill intentions, otherwise, why would they disguise themselves? If it weren't for Liang Sheng's foundation establishment realm cultivation level, he might have been fooled by the other party's concealment. Concealment talisman. Fu Lian Tao, Ban's Hai He. Liang Sheng immediately figured out the other party's identity and what methods they used, but he was not sure how they would launch their attack. After all, he was in the market. However, the next moment he understood what the other party wanted to do, because the two had already approached him. How could he, a Qi cultivation 5th realm, possibly escape them? At the next moment, Fu Lian Tao's voice rang in his ear, "Don't talk, I have reached a dead end. If you don't want to die, cooperate with us, or you will definitely die. Anyway, my time on earth is limited." Liang Sheng felt extremely helpless, wondering why so many troubles had befallen him. Despite his reluctance, he could only cooperate at this point. He lowered his head and was escorted out of the market by the two of them. Although Chen Sheng's fame had already spread throughout the market, many people didn't pay attention to Liang Sheng, who walked out of the market with his head down, escorted by Fu Lian Tao and his partner. And so, Liang Sheng was taken out of the market in this way, becoming more and more helpless. Why were there more and more people? It was because someone was following them from behind. It was none other than Pei Shiping, who had personally taken action after getting the news. Pei Shiliang had been keeping an eye on the market all this time, and Fu Lian Tao had been discovered by Pei family's secret agents as soon as they appeared in the market. As Pei Shiliang reported the situation, he couldn't help but ask, "Ancestor, now that Chen Sheng has been abducted by them, should we inform the Hua Tian sect?" "There's no need. Those two old fellows have a lot of things on them. If we involve the Hua Tian sect, I'm afraid we won't even be able to taste the soup. Moreover, the black market's affairs can't be leaked. Even if the 3 sects and 6 orders have some suspicions, without evidence, they won't care too much. So, I'm going to take action personally. But, for now, everything has to remain the way it was. We can't startle the snake in the grass. When I'm sure all the things are in place, I'll consider when to make a move. But I don't know what preparations those two old guys have made, so I might not be back for a while. You have to take care of the family affairs in the meantime. Rest assured, Ancestor, everything at home will be fine." After that, the hidden agents from the Pei family who had been tracking them didn't leave the market, acting as if they knew nothing, while Pei Shiping followed them quietly. Liang Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief at that moment, as none of the people from the 3 sects and 6 orders had come after them, which was undoubtedly good news for him. At this moment, Fu Lian Tao and his partner didn't care much about Liang Sheng, who was just a Qi cultivation 5-fold rookie. After leaving the market, the two of them visibly relaxed. So, while they were off guard, Liang Sheng activated the 1000 stacked Vajra talismans on his body, to which they had no reaction. They had no idea who they had captured. Liang Sheng's defensive measures on himself were far from just the Vajra talisman. After an unknown number of turns, Fu Lian Tao finally stopped at a cliff. "Master Chen." "Wang Kuo?" The moment Liang Sheng saw Wang Kuo, he understood what was going on. It seemed that Fu Lian Tao and his partner hadn't given up yet. As it turned out, Wang Kuo said that he had originally gone to another market but was found by Fu Lian Tao and his partner. Wang Kuo had been too relaxed, thinking that since Fu Lian Tao had let him go, they wouldn't come after him again. Little did he know that they had only released a smokescreen and had tampered with him all along. Fu Lian Tao and his partner had just been putting on a show earlier, aiming for the final deal in the black market. Moreover, they had already exchanged all their resources in another market where Wang Kuo was located. They got 10 sets of materials for foundation establishment pills. This showed that their actions were now nothing less than a last-ditch effort. "Deist Chen, sorry for the inconvenience." As he spoke, Fu Lian Tao stared intently at Liang Sheng, who didn't resist and remained calm. Pei Shiping, on the other hand, hid behind them. As a fellow foundation establishment stage cultivator, Liang Sheng was naturally even more cautious. However, Pei Shiping thought he was the mantis catching the cicada, not knowing that Liang Sheng was actually the aureole coveting from behind. Seeing Liang Sheng behaving so sensibly, Fu Liantao was delighted but also somewhat regretful. If they had known, it would have been better to tie him up directly in the first place, instead of causing such a big stir. Just when they thought they could refine pills smoothly, Liang Sheng suddenly asked, "Deist Wang, do you know why my alchemy skills are better than all of yours?" Wang Kuo nodded his head in admiration, "Because you are obsessed with refining pills, even if it's a medium or high-grade spiritual pill that's impossible to refine, you will never give up and will never be shaken in your heart by failure. Actually, that's only part of the reason. No one knows that there's another reason for my excellent alchemy skills, which has to do with my nose." "Your nose?" "Yes, I can smell the condition of the spiritual grass during the pill refining process. I can grasp even the slightest differences. Just like right now, I can smell the scents of 5 people. 5 people's scents?" Immediately after, Fu Liantao and his partner realized what was going on. They quickly stood up and scanned the surroundings. The next moment, a burst of laughter rang out. "Deist Chen is truly a pill maniac, what a remarkable ability." Fu Liantao and his partner changed their expressions as soon as they heard the laughter and took a defensive stance right away. Pei Shiping. Chapter 117, Slaying Foundation Establishment, Zhou Kong disappears. What is despair? At this moment, Fu Liantao and his partner were experiencing that feeling. Full of hope only to end in despair, it was a great rise and fall. They didn't expect the person hiding in the shadows to be Pei Shiping. In front of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, even if they were cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation, they only had one outcome, a dead end. Thus, in the next moment, without saying a word, the two of them made a tacit move. Wang Kuo had not yet reacted, and just felt a gust of wind beside him, followed by 2 thumping sounds of people falling to the ground. It was Fu Liantao and Ban's Hai He. A moment ago, when the two of them tried to destroy the foundation establishment pill materials, they didn't even consider Wang Kuo's safety. However, even as cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation, they couldn't destroy the materials in front of Pei Shiping. Only now did Wang Kuo react, thinking he was a goner just moments ago, and then he heard Pei Shiping's voice. "Deist Wang, don't panic. Leave everything to me." The foundation of the Pei family was still too shallow. Although they claimed to be the #1 family among the loose cultivators in the market, there was no depth to their power. Therefore, Pei Shiping naturally needed to win over an alchemist like Wang Kuo. As for Liang Sheng, he hadn't yet decided how to deal with him, but deep in his heart, a vague idea was already forming. After all, although Liang Sheng appeared to only be at the qi cultivation 5-fold level, his backing was the Hua Tian sect, so Pei Shiping was not able to make a final decision. Since that was the case, he no longer pondered on it and turned his gaze to Fu Liantao and his partner on the ground. In any case, the situation of the two was simple and clear, a dead end. He would deal with them first. Regardless of whether it was because of the destruction of the black market or the 10 foundation establishment pill materials that they have not yet used today, Pei Shiping had a reason to kill them. Now, Pei Shiping didn't make any big moves, just a slight fluctuation in his qi, and Wang Kuo couldn't move any more, watching helplessly as Pei Shiping approached Fu Liantao and his partner. Damn it! Wang Kuo regretted it deeply from the bottom of his heart. In the first place, he shouldn't have accepted Fu Liantao and his partner's request to refine the pills. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but glare resentfully at Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng sensed this with his sharp intuition and was suddenly confused. What was going on? Why was Wang Kuo suddenly targeting him? The reason behind Wang Kuo's thoughts was simple: if it wasn't for Chen Sheng mentioning the nonsense about refining high-level elixirs to feed his alchemy skills, he wouldn't have attracted the current trouble. However, he could not be bothered about Liang Sheng at this moment, because in the next moment, Pei Shiping opened his mouth, looking coldly at Fu Liantao and his partner. His words made Wang Kuo's face turn pale. Why did you bully and exploit others in the black market, leaving no room for negotiation? Do you not know that my Pei family relies on the stable supply of cultivation resources provided by the black market? By doing this, the black market will not be able to regain the trust of other Daoist friends in a short period of time. Fu Liantao looked at Pei Shiping and suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. I'm about to die, what does it have to do with your Pei family? If you had remembered our old friendship, wouldn't we have had a share in the auction of the Foundation establishment pills by the 3 sects and 6 orders? And without the 2 of us, would you have succeeded in your foundation building? You were the one who showed no mercy first, and now you pretend to be a good person right here. The reaction from Ban's Hai was even simpler, he directly spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Unfortunately, with Pei Shiping's foundation establishment spiritual power surrounding his whole body, the phlegm had no chance of landing on him. Pei Shiping remained calm and composed in the face of this. Well, today I will personally see you old friends off on your journey, as a way to settle our past. Otherwise, if I were to hand you over to those swindlers in the black market, I would not be able to bear it. Hypocrite! At this moment, these 3 words appeared in everyone's mind. And just then, Fu Liantao and his partner's qi suddenly erupted. Deist Ban, let's take action. Suddenly, the 2 cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation, their qi erupted completely, showing the power of cultivators at the 9th level of qi cultivation. Almost in an instant, several talismans were shot towards Pei Shiping. And in Fu Liantao and his partner's hands, magical weapons had already appeared. With an explosion of all their spiritual power, the 2 moved with agility, executing ruthless moves, and cooperating seamlessly. Their attacks occasionally produced deafening explosions, turning the surrounding mountain stones into ashes, showcasing their astonishing power. At this time, Pei Shiping maintained his steadiness and composure, moving with grace, unhurried, as if the opponents he once had to treat with caution were no longer worth mentioning. Pei Shiping didn't even use his magical weapon, directly activating the Foundation establishment's spiritual power throughout his body, demonstrating his incredible power in every move he made. Although Fu Liantao and his partner were both battle-hardened masters and executed ruthless moves, they couldn't get close to Pei Shiping's body with any of their attacks. After just a few rounds of intense battle, Fu Liantao and his partner began to show signs of fatigue. It was evident how astonishing their earlier outbursts were. At this point, their offensive weakened, while Pei Shiping's became even more relentless. Later, taking advantage of the gap when the 2 were replenishing their spiritual power, Pei Shiping broke through their defenses. In an instant, the majestic power belonging to the foundation building cultivators landed on Fu Liantao and his partner. In the end, Fu Liantao and his partner were slain by Pei Shiping. In an instant, blood splattered, their bodies broke apart, heads scattered, and flesh and bones flew, dying and disappearing. Pei Shiping remained expressionless in the face of this situation, as if killing 2 cultivators at the 9th level of qi condensation meant nothing to him. Wang Kuo shivered at the sight. If he were the one facing Fu Liantao and his partner, he probably would have been killed before he could even make a move. Such powerful individuals had no ability to resist against Pei Shiping and could only describe Foundation establishment stage cultivators as terrifying as this. He was now under Pei Shiping's pressure and unable to speak, just filled with fear because he had just heard Pei Shiping unscrupulously mentioning the black market. This also meant that he probably wouldn't survive. After all, dead men tell no tales, and in an instant, Wang Kuo's heart was filled with despair. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he had regained the ability to act, but before he could understand what was going on, he heard Pei Shiping's voice. I don't know if Deist Wang is willing to become a guest alchemist for my Pei family and refine pills for us after this. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuo could hardly believe it, looking at Pei Shiping with a stunned expression. He could see the smile on Pei Shiping's face, and felt that this was a sudden stroke of luck. Wang Kuo swears by the heavenly Dao that I will never disclose anything that happened today and will become an alchemist for the Pei family, giving my all even unto death. Pei Shiping looked extremely satisfied. After all, those who recognized the situation were the best. However, when facing Liang Sheng, his heart felt a headache. Simply because Liang Sheng had already become the guest elder of the shop, and Pei Shiping could not recruit him anymore. When Wang Kuo saw his troubled expression, he vaguely guessed the reason. He couldn't help but look at Liang Sheng with resentment. Elder Dong, this man cannot be spared. If the news of the black market reaches the 3 sects and 6 orders, I'm afraid. Pei Shiping nodded his head after hearing this. When he mentioned the black market earlier, he had more or less made up his mind, and Wang Kuo's words now only pushed him further. Deist Chen, I'm really sorry, but you can only blame your own bad luck. But before he could finish speaking, he saw fireworks everywhere. What's going on? Suddenly, hundreds of talismans appeared before his eyes, and before he could react, dozens of magical weapons burst towards him in an instant. Then, with a loud explosion, the magical weapons self-destruct. Even as a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, he couldn't react in time and had to endure the attack, getting slightly injured in the process. Who would waste talismans and magical weapons like that? Unheard of. At that moment, without giving Pei Shiping any time to react, Liang Sheng threw dozens of miasma pills and bone-corroding pills in succession. Under his urging, they all turned into a cloud of mist, surrounding Pei Shiping. At this point, Pei Shiping couldn't help but curse internally. Just what kind of background did Chen Sheng have to possess so many malicious means? However, it wasn't over yet. In the next moment, his pupils shrank as Liang Sheng suddenly used array flags, trapping Pei Shiping in an illusion array. Array Master. Finally, Liang Sheng didn't take out anything else. However, he had already approached Pei Shiping, revealing his true cultivation level. With the eruption of his Foundation Establishment spiritual power, he instantly shattered Pei Shiping's defenses. Foundation Establishment Stage. Pei Shiping's face was filled with disbelief because he hadn't expected his opponent to be a Foundation Establishment Stage cultivator, leaving him completely unguarded. In a life-and-death struggle between cultivators of the same realm, one being careless and the other highly intentional, life and death truly hung in the balance. Too careless. Only this thought remained in Pei Shiping's mind. Even in a fair battle, he might not have a guaranteed victory. He wondered how the other party had devised so many underhanded tactics. In the next moment, Pei Shiping couldn't believe that Liang Sheng would be so cautious. He didn't even have time to make a move when his head, filled with unwillingness, was sent flying. Foundation Establishment loose cultivator Pei Shiping was dead. At that moment, Wang Kuo was dumbfounded. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it all happened within a breath's time. Pei Shiping was dead. He looked at Liang Sheng with disbelief in his eyes, only one thought in his mind: how could this be possible? In the next moment, before he could react, and just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Why would he provoke this man? If he had chosen to believe him from the beginning, would he still have a way out? He had made the wrong choice in the end. There was no time for Liang Sheng to bother with Wang Kuo's thoughts. After collecting the items from the several people, he immediately covered the entire area with dozens of fireball spells. After ensuring that all traces were burned, he quickly concealed his body and returned to the market. Fortunately, Fu Liantao and his partner were far away, otherwise the commotion here would have been detected by Foundation Establishment cultivator Yao Mu. One could only say that it was fortunate, but Liang Sheng had learned his lesson once again. He needed to prepare even more means, such as having more poisons that could instantly kill Qi cultivators. Although these methods couldn't instantly kill Foundation Establishment cultivators, they could buy enough time for him to use the nail-head 7 arrows technique. In the market, Liang Sheng had safely returned to his cave mansion and layered it with 3 concealment formations, using mid-grade spirit stones as a foundation. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Unless a golden cordaist came, no one could see through the concealment array covering his cave mansion. Now, it was time to see the gains from this adventure. Initially, he stored the 10 sets of Foundation Establishment pill materials. Although they were indeed precious, they were of little use to Liang Sheng, so he threw them into his storage bag for the time being. Wang Kuo also possessed a storage bag. After all, he was an alchemist with Qi cultivation 8th level, so it wasn't strange for him to have one. Liang Sheng looked through it and found a fair amount of spiritual grass. After sorting them out, there wasn't much left in the storage bag. There were only about 100 low-grade spirit stones, and several mid-grade spirit stones, which seemed rather shabby. However, Liang Sheng wasn't surprised because he knew how much alchemists consumed. The most important thing Wang Kuo left behind was the cultivation spiritual pills, which satisfied Liang Sheng after putting them in order. As for the jade slips and pill formulas, Liang Sheng only glanced at them briefly. He didn't have any big gains, as he had seen them all almost before. Next up were Fu Liantao and his partner's storage bags. Liang Sheng didn't have high hopes since the two men were probably close to bankruptcy after refining Foundation Establishment pills. As expected, the items inside Fu Liantao and his partner's storage bags were almost as Liang Sheng had guessed. They were relatively empty, leaving the two of them extremely impoverished in their pursuit of Foundation Establishment. In the end, they were left penniless for the sake of foundation establishment, but at least Liang Sheng managed to get two pattern magical devices from them. It was a small gain. Not at a loss. Last but not least was Pei Shiping's storage bag. Liang Sheng took a deep breath, and a delighted smile spread across his face. It was indeed a big win, as expected from the head of a family. He had consumed many magical weapons, talismans, spiritual pills, and arrays in order to deal with Pei Shiping. If these items hadn't been personally crafted by Liang Sheng himself, he likely would have exhausted a foundation establishment stage cultivator's entire fortune. Pei Shiping was indeed the #1 loose cultivator. Seeing over 100 mid-grade spirit stones in the storage bag, Liang Sheng was overjoyed. These spirit stones could nearly compensate for all his losses. As for other low-grade spirit stones and materials stored in the bag, such as rare spiritual grass, refining materials, talismans, magical weapons, and spiritual pills, they were staggering in terms of quantity. Eastern fantasy. Could this be the foundation of the entire Pei family? This time, Liang Sheng was right again. This was indeed most of the Pei family's wealth, as it would be safer for Pei Shiping to carry it than to keep it anywhere else. After all, he was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Among the spirit stones, what surprised Liang Sheng the most was that Pei Shiping also had a secret technique, the puppetry technique. Liang Sheng couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat after reading it. If Pei Shiping had a puppet, then Liang Sheng would have had to expose more of his trump cards in order to kill him. Of course, the materials required for the puppetry technique were unique and collecting them all intact wasn't easy. It was evident from the materials Pei Shiping had prepared that he hadn't completed the collection. Whether he could collect them all in the future, Liang Sheng could only shake his head after considering the market situation. For now, it wasn't something he had to worry about. Besides these items, Liang Sheng's biggest gain was actually the jade slips of Pei Shiping, Fu Liantao, and his partner, which recorded their cultivation experiences over the years. It turned out that none of the three were good people. After all, who among decent people would keep a diary? After reading the content of the jade slips, Liang Sheng had a general understanding of the world outside the market. The regions of the 3 sects and 6 orders were much larger than he had imagined. Just like the market where he was, within the territory of the 3 sects and 6 orders, there were still a total of 35 markets. Even though Pei Shiping and the others controlled the black market, they had only visited at most 5 markets. From this, one could see how powerful the 3 sects and 6 orders truly were. Not to mention the resources they could provide internally, the 36 markets alone would undoubtedly provide massive amounts of resources on a daily basis. So Liang Sheng still needed to be extremely cautious and not become complacent. There were still some areas where he was lacking in today's performance. For example, the Vajra talismans he had crafted were relatively weak compared to the foundation establishment realm. Even if he stacked 1,000 layers of them, they would likely only block a foundation establishment cultivator's attack for an instant. As for his other attack talismans, he needed to upgrade them urgently, as well as the elixirs. It seemed like he had become complacent over the past few years. He wasn't in a hurry about the recipe for the golden yuan pill since there was still a long way to go to reach the foundation establishment late stage. He could first prepare some life-saving items for himself. That way, if he encountered such a dangerous situation again, he could ensure it wouldn't turn out the same as this time and have more confidence. After all, Pei Shiping was able to lament being in the foundation establishment realm even as he died. The next time a similar situation arose, Liang Sheng had to kill his opponent instantly without any hesitation. After some self-reflection, Liang Sheng happily tidied up all the items. He still didn't have the recipe for golden yuan pill, otherwise, under such conditions, he could perhaps exchange it for a large number of elixir refinement spiritual grass. Afterwards, Liang Sheng resumed his normal routine and went to the Huatian Sect's store with a facade of being a Qi cultivation 5-fold cultivator with exceptional talent in pill refining. However, during this time he needed to do one more thing. As time went on, the Pei family might become a problem since they probably already knew about him being kidnapped by Fu Liantao and his partner. As such, he needed to wrap up this situation, but he still had time to plan how to eliminate the entire Pei family without anyone noticing. As for the Pei family, everything was still operating as usual, and no one knew that their foundation establishment ancestor had died. Before, Pei Shiliang had followed Pei Shiping's instructions. If everything didn't go smoothly, it might take quite a while for the ancestor to return. So it never crossed Pei Shiliang's mind that anything could happen to Pei Shiping. After all, he was a Foundation establishment ancestor who had extended his lifespan by 500 years. How could anything go wrong? So, a peaceful month had passed, and Pei Shiliang finally began to feel uneasy, sensing that something was wrong. As for Liang Sheng, he kept to his routine, occasionally visiting the spiritual field and using high-quality qi cultivation pills to appease Huang Yufan and his brothers into working hard on their farming. In his spare time, Liang Sheng naturally cultivated, drew talismans, refined pills, and practiced symbol charms, living a life of utmost tranquility. Until one night, when the entire Pei family was wiped out, shocking the entire market. Hua Tiansek's store. Liang Sheng had once again flawlessly completed his task, refining a batch of high-quality qi cultivation pills. Yang Zheyu was naturally very pleased with this, as it was a very profitable business. At this time, watching Liang Sheng, who was still diligently working, Yang Zheyu couldn't help but feel even more satisfied. However, at this moment, a panicked outer sect disciple rushed in. He whispered a few words to Yang Zheyu, immediately making his face change and his heart fill with shock. The Pei family had been wiped out? Wasn't Pei Shiping at the Pei family's residence? At this moment, Yang Zheyu didn't care about anything else. Whether the Pei family was wiped out or not was not important, what mattered was Pei Shiping. If he had also died, then the situation would be completely different, as it concerned a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, and no matter what, it was not a trivial matter. The managers from the other 3 sects and 6 orders had the same reaction as Yang Zheyu at this time, and they all naturally appeared at the administration office. Yao Mu also appeared before them at this moment. As the only Foundation establishment cultivator stationed at the 100-year market, he was now the most serious of them all. This was because he was the only Foundation establishment cultivator stationed in the market by the 3 sects and 6 orders, yet he had no sense of the Pei family's extermination. It was clear just how extraordinary the people behind the scenes were, as such a situation had never occurred in the market before. Yao Mu quickly reached a unanimous agreement with the managers of the 3 sects and 6 orders, and then they all hurriedly left to cooperate in the investigation. Although Liang Sheng seemed indifferent to this situation on the surface, he couldn't help but calculate in his heart if there were any loopholes in his plans. After confirming several times that there were no omissions, he completely relaxed and continued to refine pills in the store. However, the other alchemists in the store were occasionally having their furnaces explode. This was because they were not calm at the moment. The sudden annihilation of Pei Shiping's family, which concerned a Foundation establishment loose cultivator, was a major event that they could not ignore. This involved a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, after all. Therefore, they couldn't help but admire Liang Sheng for being so composed. No wonder he was known as the pill maniac amongst the loose cultivation alchemists in the market. He could remain undisturbed even amidst such a major event, which probably had a lot to do with the depths of his alchemy skills. In addition to Liang Sheng, there was one other person who remained calm in the store, and that was naturally Zhou Kong. His natural talent for seeking fortune and avoiding evil told him that this matter would not affect him at all. Since that was the case, why should he worry? This matter wouldn't affect him, and besides, it wasn't his concern to begin with. However, precisely because of this, he became even more interested in Liang Sheng, who, unlike him, did not possess the ability to seek fortune and avoid evil. Completely absorbed in refining pills, he was utterly oblivious to the outside world. This level of focus couldn't help but make Zhou admire him even more. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Yang Zheyu returned to the store. However, his face was even more unsightly now. He didn't hide anything from Zhou Kong, and soon Zhou found out what had happened to the Pei family and why Yang Zheyu's face looked so bad. Poison Master. An alchemist that refines poison pills. The Pei family was destroyed by poisoning. With a terrifying poison master like this in the market, how could Yang Zheyu not be worried? Therefore, all the store's alchemists, including Liang Sheng, were summoned by Yang Zheyu. Everyone, have any of you ever heard of a spiritual pill capable of killing qi cultivation cultivators instantly? This pill is colorless and tasteless, and after infecting a cultivator for a month, it suddenly erupts, causing instant death. The alchemists looked at one another, as they were all sect alchemists who refined pills for cultivation purposes and had never researched poison pills before. Eastern fantasy. On the other hand, it was Liang Sheng who spoke up slowly, "Manager, I happen to know of a poison pill that can instantly kill chi cultivators. However, I don't know of any pills that suddenly erupt after a month." Liang Sheng volunteered this information, but it only made Yang Ziyu's face even more unsightly. Even Liang Sheng didn't know, which meant the situation was even more complicated than he had thought. However, Yang Ziyu calmed down and continued to ask Liang Sheng, "Deist Chen, what kind of cultivation level is needed to refine the poison pill you mentioned?" "At least the Qi cultivation 8th layer state is required. I initially came across this pill formula from other Deist friends in the market. I actually tried refining this pill myself, as I'm obsessed with elixirs, but unfortunately, I ended up failing in the end. But I've compared the difficulty of refining this poison pill with that of other mid to high level spiritual pills and concluded that it requires at least the Qi cultivation 8th layer state to potentially succeed in refining." Upon hearing this, Yang Ziyu nodded slightly, and the other alchemists did not raise any objections at this time, as they had long stopped doubting Liang Sheng's words. In their hearts, they had already formed a consensus: if Chen Sheng's cultivation aptitude was a little better, he would undoubtedly be an alchemy master. "Alright, thank you, Deist Chen, for clearing up my confusion. You all may continue with your work, as I have some matters to attend to. I won't disturb you further." Yang Ziyu hurriedly left the shop. He still needed to meet with other managers from various sects. If this matter wasn't investigated thoroughly, they would likely have sleepless nights filled with anxiety. Because Foundation establishment stage cultivators were already the strongest battle force in the market, now that the Pei family has been wiped out, trouble could arise if Pei Shiping were still alive. Thus, they have to be prepared. However, if Pei Shiping were also dead, the situation would be even more terrifying. After all, even Foundation establishment stage cultivators could die. It was reasonable to think that these Qi cultivators couldn't possibly withstand the same threat. At this moment, the managers of the 3 sects and 6 orders once again convened. After exchanging ideas, they all supported Yang Ziyu's theory. The perpetrator must at least be an alchemist at the Qi cultivation 8th layer state, or rather, a poison master of the same level. If this person was not thoroughly investigated, or if the threat to the market was not eliminated, it is likely that everyone would live in perpetual fear. At this moment, Yao Mu was in charge of integrating the resources of the 3 sects and 6 orders to carry out an investigation in the market and hoped to uncover the truth as quickly as possible. If they confirmed that their abilities were insufficient, they would probably have to report the situation to their sects and request assistance as soon as possible. However, unless absolutely necessary, neither Yao Mu nor the managers of the 3 sects and 6 orders wanted to disturb their sects. Requesting assistance would mean admitting their incompetence. In the time following this, loose cultivators within the market hardly dared to go out. After all, the entire Pei family was annihilated. Who amongst them could guarantee their own safety? Under the vigorous investigation by the combined forces of the 3 sects and 6 orders shop, they quickly gathered almost all the information, but no one knew precisely what had transpired. Now they only knew that Pei Shiping was not at the Pei family residence before, but now no one knew his whereabouts. Yao Mu took the initiative to personally investigate, and finally made progress. They only found out that some time ago, there were indeed alchemists who left the market, among which was Wang Kuo, a Qi cultivation 8th layer state cultivator. After grasping this clue, they followed this lead and discovered that Fu Liantao and his partner had made contact with Wang Kuo in another market. The relationship between Fu Liantao and his partner and Pei Shiping was naturally known to them. Their discovery led Yao Mu and others to focus on these alchemists who had left the market, especially Wang Kuo. Fu Liantao and his partner traveled to several markets and surprisingly gathered several kinds of spirit grass for the Foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, after this discovery, they didn't find any new leads. Upon finding out about Fu Liantao and his partner, they quickly discovered the traces left behind by Pei Shiping outside the market. Yao Mu and others compared the information countless times and finally came to a conclusion. A month ago, it seemed like Pei Shiping was tracking someone. It was very likely that Fu Liantao and his partner were the ones Pei Shiping tracked. However, the rest of the clues abruptly ceased. Yao Mu couldn't find any other relevant information, no matter how hard he tried. Actually, the traces left by Pei Shiping were naturally Zhong Liang Shen's doing. With Pei Shiping's storage bag, it was extraordinarily straightforward for him to fake Pei Shiping's tracks. And the so-called poison pills of the Pei family, were initially just poison pills diluted 100 times. A month before the poisoning, Liang Sheng stealthily switched them to poison pills that could kill instantly. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng, with his superior skills, mixed in some spiritual grass that didn't affect the efficacy of the medicine and, coupled with the clues he purposely left, misled the 3 sects and 6 orders in the wrong direction. Who could think that Liang Sheng, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, disguised as an alchemist at the Qi cultivation fivefold, and set such a trap? Because there couldn't be further investigation, Yao Mu and managers from the 3 sects and 6 orders could only surreptitiously investigate. However, no incidents occurred for the 3 months that followed. They only slightly let their guards down at this point, guessing that the poison master who exterminated the Pei family, most likely had left the market. However, during this time, sales of array technique flags in the market suddenly exploded, many loose cultivators felt unsafe and started adding more defenses to their cave dwellings. Array masters stationed in the shops of the 3 sects and 6 orders were kept busy during this period. But Yang Zheyu and others were inexplicably delighted. After all, it was a boost to their performance. Though the loose cultivators were frightened in recent times, they still needed to acquire cultivation resources, so they began to cautiously venture out in the past 2 months. Since nothing unusual happened in these 2 months, the orderliness in the market gradually returned to how it was before. Liang Sheng was not worried about his plan from the beginning. He maintained an average mindset and, after getting familiar with the alchemist in the shop, gradually began to indirectly inquire about the Golden Yuan pill. Unfortunately, no alchemist in the shop knew the pill formula for the Golden Yuan pill. After all, the Golden Core realm is too far away from them, so why would they care about Golden Yuan pill? And it's not as if everyone is like Chen Sheng, who Liang Sheng was impersonating, who came up with the theory of making medium-high-grade elixirs to boost his own skills. Why would you torment yourself needlessly? However, Liang Sheng did have some gains during this period. He had got more detailed information about the 3 sects and 6 orders. For example, amongst the 3 sects and 6 orders, Hua Tian sect was specialized in refining weapons, and the refining equipment peak elder had even consecutively refined spirit tools. Of course, the 3 sects and 6 orders also had sects that were good at refining pills. The most impressive of these was the Danding sect, which was famous for its production of alchemists. However, the market where Liang Sheng was currently at was closer to the territories controlled by the Hua Tian sect and the Upper Green sect. In addition, this market's income was moderately low compared to other markets, so the Danding sect's alchemists stationed here were very few. Liang Sheng paid close attention to the news from the 3 sects and 6 orders every day, but at this time, he was not in a hurry. After all, the information he had received was only just fragmented words from the alchemists, with no complete source of information. So even if Liang Sheng had a rough outline of the plan for the next stage in his heart, he would not take risks unless he was 100% sure. He was just a small foundation establishment stage cultivator, and it was only in this market where he could guarantee his own safety. If he was not 100% sure of his safety, taking hasty actions would be simply foolish. Time was the most useless thing for him, so he was not in a hurry, nor would he ever be. Time was on his side. As a result, in the following time, Liang Sheng continued to play the role of a guest alchemist in the same way as before. Meanwhile, the news of the destruction of the Pei family slowly died down as time passed, and the investigation results of the 3 sects and 6 orders quietly spread out. After most loose cultivators received these secret insiders, their guesses were simple and clear. They all believed that might be Wang Kuo, under Fu Liantao and his partner's instructions, who refined poison pills and plotted against the Pei family. After all, the grudge between Fu Liantao and Pei Shiping was well known to many people. Some loose cultivators even felt a little relieved, thinking that one must not go too far, or there would always be a time to pay the price. As for Pei Shiping, he had not appeared all this time, and no one knew where he was now. Perhaps he was chasing after Fu Liantao and his partner. But all these had nothing to do with the loose cultivators in the market. Occasionally used as casual conversation, no one cared anymore. There were so many things happening in the market every day, and everyone was desperately seeking resources, so who would keep remembering them? Moreover, the loose cultivators in the market actually became more energetic because of the extermination of the Pei family. After all, without the powerful foundation establishment stage cultivator families above their heads, the loose cultivators were back on the same starting line. After the matter completely subsided, Liang Sheng secretly returned to the spiritual field cave mansion once again. However, as soon as he appeared in front of Huang Yufan and his brothers this time, Huang Yufan directly knelt in front of him, full of gratitude. Huang Yufan had finally broken through the bottleneck of the 8th layer of Qi cultivation realm and entered a new realm. Liang Sheng didn't say much while looking at him, but instead had a vague idea in his heart. But how should he execute this plan? He still needed to think it through carefully. At this moment, the spiritual plants in the spiritual field matured once more and grew vigorously, which showed that Huang Yufan and his brothers had been very responsible. However, after harvesting the true Yuan spiritual grass this time, the true Yuan spiritual grass stored by Liang Sheng was completely sufficient for use, and he finally changed to other spiritual plant seeds. At this point, Huang Yufan and his brothers did not ask what kind of spiritual plant seeds these were. They just followed Liang Sheng's instructions and diligently continued to complete their tasks. They knew that following this master was advantageous to themselves and their brothers. They didn't have to live a life of battling through blood and blades anymore. With enough Qi refining pills, reaching the 9th layer of Qi cultivation might not be a dream in the near future. If they knew that the spiritual plants they were planting this time were the herbs for making spiritual pills that could instantly kill Qi cultivators, they would probably be frightened. However, ignorance is bliss. Once again, after replenishing the gathering spirit array and the surrounding defensive array in the spiritual field, Liang Sheng left the spiritual field and returned to the market. After that, Liang Sheng continued his peaceful life, and in a blink of an eye, 30 years passed. He had originally thought that he could continue using Chen Sheng's identity until his natural end of life, but an accident occurred. This year was the time for the sect rotation. Since the Upper Green sect and Huatian sect clashed last time, the Upper Green sect was originally planned to send people to the station for this round. However, according to the previous negotiation results between the two parties, no one knew what agreement the Upper Green sect and Huatian sect had reached. Their quota was replaced by Huatian sect this time. And at this time, Zhou Kong just happened to be returning to the sect. As early as 20 years ago, he had successfully entered the 9th layer of Qi cultivation realm. As a result, after 10 years of cultivation, Zhou Kong felt that he had reached the perfect stage and was ready to try to break through the Foundation Establishment realm. Therefore, without any hesitation, he contacted Foundation Establishment stage cultivator and a Zhou family member, and soon received news that he could return to the sect. However, before this, Zhou Kong had to return to the secular world. Huatian sect asked him to bring along the great Zhou family members to join the sect. At this time, only a little over 50 years had passed since the second group of Zhou family disciples joined the sect. Among the second batch of disciples, 5 of them had already reached the Qi cultivation 7th level, and even one had reached the Qi cultivation 8th layer. This made the sect value even more the talent of the great Zhou family members. In addition, the first group of Zhou family disciples who joined Huatian sect had gradually established themselves within the sect. With their good reputation and peaceful attitude, no one had any complaints against them. Furthermore, the refining equipment peak elder, having succeeded in refining a spirit tool, proposed to accept Zhou family members into the sect earlier than expected. Under these circumstances, no one would object. Everyone thought the matter would be extremely simple, as Zhou Kong, with Qi cultivation 9th layer, stepped into the secular world. How could there be any danger? Yet, unexpectedly, an accident did happen. Zhou Kong had disappeared. Chapter 118, Stealing from the Shangqing sect. Yang Sheng excels in both array formation and weapon refining. Market. Although 30 years had passed, Liang Sheng's cultivation level had not changed much. He could only sigh that despite there being no bottleneck in his cultivation, his progress was genuinely pitiful. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 597. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 10th Layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 19th Layer, Nail Head 7 Arrows Technique, Curse. Realm, Early Foundation Establishment Stage. Lifespan, 21134 Eastern Fantasy. Originally, Liang Sheng wanted to find a chance to die peacefully, but surprisingly, Zhou Kong suddenly disappeared in the secular world, directly arousing his vigilance. If it had been someone else, he would not have cared so much. After all, people disappeared in the market every day, which was the fate of ordinary loose cultivators. But Zhou Kong was different. His prowess in the 9th layer of Qi cultivation had already made him invincible in the secular world. Moreover, his bloodline's ability to seek fortune and avoid evil meant it was highly unlikely for him to face danger in the secular world. Unless the person who attacked him far exceeded his cultivation level, which meant that the attacker was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Yang Zheyu, the manager of Hua Tiansek's store, didn't pay much attention to this situation at first, thinking that Zhou Kong had returned to his secular family and would stay there for a few days. But after a month had passed, Yang Zheyu began to feel something was wrong. Even if one was attached to the secular world, they wouldn't stay that long at the expense of their chance to establish a foundation. So, Yang Zheyu sent people to look for Zhou Kong in the secular world, only to discover that he had mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace. As soon as this news came out, it made Yang Zheyu break out in a cold sweat, because he knew very well how important Zhou family was to the Grand Elder of Refining Device Peak in their sect. Without any hesitation, Yang Zheyu reported to the sect immediately. However, after a few days, he still had not received any response from the sect. This made him uneasy because the sect's attitude towards this matter would determine his future. Their apparent apathy made him restless. But soon, he was no longer flustered, as the foundation establishment stage cultivator stationed in the market by the sect finally arrived. The moment he saw the other party's true face, he understood why the sect had not replied to him. Zhou Mo. This was the first disciple of the Zhou family to successfully establish a foundation, and he had already entered the middle stage of foundation establishment by now. No wonder the sect hadn't responded to him, because Zhou Mo represented the sect's attitude, showing that they were taking Zhou Kong's disappearance quite seriously. Zhou Mo arrived in the market with a dark expression, feeling bad about the situation with a sense of gloom in his heart. However, even so, he was still very friendly to the people in the sect's store and did not show his bad mood, avoiding causing unnecessary trouble to others. Even for Liang Sheng, a 5th-layer Qi cultivation alchemist, Zhou Mo's attitude was still friendly, and there was no sign of any neglect. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Zhou family disciples were indeed extraordinary, and their temperament was truly breathtaking. He wondered why the Zhou family bloodline was so outstanding that almost everyone from the family left no room for criticism. Liang Sheng involuntarily fell into memories, thinking about those people and events. However, Zhou Mo's arrival made Liang Sheng even more determined to speed up his peaceful death plan, because Zhou Mo didn't immediately set off to investigate Zhou Kong's disappearance in the secular world. What did this mean? It meant that he also sensed danger and didn't have confidence in his heart, so he stayed in the market to observe the situation first. If even Zhou Mo at the foundation establishment middle stage felt uneasy, then it was a perfect time for Liang Sheng to flee. Fortunately, Liang Sheng had already revealed signs of his impending death a few years ago, so now when he initiated his death plan, it wouldn't seem too abrupt. When Liang Sheng asked to resign from Yang Zheyu, the latter's eyes were somewhat complicated. Still, he didn't try to retain him too much, just offering some standard persuasion before letting Liang Sheng leave smoothly. On the contrary, when Zhou Mo heard that Liang Sheng was retiring and wanted to return to his roots, he even personally escorted Liang Sheng out of the store. Such a temperament could hardly be criticized. Usually, the Hua Tiansek's store would send someone to escort Liang Sheng back to his hometown as a sign of respect for the guest elder. However, due to Zhou Kong's disappearance, Yang Zheyu had no time to attend to Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng was also happy to see this situation. Why would he seek trouble for himself? Nevertheless, Zhou Mo considered the situation more comprehensively and gave Liang Sheng a jade tag representing the identity of an ordinary guest elder of the Hua Tian sect before he left the market, fulfilling their sect's friendship. Most loose cultivators would give face to the jade tag, so Liang Sheng should not encounter anyone trying to cause trouble when returning home. On the same day, Liang Sheng bid farewell to the marketplace alchemists one by one. They all had to know about Chen Sheng's impending peaceful death. Then, on a quiet night, Liang Sheng left the market in a low-key manner. However, this time, he did not conceal his departure. Of course, he had to let the market know that he had left. At this time, the Hua Tian sect's store was investigating Zhou Kong's disappearance, and the sect didn't care about Liang Sheng. Although he had the jade tag, Liang Sheng thought some imprudent loose cultivators would follow him. Surprisingly, no one followed him at all. He thought about it, and then he understood the situation. It was because he was known as a pill maniac. Pill Maniac had invested all his resources in honing his alchemy skills and had nothing valuable apart from his exceptional skills. Liang Sheng's identity really had nothing else to it. Since that was the case, it was hardly worth the effort to offend the Huatian sect and do such a thing right under their watch while stationed at the market, let alone risk their wrath. Cultivators are indeed a greedy lot, willing to take risks, but they must be sure their gains are worth it. Evidently, the identity of Chen Sheng doesn't fall into this category. With that in mind, Liang Sheng eased his worries and quickly walked several hundred miles outside the market before turning 10 or so directions and stealthily returned to the spiritual field cave mansion. That night, Liang Sheng invited Huang Yufan and his brothers to drink wine. The three of them were overwhelmed by the favor, unaware that Liang Sheng was bidding farewell to Chen Sheng at that moment. Chen Sheng's identity has benefited Liang Sheng greatly, at least giving him a much deeper understanding of the 3 sects and 6 orders compared to his past. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't entertain the idea of hiding in the secular world for some time. Even Zhou Mo was so cautious in dealing with the secular world, it only goes to show deep the waters are. These days, Liang Sheng had been hiding in the cave mansion, quietly cultivating. Huang Yufan and his brothers were surprised, but they soon stopped paying attention and continued their hard work, as their master had given them more qi refining pills. It was finally time for Liang Sheng to make use of top-grade materials left by Pei Shiping and others, and begin trying to refine magical weapons. Of course, at first, he used ordinary materials he had collected. After all, he needed to practice before he could master it, and only then would he think about officially refining weapons. Huang Yufan and his brothers were unaware that Liang Sheng was hiding in the cave mansion refining weapons, as the concealment formation had already isolated their senses. On the contrary, because Liang Sheng didn't go out, they became even more cautious in irrigating the spiritual field, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Liang Sheng had secretly gone out once during this time, but after that, he felt more and more uneasy about the market situation, not daring to investigate carelessly. After all, the Huatian sect had actually sent 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators, which made him feel even more perturbed about the secular situation. Why else would it have come to this? Once the Huatian sect's reinforcements arrived, Zhou Mo finally began taking action, leading the 2 foundation establishment cultivators to investigate why Zhou Kong had disappeared in the secular world. As for Liang Shenoi, he was like a 10,000-year-old turtle, hiding in the spiritual field cave mansion, reluctant to go out, and extremely cautious, not even interested in watching the excitement. At the moment, his only thought was to stick to the principle of not actively courting trouble, wait for the storm to pass, and then carry out his next plan. Secular world. After Zhou Mo and the others had emerged from the thick fog mountain cave, they did not linger at the Zigu Pass for a moment, instead, they hurried directly to the capital. Although they were extremely cautious all the way, no accidents occurred. It was only when they saw the current imperial clan that they realized what had actually happened in the secular world during this time. For more than 50 years, people from the cultivation world had been guiding Zhou family's young members into the cultivation world, and the other party was indeed a cultivator. The young members of the Zhou family had never felt any danger, so, naturally, they wouldn't doubt the origins of the other party. Instead, they were overjoyed by the Zhou family's favored status in the cultivation world. The other party's every visit was cautious, coming almost every 10 years, and by now, they had taken away over 100 young members of the great Zhou royal family. When Zhou Mo heard this, his face turned gloomy. He had almost concluded that Zhou Kong's disappearance was likely due to this event. Because he waited for the secular situation to be safe before setting out again, Zhou Mo missed the opportunity to see the other party for himself. But who was the other party, and why did they do it? The other 2 cultivators looked helplessly at Zhou Mo's expression, as they too did not expect this situation. And the sect would never give up on it after learning of the matter. At this point, the current great Zhou Emperor also found it hard to believe. The cultivators were not members of the Huatian sect? At that time, the whole royal family had no sense of crisis, indicating that the other party had no ill intentions. So, what was going on? Eastern fantasy? Zhou Mo tried to calm himself down at that time. He would only neglect what's important if he got too anxious. Once his emotions had settled, he began asking about Zhou Kong's situation. But the answer from the great Zhou royal family made Zhou Mo increasingly uneasy because they had never seen Zhou Kong. In other words, it was possible that Zhou Kong had been intercepted by the other party the moment he entered the secular world, and his fate was still unknown. Only Foundation establishment disciples and above in the Huatian sect were eligible to leave a soul life plate in the sect, so they had no way to determine Zhou Kong's current status. After learning about the situation, Zhou Mo urged the royal family to be calm and not hand over people unless the Huatian sect or Zhou family disciples came looking for them. And they should try to delay for as long as possible. It would be best to send someone to strike the Nine Ding at Mount Kunyu to inform the cultivation world. After that, Zhou Mo led the other two Foundation establishment cultivators to investigate the entire Great Zhou mortal world. Later, they discovered that the secular situation was even worse than they had imagined. In addition to the Great Zhou royal family members being sent, other Zhou family members were also accepted as disciples by so-called hermits. After that, they traveled the world and were heard from no more. As their investigation deepened, Zhou Mo frowned more heavily. This matter was even more complicated than they had thought. However, it seemed that the people behind it had no ill intentions towards the Zhou family. But why did Zhou Kong disappear? What secrets were hidden beneath? For a short while, Zhou Mo's investigation came to a standstill. However, as time passed, they finally made a new discovery, which was actually an accidental one. They had to thank the cautious nature of the members of the Zhou family for finding this clue. Zhou Mo imagined that if the opponents entered the cultivation world, they would definitely go through the channel of Zigo Pass. In the channel, they found a personal item belonging to a Zhou family member. This must be a clue left behind by the Zhou family member when they sensed something was wrong, and based on this clue, they traced the origin of the other party. After that, they immediately left the secular world and hurried back to the immortal cultivation market, because these clues pointed to a sect. Upper Green Sect. Unexpectedly, it was the people of Upper Green Sect who led the descendants of the Great Zhou mortal world into the cultivation world. Neither Zhou Mo nor the others had expected the Upper Green Sect to resort to such means in secret. However, they frequently traveled between the secular world and the cultivation world through the Zigo Pass channel, and there were not few numbers of Great Zhou family members. If so, how could Yao Mu, who was stationed in the market at the time, not notice it? The more they thought about it, the more they felt shocked, as if the situation inside was extremely complicated. So when they returned to the immortal cultivation market, they didn't say much, as if they hadn't found any clues in the secular world. Of course, his actions naturally caught the attention of some people. At this time, the manager of Upper Green Sect's shop also breathed a sigh of relief, but when he turned his head, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He was simply too nervous. Previously, the sect's actions were so meticulous that they had eradicated all traces. How could their opponents find any evidence? If it wasn't for Zhou Kang's sudden appearance in the secular world, disrupting the sect's plans, perhaps this matter would have been done in a much more covert way. In the following days, Zhou Mo didn't make any moves and the two Foundation establishment stage cultivators who had come to support him also returned to their sect. Seeing this, the Upper Green Sect people gradually felt at ease. However, 3 days later, Zhou Mo suddenly led people to blockade the Upper Green Sect's shop. This move caused the entire market to shudder involuntarily. After all, the infighting among the 3 sects and 6 orders was not a good thing for those loose cultivators who relied on the market for their survival. Isn't the reason they were willing to stay in the market precisely because of the 3 sects and 6 orders offering security and protection within the market? As for the outside of the market, everything depends on their luck. But now that this sudden situation has occurred within the market, what can these loose cultivators do? Under these circumstances, the news came out that night, as Zhou Mo of Huatian sect was openly dealing with Upper Green sect at this moment without the intention of hiding anything. In that case, Liang Sheng naturally received the news, and as a result, he became even more cautious about going out. He even spent 2 more mid-grade spirit stones to strengthen the defense measures outside the spiritual field cave mansion. Liang Sheng felt somewhat helpless at this moment, but it wasn't his fault either. After all, who could have expected Upper Green sect to be so cunning, seemingly appeasing on the surface, secretly launching such underhanded tactics behind? Since the Great Zhou young members could be easily used, they chose not to confront Huatian sect directly but instead secretly take away the Great Zhou young members to strengthen their own power. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng became even more careful and cautious. As expected, these old monsters in the cultivation world were ruthless when they were scheming, Lai had overestimated the bottom line of these sects after all. However, in his heart, he still hoped that this matter wouldn't get out of hand, for it would make it difficult for him to carry out his plans. He was now powerless to fight against a sect, but even though he wished for both sides in the Hua Tian sect conflict to end their problems, he knew this was most likely his own wishful thinking. What followed was far more complicated than he had imagined, because Yao Mu was also implicated in the matter. Who was Yao Mu? He had the Sky Solar sect behind him. For a moment, the atmosphere in the shops of the 3 sects and 6 orders in the market became somewhat inexplicable. The loose cultivators living at the bottom of the market had the best ability to read the faces of those above, and they all hid in the market, not daring to go out. As for some loose cultivators with strength, they chose to flee as soon as the news came out, not daring to linger in the market. A storm was coming. Liang Sheng left. After Zhou Mo took action to blockade the Upper Green Sect's shop, Liang Sheng made a resolute decision to leave the marker and went to the market under the jurisdiction of the Danding sect. That market of the Danding sect was extremely special compared to the current one, and it was especially suitable for Liang Sheng to stay there for a long time to search for the pill formula of Golden Yuan pill. Before leaving, Liang Sheng properly dispersed Huang Yufan and his brothers, and had them swear a heavenly Dao oath in front of him, promising not to talk about any information related to him. Although Liang Sheng always appeared as an old man with a young face every time he met Huang Yufan and his brothers, he still didn't want to leave any trace. There were too many accidents in the world, and the fewer cause and effect ties the better. Who knew what circumstances could arise on the path of cultivation? As for not getting rid of Huang Yufan and his brothers, the reason was simple: they had never wronged him in all these years. During the time they guarded and cultivated the spiritual fields, they had always been diligent, so Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't act recklessly. One could prioritize safety, but there always had to be a bottom line. However, when Huang Yufan and his brothers heard Liang Sheng's request, their first reaction was not to leave him but to continue to follow him. Yet how could Liang Sheng possibly agree to their request? Having one more person by his side meant one more cause and effect relation, and he would be out of his mind to do so. After Liang Sheng watched them swear, he told them the method of entering and exiting the spiritual field's defensive array. From now on, everything here would no longer have anything to do with him. As for the cave mansion in the spiritual field, he left it to them, hinting that they should not wander around casually for the time being. Whether they listened or not was their business and had nothing to do with him. After finishing all these things, Liang Sheng drifted away. Huang Yufan looked at the direction he left, feeling reluctant to part. Over the years, they had nothing to worry about except farming, and they even saw the threshold of the Qi cultivation 9th layer. The master could be considered their greatest fortune in all these years. After a long rhyme, Huang Yufan finally tidied up his mood and carefully entered the cave mansion according to the method Liang Sheng had explained. After entering the cave mansion, he found a jade bottle. At first, he did not care about it. But when he saw the words on the jade bottle, the 3 brothers were stunned on the spot. After a long time, Huang Yufan said hoarsely, "From now on, even if we die, we cannot reveal any information about the master." The other 2 immediately nodded, feeling endless emotion in their hearts. The master truly was the benefactor of the 3 brothers and the greatest fortune in cultivation. Because there were only 3 words on the jade bottle: Foundation Establishment Pill. What they didn't know was that Liang Sheng hadn't gone far at this moment. Lai secretly folded back and saw this situation before he could completely let go. Huang Yufan and his brothers were ultimately kind people. It was also worth his arrangement that he didn't misjudge them. If the 3 had any other thoughts, Liang Sheng didn't think further. After all, the 3 brothers weren't having any other thoughts, right? As for the turbulence in the market at this moment, Liang Sheng didn't want to look at it again. No matter what, the market was no longer safe at this time. At the moment when Zhou Mo chose to bring the supporting forces of Hua Tian sect and fully reveal their swords against Upper Green sect, it meant that this matter could no longer be trivial. In any case, he would never return to the area of Upper Green sect and Hua Tian sect until this matter settled. Better safe than sorry. Many cultivators died on the road of cultivation just because of collateral damage. By that time, they could only regret it. Market. Liang Sheng didn't know that on the 3rd day after he left, a big upheaval occurred in the market. This time, Hua Tian sect took action without any reservations. Previously, Upper Green Sect's shop was just sealed off. However, under the incredulous eyes of the loose cultivators in the market, the Upper Green Sect's shops were directly razed to the ground by the people Zhou Mo sent. Did Hua Tian sect want to fight against Upper Green Sect to the death? Or why else would they do this? Not only that, but even the shops of Sky Solar Sect were sealed off by Zhou Mo. However, the Sky Solar Sect's shops were not razed to the ground, and the people inside the shop were not detained. They were just not allowed to leave the market. Zhou Mo and several Foundation establishment senior brothers who came to support joined hands to encircle the entire market with an array, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. This made many loose cultivators who came later and had wishful thinking regret not having left with the previous group of departing loose cultivators. But now they could only pray that the 3 sects and 6 orders would peacefully negotiate to resolve this matter. Otherwise, they really couldn't see the future of this market. Zhou Mo dared to be so decisive because the Hua Tian sect had reached a unified consensus on the matter. For more than 200 years, the great Zhou royal family had proven their value. Not to mention that they provided a large amount of dynasty luck that could help the sect refine magical weapons and spirit tools. Their bloodline alone was incredibly magical. This family's fortune was profound, making everyone in Hua Tian sect sigh. It was as if they were an essential puzzle piece for the rise of Hua Tian sect. Under such circumstances, the Upper Green sect actually resorted to underhanded tactics, entering the secular world, and kidnapping the younger generations of the great Zhou royal family. This was simply intolerable. After all, the master of this secular land was Hua Tian sect, and it had nothing to do with Upper Green sect. At this time, the young members of the Zhou family also hated Upper Green sect, as Zhou Kang's whereabouts were still unknown. As for the young members of the Zhou family who had been taken away, based on their secret inquiries, they found that they were now in the Upper Green sect and had become disciples of the Upper Green sect. However, they couldn't find any news about Zhou Kang. It could only be said that Zhou Kang's life or death was uncertain, and the situation seemed a bit bad. The reason why Hua Tian sect took such a hardline stance this time was also because Sky Solar sect was unexpectedly involved. The upper echelons of Hua Tian sect didn't expect that their sect would show signs of rising and would alert other sects. Otherwise, how could Upper Green sect have reached the secular world so smoothly, impersonating Hua Tian sect to take away the younger generations of the great Zhou family through the Zigo Pass channel? There must have been some reasons for Sky Solar sect's Yao Mu being involved, so they now needed to show this attitude. Otherwise, the future troubles targeting the younger generations of the great Zhou royal family might be even more prominent. Hua Tian sect not only had to take action this time, but also had to resolve the matter once and for all. The uproar in the market this time made the other sects of the 3 sects and 6 orders aware. At this time, the Sky Solar sect was also somewhat stunned. They secretly helped Upper Green sect, naturally, because they didn't want to see Hua Tian sect dominating everything. But who could have thought that the bloodline of the great Zhou royal family was so magical that it would make Hua Tian sect so much more powerful? In their hearts, they had some regrets. If they had known earlier, should they have kidnapped some younger generations of the great Zhou royal family as well? Of course, it is impossible to do these things now, as Hua Tian sect's Zhou Mo and others have completely sealed the entrance to the great Zhou mortal world unless a golden core deist takes action at this time. But once a golden core deist appears, the nature of the problem would be completely different, and they dare nor make such a decision lightly. The 3 sects and 6 orders have been inherited for tens of thousands of years, and they are naturally cautious in their actions. They cannot make such decisions so easily. For example, even until now, the Upper Green sect has temporarily remained silent, as they are still weighing the pros and cons of the situation. As for the sect's reputation, if it involves the life and death of the sect, what do these things matter? The reason that Hua Tian sect can appear so tough has to do not only with them being the justified party but also with their sect's growth in strength in the past few hundred years. In these 200 years, they have successfully refined no less than 4 spirit tools. The spirit tools are held by golden core deists, and their significance is well understood by the 3 sects and 6 orders. For a short while, the entire market was in an uproar, while the loose cultivators could only huddle within the market, shivering and waiting for the final outcome. No one can predict how the situation will develop, only waiting for Hua Tian sect and Upper Green sect to decide how to handle this dispute. Let's hope all goes well. In the cultivation world, outside the market, Liang Sheng was hurrying on his way. As for how Hua Tian sect would act, it had nothing to do with Liang Sheng now. His destination at this moment was very clear and straightforward, which was naturally the market within the jurisdiction of the Danding sect. However, this Danding market was somewhat far from the markets of Hua Tian sect and Upper Green sect, with several other markers in between. But at this time, Liang Sheng was in no hurry, preferring to see the different conditions of the various markets and how they differed from the previous ones. At the very least, he still had some unsavory resources in hand that he could choose to sell halfway in the other markets, with virtually no hassle. As none of these markets were Liang Sheng's final destination, he did not hide himself like he did before, making his qi cultivation 8th level quite obvious. In this way, unless someone was really blind, he, as a loose cultivator daring to travel alone, should not have anyone messing with him. After all, such wandering loose cultivators must have a trump card in order to dare to do so, as the cultivation world is not a peaceful and harmonious place. As a result, loose cultivators faced with other solo traveling loose cultivators would generally not choose to take action unless they were certain of their chances or they could see a clear benefit. With Liang Sheng's cautious nature, how could he possibly leave such a huge hidden danger? On this trip, the first market he encountered was closer to the Upper Green sect. So he quickly heard about the situation in the market where he was previously, and after inquiring about it, he felt somewhat relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he left quickly, otherwise who knows if he would have had any trouble being trapped in that previous market. This incident also served as a wake-up call for Liang Sheng, who, despite having reached the foundation establishment stage, still needed to be cautious in the face of powerful sects. At this time, Liang Sheng sold the various resources left by people like Pei Shiping in batches, and soon exchanged them for spirit stones, making a fortune. Indeed, business without a cost is strong, but he still hoped for fewer such incidents, as safety comes first. After that, Liang Sheng stayed in the market for only one day, handling some matters before leaving immediately, as the atmosphere in the market was not very good at the time. After all, this market was closer to Upper Green sect, and it seemed that the Upper Green sect might make a move soon, which was why it was affecting the entire market. When he left the market, he did not notice anyone following him, so this time Liang Sheng left quite smoothly. Bender. This time he was lucky, and he didn't have to kill anyone. When Liang Sheng left, that was the thought that crossed his mind. It can only be said that his persecution complex is somewhat severe. Time passed, and 3 more months went by unknowingly. Liang Sheng once again traversed 4 markets. These markets were not within the jurisdiction of Upper Green sect and Hua Tian sect, so they were not affected. Liang Sheng took this opportunity to exchange all the black goods in his hands for spirit stones, finally arriving at the market area of the Danding sect. Originally, it would have taken him only a month to arrive, but someone had been blind along the way and tried to attack Liang Sheng. But who would have known that Liang Sheng was not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but a lion hiding its sharp teeth and claws. However, because of this, Liang Sheng reluctantly accepted their legacy. Liang Sheng then went back and forth between several markets to exchange the goods for spirit stones, delaying him a few more days. But in fact, if it were just a matter of that, Liang Sheng would have arrived under the jurisdiction of the Danding sect only a month later at most, with another month's delay. As for why Liang Sheng was so slow, it was obviously because he had other gains, and that was why he delayed for so long. However, because of this item, Liang Sheng's waste of so much time on the road is not a loss, as he actually obtained a large void spirit stone. Void spirit stones are a very peculiar type of refining material. For example, the refining of storage bags requires the use of void spirit powder ground from void spirit stones. Most artifact refiners can use the entire void spirit stone to refine different storage space ornaments, like storage rings, or storage jade bracelets, and so on. Accompanying the harvest of the void spirit stone were the refining methods of storage space ornaments. In fact, their principles are the same, only the shapes they are made in are different. Moreover, after looking at it, Liang Sheng was pleasantly surprised. Such a large piece of spirit stone would be enough to refine 3 storage rings, and if it were smaller, it could even make 4. However, Liang Sheng wanted to have a storage ring, but if he wanted to refine one, he needed more practice time. After that, he spent a month practicing the refining skills of storage accessories using alternative materials of void spirit powder, but the results were unsatisfactory and the progress was not very fast. Liang Sheng didn't dwell too much on it. It seemed that refining a storage ring would not be an overnight process. In that case, he could only put his feelings aside for now and temporarily put the matter of the storage ring aside, making his way to the Danding market. This was the reason why he had delayed so long that it took him 3 months to reach the Danding sect market. Before entering the Danding market area, Liang Sheng could smell the fragrance of pills in the peripheral area, which lingered for a while, making the spiritual energy in the area a bit richer. The Danding market was different from the markets he had visited before because it had more mortals in it and a large area around the market had been reclaimed as spiritual fields. As Liang Sheng walked along, he occasionally saw Qi refining realm cultivators performing spiritual rain techniques in the spiritual fields, with the heavenly spiritual rain falling gently, irrigating the spiritual grass in the fields. No wonder the spiritual Qi here was richer, and there were more mortals because they were responsible for reclamation outside the spiritual fields. Because under so many Qi cultivators' spiritual rain techniques, the overall area was larger than the reclaimed spiritual fields, so they were responsible for diverting the excess spiritual rain to the newly reclaimed fields. Perhaps in 100 years, these newly reclaimed fields would also have a chance to become spiritual fields. Liang Sheng had only heard about this situation before, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but marvel at it. How else would he have given up the spiritual field that Huang Yufan had been managing for so many years? This was also what made the Danding sect market special. Not only were there many alchemists gathered here, but the volume of shops belonging to the other sects amongst the 3 sects and 6 orders was not very large. Bender. As the most neutral sect among the 3 sects and 6 orders, the Danding sect was the best, or rather, the other sects needed the Danding sect to be the most neutral. Because the Danding sect had the strongest alchemy skills, unrivaled among the 3 sects and 6 orders, the other sects also needed a stable source of elixirs to maintain the normal cultivation of their entire sect. This situation remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years and gradually formed the current pattern. The steady development of the Danding sect was due to the far-sightedness of the ancestor master who founded the sect. Among the sects, the one with the least number of disciples was the Danding sect. This was the ancestor's instruction to have the least number of disciples. However, there were countless alchemists and loose cultivators coming to the Danding sect market continuously since there were even jade slips of the true Danding sect alchemy teachings being sold in their shops, and they gathered here, dreaming of being noticed by the Danding sect and officially joining. Among the 3 sects and 6 orders, only the Danding sect had the highest degree of willingness to accept loose cultivators. The other sects were extremely strict in accepting disciples, and the slightest problem would see the person rejected. This was actually understandable, as the loose cultivators were a mixed group, and being too lenient would be of no benefit to the sect. The Danding sect, on the other hand, didn't care about these matters. They had the least number of disciples, but as long as one had some achievements in alchemy and no major moral issues, they'd have a chance to join the Danding sect. The reason for this was the Danding sect's neutral position. They even specially prepared a mountain for the alchemists of the other sects among the 3 sects and 6 orders to reside in, and, except for some top-secret techniques of their sects, most alchemy secrets were shared generously. Under such circumstances, how could the Danding sect not enjoy a special status? Of course, the alchemists from other sects who wanted to study in the Danding sect had to demonstrate a certain level of alchemy skills to pass the test. This was the source of the Danding sect's special position among the 3 sects and 6 orders, and also the reason why Liang Sheng had come here despite the hardships. Of course, the most important reason for Liang Sheng to choose this place was to obtain the golden yuan pill formula. This was where his hope lay. Previously, the market was affected by the rivalry between the Huatian sect and the Upper Green sect, but the Danding sect market would hardly have this problem since it was a recognized neutral place. However, this time Liang Sheng did not choose the identity of an alchemist, but instead decided to adopt a new identity to carry out his plan. From now on, he would be a 7th level of Qi cultivation loose practitioner Liang Sheng, proficient in both array and refining weapons. However, along the way, Liang Sheng found that the Danding market had one more thing that set it apart from other markets. The number of female cultivators was far greater than in other markets, and they all had a lingering aura of pill refining on their bodies. Becoming an alchemist, which relies on delicate control, was indeed somewhat suitable for women. It was no wonder that female cultivators were willing to gather here. Due to the meticulous nature of female cultivators, there were also many female cultivators who practiced pill alchemy and talisman drawing in the various auxiliary cultivation professions. However, Liang Sheng was not used to it for a short while, as he had never seen so many female cultivators before. Feeling a bit out of place, he finally arrived at the Danding Market Administration Office. Today, 7th level of Qi cultivation loose practitioner Liang Sheng officially came online. Chapter 119, Sect Turmoil, Invited for Adventure. Danding Market. Having chosen his current identity, Liang Sheng had given it careful consideration. He still followed the most basic principle of taking things step by step, instead of rushing in. After all, time didn't mean much to him, while other cultivators were racing against their own lifespans. For Liang Sheng, his safety came first. If he were to appear as an alchemist now and intend to make a name in Danding Market, he would probably have to expose his pill refining skills. His situation here was different from when he was in Huatian Sex Market. Being an alchemist wouldn't be the optimal identity. On the other hand, by focusing on refining weapons and array formations, without involving pill refining, he would be less likely to attract the attention of the Danding sect. After ale, array masters and artifact refiners were two professions that alchemists loved the most, since spiritual fields require arrays for maintenance, and pills can be stabilized through arrays. Furthermore, who wouldn't like a good pill refining furnace? Liang Sheng planned to spend decades, or even 100 years, investigating the situation in Danding Sex Market, leaving no secret undiscovered. As long as the Danding sect's founding purpose remained unchanged and the 3 sects and 6 orders avoided destruction, Danding sect could be considered the safest place for now. Just look at Huatian sect and Upper Green sect, they had already raised a big commotion, yet the Danding market remained peaceful and unaffected. Of course, if the situation quickly changed, it would be hard to predict. After all, who could foresee the reactions of the 2 major sects at that time? Liang Sheng entered the administration office, which was a 3-story building. He could sense a foundation establishment stage cultivator sitting cross-legged on the 3rd floor. Subsequently, he successfully registered and rented a cave mansion. Liang Sheng, a loose cultivator who was at the Qi cultivation 7th level and proficient in both array and artifact refining, appeared amongst the market. His arrival did not attract much attention, as most of the long-term loose cultivators here were alchemists, and they didn't have the energy to pay attention to newcomers. It wasn't until Liang Sheng set up a stall in the market and displayed 3 pill furnaces that he instantly caught the eyes of the bystanders. All 3 turned out to be one-pattern artifact alchemy furnaces, which immediately caught the interest of the alchemists selling elixirs around. In an instant, pill refining cultivators flocked over and couldn't help but ask after seeing Liang Sheng's relaxed demeanor. Artifact refiner. Liang Sheng nodded and then shook his head. He immediately took out 3 array flags capable of setting up a gathering spirit array and placed them in front of his stall. Array master. The surrounding alchemists' eyes lit up, and they were left with only one thought in their minds. An outstanding loose cultivator who could dual-wield artifact refining and array techniques was extremely rare. This person should be befriended. That was the first reaction in the minds of the alchemists. After all, this was no ordinary place but the Danding sect market. Here, alchemists were not rare, but those who could also set up arrays while refining artifacts were scarce. The more such people there were, the more spirit stones these alchemists could save. Moreover, the prices of pills in the Danding sect market were higher than in other markets to prevent cultivators from outside sects from flocking in. Even deals between loose cultivators could be somewhat cheaper than in Danding market shops, but their prices were still similar to those in the 3 sects and 6 orders shops in other markets. As a result, apart from alchemists who were confident in their skills and gathered here with the dream of joining the Danding sect, there were not many loose cultivators who were proficient in other skills. After all, if a loose cultivator here had no talent in pill refining and no other skills, they would likely be employed by alchemists if they chose to stay. Like those low-level loose cultivators using spiritual rain technique he had seen before in the market, alchemists settled their payments with pills, thus exploiting a loophole in the market rules. Therefore, in general, most cultivators with certain techniques who didn't know how to refine pills chose other markets, leaving only a few mediocre ones to be employed by alchemists here. This is something the 3 sects and 6 orders were happy to see since it allowed them to extract value from those cultivators, so they turned a blind eye. Each market had its unique characteristics, and the 3 sects and 6 orders made the most of their resources. So when they saw Liang Sheng's identity, the surrounding alchemists and loose cultivators were naturally surprised, especially after asking for the prices of the pill furnaces, which were immediately snatched up. Even some female alchemists couldn't help but look at him with unusual gazes, which made Liang Sheng feel somewhat overwhelmed. However, he understood why they were so eager. After all, the prices of such items in the shops of the 3 sects and 6 orders were unbearable for them. Moreover, he was now at the 7th level of qi refining, which made him a promising potential. With his dual talents in artifact refining and array formations, he could be considered an advantageous stock. Thus, from his first day in Danding Market, Liang Sheng had made a name for himself. With his Chen Sheng pill maniac experience, he was glad to see this situation. As long as alchemists needed him, he would be better able to achieve his goals. Surely, among them, there must be some hidden talents. There were foundation establishment pill formulas in the black market of Huatian sect market. It was not impossible for these alchemists to have golden yuan pill formulas, right? In the following days, Liang Sheng's life was extremely comfortable. After all, alchemists were very enthusiastic toward him, as his kind of talent was scarce in Danding Market. However, what made Liang Sheng feel somewhat helpless was the gazes from the female cultivators in the Danding Market, especially after he took out a 2-pattern alchemy furnace for sale. He felt that everyone's gaze on him became even more fervent. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh at this moment. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so ignorant when he was young. If he knew about the 3 sects and 6 orders and the existence of Danding Market in this area, he would have come here directly. After all, this place was the closest to the golden yuan pill formula, and even the time it took him to obtain the foundation establishment pill formula would have been much shorter. However, apart from that, Liang Sheng didn't show too much. After all, his current identity was just so he could better establish a foothold in the Danding Market, not to make a big fuss and attract attention to his death. During these days, he could feel that there were hidden eyes watching him in the market, which he guessed must be the secret observers of the 3 sects and 6 orders. However, after a few days, discovering that Liang Sheng's output was not high and would not break the rules of the market, they withdrew their surveillance and let him carry on with his small twists and turns in the market. It was at this moment that Liang Sheng finally took a deep breath, knowing that his first step of entering the market had been successful. If he hadn't already reached the foundation establishment realm, he wouldn't have devised such a plan. All this confidence came from the fact that, ultimately, without the golden core, he would be invincible in the market. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly touch the tools of the nail-head 7 arrows technique, thinking that if something went wrong, it should be no more than 500 years of lifespan at most. Afterward, Liang Sheng's life in the market became even more regular. He often openly practiced refining weapons in his cave mansion, using concealment array techniques to cover up slightly. A formation master setting up a concealment array in the cave mansion wasn't too much, was it? The stable craftsmanship that he had practiced with wood carvings in the secular world, combined with his innate talent, made him realize that his refining weapons technique had made great progress in a short time. However, after a few days, Liang Sheng found himself inexplicably upset. Because the conflict between Huatian sect and Upper Green sect had finally escalated. Even the unpopular Danding sect market was flooded with loose cultivators who had fled the conflict. It seemed that Upper Pure sect and Huatian sect had really gotten serious this time. From the mouths of the fleeing loose cultivators, it was learned that this time both sides had even seen the appearance of golden core deists. Of course, they didn't take action. Otherwise, these loose cultivators would have died in the aftermath of the battle. But as for why the 2 sects had caused such a mess, these loose cultivators were at a loss and didn't know the reason. However, since the golden core deists had already appeared, it was no longer surprising that foundation establishment cultivators died in this battle. One name made Liang Sheng feel a little sad. Chen Fengchen, a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator of Huatian sect, had fallen in this conflict. This was once the first foundation establishment cultivator Liang Sheng knew and had seen. At that time, Liang Sheng could only look up to him in the secular world. Now when he heard news about him, he had already perished. But this was cultivation. Liang Sheng secretly reminded himself to be cautious and even more cautious. After all, he could live a very long time, it would be a pity to die for no reason. At this moment, the shops of Huatian sect and Upper Green sect in the Danding market were immediately sealed off by the foundation establishment stage cultivators of the Danding sect. Both sides were isolated from each other and out of sight. Everyone in the market knew the reason why the Danding sect did this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. This also meant that the situation was still under the control of the Danding sect. Soon after, the loose cultivators' attention in the market focused on this, and soon new information came. Upper Pure sect and Huatian sect had temporarily ceased their fighting. This was the result of the other 6 sects of the 3 sects and 6 orders joining forces to persuade Upper Pure sect and Huatian sect. As for the Danding sect, they remained unchanged and didn't participate in that. After all, people have their autonomy. What the Danding sect could do was not to take sides or get involved, and the other sects naturally understood this. However, to put an end to this matter completely, it might not be resolved in a short time. But Liang Sheng could temporarily leave it aside. However, he was not optimistic about the outcome of this matter. Because this time the conflict between Huatian sect and Upper Pure sect was not as everyone imagined. Huatian sect's upper echelon's battle strength was almost pressing down on Upper Green sect. This situation was probably not what the other sects wanted to see. Just like in the ancient times of his past life, when Qin state dominated, the other 6 states would connect with each other, which was unavoidable. But as long as they could maintain peace on the surface, Liang Sheng wouldn't worry about them sabotaging each other behind the scenes. What he was afraid of was that the open fish would die and the net would break, affecting the pond fish. Moreover, the way Danding sect handled this matter this time was very reassuring to Liang Sheng. As long as the Danding sect continued to remain neutral and didn't fight a decisive battle with the 3 sects and 6 orders, he could always remain aloof and at the top of the fishing platform. This deep and neutral peace-seeking path of the Danding sect ancestors was perfect for a cautious person like Liang Sheng. However, the loose cultivators who fled to the Danding sect market this time were indeed unexpected. Under such circumstances, they were willing to come to the Danding sect's market, which was a rare mentality to see. So many loose cultivators swarmed in, which also caused a slight change in Liang Sheng's plan. After all, his competitors suddenly increased, and he probably wouldn't be as sought after anymore. Furthermore, the female alchemist's gaze on him was not as warm as before. Alas, it could only be said that the world was full of helplessness. However, this time Liang Sheng saw many familiar faces among the fleeing loose cultivators. The most surprising ones were Huang Yufan and his brothers. He didn't expect them to be fleeing here at this time. Liang Sheng could understand that the spiritual field cave mansion he left behind must have encountered some accidents. After all, it was a sect's power, and without his presence, how could it possibly have been hidden? But what really astonished everyone was that, as high-level cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refining and above, they were actually willing to be hired by alchemists to irrigate spiritual fields. This situation made the alchemists in the market somewhat perplexed. After all, such tasks were usually done by lower-level cultivators, and for a short while, the alchemists were in disarray. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but nod secretly. It seemed that Huang Yufan and his brothers had also learned their lesson this time and didn't compete, but instead wanted to grow steadily. Other high-level cultivators might not be able to do this, but they could because they had foundation establishment pills with them. So they didn't need to be desperate, they just needed to acquire Qi refining pills for cultivation. When they reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation and felt satisfied with their current state, they could attempt to break through to foundation establishment. It's just that humans are like this. If life is worry-free, who would be willing to risk their life? However, the alchemists didn't dare to hire them. After all, it was too unusual. More than half a month later, an alchemist who was at the 8th level of Qi cultivation and had just opened up another 10 acres of spiritual field bit the bullet and hired Huang Yufan and his brothers. After a month passed, everyone found that Huang Yufan and his brothers had actually managed the spiritual fields in an orderly manner. For a short while, sighs were continuous. If they had known this, they would have hired Huang Yufan and his brothers, as they could save a lot of spiritual pills this way. Although Huang Yufan and his brothers had high wages, they were worth several dozen people and ultimately saved costs. Liang Sheng had also passed by Huang Yufan and his brothers amongst the market, but they couldn't recognize Liang Sheng at this time. At first, due to the influx of fleeing loose cultivators, Liang Sheng's business had decreased, but soon after, his exquisite refining weapons and array skills regained the favor of alchemists. The most important thing was that Liang Sheng accepted a commission from a cash-strapped alchemist and helped him set up a gathering spirit array in his dozen acres of spiritual fields, spending 10% less than others, which was extremely cost-effective. Once this news got out, Liang Sheng became the darling of many alchemists for a short while. After all, a cost-effective and diligent array master would definitely be welcomed by them. Alchemists may seem wealthy, but how many of them are not short of spirit stones for refining pills? Even the female cultivator alchemists began to look at him with renewed heat in their eyes. Some female cultivators were even willing to offer dual cultivation as a price for Liang Sheng's help because of their financial difficulties. Of course, Liang Sheng dared not agree to this, as it was not the same as soliciting prostitutes. If he really did this, he would probably end up with more burdens. Just thinking about it made him feel too terrifying. If it were just a brief encounter, it would be fine, as he could just leave after putting on his clothes and slapping his buttocks. As for a dual cultivation partner? Perhaps they just wanted an extra free laborer? This situation forced Liang Sheng to raise his prices slightly, showing his determination to only collect spirit stones. This made some female cultivator alchemists in the market resent him, even secretly cursing in their hearts, insensitive. Danding Market. Fellow deist Yang, do you have any top-notch pill furnaces today? I accidentally blew up my furnace while refining spiritual pills yesterday. Of course, there was definitely no problem with my refining steps, so it must have been the furnace's fault. I must get a better furnace. Just after Liang Sheng arrived at his stall in the market early in the morning, a somewhat familiar alchemist approached with a smile. However, when he spoke, there was a look of frustration on his face, somewhat indignant, but his words immediately caused a burst of laughter. This situation made him blush and start gesticulating and arguing with others, blaming the oldness of the pill furnace and the insufficient age of the spiritual grass. In short, the explosion of the furnace was not a problem with his alchemy skills. Bender. This behavior only made the surrounding alchemists laugh louder. For a short while, the entire market stall was filled with laughter and joy. Finally, the alchemist, with a red face, stopped bothering with the laughing alchemists and stuck closely to Liang Sheng, watching him nervously. It seemed that he really needed a good pill furnace. Liang Sheng didn't join in the laughter like the others, which made the alchemist feel warm inside. Liang Sheng set up his stall at this time and then placed the items he was selling on it. When he saw that the alchemist was no longer arguing with others, he directly took out a one-pattern alchemy furnace and put it on the stall. The alchemist's eyes lit up instantly. Fellow deist Yang, I didn't expect you to really have a pill furnace. You're amazing. The alchemist was a bit surprised, but Liang Sheng just calmly smiled and said, just lucky enough to have successfully refined one. The alchemist was already impatient and asked in a low voice, Fellow deist Yang, may I know how many spirit stones this pill furnace requires? As soon as the words came out, the other alchemists also pricked up their ears. They didn't expect Liang Sheng to have successfully refined a one-pattern alchemy furnace so soon. It seemed that Liang Sheng really had some skills in weapon refining. If they had the chance, they should also build a good relationship with him. At this moment, Liang Sheng leaned over to the alchemist's ear and whispered a number. The alchemist immediately smiled happily and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The alchemist was truly grateful in his heart, and had to say that deist friend Yang was a generous person, who didn't take advantage of his urgent situation and even offered him a highly favorable price. So this alchemist was also very straightforward. After blocking the view, he secretly handed the spirit stones to Liang Sheng and happily took away the new pill refining furnace. This couldn't help but make the surrounding alchemists a bit impatient. Someone thought for a moment and came forward to ask Liang Sheng if he had any other pill furnaces, to which Liang Sheng naturally shook his head. After half a day, the other two sets of array flags for nurturing arrays on Liang Sheng's stall were also sold, and he didn't stay any longer. He greeted a few loose cultivators around him and returned directly to his cave mansion. During this time, he had basically figured out the situation in the Danding market. Compared to the previous Huatian sex market, this place was much more peaceful. After all, the majority of people here were alchemists, so although there were many people looking for opportunities in the mountains and forests outside the market, it was far less than the Huatian sex market. Given such a peaceful situation, disputes between scattered cultivators had also decreased a lot, and Liang Sheng increasingly felt that it was the right decision to come here. After all, for him, his lifespan was long, and such an environment was most suitable for him to seek immortality peacefully. However, after a few days, there came bad news: a 6th level Qi training alchemist had been killed in an ambush while gathering spiritual grass in the wild. For a short while, this news made the alchemists who were accustomed to peace become somewhat alarmed and jittery. Alas, there were too many refugees from the loose cultivators who had brought their bad habits from before, but Liang Sheng understood this. After all, business with no capital investment was indeed the most profitable. The Station Foundation establishment cultivators of the Danding sect market naturally had no reaction to this. After all, it was just the death of a loose cultivator, which had nothing to do with them. However, the loose alchemists in the market were somewhat apprehensive because they had rarely encountered such situations in the Danding sect market over the years. For a short time, they looked at the loose cultivators who had escaped with vigilance in their eyes, always feeling that these people seemed to be staring at them, not like good people, and plotting against them. This also caused them some distress, because their spiritual fields were outside the market, and under such circumstances, they would inevitably have to go to their spiritual fields. The situation in the market became somewhat bizarre for a while, but Liang Sheng remained calm and collected, as he was prepared for this after seeing the refugees from the loose cultivators. After all, how could the loose cultivators, who were used to eating meat, easily turn to be vegetarian? And the pills in the Danding sect market were so expensive, how could they not risk everything? Bender. Afterward, many alchemists in Danding sect market began to consciously link up with the alchemists near their spiritual fields, agreeing to take action together and never go out alone. Under such circumstances, Liang Sheng's business at this time was even better, because in addition to the pill furnaces, the demand for his offensive magical weapons also began to surge. The shops of the 3 sects and 6 schools also made a lot of money at this time, making people sigh that it was only when safety was not guaranteed that these loose cultivators were more willing to spend spirit stones to protect their lives. However, Liang Sheng could not be too ostentatious, so after selling 3 single pattern longswords, he helplessly shook his head and told others that he had no stock left. Although the loose cultivation alchemists were regretful, they didn't push Liang Sheng too hard, as after all, they were all loose cultivators. Who could possibly have that much inventory? They could only say that they came too late. But if the artifact refiners didn't have any magical weapons at hand, there would naturally be other alternatives, such as the demand for defensive talismans like Stealth Talisman and Vajra Talisman began to surge. This made the rune cultivators in the market somewhat busy for a short time, as there were so many alchemists, and the demand was too large. This chaotic situation lasted for quite a long time, until a coincidental situation occurred, which allowed the abnormal market to return to calm. This also had to mention the alchemist who hired Huang Yufan. While other alchemists were desperately grabbing magical weapons to prepare defenses, he didn't have this trouble. Because he had found that the 3 brothers of Huang Yufan were easy to talk to, and upon promising to add more qi refining pills, they became his temporary bodyguards. They protected the alchemist when he went in and out of the market, ensuring his safety, and continued to irrigate the spiritual fields at other times. Seeing that this method was effective, other alchemists naturally followed suit and sought reliable loose cultivators to protect them. After offering a portion of their pills as bodyguard fees, the profession of a bodyguard emerged in the market, and the safety of the market was suddenly secured. Under such circumstances, the loose cultivators who had fled to the market also began to rein in their thoughts, as even they were now hired as bodyguards by alchemists, and all they needed was to make a heavenly Dao oath as a constraint. In this way, their cultivation pills also had a guaranteed source, and the market suddenly became peaceful again. As for the lives of low-level loose cultivators, there were no changes at all, as the profession of a bodyguard was unrelated to them. All they could do now was to work hard to maintain their spiritual fields, obtain benefits, and once they saved enough qi refining pills, they could hope to break through to the realm above the qi cultivation 5-fold. By that time, they could also try pill alchemy and talisman drawing, having an additional means of making a living without working so hard. However, auxiliary cultivation techniques like alchemy and talisman drawing actually require talent. No one, like Liang Sheng, has a long lifespan, allowing them to practice these techniques without any reservations during the lower levels. In such situations, it is difficult for lower-level loose cultivators to stand out, but it's better than not seeing any hope at all. As for Liang Sheng, seeing the market calm down at this moment, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because he didn't want Danding market to become chaotic either, otherwise his plan might fail halfway, and he temporarily had no better way to obtain the golden yuan pill formula. As Liang Sheng's life gradually became peaceful again, another year passed in the blink of an eye, and his weapon refining and array level had once again improved. As for his cultivation level, there wasn't much change. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, one couldn't ask for too much. It could be said that there were gains and losses during this period, and he wasn't too anxious himself. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 599. Talent, innocent foolishness, extreme. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 10th layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 19th layer, nail head 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, early foundation establishment stage. Lifespan, 21,132. I don't know if I can get a surprise when I turn 600, but I also wanted to establish my foundation at the age of 500, and then delayed it for a long time. He must not rush, otherwise, he would drown in water. At this moment, Liang Sheng secretly reminded himself that there was still plenty of time. On this day, as usual, Liang Sheng nodded to the familiar alchemists and then prepared to pack up and leave the market. At this time, one alchemist suddenly called out to him. "Fellow deist Yang, do you have time today? I have a bottle of fine fruit wine with an entwining taste. If deist friend does not mind, why not have a drink together tonight?" Liang Sheng looked up at the speaker. It turned out to be Feng Sanayu, a Qi cultivation 8th layer state alchemist who had a good relationship with him. Feng Sanayu saw Liang Sheng hesitating and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Fellow deist Chu and fellow deist Chen will also come. We will just chat tonight." As soon as Feng Sanayu finished speaking, 2 other alchemists beside him nodded simultaneously, one of them being a female alchemist. Seeing this, Liang Sheng thought about it and couldn't refuse any longer. After all, he still needed to stay in the market for a long time, and his original intention was to get to know alchemists and find a way to get the golden yuan pill formula. Refusing at this time wouldn't be a good idea. Thinking of this, he nodded directly. "Thank you 3 fellow deists for valuing Yang, I am truly honored. Where is Yang deist going with this? You should know that for the past 2 years, we have been receiving nothing but your care." Seeing Liang Sheng agree, Feng Sanayu and the other 2 also started packing up together and then led Liang Sheng to Feng Sanayu's cave mansion. The other alchemists on the stall saw the situation and couldn't help but curiously watch them leave. Should they also get close to fellow deist Yang? His ability was just too strong, and it wouldn't hurt to know him. No matter what they thought, Liang Sheng had already arrived at Feng Sanayu's cave mansion. He and the other 2 guests sat down under Feng Sanayu's enthusiastic invitation. However, Feng Sanayu did not directly take out the fruit wine, but chatted casually for a while. Not much later, 2 more guests arrived at the cave mansion. Liang Sheng couldn't help but be on his guard when he saw this, as he also had some impression of the 2 of them, who were loose cultivators fleeing from the Huatian sex market. Since they were both invited, he didn't know what Feng Sanayu meant by this. At this moment, he was secretly displeased in his heart. "Fellow deists, let me introduce everyone to each other. This is fellow deist Chu Sun and fellow deist Mu Yunhai. Like me, they are alchemists." At this time, Feng Sanayu began to introduce Liang Sheng. Deist Liang Sheng is a master of both arrays and refining weapons, while Deist Duan Lei is an accomplished talisman master, and Deist Yeshuo is a rare sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Not only was Liang Sheng somewhat startled, but the other people couldn't help but look up at Yeshuo, as sword cultivators were rare among loose cultivators. Sword cultivators of the same realm have amazing battle strength and are virtually invincible, but it takes a massive amount of resources to cultivate a sword cultivator. Ordinary loose cultivators simply cannot afford it. Sword cultivators need to be nurtured from a young age to be obsessed with the sword, in order to have the possibility to become sword cultivators. The expenditure of massive resources is no joke, as at the very least, it requires a 3-stripe magic sword for a cultivator to be considered a sword cultivator. Thinking of this, aside from Liang Sheng, the other people couldn't help but look at the long sword at Zhang Chen's waist. It is likely that when the sword is drawn, blood will be seen. This is also the pride of sword cultivators, as there must be a gain when the sword is drawn. At this moment, Liang Sheng collected his thoughts, greeted the others with a nod, and then looked at Feng Sanayu, wanting to know why the other party suddenly brought him and several others together, and what his purpose was. However, Feng Sanayu didn't say much at this time, but first asked everyone to drink a cup of wine together. At this moment, Liang Sheng naturally wanted to remain steady in the face of changes, and secretly used a detoxification pill to test the wine. After finding no problems, he drank the fruit wine in the cup. Huh? Wait. Something's not right. The next moment, Liang Sheng felt warmth in his body, as if he had taken a true yuan pill, and the spiritual power within his body began to become active, circulating on its own. What a good thing this is! He was in the foundation establishment realm, and even he had such an effect. One could only imagine how much more amazing the effect would be on a chi refining cultivator. As expected, the faces of the others flushed at this time, and they couldn't help but start to use their techniques while sitting on the spot. Liang Sheng would naturally not stand out, but pretended to be like them. After they finished circulating their spiritual power and woke up, he opened his eyes with a look of surprise. The others also had bright eyes at this moment, and Feng Sanayu then said somewhat confidently, "Fellow deists, by now you should know how powerful my fruit wine is, right? If I say I know of a place with at least 1,000 pounds of this fruit wine, would you be willing to join me in retrieving it?" When the others heard this, they were somewhat tempted. Just a sip of the fruit wine had given them the effect of taking a chi refining pill, if there were 1,000 pounds. Thinking of this, their eyes brightened. Liang Sheng naturally understood Feng Sanayu's intention at this time. It seemed that the latter wanted to form a team to search for treasure, and he was one of the chosen ones. Although Liang Sheng was somewhat interested in the fruit wine, he would absolutely not follow them. After all, pies don't fall from the sky, let alone such fruit wine. This matter, there is definitely something fishy about it. Chapter 120, Annihilation of Feng Sanayu, Sect Shocking Change. Danding Sect Market. Feng Sanayu's Cave Mansion. At this moment, Liang Sheng remained silent, naturally having some guesses in his heart. However, he will see how Feng Sanayu will persuade the others next. Anyway, he has one principle. Avoid trouble, be cautious, don't get involved in cause and effect, cultivate safely. He wouldn't kill the atmosphere just as Feng Sanayu started speaking. At the very least, he'd wait for Feng Sanayu to explain the situation clearly before speaking up. In any case, he had already made up his mind not to participate in this muddy water. Feng Sanayu was quite pleased with the shocked reactions of the others but was momentarily taken aback when he saw Liang Sheng's indifferent expression. He couldn't help but add more fuel to the fire. This Liang Sheng has such strong determination, but I don't believe that you won't be tempted. Moreover, in addition to this magical fruit wine, that place is actually a natural gathering spirit array. If it weren't for this, where would such a unique fruit wine come from? As for why I say that it is a natural gathering spirit array, it's because there are at least hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones beneath the ground there. When Feng Sanayu's words just fell, the others couldn't help holding their breath for a moment, and then they all looked at Feng Sanayu with disbelief. At this time, Duan Lei couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly asked. "Is what fellow deist Feng said true? Is there really such a magical place? I am willing to swear by the heavenly Dao that I did not lie in my words just now, every word is true, otherwise, heaven and earth shall forsake me." Hearing Feng Sanayu's hesitation-free words, they believed him. Even the sword cultivator Yeshuo showed signs of being swayed in his eyes. Feng Sanayu was naturally very satisfied with this, but Liang Sheng's expression still did not change much, which made him somewhat surprised. How could Liang Sheng still bear it? These are hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. However, Feng Sanayu had no time to probe Liang Sheng at this moment because Yeshuo couldn't help but ask, "If that's the case, why is fellow deist Feng willing to tell us all this? There must be something special about the place where this fruit wine is located, right?" Feng Sanayu was not surprised and had no intention of hiding anything, otherwise, why would he gather these people together? Yes, there is indeed some trouble there. Because there is a guardian demonic beast near the fruit wine, I have no confidence in dealing with it with my chi cultivation 8th level strength, so I want to invite you all. Feng Sanayu's face was sincere at this moment, but before he could finish, Liang Sheng suddenly stood up. "I, Liang Sheng, swear by the heavenly Dao that I will never speak of anything I have heard today to anyone. Fellow deist Feng, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Having said that, Liang Sheng looked at Feng Sanayu, waiting for him to open the cave gate. Feng Sanayu had a confused look on his face, and it took him a while to react, asking incredulously, "Fellow deist Yang, you?" "Fellow deist Feng, I am naturally timid, otherwise, with my skills in refining weapons and arrays, why would I be willing to settle down in Danding Market? I am not an alchemist after all, I just want to live peacefully. Feng Sanayu didn't expect Liang Sheng's reason for not participating to be this, and wanted to try to persuade him, but seeing his determined eyes, he knew he had made up his mind and could only let Liang Sheng leave. When Liang Sheng left, there was no hesitation, just extreme determination. For a short while, the others present in the cave mansion were a little unsure of how to evaluate Liang Sheng. With such a mindset, how can one cultivate and seek the Dao? Fortunately, Feng Sanayu quickly recovered from his surprise, adjusted his mood, and continued to talk about the situation where the fruit wine was located with the others. As Feng Sanayu spoke, the faces of the other cultivators also darkened. Indeed, Feng Sanayu was willing to share such significant benefits because there must be specific dangers involved, otherwise, why would he do this? At this point, they couldn't help but feel some admiration for Liang Sheng, who had decisively left earlier. Sometimes, being able to let go of greed is a valuable trait. It's just that different choices were made, and they couldn't do the same. Loose cultivators have to compete if they want to succeed in cultivation. In fact, Liang Sheng didn't think that much, he just adhered to his usual habits, live steadily. Moreover, if the guardian demonic beast is too powerful and he had to go there, what should he do? Should he take action? Doing so might reveal his strength, and Feng Sanayu and the others who know his situation, what should he do then? Kill them all? Why bother? In the end, it's always better to do less than to do more. Furthermore, while the fruit wine is indeed excellent, it's just a desire for him. Is he short of true UN pills? As long as it's just a desire, it's not too late to satisfy it when the time is ripe, just like listening to music at brothels, it has already become a distant memory for him. From then on, Liang Sheng would occasionally run into Feng Sanayu and Chu Sun amongst the market. They didn't set off immediately, seemingly looking for a suitable replacement for Liang Sheng. This also made Liang Sheng aware that Feng Sanayu didn't have much confidence in the matter, which showed how troublesome the guardian demonic beast would be for them. When Feng Sanayu saw Liang Sheng, his attitude was still very polite, but the female alchemist Chu Sun was a bit annoyed with Liang Sheng. If it weren't for his lack of cooperation, would they have had to spend so long searching for a suitable teammate? However, she didn't show her emotions on her face. After all, who knew if there would come a day when she would need to ask a high-ranking loose cultivator who was proficient in both refining weapons and arrays for help. Chu Sun hid his emotions well, but Liang Sheng's perception was extremely sharp. However, he didn't mind as long as the other party didn't take any actual actions and just let her be. In fact, Feng Sanayu was also alert to Liang Sheng. However, he let his guard down after realizing that the latter was not really interested in fruit wine. One could only say that fruit wine was not destined for fellow Daoist Liang Sheng. It was hard to judge such a temperament. As for himself, without strife between cultivators, where would good fortune come? At first glance, the Danding sect market seemed to be in a state of harmony, but deep down, which alchemist wasn't involved? It's just that their methods of involvement differed. After all, the Danding sect had the least number of disciples among the 3 sects and 6 orders. One could imagine how difficult it was to join the Danding sect. No one knew how many loose cultivation alchemists were in the market. For a loose cultivator, joining a sect was the greatest blessing, otherwise, foundation establishment would likely be their ultimate end. If wanting to make further progress and successfully enter core formation to become a golden core Daoist, one would need heaven-defying good fortune to make it possible. Feng Sanayu did not know that Liang Sheng, the man he was feeling sorry for, was one of those blessed individuals. After all, who in the world could have a long lifespan and continuous growth like him? If other people were like this, they might also be as calm and unhurried as Liang Sheng. In the next few days, Liang Sheng noticed that Feng Sanayu's entourage had increased by 2 people. He guessed that these should be the artifact refiner and array master that the other party had found. Liang Sheng simply nodded his head slightly in greeting without asking too many questions. Finally, Feng Sanayu and his party were ready to leave. In the following days, Liang Sheng didn't see Feng Sanayu and the others at the market stalls. It seemed that they had already set off for the location of the fruit wine. The other loose cultivators didn't know where Feng Sanayu and his group had gone. However, it was common for loose cultivation alchemists to go into closed-door cultivation amongst the market, so nobody paid any attention to it. However, to Liang Sheng's surprise, he encountered Huang Yufan and his brothers again, and their situation had changed. Huang Yufan had actually started learning alchemy. Seeing Huang Yufan, who was now standing in front of him ready to buy a pill refining furnace, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Indeed, people always sought higher pursuits at a certain stage. Deist friend, since you said that you are a beginner in alchemy, I suggest you start with an ordinary pill refining furnace so that you can discover more of your own problems. For some reason, Huang Yufan felt a sense of closeness towards the unfamiliar loose cultivator in front of him. Cultivators trusted their intuition, and upon hearing this, he nodded his head and followed Liang Sheng's advice. Of course, this was also due to the alchemist nearby joining in the conversation. Deist friend, listening to fellow Deist Yang is not wrong. For a beginner in alchemy, using this type of one-pattern artifact alchemy furnace is a waste. Only the most ordinary pill refining furnace will expose more of a beginner's shortcomings. Huang Yufan nodded his head and decided to buy a pill refining furnace. Thank you all for the reminder, but I'll buy a pill refining furnace first for emergency needs, to prevent being flustered and unprepared when needed. Hearing this, Liang Sheng naturally didn't say anything more. The other party had already heeded the advice, and was just making preparations in advance, so why should he stop them? Afterward, Huang Yufan bought a one-pattern artifact alchemy furnace from Liang Sheng. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. Fellow Deist, I wonder if we can be friends? Perhaps in the future, I may need your help. May I have this honor? Liang Sheng was a little surprised by what he heard, but the other alchemists nearby couldn't help but sigh in admiration. No wonder he was a loose cultivator at the 8th layer realm of Qi cultivation, his vision was truly extraordinary. On these market stalls, which alchemist didn't want to befriend Liang Sheng? The pill refining furnaces he made were now highly praised. For some reason, alchemists who bought his furnaces felt that their success rate in pill refining had increased. A weeb novel. Loose cultivators trusted this the most, even to the point of superstition towards their good fortune. Under such circumstances, Liang Sheng's popularity naturally soared. Moreover, the array flags that Liang Sheng sold were also of high quality. Previously, due to an influx of refugees, there was a market shock, and business was sluggish for a while. However, business was now booming again. Deist friend, you are too kind. Of course, I would be delighted if you don't mind being friends. My name is Yang Sheng, and you can find me whenever you have time. Fellow Deist Yang, I am Huang Yufan. When I have time, I will definitely have a chat with you and hope that you won't find it a bother. After saying this, Huang Yufan bid farewell and left without lingering. Liang Sheng didn't watch him leave but sighed in his heart, admiring Huang Yufan's deep-seated good fortune. After all, knowing himself and continuing the cause and effect from their last encounter were his good fortune, right? It was just uncertain when the other party would be able to break through foundation establishment. Otherwise, even if they were fated, Huang Yufan might not be able to stay with Liang Sheng for long. Time was fair to them, but exceedingly unfair to Liang Sheng. As long as he didn't seek his own death, he would sit on the river of time, overlooking life. Thinking about this, Liang Sheng shook his head to clear his tangled thoughts. However, at this moment, he no longer had the mood to continue setting up his stall, so he closed up and returned to his cave mansion. Later on, Liang Sheng learned why Huang Yufan had decided to buy a pill refining furnace. It turned out that the alchemist he was serving felt that his life was running short and, having no bloodline of his own, he took a liking to Huang Yufan and his brothers. Indeed, some people were just that lucky. However, this was also because Huang Yufan and his brothers were honest and sincere, which made the alchemist feel at ease. So Huang Yufan transformed into the alchemist's disciple. One could say that a person's fate in life is truly hard to predict. By the day the alchemist passed away, those spiritual fields had become the assets of Huang Yufan and his brothers. Such great fortune and destiny. After that, Huang Yufan didn't have the mentality of getting rich quickly. He continued to work diligently and treated the alchemist with extreme respect. Initially, some envious loose cultivators saw such a situation and didn't say anything. Although they felt bitter in their hearts, they could only sigh. He is indeed a good person. After Huang Yufan got to know Liang Sheng, he would occasionally come and chat with Liang Sheng about Daoism and wine. Although there wasn't much personal interaction, the two surprisingly became friends. Liang Sheng was satisfied with his current life, and had started to become familiar with other alchemists. Therefore, he naturally got some information on the situation of the Golden Yuan pill formula. However, so far, there was still no news, but quite a few of them had the Foundation Establishment pills recipe. It seemed that finding the Golden Yuan pill formula was not impossible. The Danding sect market was indeed more likely to have pill formulas than the Huatian sect's market. In such peaceful days, there were occasional killings and treasure snatchings outside the market, but people weren't too surprised. Because the victims usually had a low cultivation level, and with the emergence of the bodyguard industry in the market, high-level loose cultivation alchemists did not create as much disturbance as last time. Any occurrence has only a 0 and a 1 difference. As long as there is a first time, it will no longer attract attention the second or third time. However, at this time, Feng Sanayu had returned. When Liang Sheng saw him, he had an unnatural look on his face. As for Chu Sun and others who were with Feng Sanayu before, none were seen. At first, Feng Sanayu was nervous, fearing that Liang Sheng would ask about the results of his trip. Unexpectedly, when Liang Sheng saw him, he just greeted him and didn't ask about it. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, Liang Sheng also felt that something wasn't right, but since it didn't concern him, he naturally wouldn't ask further questions. Many loose cultivation alchemists saw Feng Sanayu in the market beside Liang Sheng and greeted him warmly. However, after that, Feng Sanayu didn't return to his stall but hurriedly greeted them and left, and his departure direction wasn't towards his cave mansion. At this moment, a loose cultivation alchemist whispered, "Brother Feng seemed to have returned 2 days ago. I don't know why he doesn't come out to set up his stall. Could it be that his pill refining failed? But 2 days ago, although he was clean, his face was somewhat pale, and there was even a hint of blood smell. I wonder if he was injured? It's possible. After all, we haven't seen him for so many days. Maybe he went on an adventure outside the market. As long as he returns safely, it's fine. Why bother caring about it that much?" "You're right, deist friend. It's just that yesterday I saw Brother Feng at another stall selling some elixirs. There were not many people coming and going, and he didn't stay long before leaving. I wonder why he didn't sell his elixirs here? Maybe it's because he was in a hurry. Sometimes when we have urgent matters, we set up stalls wherever it's convenient, right? Deist friend, you make a valid point." Their conversation soon returned to the topic of the previously missing and dead loose cultivators. No one paid attention to Feng Sanayu's situation, but Liang Sheng felt that something was fishy. However, he was only guessing at the moment and secretly preparing. He didn't react too much and would wait to see what happens later. But in the afternoon, Feng Sanayu suddenly came to invite Liang Sheng for a drink. Just then, Liang Sheng was about to receive several alchemists requesting him to set up a gathering spirit array in their spiritual fields, so he politely declined Feng Sanayu's invitation. Feng Sanayu's eyes flickered at the time, but he didn't say anything, just smiled and left. However, when Liang Sheng returned after setting up the gathering spirit array in the spiritual fields, it was already 3 days later. Actually, setting up an array could be done in a snap, but if done so casually, the owners of these spiritual fields would worry about the quality of the gathering spirit array. So, Liang Sheng decided to spend more time to reassure them, and also take the opportunity to let them know his hard work so they would give him more spirit stones. At this moment, Liang Sheng was on his way back to the market, with no change in his facial expression. However, his heart was overflowing with murderous intent. Because someone was following him. The air was filled with a faint murderous intent. Although the other party was hiding it well, how could they deceive Liang Sheng? Just then, Liang Sheng suddenly stopped and smacked his head. I totally forgot that I had promised to go and check Brother Huang's spiritual field. Fortunately, it's not too late now." After speaking, Liang Sheng glanced around at the surroundings. Then he chose a secluded path and continued walking. Bender. The person behind him saw this and couldn't help but feel delighted. They quickly followed, feeling as if the heavens were helping them. Why else would it be like this? Originally, they were worried about doing it on the main road and pondering when would be the right moment to make a move. Now that Liang Sheng willingly walked into a remote place, he was just asking for death. They couldn't be blamed for it. At this moment, if Liang Sheng could see the fierce eyes and the thickening murderous intent of the person, he could immediately recognize who this person was. It was none other than Feng Sanyu, who had just returned to the market not long ago. Feng Sanyu wanted to kill Liang Sheng. The reason was simple, he was afraid that his secret would be exposed. At this moment, only one person in the world knew what he had done before, and all the others who accompanied him had perished. He had underestimated the guardian demon Ape King and the number of spirit stones underground. It was not just a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones, but nearly 1,000. At that time, Chu Sun and Mu Yunhai, being the weakest alchemists, underestimated the Ape King and perished first. This battle was extremely difficult. After more than an hour of hard fighting, Yeshuo finally displayed his divine power and used his life-taking sword technique to behead the Ape King. However, no one expected that the Ape King could self-destruct at the moment of its fall, and in an instant, all the others died on the spot except for Feng Sanyu, the array master controlling the formation, and Yeshuo who lost his battle strength after the final blow. The array master's face turned pale as gold paper because of the Ape King's final blow and the backlash of the formation. He lay on one side, barely conscious and hardly able to move. In the end, the only one left intact was Feng Sanyu, who was not good at fighting, because he had been hiding in the back the whole time. Deist friend, how are you? I'm fine, I won't die. Let's see what we've gained from this trip. At this moment, Feng Sanyu and the others didn't feel too sad about the deaths of their companions because they saw the pit next to the karst cave filled with fruit wine, the same as they drank before. We hit the jackpot. With joyful expressions, Yeshuo and the array master struggled to sit up and recover their strength by circulating their energy while Feng Sanyu went down to collect the spirit stones. They weren't worried about Feng Sanyu doing something untoward because they all took the heavenly Dao oath before setting off that they wouldn't attack each other before splitting the gains. So they completely relaxed and immersed themselves in recovery during their meditation. After Feng Sanyu returned from the underground, his expression was a bit strange. He glanced at Yeshuo and the array master who had closed their eyes and hesitated. Bender. In the end, he steeled his heart and made a decision. He collected the storage bags from the bodies of Chu Sun and the others and divided the fruit wine into 3 equal portions using 3 storage bags. As for the spirit stones he obtained below, he took a deep breath and also divided them into 3 portions. However, these were not the few hundred mid-grade spirit stones he had estimated earlier but 1,000 of them. After dividing everything evenly, he took out a fireball talisman and placed the storage bags in front of Yeshuo and the array master. I have fulfilled my promise by dividing the spoils of this trip, witnessed by heaven and earth. The next moment, he formed a seal in his hand, and the fireball technique burst forth, instantly killing the array master and Yeshuo, who were unconscious during their cultivation, without any notice. They trusted the heavenly Dao oath too much and never thought that Feng Sanyu would take advantage of the loophole in the oath and kill them all. Now, Feng Sanyu calmed his excited emotions, collected all the belongings from everyone's bodies, and threw their corpses into the cave, including the Ape King's body. He collected its blood and inspected it to make sure there were no traces left before leaving. At this moment, Feng Sanyu's only concern was Liang Sheng because he alone knew what he had done before. He wasn't in such a hurry, but yesterday he accidentally met Liang Sheng at other stalls, and he was too nervous to know if Liang Sheng had seen him sell Chu Sun's pill refining furnace. He didn't dare to gamble on Liang Sheng not seeing it, so today's events happened. Liang Sheng seemed unaware at the moment, continuing to walk ahead, and the path became more and more remote. The trees in the forest became denser, and the light dimmer. Just as Feng Sanyu was about to make his move, suddenly, Liang Sheng disappeared from his sight. Where is he? The next moment, Feng Sanyu's vision went dark, and he died instantly without even having time to react. As he fell, the figure of Liang Sheng appeared behind him. Without hesitation, he quickly rummaged through Feng Sanyu's corpse and cleaned all his belongings in a short time. Then, a fireball appeared at Liang Sheng's fingertips. With the fireball shooting out, Feng Sanyu disappeared from the world. Liang Sheng then left the scene casually. Why did Feng Sanyu intend to kill him? He didn't hold any grudges against him, and his counterattack was just self-defense. Sigh, people. Do not harbor ill intentions towards others. Inside Danding Sect Market. Now Liang Sheng was in his cave mansion, looking at the 6 storage bags in front of him, and couldn't help feeling astonished. No wonder Feng Sanyu wanted to kill him, Feng Sanayu turned out to be ruthless too. He killed Yeshuo and the others, otherwise, why would their storage bags be in his possession? If he had agreed to go with Feng Sanayu at that time, wouldn't Feng Sanayu have died in his hands that day? Liang Sheng shook his head to cast this thought aside, and at this time, Yeshua's three-patterned artifact sword appeared in his hand. Good sword. At this moment, Liang Sheng's weapon refining skill was already considered top-notch among loose cultivators. However, he had never refined a three-patterned magical weapon before. Bender. It wasn't that his refining skills were insufficient, but rather that he lacked the corresponding materials. For a loose cultivator to obtain such materials, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, even if a loose cultivator possessed such materials, they would likely trade them with a sect in exchange for resources. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng recalled the spirit stones in his possession. If he had the chance, he would need to hurry to refine a storage ring. However, he didn't have much confidence in refining a storage ring yet. His refining skills needed further honing. After all, spirit stones were rare, and he didn't want to ruin them with his own hands. As for the more than 1,000 jin of fruit wine in the storage bag, Liang Sheng could only smile helplessly. It was an unintentional benefit. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, he could still satisfy his own appetites? This fruit wine had an effect comparable to high-quality qi cultivation pills, but for Liang Sheng, breaking through to the foundation establishment realm with countless true yuan pills, this fruit wine was merely for leisure. However, when he saw more than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones inside the storage bag that were stained with both fire element and fruit wine aura, Liang Sheng finally understood why Feng Sanayu was so eager to make a move on him. It could only be said that wealth moved people's hearts. No wonder Feng Sanayu would take such a risk. He not only injured Yeshuo and the others but also didn't want to leak any information, hence the attempt to make a move on Liang Sheng. Unfortunately, in the end, fate was playing tricks, and everything ended up being a bargain for Liang Sheng. Could this be considered having virtue? Looking at these things, Liang Sheng thought for a moment and decided to recycle and remake everything he didn't need, including the three-patterned magical sword. With his refining skills, refining a three-pattern magical weapon was no longer a challenge. The recycled and remade items would no longer have the previous aura. When they were taken out again, no one would associate them with Yeshuo. As for the storage bags, Liang Sheng had more than a dozen in his hands. It would be better to return some of them for refining and obtain void spirit powder. The powder could then be researched and combined to experiment with refining storage rings, preparing to increase his own success rate in the future. As for the other pills, talismans, array techniques, and array flags in the storage bags, Liang Sheng set them aside for the time being. He would deal with them later when he had the chance to visit other markets. For a short while, Liang Sheng estimated his own possessions, and even he couldn't help being somewhat startled. With these things, even if he were to establish a cultivation family, he would have more than enough resources for 10 of them. He was simply too wealthy. But all these were external possessions. If he could use them to exchange for the golden yuan pill formula, he would be willing to trade all these resources for ingredients to refine golden yuan pills. At this time, Liang Sheng looked at the ceiling, took out a cup, filled it with fruit wine, and drank it in one gulp. It was refreshing and invigorating. Ultimately, cultivation was a difficult path. The next day, Liang Sheng went to the market as usual to set up his stall, without any changes. As for Feng Sanayu's disappearance, no one knew about it for the time being. He rarely appeared in the market stalls before, so no one paid attention at this time. It was originally thought that such life would continue peacefully, but not even a month later, the Danding sect market suddenly announced its closure. No one was allowed to leave and all outsiders were prohibited from entering. For a short time, those loose cultivators who were cultivating their spiritual fields outside were locked out and unable to return. Meanwhile, the cultivators inside the market were not allowed to leave. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Huang Yufan was even more anxious at this time. The day before, he had a whim and came to the market to find Liang Sheng for a drink and discussion. As a result, his two brothers were still in the spiritual fields outside the market. With the Danding sect acting like this, it was clear that something had happened. He naturally worried about his brothers outside. However, this time, no matter how the loose cultivators inquired, no one knew what had happened. Even the shops of the 3 sects and 6 orders had closed and stopped trading. On the third day, the Danding sect suddenly sent people 3 foundation establishment realm cultivators, to be exact, to announce that all secondary professional cultivators in the market, such as artifact refiners, talisman masters, and array masters, had the opportunity to become outer disciples or guest elders of the Danding sect. Something big happened. After hearing this news, everyone knew that something major had indeed occurred, it was just that they didn't know what it was. Only this reason could prompt the Danding sect to urgently recruit cultivators with supplementary skills other than alchemists. That day, early in the morning, Liang Sheng was invited to the administration office by someone from the Danding sect's shop. When he arrived at the office, there were already quite a few people inside. Liang Sheng recognized many of their faces, as they all made a name for themselves in the market with professions other than alchemy. At this moment, the administration office was eerily quiet, and everyone's eyes showed unease. They did not understand why the Danding sect market would arrange things this way. Liang Sheng's face didn't look good either, as he didn't know what had happened. If it involved his own safety, he would not care if he exposed himself, but he would try to escape the market first. Fortunately, it didn't take long for more and more people to be recruited to arrive. After a while, when no one else entered, with a bang, the door of the administration office closed tightly. At this moment, the loose cultivation alchemists in the market were also very anxious. They all gathered not far away, pointing at the situation of the administration office and whispering. No one could calm down now, and many people had stopped trading because no one knew what would happen next. Even the shops of the 3 sects and 6 schools were no longer open, which meant that there might be no official sources for high-quality items, so they had to cherish what they had. As for the administration office, at this moment, the people of Danding sect finally appeared. However, they did not explain what had happened, but directly announced that they had arranged various tests such as refining, talisman, and array techniques on the 1st and 2nd floors. Those who passed them could join the outer sect of Danding sect. They also said that if they wanted to know what had happened, once they became an outer disciple of Danding sect, they would naturally know what had happened. Upon hearing this, although the loose cultivators were puzzled, they were also somewhat excited. After all, this was joining a sect. Liang Sheng naturally couldn't stand out at this moment and pretended to be excited as well. He secretly observed that, including the original stationed foundation establishment stage cultivator, there were only 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators in the administration office now. He could escape. Liang Sheng was slightly relieved. At this moment, the disciples of the Danding sect saw that everyone had calmed down and even had expressions of surprise, and they couldn't help but feel a bit satisfied. This was the power of the sect. If it weren't for the accident, would these loose cultivators have such a chance to join the Danding sect? However, the actions of the Danding sect were also forced. Perhaps even the leader of the Danding sect, or the leaders of the other 3 sects and 6 orders, had never expected that the Huatian sect would be so crazy. No, it should be said that both the Huatian sect and the Upper Green sect were mad. They had unknowingly done so many big things, pushing the situation to a point of no return. Previously, all their actions were just endurance. Who knows if the other 3 sects and 6 orders would regret it at this time? If it weren't for their fear of the Huatian sect, secretly supporting the Upper Green sect behind the scenes, perhaps the Huatian sect would not have acted like this. But the cultivators of the Danding sect asked themselves, if it weren't for the Danding sect's neutrality, they might have acted like the other sects, resorting to underhanded tactics just for survival. However, this conflict was arguably the tensest event in tens of thousands of years among the 3 sects and 6 orders. Even the neutral Danding sect had to make some preparations at this time, hoping that the situation would not deteriorate further. Otherwise, they didn't know what the outcome would be. The 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators no longer had any thoughts. They looked at the loose cultivators, who were taking the test one by one in the administration office, only to find that one person was standing motionless in the middle. Huh? The 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators who had just been sent over couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, upon seeing who it was, Sun King Grui, the foundation establishment stage cultivator stationed in the market, understood the situation. Let him go to the refiner's side first. Sun King Grui transmitted the message to the disciple of the Danding sect, and then explained Liang Sheng's situation to the other 2 foundation establishment cultivators. This loose cultivator is called Liang Sheng, a refiner and formation master extraordinaire. He was probably hesitating about which test to choose just now. I see. Under normal circumstances, as high and mighty foundation establishment stage cultivators, they wouldn't spare a loose cultivator a second glance. But now it was different. This was the time to use people. Chapter 121, Outer Disciples, Danding Array. Danding Market. Liang Sheng was taken to the refining equipment area for the assessment by a disciple of Danding Sect's administration office. Upon seeing the refining materials, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Worthy of a sect, truly rich and arrogant." However, from this, it could also be seen that the situation this time was indeed special, otherwise, why would they be so accommodating to loose cultivators? This time during Liang Sheng's refining assessment, he didn't overly hide his abilities. After all, he had previously made a name for himself here. If he deliberately hid his skills now, it would likely backfire. However, he also couldn't use his full strength. He appeared cautious on the surface, yet calm and composed inside. 2 days later, after seeing 1 or 2 people complete their refining, Liang Sheng pretended to have successfully finished refining and raised his hand to signal. 1 pattern magical instrument, top grade. Someone immediately came to appraise the magic tool that Liang Sheng had refined. But before Liang Sheng could breathe a sigh of relief, he was taken to meet the array master. At this time, Liang Sheng secretly glanced at where the foundation establishment stage cultivators of the Danding sect were, as his situation was ordered from there. Afterward, Liang Sheng didn't make any moves. Just like during the refining, he maintained the same level of skill, ranking in the front among loose cultivators in array mastery. When all the assessments were over, they were arranged to sit together, quietly waiting for the final results. However, by this time, some loose cultivators had been let go, and many were left. Those who could stay were the ones who passed the skill assessments. But they soon discovered that the results were not announced directly, instead, they were called one by one into a room for a private conversation. Liang Sheng wasn't called up at the very beginning. Nevertheless, as he sat among the loose cultivators, his lowered head showed an unhappy expression. It turned out that the few foundation establishment stage cultivators from the Danding sect were very confident, thinking that these loose cultivators couldn't hear what they were saying. They didn't expect that amongst them was a foundation establishment stage cultivator who had reached the Qi training 7th realm. Little did they know that the Huatian sect's market where he was originally situated had been razed to the ground. Just 5 days ago, without any warning, the Huatian sect completely blocked the passage between their market and the secular world, causing another conflict with the Upper Green sect, leading to a direct battle. Obviously, it was the sudden action of the Huatian sect this time, but unsuspectedly, at this point, the Upper Green seer was still unwilling to give up and was still scheming in the secular world. As a result, the cultivators of the two sects were not just competing for people in the secular world. They had actually started a full-scale war in the secular world. If the secular people saw the battle between the cultivators at that moment, not knowing the truth, they would probably think that the end of the world had come. Of course, the secular war had long since ended, with even the great Zhou capital city being reduced to ruins. As for the countless people who died in the secular world due to the aftermath of the cultivators' battle, there was no way to know and no limit to the death toll. The most terrifying thing was the great Zhou royal bloodline. Apart from the great Zhou family being scattered across the secular world, the royal bloodline's losses in the capital were immense. Although the great Zhou royal bloodline was capable of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, when facing such a high-level war, even if they sensed danger, it would be useless. That's because, in the face of absolute strength, they could do nothing and could only be forced to become sacrifices in the battles between the two sects. At this moment, Liang Sheng could even imagine the despair of the great Zhou royal family and the secular commoners at the moment of death, utterly powerless. Right after the war was over, 3 sects and 6 orders other sects hurriedly intervened, asking both sides to cease their attacks. Those who took action were directly arranged on both sides of the market, preventing them from meeting and causing conflicts. But the behavior of the Huatian sect afterward was very violent. When Zhou Mo and the young members of the Zhou family heard the news, they were stunned on the spot. At first, they didn't have any radical reactions. However, the next day, they entered the secular world, gathering all the Zhou family disciples scattered across the great Zhou mortal world, and transported all of them to the cultivation world. Then, these Zhou family cultivators, led by the 5 major Foundation establishment disciples, launched a direct attack on Upper Green sect disciples who had previously participated in the secular war and stayed in the marker. Bender. This time, all the Upper Green sect's Foundation establishment stage cultivators that had remained in the market perished in the battle, allowing the 3 sects and 6 orders to witness the Zhou family's strength. As for the Golden Core Daoist of the Upper Green sect, they were defeated and escaped while faced with the spirit tool in the hands of Hua Tian sect's Golden Core Daoiser, reportedly suffering terrible wounds that affected their foundation. Under these circumstances, the Hua Tian sect directly declared a complete falling out with the Upper Green sect, and the alliance among the 3 sects and 6 orders was completely disrupted. The other sects of the 3 sects and 6 orders somewhat regretted their actions at this moment. If they hadn't previously favored the Upper Green sect, things might not have escalated to this point. However, even if they had another chance, they would have made the same choice, as the development of Hua Tian sect in the past 200 years had been simply too terrifying. This time, other sects tried to mediate between Hua Tian sect and Upper Green sect, knowing that it would be difficult. However, they weren't even given a chance to enter the Hua Tian sect. Seemingly, Hua Tian sect was determined to seek justice from the Upper Green sect, even driving the other sects' shops out of the market. However, this could also be understood. After all, in less than 200 years, 5 out of 30 of Great Zhou family members had achieved Foundation establishment, which signified that what the Upper Green sect had done could undermine the rising root of Hua Tian sect. As a result of this provocation, the current outcome was not surprising. Hua Tian sect was actually quite helpless. Previously, they thought that the Shangqing sect had already restrained themselves due to stealing sect members. Unexpectedly, the other sects secretly let loose and sneaked through their sect area. This sudden outbreak caused almost all the sects of the 3 sects and 6 orders to be involved. For a short while, the entire area of the 3 sects and 6 orders fell into chaos. In order to express their stance, Hua Tian sect withdrew from all markets outside their own area, leaving only the Danding sect's markets unchanged. Within a short time, all the markets had turned into exclusive markets for each sect, which forced the Danding sect to make this move. In fact, the Danding sect encountered such a situation for the first time. They didn't lack alchemists, but they lacked other auxiliary cultivation professions. During peaceful times, they could manage. But now, they could only plan ahead to not let the Danding sect be drawn into the chaos. They just wanted to cultivate neutrally and steadily. However, the other sects of the 3 sects and 6 orders didn't think the same way. They almost simultaneously visited the Danding sect as the situation became increasingly tense. This time, the Danding sect remained fair and just by giving equal share of spiritual pills to all parties and then decided to lock down the mountain gate as soon as possible. After learning about this situation, Liang Sheng's face naturally didn't look good at the moment. He just wanted to live peacefully, but now there was nowhere for him to find such peace. If he hadn't accidentally come into the cultivation world, he might have died in the chaos of Great Zhou capital's secular world, even if he had countless lifespans. This thought even tightened Liang Sheng's heart. Indeed, he had been somewhat slack in seeking the Dao protection method lately, which was still his most pressing task. Of course, now that he understood the situation, he didn't intend to escape the Danding sect. Leaving suddenly would only make him appear more suspicious. Moreover, where could he flee within the territory of the 3 sects and 6 orders? And where could be safer compared to the Danding sect? As long as he could handle it properly, he might even have a chance to obtain the Golden Yuan pill formula if he joined the Danding sect this time. Bender. After obtaining the pill formula, if there was any movement, he could choose the opportunity to escape. As long as it wasn't a golden core, he should be safe if he fled to remote places and developed cautiously. Of course, if it really came to a dangerous point, he couldn't care about the Golden Yuan pill formula any longer, his life comes first. He didn't regret coming to the Danding market, because if he had stayed in Hua Tian sect's market, he would have been trapped in the whirlpool, which would have been truly difficult to cope with. Soon it was Liang Sheng's turn to go into the room alone. Since he was already mentally prepared, his performance now was extremely reasonable. Facing Foundation establishment stage cultivator Wu Yang, who shared news of the great battle between Hua Tian sect and Shangqing sect, Liang Sheng's face turned pale on the spot as if he was extremely shocked. Then, in the face of Danding sect's invitation, he chose to join the outer sect without hesitation. Furthermore, due to his prowess in both array and artifact refining. Even though he was only at the Qi refining 7th level, the Danding sect was even willing to give him the status of guest elder. Liang Sheng chose to refuse this. Wu Yong couldn't help but be surprised, but Liang Sheng's next words made him come to his senses and admired Liang Sheng for his great ambition. Senior, I would rather be an outer sect disciple because I also aspire to one day become an inner sect disciple of the Danding sect. Becoming an inner sect disciple for someone like Liang Sheng, a loose cultivator who had joined the sect halfway, was not like other disciples who had been trained by the Danding sect since a young age. The only way for him to become an inner sect disciple was to succeed in reaching the foundation establishment stage. Sure enough, this person who excels in both artifact refining and array formation seems to be quite proud. Since that was the case, Wu Yong couldn't refuse him. Wu Yong didn't hesitate and nodded his head directly. In these eventful times, as long as a person had talent and didn't make excessive demands, they would be accepted. Then the whole day passed, and almost all the loose cultivators had agreed to become outer sect disciples of the Danding sect. Afterward, the Danding sect was very humane, telling them that they had one day to prepare to handle the affairs of the market. However, they should not disclose today's events or tell others the truth about the incidents between Hua Tian sect and Shangqing sect. The next day, they would follow Wu Yong and others from the Danding sect to return to the sect. The Danding sect actually didn't have any malicious intentions to mingle with the other sects. What they did now was just for self-preservation. Moreover, the upper management of the Danding sect had already made a decision. In order to demonstrate their neutrality, after making necessary preparations, the Danding sect would close their mountain gate. Unless it really reached the point where everything was beyond redemption, the Danding sect would never get involved in such chaos. Liang Sheng followed the crowd out of the administration office, feeling somewhat lost in his heart, but he couldn't leave now. As he couldn't escape the area of the 3 sects and 6 orders for the time being, this was still the safest place. Furthermore, due to his dual talent in array and artifact refining, Wu Yong had actually revealed more information, expressing the attitude of the Danding sect this time. Safety first. The Danding sect's idea, at least, was consistent with Liang Sheng's. Under such complex circumstances, leaving with the Danding sect might be the best solution. In fact, Liang Sheng didn't have much to deal with in the market. But before leaving, he invited Huang Yufan over for a farewell drink. Liang Sheng could not tell him the truth, but he hinted at the danger in the market. Huang Yufan understood after hearing it, and became more nervous in his heart. However, he also breathed a sigh of relief, because after tomorrow, he could join his brothers. Fellow Daoist Yang, thank you for the reminder, I will be careful about my safety. All? Brother Huang, I didn't say anything, I just had a drink with you. At this moment, Liang Sheng did not say anything more. He could not predict the safety of Huang Yufan afterward, and he only hoped that the other party could safely survive this crisis. Afterwards, Liang Sheng organized his belongings, ensuring that even in the event of an accident, he would not die instantly. Previously, he had planned to refine a storage ring, but now it seemed that he had temporarily lost this opportunity. Early the next day, Liang Sheng arrived at the administration office. Together with other loose cultivators, they followed Wu Yong and his group, leaving the market and heading towards the Danding sect. Once they left, the Danding sect market was open to the public immediately, and Huang Yufan naturally went to meet his 2 brothers. Then they promptly gathered all the spiritual grass in the spiritual field, and the 3 brothers prepared to leave with the alchemist, whose time was running out. Unexpectedly, the alchemist did not want to leave. My lifespan is not much, I might as well stay here. Since your friend just hinted at it, I'll wait here and see. If there is no danger later, you can come back, and I can still turn these spiritual fields over to you. Next, no matter how much Huang Yufan persuaded, it was useless. Seeing this situation, the 3 brothers had no choice but to leave with tears in their eyes, hiding deep in the mountains and forests. It can only be said that sometimes people's feelings do not depend on the length of time. At this moment, many people made the same choice as Huang Yufan, secretly leaving the Danding sect market. However, many people did not know the truth, still staying in the market, and still envious of those selected by the Danding sect. Perhaps if they stayed, next time they would have the opportunity to become the outer sect disciple of the Danding sect. Danding sect. At this moment, Liang Sheng stood before the mountain gate, along with the other loose cultivators, who were all dumbfounded. Many of them couldn't help but take a deep breath. Isn't this a fairyland on earth? There is an immense amount of spiritual energy here. Almost every corner is permeated with intoxicating spiritual energy, and all the loose cultivators are surrounded by a rich spiritual energy in their hearts. They even had a miraculous feeling, as if their whole soul was being cleansed, tranquil and calm. But what was even more shocking were the vast and majestic fairyland features within the Danding sect. Standing outside the sect, the loose cultivators could already see the ancient buildings on each peak, and the towering old trees hidden in the clouds, forming a beautiful painting that made people's eyes brighten. As they officially entered the sect, they saw an even more amazing sight. Between each peak, there was a purple haze, similar to the vapor of the east. After countless years of refining, they appeared ancient and elegant. Every mountain peak and every cave mansion emanated a rich spiritual energy. Some indecipherable cultivators, dressed in sect attire, were touring around, attracting the envious glances of the loose cultivators. As they stepped into the sect mountain peaks and moved forward step by step, the hustle and bustle within their hearts disappeared, leaving only the tranquil feeling that made them feel peaceful and at ease. Here, you can directly feel the spiritual energy surrounding your body and truly feel that every corner is filled with spiritual energy. At this moment, Liang Sheng could only sigh. He finally understood why all the loose cultivators wanted to join the sect one day. Because here, people with the same qualifications can produce completely different results. The situation here is not on the same starting line. At this moment, Wu Yang was not in a hurry to travel. He led them to experience the majestic momentum of the Danding sect, which was conducive to managing them better. Unconsciously, Wu Yang led them to the location of the outer sect. Compared to Main Peak, this place may seem shabby, but compared to the market, it was much stronger. What was most surprising was that this outer sect mountain peak seemed to have been cut off directly by someone, like a sword had shaved off the top, as if it was a city. Inside it was bustling with people coming and going, each person's footsteps hurried, but their faces were positive, and their eyes were high. Everyone felt they had hope, unlike the loose cultivators in the market, who ultimately lacked this positive mentality. Loose cultivators standing next to Liang Sheng, looking at the people inside, became even more excited. This was the state of mind a cultivator should have, and the sect was the harbor of the loose cultivators. However, the loose cultivators were nothing compared to the outer sect disciples. They also had their strengths, which was perseverance. They were not flowers in a greenhouse. How many of them who had become outer sect disciples of the Danding sect, were not fierce and persistent in seizing opportunities? Otherwise, in the harsh environment of the market, how could they have managed to improve their realm, and step by step, walk to where they are now? The outer sect disciples of the Danding sect glanced at Liang Sheng and the others from a distance, showing no surprise, as they seemed to have known their background already. Before long, they arrived at the city gate. At this moment, a foundation establishment stage cultivator was standing there, seemingly welcoming them. At this time, Wu Yang saw him and couldn't help but smile. "Senior brother Chen Xiang, I've brought them here." After finishing speaking, he turned his head and introduced the loose cultivators. "This is the manager of the outer sect, Senior brother Chen Xiang, you can respectfully call him Master's brother. From now on, you must follow Senior brother Chen Xiang's arrangements. Greetings, Uncle Master Chen Xiang." At this moment, Liang Sheng looked at Chen Xiang with a beaming smile, but for some reason, his thoughts suddenly scattered. If he wanted to escape in the future and face Chen Xiang's move, how would he escape? However, Liang Sheng had a faint idea in his heart that maybe the Danding sect would lead him to the true path of immortality. Previously in the market, he had been limited by his horizons and had survived in a meager way. That didn't mean he didn't get involved with sex. With the attribute panel concealment, wouldn't he be able to live a meager life within the sect? It's just that different perspectives lead to different actions. At this moment, he was not worried about joining the Danding sect as a sect disciple. He had previously obtained the materials for the soul life plates of inner sect disciples and knew how to refine them. It was precisely because of this that he understood the principle of the soul life plate. Under the concealment property of his attribute panel, as long as he completely concealed his qi, the soul life plate couldn't connect to the same qi between heaven and earth, and it would naturally shatter. This was the power of the soul life plate, which could tell the life and death of its master. Apart from Liang Sheng, who else could fully conceal their qi between heaven and earth? Only a dead person could. Danding Sect, Outer Sect Mountain. At this moment, Chen Xiang nodded with a smile on his face. The sect had already clearly explained the situation of these loose cultivators, so he naturally wouldn't act recklessly. If there are any problems with your life in the future, you can come directly to me, and I will deal with them in time. You don't need to worry about anything. Since the sect has taken you in, it must have its intentions. As for your tasks, there is no need to worry. Today, I will arrange your cave mansions first. Later, when I call your names, you should each stand in a place, and I will indicate who the last person is. Liang Sheng and the others obediently lined up according to Chen Xiang's instructions, and Liang Sheng found that he was surrounded by artifact refiners. The array masters stood together, and the talisman masters were likewise gathered together. It could be said that each auxiliary profession was grouped together. They then followed a sect disciple appointed by Chen Xiang, received their sect attire, and arranged their cave mansions. Although it was called a cave mansion, it was actually just a simple small mansion, but everyone was extremely excited about it. Moreover, they didn't know if it was preferential treatment, but their cave mansion locations were closer to the central area than the original outer sect disciples. With such a dense spiritual energy in the cave mansion, what more could they ask for? They could save at least 1 bottle of qi refining pills a month by cultivating here. It felt amazing. Was this the treatment for sect disciples? And this was just the outer sect area. What would the environment be like for ordinary disciples, or even inner sect disciples? When Liang Sheng settled into his arranged cave mansion, he looked at the unfamiliar scenery of the Pili Cauldron sect outside and had a faint new understanding in his heart. Hopefully, everything would be fine from now on. Maybe he had taken the wrong path from the beginning, but there was no choice, his vision was too small, and his actions were ultimately petty. For example, when he first entered the cultivation world, Liang Sheng dared to manipulate an empire between his palms because he stood at the peak of the secular world and saw the whole world. The turmoil of the 3 sects and 6 orders was indeed a little unexpected, but after joining the Pill Cauldron sect, Liang Sheng was actually less worried. After all, this was the sect with the fewest disciples, yet even so, would the other 3 sects and 6 orders really want to both suffer losses in the face of self-protecting Danding sect? Perhaps even Hua Tian sect just wanted to take the opportunity to isolate the alliance of the 3 sects and 6 orders, as they had already started gradually moving ahead. The Great Zhou bloodline was truly incredible. Now, Liang Sheng had reasons to suspect that the sect which had kidnapped the Great Zhou bloodline might not only be Upper Green sect, and other sects might have secretly done the same. As he sorted his thoughts, the path became clearer. He could only say that the sects passed down for tens of thousands of years were not simple. He was only over 500 years old, how could he be as resourceful as them? However, with this understanding, Liang Sheng felt some relief. He had an instant plan of how to survive in the Pill Cauldron sect from now on. Out of nowhere, bad luck could turn into a blessing. The higher one's perch, the farther one could see. Previously, in the market, Liang Sheng was simply petty. After figuring this out, Liang Sheng went to sleep peacefully. Nothing happened overnight, and the Danding sect's actions over the next few days validated his thoughts, making Liang Sheng even more at ease. Only after gathering the next day did these loose cultivators, who had become outer sect disciples of Pill Cauldron sect, find out what their tasks were. Their task was to refine array flags one by one, with specifications already planned, not allowing any deviation, and without requiring any spiritual power input. Wasn't this just like assembly line work in a previous life, making standard parts according to specifications? It seemed that the Pill Cauldron sect wanted to set up a massive array, which could be seen from their standard array flag magical weapons. Liang Sheng was actually a bit excited about this since the Pill Cauldron sect's actions showed that they really wanted safety first. Excellent. From then on, Liang Sheng's life became extremely regular. As long as they finished their tasks during the task times, they could return to the cave mansion to cultivate at other times, unconstrained by anyone, and they even had a certain number of qi refining pills as a quota. This made the loose cultivators more excited, and they could not help but praise that the Pill Cauldron sect was indeed extraordinary, with an unlimited supply of elixirs and a generous behavior. 2 months later, when the others had completed their task quota, they all received new refining tasks, except for Liang Sheng who had no new tasks. Liang Sheng originally thought that he would continue to refine array flags, but he didn't expect this situation to happen, so he couldn't help but worry. He secretly increased his vigilance, but the following situation made him relax. It turned out that he had been arranged to work with the array masters this time. It was precisely because of this that Liang Sheng finally knew the real purpose of the magical weapons and array flags they had refined before. He needed to follow a specific spiritual power method to find the correct array positions for the array flags. Of course, they were just a part of the array arrangement, and the real host of the entire array was a golden core deist. This was the first time Liang Sheng truly faced a golden core deist, and for the first time, he felt the sense of powerlessness. Foundation establishment was nothing more than an ant in front of a golden core. Golden core deists were indeed incredibly powerful. Once foundation establishment was achieved, the lifespan would increase by 500 years, and after breaking through the golden core realm, it would directly increase by 1000 years. That is to say, if someone has terrifying talents, their total lifespan after the golden core realm might directly reach 1700 years. However, Liang Sheng didn't dwell on it. As long as he was cautious and careful, it didn't matter if he couldn't win against his opponent, and it didn't matter if his cultivation was slow. It was only 1500 years, and he could withstand the death of 10 golden core deists in a row without a problem. Of course, Liang Sheng had another idea at this time. If he used the nail-head 7 arrows technique, even if the difference in realm was too big, how many years of his lifespan would he have to consume to curse a golden core deist to death? But now it's fine, he doesn't have to worry about all that. However, he wasn't relaxed in his heart either. Actually, the cautiousness of the Danding sect was quite good. Now he knew that the Danding sect was extremely decisive this time. The mountain peak that Danding sect previously granted to the alchemists of the 3 sects and 6 orders had already been evacuated, and they sent them back to their mountain gates personally. The Danding sect had one principle now, which was that no matter how the others were making a fuss, they only held on to their own territory and didn't get involved in anything. Do as you like, but don't force them. Even a cornered rabbit might bite. After more than a month, Liang Sheng and the other loose cultivators performed very well, and the Danding sect's supervision of them was not as frequent as before. At this time, Liang Sheng finally realized why the Danding sect, famous for refining pills, also had a Golden Core Realm Array Master. Bender. And the Golden Core Realm Artifact Refiner, who was in charge of refining equipment, was actually comparable to the refining equipment peak elder of the Hua Tian sect. These loose cultivators they were responsible for were really just corners. These 2 golden core deists were actually guest elders that the Danding sect had invited from the Immortal City with great sincerity, and their treatment was even better than that of ordinary peak masters. Immortal City? Liang Sheng secretly stored this term in his mind. It turned out that the 3 sects and 6 orders were not really the central area of the cultivation world and were only a peripheral area. The cultivation world was even larger than Liang Sheng had guessed. Such a magnificent world made Liang Sheng yearn for it even more in his heart. The lifespan will always increase, the world is so big, I want to live well and see how many so-called immortal path laws I can outlast. However, this matter was too far away from Liang Sheng at the moment. Now he just wanted to stay in the outer sect of the Danding sect and complete the tasks assigned by the higher-ups. In the Danding sect, the Golden UN Pill formula was not a problem, and even the Golden UN Pill might be possible. After all, time was the greatest weapon, turning any impossibility into possibility. In fact, this period of time was not all bad news. There was also good news because the Danding sect's outer sect was a mixture of fish and dragons. There were countless descendants of the sect cultivators left behind, so as long as he arranged reasonably, he could still fish in troubled waters. Who let the outer sect disciples have no real name registration? Soul life plates were something that foundation establishment stage disciples had. Ordinary chi refining disciples didn't have them at all, they were just independently registered in each peak. As for the outer sect disciples, they were just ordinary people living within the sect who could see the edge of the cultivation world. However, compared to loose cultivators, they were naturally superior. Afterward, Liang Sheng's life in the Danding sect continued like this for a year, but the Danding sect's great array was not yet completed. It shows how determined the Danding sect was in protecting their mountain gate this time. As for the situation of the other 3 sects and 6 orders, it remained the same as before. Although there was no further deterioration, the alliance between the 3 sects and 6 orders was on the verge of collapse. The market around the 3 cults and 6 sects had slowly become the private property of each sect. Loose cultivators' lives were becoming more difficult. After all, the pricing power was now entirely determined by one sect. How could the loose cultivators be comfortable? At this time, Liang Sheng had gradually become accustomed to life in the Danding sect, and his superficial realm had also broken through to the 8th layer of Qi cultivation realm. In comparison to other loose cultivators, his progress was not eye-catching. Loose cultivators' talents were not necessarily bad, it could only be said that their previous circumstances were not good, so the 2 words, fortune and blessings, were so touching to the cultivators. Fellow Daoist Yang, why are you here to refine weapons again? Has the array master's side used up the array flags we just made? At this moment, someone saw Liang Sheng walking to where the refining workshop was located and couldn't help but complain. Every time Liang Sheng was called back, it meant one thing, that the array flags they had previously refined had been arranged. This also meant that their next round of overtime work in refining weapons had started again, and the array master's side could relax a bit. On the other hand, if Liang Sheng was reassigned to the array master's side, it would mean that the array masters would be busy again. Liang Sheng just laughed at this and didn't say anything. The others were actually just complaining. After all, the Danding sect wouldn't treat them harshly. The more work they did, the more Qi refining pills they were given. Perhaps other sects couldn't do this, but who can blame the Danding sect for having so many alchemists? Moreover, within the Danding sect, there aren't just these immortal mountain peaks. There are also vast spiritual fields, the back mountain hunting grounds, where many outer sect disciples serve in the spiritual fields and search for opportunities in the hunting grounds. Based on the foundation of the Danding sect over these years, Liang Sheng guessed that it was probably richer than he had imagined. If it weren't for other reasons, the fact that the array master and artifact refiner of the Golden Core realm were willing to be guest elders would reveal the depth of the Danding sect's foundation, that they could afford such a high price to invite them over. After another peaceful day of refining weapons, when Liang Sheng returned to his cave dwelling, a female cultivator beside him stopped him. Fellow Daoist Yang, I just prepared some spiritual food. Would you like to share it? Dabao, go invite your uncle Yang over. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng immediately felt awkward and quickly declined, saying that he had already used spiritual food before, and then hurriedly ran into the cave mansion, leaving behind a resentful gaze outside the door. Among the outer sect disciples of the Pill Cauldron sect, there were as many female cultivators as male cultivators. For example, the one who just greeted him was a widow, Chen Yun, who had just lost her Daoist partner. Chen Yun's Taoist partner used to gather resources in the hunting grounds of the Danding sect's back mountain. Last year, he was accidentally ambushed and killed by demonic beasts, leaving her alone with their child. Perhaps due to the harmonious and peaceful cultivation environment of the Danding sect, there are many dual cultivation partners among the outer disciples. Previously, Chen Yun didn't pay much attention to Liang Sheng and was just acquainted with him. However, after her partner's death, her outer disciples' share alone couldn't support her son. After all, they are cultivators, and naturally, they know how important it is to lay a foundation during childhood. Why do so many Daoist couples exist among the outer disciples? Because they feel that their path is already cut off and they want to cultivate the next generation. If their children successfully enter the sect as ordinary disciples, they can still support their parents. As a loose cultivation outer sect disciple with extraordinary skills in both refining weapons and formation, Liang Sheng obtained far more Qi refining pills than other disciples. It was also because the Qi refining pills were useless to Liang Sheng. Once, when he saw Chen Yun carrying little Bao and asking to borrow Qi refining pills from their neighbors, he remembered that Chen Yun's partner had helped him once when he first arrived, so he lent a hand. Bender. Liang Sheng didn't care at the time and directly gave a bottle of Qi refining pills. This was not a big deal, but he didn't know why Chen Yun began to think about him afterward. So initially, he wondered why he had such good intentions. Now he had no intention of accepting the widow's advances. The thought of having an extra child and 2 more burdens by his side made him shiver. If it weren't for the current management of the Danding sect, which didn't allow them to move their cave mansions at will, Liang Sheng would have moved away long ago. Lately, during his spare time, Liang Sheng would sit in his cave dwelling and watch the beautiful scenery of the Pill Cauldron sect. However, after Chen Yun noticed him, she would appear in his sight, flirting and acting seductively. The figures of female cultivators were naturally good, and they would not have any excess flesh after cultivation. With a bitter smile in his heart, Liang Sheng didn't dare to provoke her. After realizing that Chen Yun was deliberately tempting him, he no longer dared to admire the stars and the moon. He naturally understood Chen Yun's thoughts. It was a bit far-fetched to say that she had taken a fancy to himself, especially since they were merely acquaintances before. Perhaps it was because of the qi refining pills last time, she thought that he was kind-hearted with a good income and wanted him to play daddy. So Liang Sheng, when facing Chen Yun later, would naturally avoid her like the plague, as if she were a flood or a beast. If he dared to provoke such a woman, he would probably never get rid of her in the future. But aside from this annoyance, Liang Sheng strangely didn't feel the same pressure he had in the market before. His plans began to change as time went on. However, these ideas still needed careful consideration. This was the Pill Cauldron sect, with countless cultivators and great power, so no matter how careful he was, it wouldn't be too much. Under such circumstances, time passed day by day. One day, he and other loose cultivators finally received a notice, saying that they no longer needed to refine magical weapons and deploy arrays. Because, the protective array that the Pill Cauldron sect had been working on is finally about to be completed. Chapter 122, Puppet Plan, Young Yang Cheng, Top-Notch Talent. Danding Sect. What is the sect's great array? Now Liang Sheng finally saw what a sect's heritage was. Only a sect could have such a large-scale project, building such a majestic array. Previously, Liang Sheng felt very wealthy, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. How dare he claim to be rich? At this moment, Liang Sheng and other cultivators stood on the scene, with no reaction for a while, their eyes tightly staring at the situation outside of the heaven. At the periphery of the sect, points of starlight appeared, impossible to see the end of. Then, as the faint light shimmered, these starlights condensed like constellations, instantly forming the complete heavenly array. The entire starlight seemed to spill down from outer space, and the spiritual energy under the faint light became more active. A beam of light soaring to the sky appeared above the main peak of Danding sect. The previously endless starlight instantly connected with silk threads of light. In an instant, the sky was as bright as day, leaving only the dazzling light piercing the soul. However, this flash of light was just a fleeting moment, and then everyone felt their bodies heavy, and without waiting for Liang Sheng to react, the people around him were already kneeling down, crushed by the pressure. Liang Sheng reacted quickly at this time, and quickly stopped resisting the pressure. He also pretended to kneel on the ground weakly, raising his head and looking at the faint light in the sky. He knew that the protective array of Danding sect had been successfully activated, and it was in harmony with the original protective array, both inside and outside. Such a superb array, Liang Sheng's eyes couldn't help but shine. He saw much more than the other outer sect disciples. At this moment, all the light in the sky disappeared directly, as if nothing had ever existed. However, just now, although the one conducting the array was that Golden Core Array Master, the person who finally input the power to merge the old and new protective arrays was an unseen great power. That power was far stronger than a Golden Core Deist. Could it be that a nascent soul great power had taken action at the last moment? No one could give Liang Sheng an answer, but at this moment, his expression was the same as that of other outer sect disciples, a strong sense of security. Everyone knew that anyone who wanted to break into the Danding sect at this time would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. No one knew better than Liang Sheng and other loose cultivation disciples how comprehensive this protective array was. Although they were only responsible for the details, they had completely followed the standard production of magical weapons without any error. At this time, these loose cultivation disciples who had already become outer sect disciples felt a mix of excitement and helplessness. The great array had been completed, and they would no longer have any additional refining weapon subsidies. From now on, they would have to be like other outer sect disciples. Although they have a sex quota, their income would be far from what it is now and just barely enough for them. The provisions for outer sect disciples of the Danding sect would undergo strict calculations to ensure they wouldn't live too comfortably. Furthermore, the outer sect disciples were a mixed group, and even the Danding sect itself didn't know exactly how many people there were. They would issue quotas based on the approximate number of people provided by the outer sect manager each month, generally without any significant problems. Because during the first 3 days of the month, the outer sect disciples would need to register anonymously at the Foreign Affairs Hall. As long as they passed the Jade Gate pillar outside the hall, they would be considered successfully registered. So if you were too busy to go to register, you couldn't blame anyone but yourself. However, they were just outer sect disciples after all, and missing the quota for a month would not affect their cultivation since every outer sect disciple surely had some savings. In the following days, the loose cultivation disciples who had no mission finally began to truly integrate into the life of the outer sect. In addition to the outer sect's fixed quotas, they could also receive tasks and get corresponding rewards. Of course, if they felt strong enough, they could also apply to enter the back mountain hunting grounds and look for their opportunities. So generally, middle and lower-ranking outer sect disciples would accept tasks, such as irrigating spiritual fields or taking on missions for sect disciples, elders, etc. If there was no danger in the mission, they would compete for it. As for the experienced outer sect disciples, they would accept relatively more dangerous assignments, or they would team up and enter the back mountain hunting grounds, exploring and collecting spiritual herbs and demon beast materials, all of which could be sold at a price. After all, the Danding sect was where alchemists resided, so there was no worry about selling spirit herbs and monster materials. However, Liang Sheng was not so naive to follow the mainstream path immediately but chose to carefully observe the outer sect's situation. Previously, since the sect had conscripted them for work, they had not had much time to experience the real life of the outer sect. He was not in a hurry at this time because he was richer than the average foundation establishment stage cultivators. It was better to think about his safety and investigate the outer sect situation first. However, during Liang Sheng's relatively easy-going period, people from the other sects within the 3 sects and 6 orders appeared one after another to visit the Danding sect. After all, the Danding sect had suddenly added a new protective array, so they had to come and see for themselves what was happening. Back then, several days could be seen with the lights flashing in the Danding sect. Liang Sheng couldn't see the specific situation, but he could confirm that the visitors were at least in the Golden Core realm. Bender. The Danding sect treated them all equally, not letting these 8 sects harbor resentment against each other. The people from the other sects did not have any conflicts in the Danding sect, and everything was peaceful. A tacit understanding also formed among the 3 sects and 6 orders, tacitly accepting the Danding sect's approach. Later, some gossips spread that the 3 sects and 6 orders had already become a thing in name only. Because of this situation, the outside world became more chaotic, and the loose cultivators in the market faced more difficulties. The number of mid-market ambushes and killings doubled compared to before. Other sects came to visit Danding sect in such a hurry to test their attitude. After Danding sect declared their continued provision of elixirs and maintaining neutrality, other sects breathed a sigh of relief. The most talked about and miserable situation was that of the Upper Green sect, as they were being pressured by the Hua Tian sect during this period. Loose cultivators in the Upper Green sect's market were fleeing in droves, as most Golden Core cultivators in the Hua Tian sect now possessed spirit tools, their battle strength soaring. The Upper Green sect didn't want to engage in a do-or-die battle with the Hua Tian sect right now, so they could only endure and swallow their pride. So, what was the point of all this? This was the sentiment of most cultivators, but everyone also knew that if they were in the position of the Upper Green sect, they would probably do the same. After all, who could tolerate their allies becoming stronger day by day while doing nothing? Were they simply waiting for death? The law of the jungle was something everyone understood. A previously balanced situation would develop problems when someone suddenly became stronger. But even so, although the Hua Tian sect was much stronger, they did not dare to engage in a total death match with the Upper Green sect. That's because they would likely win a costly victory, and then what would they do? There were other sects around them as well. For a short while, a new balance appeared between the 3 sects and 6 orders. This situation caused the other sects to treat the Danding sect more courteously, and the Danding sect was very peaceful. Liang Sheng's cave mansion. Fellow Daoist Yang, my little Bao needs many spirit stones for his foundation laying these days. But I have collected some together, and I still need 10 low-grade spirit stones. I wonder if you are willing to lend me the spirit stones first. I will pay you back slowly when I go on missions afterwards. At this moment, Chen Yun was standing at the entrance of Liang Sheng's residence. Other outer sect disciples glanced at Liang Sheng unintentionally, but they didn't have any opinions, as Chen Yun had also tried to borrow spirit stones from them as well. However, when Chen Yun tried to borrow from them, she only asked for 3 or 2 low-grade spirit stones. But now, she asked for 10, which indicated that Chen Yun had a talent for reading people. Liang Sheng couldn't refuse the loan at this point. After all, he still had some cause and effect with Chen Yun and her fallen deist partner, but he couldn't directly loan her 10 stones either. On the surface, he was a dual cultivator of refining weapons and arrays, with huge daily expenses. How could he lend so many spirit stones without reason? Deist Chen, I'm sorry, but I can only lend you 5 low-grade spirit stones at most. Before Liang Sheng finished speaking, Chen Yun nodded repeatedly, interrupting him as if she was afraid he would change his mind. Thank you, fellow deist Yang. Liang Sheng immediately understood that Chen Yun might just want to borrow a few spirit stones and didn't care about the amount. The 10 stones were merely a figure to ensure she wouldn't walk away empty-handed. Indeed, those who borrowed money always seemed to be more calculating. Liang Sheng then lent the spirit stones to Chen Yun, who cheerfully left. Before leaving, she gave Liang Sheng a flirtatious glance, causing him to quickly lower his head. Then, Liang Sheng watched Chen Yun's departing figure, thinking that if he wasn't about to leave the place, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. Liang Sheng wasn't acting on a whim, but decided to move after investigating the outer sex arrangement of cave mansions. During this period, he occasionally visited Chen Xiang, the outer sect manager, to give him some fruit wine, as well as a full set of gathering spirit array techniques. This had ingratiated him with Chen Xiang. Liang Sheng didn't directly make a request but continued to visit and give gifts periodically. His efforts paid off when Chen Xiang finally asked if there was anything he needed help with. So, Liang Sheng had actually already chosen a new cave mansion location and was preparing to move. After all, there were too many acquaintances in his current location, which made it difficult for him to carry out his affairs. Although it was safe in the outer sect of the Danding sect, Liang Sheng couldn't do nothing. He still needed to make many preparations for his future cultivation. Therefore, moving to a more unfamiliar location was a necessary move, making it easier for him to act. Yesterday, Chen Xiang had already found a new cave mansion according to Liang Sheng's request. He secured the place in no time by using some spirit stones. As Liang Sheng watched Chen Yun's retreating figure, he closed the cave gate and headed towards the manager's office. There were no accidents during this move. The moment Liang Sheng handed in the jade slip of his original cave mansion, he received the jade slip for the new one. The new cave mansion was on the east side of the outer door and nearly 100 miles away from the original one. Liang Sheng was very satisfied with the new environment, as there were no familiar faces here. The cultivator who previously lived in this cave mansion only stopped and nodded slightly to Liang Sheng as a greeting when he saw the new neighbor before hurrying away on his own business. After showing his face, Liang Sheng immediately entered the cave mansion and began setting up concealment arrays and gathering spirit arrays. Only after setting up 10 layers of arrays did he relax. Without using his attribute panel, his foundation establishment stage senses couldn't see through the changes inside the cave mansion. He even added an illusion array technique so that casual observers would see only the normal scene without any problems, without close examination. He finally embarks on a new journey and can now gather the long-forgotten materials required for puppetry technique. As expected of a sect, he saw the main material for puppetry, the spirit bamboo, at the Foreign Affairs Hall at the outer sect. As for other materials, they were everywhere. This also provided the most reliable guarantee for Liang Sheng's plans. The Danding sect also hopes that powerful disciples will emerge from the outer sect, so the outer sect can also access some of the resources for practicing the techniques of the Danding sect. However, the Danding sect wouldn't actively explain this, they only need these outer sect disciples to stand out. Therefore, if a disciple is blessed with luck, they will naturally perform differently. The exchange center set up in the Foreign Affairs Hall is actually more for such disciples. Techniques, auxiliary skills, elixirs, everything is available at the exchange center. As long as you can afford the spirit stones, even obtaining a foundation establishment pill is not impossible. Of course, the abundant resources of the outer sect can only be considered rich compared to the outside market. It can't compare to the treatment of ordinary and inner sect disciples of the Danding sect, but it's at least enough to give hope to the outer sect disciples. The Danding sect has already provided opportunities to everyone, so the rest is up to you to strive for. If you can't get these resources, you can't blame others because in the outer sect, the strong keep getting stronger, no one feels sympathy for the weak. The Danding sect has paid seemingly non-profitable resources, but for the Danding sect, it is not a loss at all. After all, if an outer sect disciple shows outstanding performance and demonstrates their value, it would actually strengthen the force of the Danding sect. Why wouldn't the Danding sect be willing? SECHUOE.OGO. The situation in the outer sect is like the Danding sect raising a silkworm. Only the strong can leap over the dragon gate and from then on view the immortality cultivation path, and stride forward. Precisely because he had obtained such results after this long investigation, Liang Sheng began to prepare to move out of his cave mansion. He planned to keep Liang Sheng alive and refine a few things for his own sake and pave the way for future plans. Liang Sheng's identity is not particularly helpful. Liang Sheng naturally still wants to have the identity of a local outer sect disciple. To achieve this perfectly, he naturally needs time to arrange, to make it flawless. After that, Liang Sheng began to live the ordinary life of an outer sect disciple, occasionally taking on non-dangerous tasks from the sect, just like a very ordinary outer sect disciple. On the other side, Chen Yun didn't realize that Liang Sheng had disappeared until half a month later. Her son had succeeded in laying the foundation, and naturally, she wanted to strive for better resources for her son. She set her sights directly on Liang Sheng as there was no better person around her. She, a female cultivator with no very high cultivation level, needed to find something to rely on for her son and for herself. After the foundation laying of Little Bao, he wanted to cultivate more, which cost more resources. Relying only on the quota of the outer sect could only satisfy half of the needs, it was too difficult to excel. Just because of this, she knocked on Liang Sheng's cave mansion with a shy face, but a stranger came out. She was startled. When she found out that Liang Sheng had moved away long ago, Chen Yun was full of sadness. In the end, Bao's blessing was just not enough. His biological father died early, and now when she wanted to find a support for him, there was no one to be found. On the other hand, Liang Sheng had no idea about this. He would occasionally go to the Foreign Affairs Hall of the outer sect to exchange the materials needed for puppetry technique. He was very careful, and each time he exchanged materials it would not expose that he was collecting materials for puppetry technique. Liang Sheng was successful in making a puppet for the first time, as he is indeed a master in refining weapons. But Liang Sheng was not satisfied yet, this was still far from his plan. He had to construct a puppet almost indistinguishable from a real person. It does not need to have amazing battle strength, but it needs to be so realistic that nobody could perceive any anomaly. This was his ultimate goal. Liang Sheng spent 30 years on this and finally made a puppet that had only Qi cultivation first-level battle strength but is almost indistinguishable from a real person. Looking at the elegant young man in front of him, Liang Sheng could not help but be overjoyed. Considering his perception at the foundation establishment level, as long as no spiritual power was probed into the puppet's body, he would nor sense anything abnormal. The 30-year period was just right, it seemed he was also blessed with luck. After all, his Yang Sheng identity should be nearing the end of his lifespan now. Outer sect of Danding sect. After Liang Sheng left his cave mansion, he stayed outside for a while, then when nobody was around, he summoned the puppet. Then he saw a handsome young man with bright eyes and distinctive eyebrows appearing in front of him. Liang Sheng could nor help but smile. "Cheng-er, let us go, I will take you to the Foreign Affairs Hall now/1. Yes. At this moment, Liang Sheng was walking with the puppet in the outer sect. No one paid any attention to them, they had absolutely no idea that the young man was not a human at all. In a short while, Liang Sheng and the puppet arrived at the Foreign Affairs Hall. The manager of the outer sect, Chen Xiang, was not present. It was time for Chen Xiang to report the situation of the outer sect to the inner sect. Liang Sheng specifically chose this time for safety considerations. When the outer sect disciple in charge of registration heard that Liang Sheng was adding a person to the cave mansion registration, he just looked up at the puppet and then lowered his head to prepare for the registration with the jade slip. Over the years, this kind of thing has happened many times. After all, the cave mansion of the outer sect disciples are registered in the rolls to manage whether they are vacant or not. Many outer sect disciples have passed their cave mansion on to their successors, nor letting the sect take it back. What's the name? How old? Yang Cheng, 16 years old. Yang Cheng, at the first level of Qi cultivation, aged 16, was quickly registered by the disciple in charge, who, at Liang Sheng's request, registered the cave mansion under Yang Cheng's name. Although the registering disciple wasn't particularly enthusiastic, he was not annoyed either. This was quite normal and part of his job. It seemed that this outer sect disciple, Liang Sheng, must be nearing the end of his lifespan, or he wouldn't have arranged things like this. The managing disciple had no doubts. After all, this was only a minor part of the outer sect of the Danding sect. The high-ranking members of the sect didn't care about the outer sect at all. To them, the disciples of the outer sect were like breeding bugs. If they were outstanding, they would naturally show up, and there was no need to worry about too much. As for the idea of spice rising up from the outer sect disciples, it is nonsensical. Which sect would cause trouble due to the outer sect? If that were the case, the 3 sects and 6 orders would not have been able to occupy this area for tens of thousands of years. They would have been surrounded by a pack of wolves and not even bones would remain. This is not an era where everyone becomes a dragon. Cultivation requires good fortune, and the 3 sects and 6 orders are the greatest good fortune in this area. It is by becoming a disciple of these sects that one can embark on the path to heaven. For many years, the conditions in the outer sect have remained the same. Furthermore, the Danding sect has been isolated from the world for 30 years, and this 16-year-old Qi cultivator is akin to a child born to a secular noble family. Once everything was successfully registered, even though Liang Sheng was completely confident about the process, he still breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. Liang Sheng then exchanged for some qi refining pills and left with Yang Cheng. Seeing Liang Sheng giving Yang Cheng the qi refining pills, the registering disciple couldn't help but shake his head. SECHUOE.OGO. Alas, parental love is universal. In the registering disciple's eyes, these two were like father and son. Why else would they do this? Who would treat a stranger so well, arranging everything for them? When Liang Sheng brought Yang Cheng back to their cave mansion, he made sure to show Yang Cheng's face to the nearby neighbors. However, he didn't introduce Yang Cheng, and the others didn't think much of it. After all, such things were commonplace in the outer sect. This was also because Liang Sheng had always kept a low profile and avoided attracting attention, so many people could not remember the last time they saw Liang Sheng. After expending some effort, Liang Sheng returned to his cave mansion and breathed a sigh of relief. His plan had finally been successfully accomplished. He would have to thank Pei Shiping. If it weren't for his puppetry technique, his plan wouldn't have gone this smoothly. Afterwards, Liang Sheng put Yang Cheng back into his storage bag, and began to create another puppet. This puppet was made to look like Yang Cheng. After all, there had to be a body to account for Yang Sheng's death. Then, in the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. By this time, Liang Sheng had become Yang Cheng. He had reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation. His cultivation speed could be said to be quite talented. At this point, he had made a coffin and placed Yang Sheng inside. When Chen Xiang went back to make his report to the inner sect, Yang Cheng made a trip to the External Affairs Department. He had Yang Sheng's information removed. The disciple from the External Affairs Department checked the cave mansion and, seeing Yang Sheng's lifeless body, immediately marked off all of Yang Sheng's records in the outer sect. Yang Sheng of the outer sect, deceased. Yang Cheng buried Yang Sheng's body at the foot of the mountain in the outer sect. Here, countless tombstones can be seen. This was the final resting place of many outer sect disciples. At this moment, Liang Sheng personally burnt the coffin into ashes, sealed the ashes jar with a specific compass, and then buried it in a small graveyard. This small graveyard cost him 10 low-grade spirit stones. If he had spent 100 low-grade spirit stones, he could have buried the body directly. However, Liang Sheng would prefer that there be no traces of Yang Sheng. Naturally, he chose to burn it to ashes and bury it between the heaven and earth. This was the final destination of most of the outer sect disciples. Goodbye, Yang Sheng. After dealing with these trivial matters, Liang Sheng sat in his cave mansion, drank his cup of fruit wine, and felt slightly tipsy. Unconsciously, he had been in the Danding sect for 38 years and finally assumed the identity of a native-born outer sect disciple. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 636. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 10th layer, pure yang pill scripture, 10th layer, 20 health maintenance techniques, 19th layer, nail head 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, early foundation establishment stage. Lifespan, 21,095. Unconsciously, he has already spent 127 years in the cultivation world. He didn't expect to become a sect disciple at this time. He has now converted to practice the pure Yang pill scripture of the Danding sect. Under the level of foundation establishment, there was no bottleneck. He pushed back his cultivation for 30 years and successfully reached the 10th layer of the foundation establishment realm in pure Yang pill scripture. Of course, the identity he presented as Liang Sheng was still at the 3rd level of qi cultivation. Now, he could practice peacefully, planning for the golden yuan pill formula. His goal now was to become an ordinary disciple. If an outer sect disciple successfully establishes their foundation, they could directly become an inner sect disciple. However, if one could reach the 9th layer of qi cultivation before the age of 60, they could apply to become an ordinary disciple. Thanks to the attribute panel, pretending to be 60 years old is not an issue at all. Even a golden core true person can't discern his real age. Of course, his safer plan is to show a bit of talent in pill refining. This way, his chances of becoming an ordinary disciple would be even greater. His current identity was of a sect-born child, who is well respected with a promising future. As long as he stood out, he could easily become an ordinary disciple of the sect. Once that happened, he would be qualified to enter the sect's scripture repository. Then, seeking the recipe for the golden yuan pill would be much simpler than if he were an outer sect disciple. Liang Sheng didn't want to become an inner sect disciple. Considering his slow cultivation speed, there might be unnecessary troubles if he advanced. Being an ordinary disciple was just right. When his lifespan of 200 years is reduced, he would have merely broken through to the foundation establishment stage. By then, his true cultivation level would also approximately be at the middle stage of foundation establishment. He could then spend another 200 years ostensibly advancing to the middle stage of foundation establishment, which would not be so prominent. Of course, this timeline could be adjusted depending on the environment. In short, Liang Sheng would take things step by step for the sake of prudence, although this might waste quite a bit of time. But does he lack time? He now had a vague feeling that his health cultivation method would break through again after a few decades, then there would be a few thousand years lifespan added. For him, time was nothing more than a number. Liang Sheng had gotten to where he was today by being cautious and relying on his own efforts. Looks like he would have to play the part of a natural but slightly better than ordinary cultivator for the next 40 years, before Liang Sheng reaches 60. Who would have thought that one day, he, Liang Sheng, the innocent fool, could also pretend to be a genius? At this moment, he raised his wine cup and toasted to the moon in the sky. Farewell, my useless past. The outside world was not peaceful these 30 years. Nowadays, the areas within the 3 sects and 6 orders start to become stable gradually. The Upper Green sect, under the pressure from Huatian sect, finally began to yield. The other sects didn't want to sour their relations with Huatian sect. Naturally, they would not blatantly help the Upper Green sect anymore. Under these circumstances, the Upper Green sect persisted for 30 years and eventually chose to yield. All the captives from the Great Zhou family that the Upper Green sect had kidnapped were sent to the Huatian sect. It was also said that the Upper Green sect had compensated the Huatian sect with a spirit stone mine. But this matter supposedly came to an end with this. After all, the other sects would not allow Huatian sect to obtain too many resources. There was even a rumor that in fact, there were a considerable number of disciples from the Zhou family in the other sects, but this was merely a rumor, and Huatian sect didn't look too deeply into it. After all, Huatian sect was not strong enough to confront all the other sects. Hence, it would do well to turn a blind eye to such rumors. Under these circumstances, the Great Zhou bloodline became the talk of the town amongst the loose cultivators. The Great Zhou bloodline, it's extremely blessed. Could they also become disciples of the sect if they were a part of the Great Zhou family? However, this situation was irrelevant to Liang Sheng. As a matter of fact, he even heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the news. The more stable the situation, the better it was for him. However, this also proved that there was not much difference between the cultivation world and the secular world. Forming alliances, every single one of them did so, and in the end, it all came down to 2 words. Interest. Strength. Outer sect. At this moment, a fragrance of pills spread in an area several meters around. Everyone could not help but turn their eyes towards a cave mansion, filled with envy. Qi cultivation 3rd level, 21 years old, he even managed to refine a Qi pill. He was remarkably talented. Liang Sheng got quite a promising junior. It's a pity he didn't have the blessing of fate and died prematurely, otherwise, if not for that. Thinking of this, the eyes of a few disciples in the outer sect were filled with inexplicable emotions. A year later, the outer sect disciples nearby all had their Daoist partners and had given birth to their offspring. They don't know if they were stimulated by Liang Sheng. Not long after, Liang Sheng's reputation as a pill refining prodigy began to spread, and he had already become slightly famous in a small area. This situation was within Liang Sheng's calculation. After all, if he wanted to become an ordinary disciple smoothly, he would need to become famous as early as possible. Furthermore, he would also control his progress, to not appear too dazzling, yet not too mediocre or low-key. Initially, everything was going according to plan, but plans could never keep up with changes. At this moment, Liang Sheng, who was refining pills in his cave mansion, heard some commotion outside. Liang Sheng was puzzled. Upon opening the cave mansion door, he realized it was a disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall. He was taken aback for a moment, but then it quickly dawned on him. "Senior brother, why have you come over? Please come in quickly." The disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall looked at Liang Sheng with a complex expression. The two words "blessed by fate" are indeed indescribable. Bender. Yang Cheng seemed ordinary, but wasn't he too successful in refining pills at this age and then became a disciple of the Foreign Affairs Hall in the outer sect? He couldn't help but feel a little dazed and somewhat envious. With a similar aptitude, only the timing was different, and so the outcomes were different. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. "Junior apprentice brother Yang Cheng, first, bring your pill refining furnace and follow me to the External Affairs Department. You will naturally know what's going on." Upon hearing these words, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel surprised. The disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall seemed to be unusually courteous to him today. What had happened? However, Liang Sheng did not hesitate. He extinguished the pill furnace, hastily tidied up, and then carrying his pill furnace, he followed the disciple from the Foreign Affairs Hall and left. Many people naturally saw this situation. They may have puzzled in their hearts, but they didn't think much about it. Perhaps the Foreign Affairs Hall has some task? It's better to concentrate on earning more spirit stones instead of worrying about these things. When he arrived at the Foreign Affairs Hall, Liang Sheng was taken aback. Besides Chen Xiang, the manager of the outer sect, there were actually 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators in the room. It was obvious from their attires that they were inner sect disciples of the Danding sect. At this time, he could see that Chen Xiang and the 2 others were having a friendly chat. After all, Chen Xiang was also an inner sect disciple, he just took up the position of the manager of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Liang Sheng got a feeling that something was off. Thankfully, he had not lowered his guard for several years. Thinking of the over 1,000 top-quality earth talismans and Vajra talismans overlaid on his body, he felt a bit relieved. Even if there really was a problem, he could withstand it for a short time. Although the time was extremely short, it would be enough for him to act. However, he didn't seem to have any problems now, but what exactly was going on? He didn't feel any crisis either, so he didn't act impulsively for the time being. Instead, he followed the Foreign Affairs Hall disciple step by step into the Foreign Affairs Hall. He thought he would immediately meet the Foundation Establishment stage cultivators inside, but the disciple of the Foreign Affairs Hall asked him to wait outside for a while. After a while, 2 more young outer sect disciples of about the same age as him were brought in. At this time, the 2 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators came to the hall at Chen Xiang's invitation and examined the 3 people, including Liang Sheng. Bender. "Junior brothers, these are the most talented and youngest disciples in our outer sect recently. Do you want to take a look?" One of the Foundation Establishment stage disciples nodded at this time. "Let's not waste time, we'll see the real skill under our hands. Let them refine a batch of Qi refining pills directly." After hearing this, Chen Xiang had no objections and asked Liang Sheng and the other 2 directly, "Did you bring your pill refining furnaces?" Liang Sheng and the other 2 hurriedly nodded in agreement. Their cultivation levels were about the same as Liang Sheng's, all at the Qi cultivation 3rd level. If this were the previous market, refining pills with such cultivation would be a foolish dream. It could only be said that the platform was different, and the things they could accomplish were also different. No wonder Chen Sheng's identity back then couldn't attract the attention of the sect. At this time, Chen Xiang suddenly spoke, "All of you, pay attention, refining pills successfully is related to your future." Hearing this, Liang Sheng had some vague guesses. At this time, he wouldn't deliberately fail in refining pills. After all, he was originally going to make a name for himself. How could he disrupt his original plan? Next, Liang Sheng and the other two used the spiritual grass prepared by the Foreign Affairs Hall to refine qi refining pills step by step. Their conditions were very stable, and Chen Xiang and the other two foundation establishment stage cultivators secretly nodded their heads. Indeed, they had a bit of talent, and it was not in vain that they came to the outer sect. However, the three of them paid the most attention to Liang Sheng. Even though Liang Sheng concealed his abilities, the charm of his alchemy skills would still radiate, and they became increasingly satisfied with his techniques. In the end, the results were as expected. Although all three of them were successful in refining pills, and they only produced lower-grade qi refining pills, Liang Sheng had refined a few more pills than the others. Finally, after checking the three people's pills, Chen Xiang smiled and said, "Congratulations on seizing this opportunity. As for what's going on, you'll find out naturally after you leave with the two masters' brothers." Liang Sheng and the other two still didn't know what was going on by now, but they were taken away from the outer sect by the two foundation establishment stage cultivators. Before leaving, Chen Xiang said meaningfully, "In the future, you must remember the names of the two foundation establishment masters' brothers. They are Pei Tianqi and Xiao Qin, the inner sect disciples of Green Cloud Peak." Liang Sheng and the other two hurriedly greeted them, but Pei Tianqi and Xiao Qin didn't pay much attention, just lightly nodding, although their eyes showed goodwill towards Chen Xiang. After that, the two exchanged a few words with Chen Xiang before taking Liang Sheng and the other two away from the outer sect and flying directly into the air with great speed. Liang Sheng pretended to be as frightened as the other two, looking at Pei Tianqi and the other two with admiring eyes, making the other party even more pleased. If it weren't for this, why would they need to consume mana to carry the three of them in flight? As they progressed, Liang Sheng had a vague suspicion. Isn't this one of the main mountain ranges, King Yun Peak? What are they bringing them here for? The other two were full of excitement, their faces flushed, and Liang Sheng had to pretend to be the same. The foundation establishment disciples saw this and smiled with satisfaction. When they were brought to a cave mansion by the foundation establishment disciples, they found a group of young disciples outside, but they were all ordinary disciples. The three outer sect disciples' clothes were somewhat conspicuous. However, the two foundation establishment disciples didn't care about them, just standing together with several other foundation establishment disciples outside the cave mansion and greeting each other. The other foundation establishment disciples looked somewhat surprised, looking at the two foundation establishment stage cultivators who brought Liang Sheng and the others over with a hint of regret. Outer sect disciples indeed seemed more attentive, and from the looks in their eyes, they were probably extremely grateful to the foundation establishment stage cultivators who brought them over. If they achieve something, the benefits will definitely be greater than those brought by the ordinary disciples they brought. It seems that they need to think bigger next time. However, they soon stopped thinking randomly because a dense wave of spiritual energy emanated from the cave mansion in front of them, refreshing everyone's spirits. All the people around Liang Sheng didn't know why, but they suddenly became nervous, their eyes not daring to look around, their hearts involuntarily pounding with excitement. At this moment, the door of the cave mansion opened. Chapter 123, Alchemy Child, outside the peak of Pil Sun. Green Cloud Peak. In front of a certain cave mansion. Uncle Jin. As a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and no trace of a cultivator's qi appeared, the foundation establishment disciples who were there before quickly bowed and greeted him. He casually wore a Taoist robe and had his hair in a messy bun, but everyone's eyes were involuntarily drawn to him. Uncle Jin? Liang Sheng was also taken aback when he heard the address. Only a golden cordaist could be called an uncle by a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and others naturally understood this principle. In an instant, Liang Sheng pretended to be as shocked as the others, staring wide-eyed and rendered speechless. However, Liang Sheng was genuinely curious in his heart, wondering why he and the others were brought here for the golden cordaist to have a look. Bender. Why would a golden cordaist care about a small cultivator in the qi refining realm? The middle-aged looking golden cordaist was Jin Quangzio, the peak master of Green Cloud Peak. He glanced at Liang Sheng and the others at this time, and then spoke, "So these are the alchemy children you found for me?" A few Foundation establishment cultivators nodded their heads repeatedly, then introduced the backgrounds of these disciples. When they introduced Liang Sheng and the other two, Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He had asked the disciples of Green Cloud Peak to help him find a few outstanding alchemy children, actually out of necessity. Because with the situation among the 3 sects and 6 orders calming down, the amount of elixirs in other sects had become somewhat tight due to Danding sect's mountain closure for decades. So, a while ago, the other sects of the 3 sects and 6 orders jointly communicated with the Danding sect's leader, wanting to purchase large amounts of elixirs. Since the Danding sect wanted to maintain neutrality, at this moment they naturally wouldn't refuse their request, so Jin Guangxiu and the other Golden Core Deists were naturally arranged with many pill refining tasks. Because the situation this time was too sudden, with the other sects needing a wide variety of elixirs in large quantities, the basic preparation work for refining spiritual grass before alchemy naturally required a group of people to complete. So, it was not just Jin Guangxiu, the other Golden Core Deists were also looking for suitable ordinary disciples to serve them at their respective peaks. As for why they didn't ask Foundation establishment experts, it would be overkill to have them do such small tasks, wouldn't it? Foundation establishment disciples also had many pill refining tasks. The work of preparing spiritual grass for alchemy children was naturally most suited for chi refining disciples, especially lower level ones who were the most cost effective. Hearing the conversation between Jin Guangxiu and Xiao Qin, Liang Sheng and the other two now understood what was going on, didn't they? No wonder Chen Xiang had specifically instructed them to remember the names of Xiao Qin and the others when they left the outer disciple area. So that was it, this was to let them remember the favor they owed them. In cultivation, there were also benefactors, this was their own good fortune. However, even now, Liang Sheng and the other two were still a bit confused. They were merely outer sect disciples, but they were about to become alchemy children of a Golden Core Deist. At this time, they thought of the envious and jealous eyes of the Foreign Affairs Hall disciples who had come to their cave mansion to look for them before. So that was the reason. The word immortal could be said to be extremely clear. In cultivation, you need to have connections. These connections could be people, your talent, or any favorable factors and good fortune that could be considered advantageous in your cultivation journey. Jin Guangxiu had originally instructed Xiao Qin and the other Foundation establishment disciples to find a group of ordinary disciples to serve as alchemy children for him. At this time, he suddenly noticed Liang Sheng and the other two mixed in with the ordinary disciples and became interested. Since Xiao Qin and the others dared to do this, it meant that these 3 disciples might have some abilities, otherwise, why would they go to such lengths? Jin Guangxiu understood the actions of Xiao Qin and the others very well. This was an attempt to draw his attention, and after the matter was settled, they would have these 3 outer disciples owing them favors. Clever people. Given that, Jin Guangxiu became interested as well. Over the years in the Danding sect, he had been known for his understanding of human relationships and handling of worldly affairs. This also made his cultivation journey smooth sailing, so seeing the actions of Xiao Qin and the others, he was willing to give them a chance to show their abilities. Alright, since you brought them here, let's just test their abilities directly to see if they can handle the tasks I will entrust them with. Following Jin Guangxiu's order, some disciples from the cave mansion came out with spiritual grass. Liang Sheng couldn't help but admire Jin Guangxiu's generosity when he saw the spiritual grass in his hand. Lingzi grass. What they received was Lingzi grass, the main material for the Foundation establishment pill. Some of the chi refining disciples recognized the Lingzi grass at this moment, and their faces tightened involuntarily. Jin Guangxiu didn't initially intend to use Lingzi grass to give these disciples a hard time, but since Xiao Qin and the others had done so, he naturally had to exert some pressure. Wanting to take shortcuts and gain attention in the cultivation path was fine, but if one didn't have the corresponding strength, it was just superficial. He would have been sure to succeed in everything he did, and if the disciples chosen by Xiao Qin and the others this time didn't work out, it would serve as a lesson for them. You can be worldly wise, but you have to be sure of your actions. Although Jin Guangxiu thought so, he didn't have these disciples refine pills, as that would be unrealistic given their situation. How could they possibly refine Foundation establishment pills? However, if these disciples could successfully prepare Lingzi grass with their low-level cultivation, they would be considered talented and able to serve as his alchemy children. Xiao Qin and the others were also sweating at this time, having seen the hint in Jin Quanqiu's eyes earlier. It seemed that their little schemes in their hearts had been seen through by Uncle Jin, so this was also a warning to them. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. They exchanged cautious glances, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. The other disciples, however, were much calmer. It wasn't because they thought the disciples they had chosen would definitely succeed in refining the Lingzi grass, but because they had chosen ordinary disciples. This meant that they had been careful in their selection, and at least their attitude was not a problem. As for the outer sect disciples that Xiao Qin and the two others offered bender, it could only be said that Xiao Qin and the other person had lifted a rock only to drop it on their own feet. For a short while, the two felt regretful. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have tried to be too clever for their own good. They had long heard that Uncle Jin was proficient in worldly affairs, so they wanted to leave a special impression this time. Little did they know, they had been trying to teach fish how to swim. At this moment, they couldn't do anything and could only wait for the final result. Outside the cave mansion, not to mention the outer sect disciples who came with Liang Sheng, even the other ordinary disciples' expressions were solemn. Although they were called ordinary disciples, their cultivation level was only between Qi cultivation 3rd level and 5th level, and there wasn't a single person in the 6th realm. But they were extremely fortunate, as they were directly accepted as ordinary disciples by the Danding sect, either due to their family background or astonishing talent. In any case, they had deep blessings. So, to be honest, some of them had personally handled the refining of spiritual grass before. Furthermore, in their capacity as ordinary disciples, how could they have not learned the method of refining Lingzi grass? At this moment, most of these ordinary disciples were thinking about the pill formula's introduction they had seen before, secretly going through the process of refining Lingzi grass in their minds. They would naturally not give up this opportunity. As for the three outer sect disciples, they didn't really care about them in their hearts because their real rivals weren't them. It wasn't because they believed Liang Sheng and the other two were less talented than themselves, but because they lived in different environments, enjoying a better education from the beginning. The situation for outer sect disciples was just slightly better than loose cultivators. Liang Sheng was also thinking now, but he was considering whether he should hide his skills. After weighing pros and cons, Liang Sheng had already made up his mind. Currently, he was just a small Qi cultivation 3rd level outer sect disciple. Even if he were to successfully refine Lingzi grass by chance, Jin Quanqiu wouldn't really care about him, as their status and strength were vastly different. However, he could stay by Jin Quanqiu's side and become an alchemy child, a plan even easier and more convenient than his previous plan of becoming an ordinary disciple to explore the Golden Yuan pill formula. After secretly making up his mind, Liang Sheng decided he would definitely succeed in refining the spiritual grass. However, he didn't need to use all his strength, he just needed to do it right. At this moment, some ordinary disciples had already opened their eyes and took a deep breath, then picked up the Lingzi grass in front of them and started to form hand seals of refining spiritual grass. Soon, the others also started to refine the Lingzi grass one after another. For a short while, only the three outer sect disciples, including Liang Sheng, were yet to act. Feeling a bit helpless amidst the shallow smiles of other Foundation establishment disciples, Xiao Qin and the other person thought, did their cleverness really get the best of them this time? Just as the two of them were getting ready to accept their fate, Liang Sheng suddenly picked up the Lingzi grass in front of him. Seeing his calm expression, Xiao Qin and the other person couldn't help being invigorated. Back at the Foreign Affairs Hall within the outer disciple territory, they felt that Yang Cheng had a unique flair in alchemy. Now that he had taken action, they couldn't help but feel a bit expectant. Yang Cheng. At this moment, the two people secretly recited Liang Sheng's name and faintly felt that something would eventually come of this endeavor. At this time, the other Foundation establishment disciples naturally also looked at Liang Sheng. They usually didn't have any opinions about Xiao Qin and the others, but their actions today had made them unconsciously irritated. That's because Foundation establishment disciples also had their own hierarchy. In front of Jin Quanqiu, if Xiao Qin and Pei Tianqi wanted to show off, that would mean stepping over them. Since they were so capable, who wouldn't understand what they had in mind? Naturally, there would be some resentment. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about all that right now. Since there was no danger in becoming a true person serving the golden core deist as an alchemy child, he would naturally have to seize this opportunity. Now, Jin Guangxiu and the others were not in a hurry. Watching these low-level cultivator disciples take some time to refine the Lingzi grass, they wouldn't stand and watch the entire process. Not wanting to disturb these qi-refining realm disciples, they all joined Jin Guangxiu in the cave mansion for tea. Although Xiao Qin and the other person wanted to see the final result, since Jin Guangxiu had already spoken, they would naturally not refuse. Upon entering Jin Guangxiu's cave mansion, all the Foundation establishment disciples sat down, cautiously accompanying Jin Guangxiu in a casual chat. At this moment, someone brought tea. When they saw who was serving them tea, they quickly got up to greet them. It was none other than Jin Guangxiu's big apprentice, Liang Sheng. However, it had been previously heard that Liang Sheng was in closed-door cultivation and his qi had now become somewhat elusive. The Foundation establishment late stage. No wonder he was Uncle Jin's first disciple, his cultivation was indeed astonishing. At this moment, they all had reverent expressions as they respectfully saluted him together. Senior brother Xiang. Xiang Chen just gave a nod with a slight smile, not engaging in small talk with them. Instead, he insisted on pouring tea for each of them before leaving. Jin Guangxiu didn't say anything about it and then started chatting with these Foundation establishment cultivators, talking about his interesting alchemy experiences in the past. Foundation establishment cultivators already had the qualifications to talk with Jin Guangxiu. Although it seemed like there were many Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect, there were actually only a few hundred disciples divided among more than 10 peak masters, and only a dozen or so Foundation establishment disciples. As for Golden Core cultivators, they were even rarer. The Danding sect had been recuperating and maintaining neutrality for so long that there were now only about 20 Golden Core true persons in the home country. Even with the Foundation establishment pills and the Golden Yuan pill, there were actually very few cultivators who could break through the bottleneck and become Foundation establishment or Jindan stage realm cultivators. Even highly talented people might fail to break through the bottleneck due to unknown reasons, even after taking the Foundation establishment pill and consuming their lifespan, leaving the world with regret. The situation in other sects was more or less the same, and the number of people above Foundation establishment was even smaller. Moreover, due to the number of sect disciples, the proportion of Foundation establishment was actually much higher in the Danding sect. The path of cultivation was full of hardships, and breaking through to Foundation establishment to become an inner sect disciple was actually extremely difficult. If it weren't for this, how could the Great Zhou bloodline cause disputes between the sects and result in the current situation? Going back to the topic, at the beginning, these Foundation establishment disciples could cooperate with Jin Guangxiu and respond with some words, but then they became serious because Jin Guangxiu unknowingly began talking about some alchemy techniques. This was hard to come by experience, and a Golden Core true person was giving them a special treat. This was their own fortune. At this moment, they had already taken it seriously, listening carefully, afraid of missing a single word. However, just when everyone was getting interested in the conversation, Jin Guangxiu suddenly stopped speaking mid-sentence, the corner of his mouth revealing a faint smile. Quite interesting. Jin Guangxiu said softly, and the Foundation establishment disciples couldn't help but be stunned. They smiled and asked, "Master's brother, what is it that's interesting?" Because Jin Guangxiu was always smiling and friendly, he had an excellent reputation in the Danding sect. At this time, the Foundation establishment disciples under Jin Guangxiu's kindness had already relaxed and couldn't help asking the question. But Jin Guangxiu didn't answer the question, and instead, continued to let them drink tea, then continued talking about the previous topic. However, part of Jin Guangxiu's divine sense was now outside. Because just now, when his divine sense swept across the audience, he found that among the ordinary sect disciples, some had already started to make good progress. Even the weaker ordinary disciples were following the steps one by one. As long as they didn't panic, they shouldn't have any problems. Jin Guangxiu was not surprised by this. After all, those who could become ordinary disciples from birth had parents who were at least ordinary disciples, so such families naturally had some inheritance. Otherwise, they had exceptional talent and had been influenced by the sect. As for the two outer sect disciples, their performance was actually quite average. Though their talent was not much worse than ordinary disciples, their achievements were significantly different due to their different backgrounds. Unexpectedly, it seemed these two outer sect disciples would fail in refining the Lingzi grass. However, their cultivation level was low, and their methods were not problematic. So, they only needed a high-rank alchemist to step in and save the Lingzi grass without damage. Therefore, Jin Guangziu didn't call a halt. Furthermore, as a golden core deist, what would it matter? Even if he wasted 2 Lingzi grasses? Would the sect really hold salt to plunder? Although Lingzi grass was rare and precious outside and in high demand due to the vast cultivation world and numerous cultivators, there were actually quite a few Lingzi grasses in the Danding sect's spiritual field. It was all because they wanted to sell lesser foundation establishment pills outside, so some items were bound to have a limited supply and, therefore, value. If even the Lingzi grass was really so hard to get, how could cultivators in the cultivation world cultivate? Who could cultivate smoothly? As this would mean the overall environment was not good. Moreover, this approach was also a control measure, letting people outside the sect have fewer foundation establishment pills to better maintain the sect's status. What surprised Jin Guangziu just now was the performance of Liang Sheng, an outer sect disciple who was on par with the above-average ordinary disciples. This meant that Liang Sheng was more talented than the average ordinary disciple. After all, being an outer door disciple with this performance, how could he not have talent? However, Jin Guangziu only found it interesting. Time slowly passed, and finally, the disciples outside finished refining. The expressions of the other 2 outer sect disciples were dejected. Some ordinary disciples also had red eyes, as they made a slight mistake halfway through and had already failed in refining. Liang Sheng was calm and unhurried at this moment, which made Jin Guangziu see that this outer sect disciple had a good temperament and become more satisfied. Not bad, successful disciples stay behind. After saying this, Jin Guangziu looked at Xiao Qin and the others. You go to the sect management hall and tell them that this disciple will be promoted to an ordinary disciple. Bender. In an instant, everyone looked at Liang Sheng with astonishment. It seemed that this outer sect disciple had caught Jin Guangxiu's eye. Xiao Qin and the others were even more delighted, not expecting that there's light at the end of the tunnel. However, seeing Liang Sheng's dumbfounded look of surprise, Xiao Qin quickly reminded him. Yang Cheng, haven't you thanked Uncle Jin yet? Green Cloud Peak. Co-living in the cave mansion partition. At this moment, looking at his ordinary disciple clothing, Liang Sheng still couldn't believe it, even now. One could only say that life's encounters are always beyond expectations. He originally wanted to reluctantly live for several decades, display his talents, and successfully advance to become an ordinary disciple. Unexpectedly, due to the changes in the external sex situation, he suddenly became Jin Guangxiu's alchemy child in the blink of an eye, becoming a Danding sect ordinary disciple in one step. This surprise came a bit suddenly. Although there were quite a few alchemy children like him, they were all ordinary disciples. But for Liang Sheng, this situation made his plan go much smoother. As Liang Sheng sighed, he didn't know that after those 2 failed outer sect disciples returned, the news that he had become an ordinary disciple or a golden core deist's alchemy child immediately spread. The moment this news came out, the outer sect disciples near his original cave mansion made up their minds completely. At first, some people were watching to see if they should find a deist partner to have children. But after seeing Liang Sheng's result, they had no more concerns. If their children could be like this, they would die without regrets. So, Liang Sheng didn't know that his existence raised the proportion of outer sect disciples who became deist partners. Even some outer sect disciples sighed that Liang Sheng's blessings weren't enough. If they had such a child earlier, they might be able to enjoy a peaceful life, and foundation establishment wouldn't be impossible. They determined not to suffer this loss. What if their descendants were also outstanding? Having children early and enjoying the benefits of life, wouldn't that be wonderful? Chen Xiang, the manager of the outer sect, naturally knew the specific details from Xiao Qin, but they didn't say much and only asked the Foreign Affairs Hall to keep Yang Cheng's cave mansion. Bender. Who knows if this Yang Cheng will become successful? After all, he caught Master's brother Jin Guangxiu's eye. This was just a small effort, and there was no harm if there were no profits. On the other hand, Chen Yun had slowly grown old at this moment. Her beauty was no longer there, and this was the situation experienced by cultivators whose lifespan was about to end. At this moment, she looked at her son who had returned from completing an external mission and thought of the previous news. She couldn't help but fantasize, would my child little Bao have such a day as well? If so, wouldn't the old man laugh if he knew in the afterlife? Green Cloud Peak. At this time, Liang Sheng's days became extremely regular. They had a fixed task every day, which was to refine a certain amount of spiritual grass. Of course, the spiritual grass tasks assigned by Green Cloud Peak were ones they could complete. As for refining higher-level spiritual grass like Lingzi grass, there was actually very little of it. They mostly dealt with ordinary grade spiritual grass. This time, there were many alchemy children, and some were very proactive. They would take on extra tasks after completing their own. Upon seeing this situation, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. No matter which world, internal competition always exists. Perhaps because of his background, among these alchemy disciples, only he had the status of outer sect disciple. Moreover, during the assessment, he seemed to catch Jin Quanxiu's attention. Although he wasn't isolated among these alchemy children, there seemed to be a subtle divide. During this time, Liang Sheng hadn't been as competitive as the others. Instead, he would use his free time to cultivate by himself or study alchemy after finishing his tasks. This situation was naturally noticed by Xiang Chen, who was in charge of them. At first, he found it strange. Why didn't the Yang Cheng favored by their master show off his skills? But after a month, he saw the other party's intentions. The other party was maintaining his growth while completing his tasks. He was truly a person worthy of their master's favor. Jin Guangxiu had only taken in 2 disciples over the years. One was Xiang Chen, and the other was currently in closed-door cultivation, as that disciple was about to break through to foundation establishment middle stage. During this time, some alchemy children hinted to Xiang Chen that Yang Cheng was not very enthusiastic about completing tasks. However, Xiang Chen didn't say anything about it. If this many task slots were reserved, it meant that it completely met Jin Quanxiu's alchemy requirements. Whether they worked overtime to refine spiritual grass earlier or not, it didn't affect Jin Quanxiu's alchemy share, so these disciples seemed to be showing off their skills, but they were far less effective at improving themselves than Liang Sheng. Jin Guangxiu wouldn't even pay attention to this. He only cared about the results, and he wouldn't care about the process at all. Besides, with Xiang Chen here, how could there be any problems? However, Xiang Chen didn't remind these internally competitive ordinary disciples. After all, this was their choice, and it had nothing to do with him. When they would figure it out was their own business. Liang Sheng's days of co-living in Green Cloud Peak's cave mansion could be described as the most peaceful cultivation life he had experienced in over 100 years in the cultivation world. No wonder those loose cultivators in the market used joining a sect as their goal. The gap between them was indeed too vast. As cultivators from different classes, what they saw and what they gained were completely different. Because Jin Guangxiu wanted them, the alchemy children, to better refine spiritual grass, he specifically provided them with a more complete pill technique truth than what the outer sect disciples could exchange for. Although Liang Sheng had innocent foolishness to speed up alchemy techniques, he still gained some insights after receiving this pill technique truth. Under such uneven resource distribution, how could loose cultivators compare with them? However, since they were all alchemy children, they were living in a shared cave mansion not far from Jin Quanxiu's, so Liang Sheng didn't dare to take any personal actions during this time. Of course, Liang Sheng was not in a hurry. His current situation was far better than the plan he had previously made. As time passed in this stable environment, 2 years had unknowingly gone by. Liang Sheng's cultivation had shown minor signs of loosening, suggesting that his breakthrough into the middle stage of foundation establishment would occur sooner than he had previously estimated. At this time, he could guess the reason for his progress after all. The spiritual energy concentration at Green Cloud Peak was more than double of that in the outer sect. Moreover, Jin Guangxiu seemed to have used some method within the territory of the cave mansion that made Liang Sheng feel that the speed of his techniques had increased somewhat. Understanding this was a good thing, Liang Sheng did not probe into the matter further. His performance over these 2 years, which aligned with his natural talent, demonstrated that Yang Cheng was gradually approaching full completion of the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. As for when he will break through the 4th layer of qi cultivation, it would require selecting the right moment. He would sometimes find it hard to resist sighing about how slowly time had passed during the 2 years he had been stationed at Green Cloud Peak. In his heart, Liang Sheng actually hoped that time would pass faster, wishing it could skip decades in a blink of an eye. He would then naturally cultivate up to the 9th layer of qi cultivation and be entitled to successfully refine foundation establishment pills, thus becoming an inner sect disciple. Only then could his plan possibly be truly implemented, but at the moment all he could do was think about it. All he could do was continue step by step and not allow any mistakes to occur in his current orderly progress. Tonight, Liang Sheng had already finished his tasks and was resting in the shared room of the cohabiting cave mansion. He had completed refining pills for the day and was now drinking fruit wine in the courtyard alone under the bright moonlit starry sky. Why was he the only one in the cave mansion? It was because everyone else was busy trying to prove themselves, always competing internally. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and put away his wine pot before walking into his own partitioned room. Soon after, footstep sounds could be heard from the courtyard. Why did they return so early today? Liang Sheng found it somewhat strange, as on normal occasions these ordinary disciples should still be working hard. They had returned a full hour earlier than usual. However, Liang Sheng had no intention to go outside to inquire about the situation. At this time, however, someone knocked on his door. "Yang Cheng, come out for a moment." When Liang Sheng appeared, he saw the usually lively ordinary disciples looking rather downcast. Some of them looked at him complicatedly, and there were even faint traces of regret, which perplexed him even more. What was going on today? Eventually. "Today, Uncle Master Xiang said that we have completed the task of refining spiritual grass 2 years earlier than expected, so we were given 2 choices. One was to return to Danyang Outer Peak, and the other was to become a field-guarding child at Green Cloud Peak." Someone spoke in a melancholic tone at this time. Only then did Liang Sheng understand why the disciples were upset. The Danyang Outer Peak was where ordinary disciples resided. Compared to the outer sect, it was a much better place. But having experienced life at Green Cloud Peak, who would want to return? The most vexing part was that they had brought about their own predicament. If they hadn't been working relentlessly, they could have stayed at Green Cloud Peak at least 2 more years. The field-guarding child of the spiritual field at Green Cloud Peak sounded like it was still on Green Cloud Peak, but it was actually the spiritual fields developed halfway up to the foot of the mountain. Usually, it was the tasks carried out by the labor disciples at Green Cloud Peak. Their status was hardly different from the outer sect disciple of Pill Cauldron sect. These 2 options naturally troubled them. Yet upon hearing this, Liang Sheng was thrilled. If he did return to Danyang Outer Peak, free from the constant surveillance of Jin Guangzhou, the things he could do would be numerous. However, Liang Sheng remained devoid of any expression on his face. While the general followers argued among themselves, a dispute broke out. Someone said something that provoked the others, and someone finally lost patience. "Chen Ming, if it hadn't been for you who said we cannot let an outer disciple steal the limelight and constantly show ourselves in front of Uncle Master Xiang, why would we end up like this? Now we have to go back earlier because we're too competent. If the fellow brothers of Danyang Outer Peak were to find out, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? You know, not only did we make it to Green Cloud Peak, all the other main peaks also selected disciples for alchemy duty. Our early return will simply be a huge joke." Chen Ming's face was flushed and he was so angry that he could not say a word. Liang Sheng quickly retreated to prevent others from noticing him. "Damn it! You guys just fight your own fight, why do you have to involve me? I just want to leave Green Cloud Peak peacefully and low-key. Please don't fight." If they started fighting, the nature of the situation would change. Fortunately, most of them were not fools. Although their hearts were full of resentment, they just glared at each other. Chen Ming slammed the door of his own partitioned room shut, and the ordinary disciples dispersed without any further conflict. Bender. At this time, Liang Sheng also went back to his partitioned room. He could sense the distress of the ordinary disciples in the other partitions. They all thought they could make a leap over the proverbial dragon gate, only to have to depart early due to their efficiency. Jin Guangzhou didn't have time to bother with them as he was still busy making refined pills for the other sects around the clock. So, these ordinary disciples could only blame themselves for being too proactive and refining too much spiritual grass. If they continued at their normal pace, they would have finished refining the spiritual grass after 4 years. By that time, Jin Guangzhou might have just completed his pill refining tasks and have time to meet them. What fate awaited them then, no one could tell. But now, all hope was lost, and their efforts were futile like pouring water into a bamboo basket. At this moment, Liang Sheng was not worried at all. In his heart, he couldn't wait to go to Danyang Outer Peak. By that time, the sky would be wide enough for birds to fly and the sea would be vast enough for fish to leap. The next day, early in the morning, everyone gathered in the courtyard, and Xiang Chen appeared before them with a smile on his face. I wonder if everyone has made a decision last night? If you are willing to be a field-guarding child, you can now stand on my right. These disciples thought about it and exchanged glances with each other, but no one stepped forward for a while. Xiang Chen was not in a hurry, just watching them quietly. Finally, someone stood up and walked silently to Xiang Chen's right. The first person was surprisingly Chen Ming. He couldn't go back so dejectedly. Perhaps after he went back, if someone held a grudge against him for being impulsive, he might be in constant trouble hereafter. Following that, several people, unwilling to leave Green Cloud Peak, also decided to stay. In the end, more than a dozen people chose to stay at the foot of Green Cloud Peak, and become a field-guarding child. Xiang Chen was not surprised by the outcome. He just glanced at Liang Sheng and found it unexpected that he did not choose to stay. He naturally knew Yang Cheng's background, and he was not like other ordinary disciples, having a solid backing in Danyang Outer Peak. But he chose to go back? After pondering for a while, Xiang Chen couldn't help but ask, Yang Cheng, why don't you choose to stay? All eyes suddenly turned to Liang Sheng, who shook his head, Uncle Master Xiang, I have already become an ordinary disciple, and I haven't been to Danyang Outer Peak yet. Maybe I would want a Daoist partner in the future, so I think it's good to be in Danyang Outer Peak. Bender. Although Xiang Chen was surprised to hear this, it was in line with what he knew about Yang Cheng, who was indeed calm and measured in dealing with matters. Foundation establishment was not something that everyone could succeed in. Some people had even higher aptitudes than him, but that person was already buried beneath the dirt now. Yang Cheng's implied meaning was already clear, in case he couldn't successfully establish a foundation, it's better to leave a lineage. That way, his descendants staying in Danyang Outer Peak would be much better than being a menial disciple in Green Cloud Peak, and it could also be considered a backup plan. Xiang Chen asked Liang Sheng another question just now because Jin Guangxiu had some impression of him. Since Liang Sheng wasn't interested and had his own ideas, Xiang Chen would let him be. Every decision a cultivator made was their own fortune. What Xiang Chen could do was put aside his desire to help others, respect their fate, and not create cause and effect, which was the best way to practice cultivation. Afterward, Xiang Chen arranged for someone to send these ordinary disciples to Danyang Outer Peak. He personally escorted Chen Ming and the others to the spiritual field at the foot of Green Cloud Peak. This made Chen Ming and the others clench their fists in secret. Since Uncle Master Xiang was willing to send them personally, it meant that he still valued them, and they might still have a chance. Liang Sheng, on the other hand, shook his head secretly. He understood that Xiang Chen was personally sending them to prevent any further complications. The living environment for menial disciples at Green Cloud Peak was far worse than here, and Xiang Chen's presence was meant to prevent them from feeling resentful. Moreover, as the big apprentice of Green Cloud Peak, Xiang Chen had a responsibility to ensure its stability. He hoped that Chen Ming and the others could recognize the reality and not be fickle-minded, or else. With this thought, Liang Sheng took a deep breath. However, he didn't say anything at this point, as he had only one thought. Danyang Outer Peak, here I come. Chapter 124, Foundation Establishment Middle Stage, Yang Cheng's Foundation Establishment. Danding Sect. Danyang Outer Peak. At this moment, Liang Sheng was staring at the magnificent and imposing buildings before his eyes, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. Behind these towering structures, there were countless slightly smaller architectural complexes, with a clear-cut layout. This scene did not resemble the transcendent and detached atmosphere of Green Cloud Peak, nor the chaos of the outer sect, but it had an even greater sex momentum. Previously, because the Green Cloud Peak disciples only saw them off at the foot of the mountain, Liang Sheng had already observed several worldly manners, which resembled cave mansions, during the ascent and thought that all of Danyang Outer Peak was like this. On his way, he encountered some ordinary disciples who were going out, all looking energetic and positive. What a difference compared to the outer sect disciples. When he reached the top of the mountain, Liang Sheng saw the architectural complex mentioned earlier, and the largest structure was the management hall for ordinary disciples. It was countless times larger than the foreign affairs hall of the outer sect. Moreover, the facilities nearby were even more abundant. He could even see institutions like the Cultivation Methods Pavilion. In reality, ordinary disciples formed the foundation of the Danding sect, with the majority of foundation establishment intersect disciples coming from here. Therefore, in Danyang Outer Peak, many ordinary disciples possessed deep backgrounds, and any slight act could implicate sect foundation establishment disciples. At this time, the ordinary disciples returning with Liang Sheng were bidding him farewell one by one. Due to their internal strife, they were forced to return to Danyang Outer Peak early. However, Liang Sheng, as a person implicated in this, didn't bear any grudges, and he had won their favor on this journey. It was all Chen Ming's fault for being overly clever. Otherwise, why would everyone have to suffer like this? With this in mind, their resentment towards Chen Ming grew even stronger. Yang Cheng, we will go home first then. Do you see the largest building to the east? That's the management hall. You just need to show your waist tag to the management hall disciples, explain your situation, and they will naturally arrange your cave mansion. And if you look to the west, our family cave mansion is located where the triangular group of buildings is. If you have any issues, you can always come to find me. After Shen Shixi finished speaking, several others also told Liang Sheng the location of their family cave mansions, which he didn't decline. Indeed, these ordinary disciples had extraordinary backgrounds, otherwise, they wouldn't even have been sent to Green Cloud Peak. At this time, Liang Sheng didn't want to curry favor with them but didn't refuse their kind intentions either. Of course, among this batch of disciples, only some showed goodwill towards Liang Sheng. Most of them still maintained a distance from him, and Liang Sheng didn't mind it. If he wasn't trying to better hide his identity and ensure his own safety, these people would probably be calling him Master's brother. Bender. Once Liang Sheng had said farewell to each of the ordinary disciples, he didn't head directly to the management hall to register. Instead, he squatted to the side and observed the situation in Danyang Outer Peak in silence. People were coming and going on this peak, moving neither hurriedly nor leisurely. Many of them would enter and exit the management hall, and Liang Sheng observed that most of them were there to accept tasks. This situation wasn't any different from the outer sect, except that these disciples' demeanor was even more composed, and the scale of the management hall was far larger than that of the outer sect. Apart from the sect management hall, functional institutions like the Cultivation Methods Pavilion were also busy, but the busiest place outside the management hall was the trading place. After all, some disciples didn't lack spirit stones but needed specific items. In such cases, there was a need for barter trade, and the trading place naturally had designated locations. Apart from the various official institutions of the sect, many people passed through the great family's mansion and courtyard, too. Many people visited one another, and after observing for some time, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, people are the same everywhere. Danyang Outer Peak had its share of worldly affairs, and as long as cultivators were gathered together, they were still people, and interactions would inevitably involve human relationships. However, the more it was like this, the more reassured Liang Sheng felt. Since there was still worldly fire in this place, there would be room for him to maneuver. After all, time was on his side, so he could take his time to plan without rushing. It was then when Liang Sheng headed towards the management hall. He directly informed the management hall disciples of his identity, and they searched for Liang Sheng's information in the Jade Slip and found his identity as personally appointed by Green Cloud Peak Master Jin Guangzhou. After verifying his information with the management hall, they issued Liang Sheng an ordinary disciple's cave mansion jade token. However, ordinary disciples didn't have to pay mansion fees. At this point, the remaining cave mansion locations in Danyang Outer Peak weren't very good, and the one allocated to Liang Sheng was in a somewhat remote area on the mountainside. However, the concentration of spiritual energy was far superior to that of the outer sect. Knowing that he was a newly promoted ordinary disciple, the management hall disciple specially gave him a jade slip introducing the situation in Danyang Outer Peak. Liang Sheng immediately expressed his gratitude. After completing these tasks, Liang Sheng received 2 sets of dust-free robes for ordinary disciples. Wearing them, he wouldn't have to worry about cleanliness. Before he left, the management hall disciple asked if Liang Sheng needed a guide, which would only cost 1 low-grade spirit stone. Liang Sheng naturally declined. At this moment, Liang Sheng just wanted to quietly reach his cave mansion alone and spend some time there undisturbed. He had only taken a cursory look at the situation in Danyang Outer Peak, and it would still take some time to carefully discern the details. Upon arriving at the location of the cave mansion, Liang Sheng entered and followed the usual routine, directly stacking the concealment arrays, increasing the defensive array, to ensure that even if a foundation establishment latter stage cultivator attacked, they could hold them off for some time. As for golden core deists, if they were to take action, he was afraid that he would not have any room for resistance, unless the opponent was not directly attacking but engaged in a barrage of idle talk. Then, there might be a slim chance of survival. As Liang Sheng was setting up the defense array for the cave mansion, the other ordinary disciples who had returned from Green Cloud Peak were called by their family elders as soon as they arrived home. When they learned the reason for their return, the family elders could only sigh. After all, they just wanted to strive and show their best, who would know it would end up like this. However, ordinary disciples like Chen Ming who stayed in Green Cloud Peak did not return, which delighted their elders, and they couldn't help but let their family members inquire about it. Could it be that my family's little Kylan has stayed in Green Cloud Peak due to his good performance and caught the eye of Elder Jin? They were delighted in their hearts, unable to restrain themselves from sending people to inquire at the returning disciples' homes. But when they learned the outcome, they couldn't help but fall silent. The younger generation of our family indeed has some bloodline spirit. Since he's willing to stay in Green Cloud Peak as a field guarding child, that's also a way out. Although the resources at home are limited, since Chen Ming is not coming back, it seems that Chen Long, the child of second junior brother, is no worse than Chen Ming, so let's cultivate them well. As a result, Chen Ming and the others, who were once called Little Kylan by their families' mouths, continued to struggle in Green Cloud Peak without knowing that their families had already begun to pay attention to nurturing the next generation. As for Yang Cheng, who was born in the outer disciple sect in this matter, the family elders only frowned when they heard about it, secretly remembering his name in their hearts, but without any expression. After all, this was the Danding sect, and they were just ordinary disciples. How could they dare to overstep and cause chaos? At most, they would teach a lesson when the opportunity arises. Liang Sheng was unaware of this situation. Instead, he took half a year to adapt to the environment of Danyang Outer Peak. Of course, he had also entered the Cultivation Methods Pavilion, which contained various cultivation methods for refining tools and alchemy, talismans, inscriptions, and auxiliaries. Liang Sheng was like a sponge, tirelessly absorbing the information. Such enthusiasm naturally surprised the disciples of the Technique Hall. After all, in cultivation, covering too much in such a short time would just lead to mediocre accomplishments in all areas. Upon hearing the managerial disciples' advice, Liang Sheng insisted that he was just looking to compare these auxiliary professions and find the best track for himself. Hearing this reasoning, the managerial disciple remembered his origins and considered Liang Sheng's view. Coming from being an outer disciple, Liang Sheng had never been exposed to such a wealth of content. Furthermore, Liang Sheng could provide spirit stones for copying the techniques, so the managerial disciple agreed to his request. Regardless, he had warned Liang Sheng, the outcome was irrelevant and didn't concern him anymore. He had no need to worry about it anymore. Respect the destiny of others, never be obsessed with helping others. Unknowingly, time passed, and Liang Sheng gained mastery of many techniques and skills he had never had before. Bender. Of course, he would still need time to practice them, for now, he had just reached the entry level. However, time didn't mean much to Liang Sheng. Unfortunately, the Danyang Outer Peak Cultivation Methods Pavilion did not have the recipe for the Golden Yuan pill. As for the Foundation Establishment pill's recipe, it was available. Since then, he didn't need to make up reasons to refine Foundation Establishment pills. After investigating, Liang Sheng guessed that he could only access the recipe for the Golden Yuan pill once he became a Foundation Establishment disciple. In that case, it seemed that he would have to wait for several decades more. During this time, besides doing these tasks, Liang Sheng also took on several small tasks with no danger, conveniently traveling through the entire Danyang Outer Peak. Of course, Liang Sheng wasn't always alone. At some point, Outer Sect Manager Chen Xiang came to see him, which left him puzzled, as he appeared to be just a Qi cultivation third-level disciple. Chen Xiang started the conversation with a smile, telling him to visit the Outer Sect more often if he had time. Liang Sheng couldn't help but find this strange, seeing Chen Xiang's seemingly hidden smile. As far as he could tell, he had nothing that would make Chen Xiang act like this. Seeing his slightly puzzled look, Chen Xiang wasn't surprised as that was the normal reaction. Then Chen Xiang explained the reason for his visit. Don't overthink it, I just feel that one day you will become my junior brother, so I wanted to get acquainted early. After all, Uncle Jin's insight has never been wrong. This candid statement made Liang Sheng feel that the other party was not lying. In his heart, he felt that the other party was a real character. In this situation, if he were truly an ordinary disciple, he would be immensely grateful. When a person is in a low position, being believed by someone can be a great encouragement and is easily imprinted in the heart. Never underestimate Chen Xiang's actions. After all, how many people in this world are willing to look down and get along with the ordinary in advance? Human nature is such that most people are only compatible with those above them, not looking down at the suffering. That's why the world often adds flowers to the brocade, but rarely sends charcoal in the snow. I've heard about what happened on Green Cloud Peak. You don't need to have any psychological burden. Focus on cultivation, it's the right path. Those ordinary disciples just took the wrong path. All the circumstances are solely based on their strength. The so-called blessings and opportunities, you have to learn to convert them into your strength, that's the real blessing and opportunity. At this time, Liang Sheng solemnly expressed his gratitude in the form of a bow. It seems that the other party truly valued him, or why else would they go to such lengths? As he spoke, Chen Xiang continued, some time ago, I heard the managerial disciples say that you are quite interested in weapon refining, array formations, and talisman techniques, so you went to the technique hall to exchange for a lot of information related to these subjects. You are a smart person, and I know you won't act recklessly. But I still have to say, a person's lifespan is limited. Since you have talent in pill refining, focus on cultivating and improving yourself first. After you reach foundation establishment, you will have ample time to study these subjects. For example, you've met senior brother Xiang Chen, who is exceptional in pill refining, or else master's brother Jin wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Back then, he was actually fond of the path of array formations as well. However, when he was at the Qi cultivation realm, he never dabbled in other auxiliary cultivation arts. It was only after he reached foundation establishment that he occasionally looked through other cultivation arts. I don't really need to say much about this principle, I know you are a person of purpose. Nevertheless, I want to remind that you shouldn't waste your talent. Your father, Liang Sheng, was a smart man, but unfortunately, his aptitude wasn't good enough. Since you have this talent, you must not waste it. Hearing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that only previously was Liang Sheng in good relations with Chen Xiang. He naturally expressed his gratitude, and in his heart, remembered the good intentions of the other party. After all, Chen Xiang was genuinely considering his best interests. Seeing that Liang Sheng had taken his words seriously, Chen Xiang left satisfied. There were many matters to attend to in the outer sect, so he could not stay here for long. The treatment of a sect managerial disciple was quite good, and he didn't want to lose this position. He didn't tell Liang Sheng that he, too, had been a victor who had fought his way out of the outer sect. After Chen Xiang left, the disciples at the Danyang Outer Peaks Management Hall treated Liang Sheng more courteously. Although they didn't know the relationship between Chen Xiang and Liang Sheng, it at least indicated that Liang Sheng had some background. Giving an extra smile didn't cost them anything, so why not do it? Liang Sheng had now completely put his mind at ease about the environment in the Danding sect's Danyang Outer Peak. Although factions still existed within the sect, at least for now, he was just a small fry and didn't need to worry about anything. He only had one thing to do, and that was to cultivate diligently. Once he reached foundation establishment, he would consider which main peak to apprentice himself to, and at that time, he would naturally have his own faction. But there was no hurry for this matter. He still had decades to observe, so there was no need to worry too much. Under these circumstances, 60 years passed by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Liang Sheng was walking on the path of Danyang Outer Peak, and from time to time, disciples passing by would stop and salute him, calling him senior brother. Liang Sheng was now at the Qi cultivation 9th level. 60 years had already gained Liang Sheng quite a reputation in the Danyang Outer Peak. As for the other ordinary disciples who had entered Green Cloud Peak with him, now the highest level of cultivation among them was Qi cultivation 8th layer state. Over such a long time, some of these people had naturally interacted with Liang Sheng. Seeing that his cultivation speed didn't seem to slow down at all, they couldn't help but treat him even more enthusiastically out of their helplessness. The simple logic of survival in the cultivation world was that as long as you were powerful, everyone around you would be a good person, and everyone would greet you with a smile. But what made Liang Sheng happiest was not that his plan was about to succeed, but that his cultivation speed far exceeded his previous expectations in such a spiritually abundant place as the Danding sect, along with the fact that he had a seemingly endless amount of true yuan pills. Already, he could faintly sense that the foundation establishment middle stage was just ahead. After all, his cultivation had no bottleneck, and breaking through was just a matter of time. However, his greatest surprise in the past 60 years was that his lifespan cultivation technique had finally broken through again. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 696. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 10th layer, pure yang pill scripture, 10th layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 20th layer, nail head 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, early foundation establishment stage. Lifespan, 25,835. Having spent more than 100 years, his lifespan cultivation technique had finally broken through again, increasing his lifespan by another 4,800 years. Who in the world could compete with that? For him, time was merely a number. The more time he had, and the longer his lifespan, who could bear it? It took Liang Sheng a while to suppress the smugness in his heart. Now that he had successfully established himself in the Danyang Outer Peak, it was time to officially begin his foundation establishment plan. Every ordinary disciple who has reached the Qi cultivation 9th level in the Danding sect will be treated equally, and each will have a share of a foundation establishment pill. Liang Sheng went to the management hall to receive his foundation establishment pill. However, he didn't plan to break through so easily, but rather put on a show for now. Generally, the Qi cultivating 9th level disciples of the Danyang Outer Peak, unless their lifespan is near its end and they are still as young as Liang Sheng, will be recruited by someone. This is especially true for someone like Liang Sheng, who has no background. There is bound to be competition within a sect, and where there are people, there is struggle. Just like someone in his past life once said, it is infinite pleasure to struggle against heaven, earth, and people. If Liang Sheng could break through foundation establishment before he reached 100 years old, he would have at least 600 more years of life. What does this mean? It means that reaching the Golden Core realm is a possibility, Bender. So, how can the main peak factions of the Danding sect not try to recruit a disciple with a clean background like him? However, Liang Sheng also had his plans at this time, which were to take advantage of the situation and investigate the various main peaks of Danding sect to see which was more suitable for him. Of course, if the recruiting conditions of each major peak were similar, he would naturally lean towards Green Cloud Peak in his heart. Not to mention that Jin Guangzhou previously had a good impression of him, but also Chen Xiang, Xiao Qin and others were one of the major factors in choosing them. They all come from the Green Cloud Peak lineage, and their previous kindness to him, under the same conditions, Liang Sheng would, of course, prefer to join Green Cloud Peak. Moreover, the disciples of Green Cloud Peak were indeed able to recognize good fortune, and how could Liang Sheng not like this temperament? Liang Sheng's work was safety first. However, Liang Sheng would not choose to break through foundation establishment in a short time. After all, his true cultivation level was about to break through to the foundation establishment middle stage, which should be within a few years. After reaching the foundation establishment middle stage, wouldn't it be safer to pretend to break through the early foundation establishment stage? The sect also has factions, and he is just being a little more careful, which is not too much, right? And as Liang Sheng expected, the people from the main mountains came to test and recruit Liang Sheng, and he also counter-collected information. Liang Sheng's response to them was naturally tactful, not making the visitors feel any discomfort, and of course, Liang Sheng did not verbally agree to anyone. It's just that no one from the Green Cloud Peak has come yet, which was quite unexpected for Liang Sheng. Only after Liang Sheng received the sect's foundation establishment pill for ordinary disciples did Chen Xiang appear in front of him with a grin. Afterwards, the other party didn't have any greetings, and directly handed a jade bottle to Liang Sheng. Foundation establishment pill. Upon seeing the jade bottle, Liang Sheng was really quite surprised. He didn't expect Green Cloud Peak to give him such a big gift when they appeared. Uncle Chen Xiang, what is this? Liang Sheng pretended to be hesitant as he looked at Chen Xiang, who couldn't help but laugh and scold, "You and your father are both too cautious. Don't worry, this is just a gift from our Green Cloud Peak to you. You don't have to worry about what you have to give. Moreover, this is given by Uncle Jin to you. This won't affect your choice of which main peak to join after breaking through the foundation establishment stage. After all, to Uncle Jin, you're just a cultivator who has not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. Yang Cheng, let me tell you something today. Over the years, many people in the sect have broken through foundation establishment, but how many can break through the golden core realm? Take, for example, big apprentice of Uncle Jin, brother Xiang Chen, who is now in the late foundation establishment stage. But at this time, he still hasn't felt complete, and his attack on the golden core is still a long way off. At this point, Chen Xiang directly stuffed the foundation establishment pill jade bottle into Liang Sheng's hands, so don't feel pressured, don't think about choosing a main peak lineage, because as long as you haven't built the foundation, everything is just empty hope. Over the years, countless disciples who are more outstanding than you have failed to break through the bottleneck at the last moment and fail to establish the foundation successfully. So don't get cocky and feel arrogant just because so many main peak disciples have come looking for you. Keep in mind that your own strength is the only guarantee. As soon as Liang Sheng heard this, he nodded immediately, put away the jade bottle directly, and smiled brightly at Chen Xiang. Then they both tacitly understood each other's thoughts without saying anything. Chen Xiang couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. This child knew when to advance and retreat, just like his father Yang Sheng, and also had loyalty like Yang Sheng. If it wasn't for that, how could he, a foundation establishment cultivator and an outer sect manager, befriend Yang Sheng, an outer sect disciple with no future at all? So sometimes, the most powerless weapon in the world is sincerity. At this moment, Liang Sheng also bid farewell to Chen Xiang and returned to his own cave dwelling. Close the door. Because Liang Sheng's cave was located in a remote area, not many people knew that he had closed his cave and entered the closed-door cultivation state. Although he seemed to have caused quite a stir recently, not many people were actually paying attention to him. Because Danyang Outer Peak was too big and there were too many disciples, even if it could cause a ripple, it could not cause a wave unless the foundation establishment was successful. During this period, only those with ulterior motives occasionally asked about Liang Sheng's condition, while at other times, no one cared about how Liang Sheng was doing. Over the years in the Danding sect, Liang Sheng's main practice was naturally the pure Yang pill scripture, followed by the upper pure mysterious scripture and the health cultivation method. Bender. However, Liang Sheng had planned to close the door for a long time. The spirit stones in his hand had been placed for a long time. After so many years, he finally had the confidence to refine a storage ring. With the attribute panel concealing property, his storage ring worn on his finger would appear to others as just an ornament. First, Liang Sheng emptied his mind. After a day of meditation, he washed his hands and prepared himself before officially starting the refining process of the storage ring. First, he melted the spirit stones, then took out the green steel mysterious iron. Liang Sheng meticulously followed the steps of refining storage accessories and began refining the storage ring. He performed each step with great determination, without any hesitation. After years of practice, he was already extremely skilled in these steps, as it was all from the experience he got by disassembling more than a dozen storage bags. At this moment, Liang Sheng was completely focused on refining the storage ring, and his cave dwelling was layered with nearly 100 concealment formations. So even if the storage ring was successfully refined, as long as he put it on his hand immediately, there would be no leakage of any qi. Under such circumstances, time went by quickly and 3 months passed. At this moment, Liang Sheng looked at the storage ring on his ring finger and couldn't help but smile. After cultivating for hundreds of years, he finally had a storage ring. The storage space within the storage ring compared to a storage bag was like the difference between heaven and earth, as it had over 130 cubic meters of storage space. This was the equivalent of more than 100 ordinary storage bags. When the storage ring was successfully crafted, Liang Sheng immediately put it on his hand before the aura had a chance to break through the concealment array, and then checked the ring's storage capacity. Although the storage ring only had storage capabilities, it was actually a 4-pattern magical weapon. If Liang Sheng were to later integrate spirit stones with his outstanding weapon refinement skills, it might even break through to the 5 patterns and become a spirit tool. 6 patterns was the mark of a magical weapon entering the realm of spirit tools. At the moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but be fascinated by the storage ring. He could have tried to continue forging it with spirit stones, but by that time, he wouldn't have been confident that the concealment array could keep the spirit tool level storage ring's aura from leaking out. Given this, how could someone as cautious as Liang Sheng still make such a foolish mistake? After all, he still had plenty of time and could plan accordingly without making mistakes. Eventually, there was no need to rush. After Liang Sheng placed all his belongings in the storage ring, he still wore his previous storage bag around his waist, but it only held a few spirit stones and some ordinary emergency spiritual grasses and elixirs, just for disguise. As for the other storage bags he had left on his body, Liang Sheng threw them aside, intending to dismantle them into raw materials when he had time. At this point, he glanced at the sky outside. It was already a bright moonlit night. The successful crafting of the storage ring tonight called for a celebration. He took out some fruit wine, poured himself a small glass, and completely emptied his mind, enjoying the present tranquility and the moment of self-contentment. After that, Liang Sheng's life continued as usual, methodically and without haste, just waiting for his breakthrough to happen naturally. Another year and a half passed. At this moment, Liang Sheng was meditating in his cave mansion, and as his cultivation techniques inside his body whirled frantically, it surged through like rushing water, finally breaking through barriers and flowing downwards. Liang Sheng immediately concealed his aura, which he had long been prepared for. Under more than 100 layers of concealment formation and with the existence of the attribute panel, nobody knew he had already broken through to the foundation establishment middle stage realm. Now, the spiritual energy within Liang Sheng's body was becoming more concentrated. If it was just soup before, now it was like a thin porridge, faintly giving a sense of solidity. Liang Sheng felt the sudden surge of power in his body and had an urge to release and test how strong he was after this breakthrough. However, he quickly suppressed the impulse since he was in the Danyang outer peak and couldn't act recklessly. He would find an opportunity to try later. Liang Sheng felt the overflowing power inside him, vaguely sensing that he could now easily defeat 10 of his former selves, and still have plenty of strength left. Indeed, the difference between realms was like that between heaven and earth. This was cultivation, and Liang Sheng's attribute panel finally changed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 698. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 11th Layer, Pure Yang Pill Scripture, 11th Layer, 20 Health Management Techniques, 20 Layers, Nail Head 7 Arrows Technique, Curse. Realm, Foundation Establishment A Tittle Stage. Lifespan, 25,823. 698 years old. Well, this number is quite auspicious. Since he had successfully broken through at this moment, he could start his plan. Liang Sheng had been waiting for this day for more than 60 years. With that thought, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated. He first hid the internal energy within his body, keeping it fluctuating at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, then gradually released his aura according to the commotion he had made when he broke through the foundation establishment stage. In Danyang Outer Peak, at the management hall. At this moment, Manager Yin Venhan was going through some recent information on Danyang Outer Peak. Right then, he couldn't help but look up in the direction of Liang Sheng's cave mansion. Did someone break through to the foundation establishment realm today? As Liang Sheng's aura emerged from nothingness and finally stabilized, Yin Venhan lost his focus on internal affairs, got up, and went directly to Liang Sheng's cave mansion. Today, the sect would have another foundation establishment junior brother. As the manager of Danyang Outer Peak, how could he not go to celebrate? Meanwhile, the ordinary disciples, not far from Liang Sheng's cave mansion, had also stepped out of their caves, their gazes fixed on Liang Sheng's cave, filled with envy. Foundation establishment. Once established, one's lifespan would increase by 500 years. Yang Cheng was rumored not to be even 100 years old yet, so barring any accidents, he would have a lifespan of 600 years more. Golden Core Realm was within reach. Thinking of this, these ordinary disciples couldn't help but be extremely envious in their hearts. How they wished it was they who were breaking through to the foundation establishment stage right now. Shortly after, a streak of light appeared in the sky. As soon as the disciples recognized the person, they weren't too surprised. Yin Venhan. As the manager of Danyang Outer Peak, how could Yin Venhan not come? Indeed, Yin Venhan was the first Foundation Establishment stage cultivator to arrive at Liang Sheng's cave mansion. However, Liang Sheng didn't open the door to his cave mansion right away, but Yin Venhan wasn't in a hurry either, so he just stood outside, patiently waiting. After a while, a long howl suddenly echoed out from Liang Sheng's cave mansion, shaking the air within 100 miles around. Upon hearing this, Yin Venhan couldn't help but smile. When he had broken through to Foundation Establishment, he had done the same thing, right? Considering that Yang Cheng was still under 100 years old and had acted so passionately after his advancement, it was all quite understandable. As the long howling sound fell, Liang Sheng's cave gate finally opened. Now, Liang Sheng's eyes were full of radiance, and his whole being was full of vigor. His face still bore the joyful expression from the breakthrough. Yin Venhan immediately congratulated him. "Congratulations, junior brother, on breaking through to Foundation Establishment today. The immortal path may be expected, and the golden core may be hoped for." "Thank you, manager. Call me senior brother." "Thank you, Yin senior brother. May I invite senior brother to come into my cave for a talk?" "I would if you so desire, I shall not decline." Yin Venhan laughed and exchanged greetings with Liang Sheng before entering Liang Sheng's cave mansion. After they entered the cave, news of Yang Cheng's Foundation Establishment spread throughout the Danyang Outer Peak in an instant. Upon hearing the news, the cultivators who were previously alchemy children with Liang Sheng were dumbfounded. Shen Shixi was one of them. At this point, they still didn't know when they would even reach the Qi cultivation 9th layer, let alone achieve Foundation Establishment. They never expected that Yang Cheng would achieve Foundation Establishment at this time. Bender. Just then, an elder member of their family suddenly summoned them. Following this, Shen Shixi saw the elders smiling, and they had already prepared congratulatory gifts. "My child, since you are acquainted with Master's brother Yang, you should go and congratulate him on his successful Foundation Establishment." This situation not only occurred with Shen Shixi but with almost all of the alchemy children. They could only smile bitterly in their hearts but would not reject the thoughts of their elders. Yang Cheng is already a master's brother now. However, they were already prepared in their hearts not to see Yang Cheng. They only felt that it was necessary to go to Yang Cheng's cave mansion at the earliest possible time, and as for the rest, they would leave it to fate. After all, doing this would not cause them any loss. If they could see Yang Cheng, it would be best, and if not, no harm would be done. For a short while, people crowded in front of Liang Sheng's cave, countless people wanting to form a good relationship at this moment, but how could they possibly see Yang Cheng now? At this moment, in front of Liang Sheng's cave, there were already disciples from the management hall in charge of maintaining order. From today on, they had one more Foundation Establishment master's brother. When Shen Shixi arrived at the cave entrance, he immediately noticed several other alchemy children from the Green Cloud Peak. Shen Shixi nodded as a greeting without saying anything. They, like him, were at a cultivation level around the 7th or 8th layer of Qi training. In those days, who could have thought that Yang Cheng would be the first Foundation Establishment disciple among them? At this moment, Shen Shixi looked at the seemingly endless line in front of the cave and no longer harbored the thought of seeing Yang Cheng. After all, there were still many ordinary disciples at the Qi cultivation 9th layer in front of him, and it would be a long time before it was his turn. Unexpectedly, a streak of light suddenly came from the outer peak. Once the other party landed, Shen Shixi and the others lowered their heads when they saw who it was. Among them was Chen Xiang, the outer disciple manager. He never expected that he would come so quickly, and his arrival seemed to act as a trigger, as more than 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators suddenly appeared. As one of them landed, he walked towards Chen Xiang. After a brief conversation, Shen Shixi had already recognized his identity. After all, how could they forget him? He was a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, Xiang Chen. They didn't expect him to come as well. He probably came to recruit Yang Cheng. As for the other Foundation Establishment cultivators, they were Foundation Establishment intersect disciples from the other main mountains and similarly came to recruit Yang Cheng. Thinking about this, Shen Shixi unconsciously clenched his fists. This was the result of a successful Foundation Establishment. One day in the future, he would eventually achieve this too. Finally, Liang Sheng's cave mansion opened. Yin Venhan and Yang Cheng stood at the entrance of the cave, smiling as they greeted the Foundation establishment disciples one by one. What a man! At this moment, looking at Yang Cheng inviting Xiang Chen and the others into his cave with a raised hand, Shen Shixi couldn't help but feel envious and sigh in his heart. But just then, Liang Sheng suddenly turned his head. His expression seemed somewhat surprised. After apologizing to Xiang Chen and the others, he walked towards the crowd outside the cave. What? Xiang Chen and the others didn't enter the cave but watched as Liang Sheng walked into the crowd. At this moment, Shen Shixi felt increasingly nervous, as Yang Cheng seemed to be walking towards him. Then a kind face appeared before him. Shen brother, I didn't expect you to come as well. Why don't you come into my cave and take a seat? Yang master's brother, congratulations on the promising path ahead. Liang Sheng just smiled and didn't decline the title. However, he grabbed Shen Shixi's arm and then found the other alchemy children who had been friendly towards him before, and they went towards the cave together. Xiang Chen, being a Foundation establishment cultivator, naturally had a good memory and soon remembered who these people were. He then explained the situation to the other Foundation establishment disciples. Yang Cheng, the man of loyalty and righteousness. While some people were excited and overjoyed, others were filled with regret. This was especially true for the ordinary disciples who were once alchemy children with Liang Sheng. If only they had been friendly towards Yang Cheng before, would they have been invited this time as well? Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret remedy in this world. But in the end, who could have imagined that Yang Cheng would possess such exceptional aptitude and deep blessings? Chapter 125, Pledging Allegiance to Green Cloud Peak, Foundation Establishment within the Inner Sect. Danyang Outer Peak, Liang Sheng's cave mansion. Although it was located in a remote area, at this moment, it was bustling with noise. The reason for this was, of course, obvious. When Liang Sheng had prepared to break through to the Foundation establishment realm, he had removed all the array formations within his cave mansion, leaving no trace behind at this time. The fragrance of the top-grade fruit wine still lingered in the cave mansion at this moment, but Liang Sheng no longer had a hint of drunkenness in his eyes, which were now extremely clear. He had been the protagonist yesterday, and before the various Foundation establishment stage cultivators could make their recruiting speeches, he pretended to be excited and didn't use his spiritual power to force the alcohol out of his body, getting drunk in the process as if to vent the frustration of years of cultivation. The taste of this top-grade fruit wine also made the Foundation establishment stage cultivators full of praise. They didn't expect Yang Cheng to have such a good product. Of course, no one asked where it came from, as there was no need to cause displeasure over such a good drink. Perhaps some people had already seen through Liang Sheng's intention to get drunk, but nobody pointed it out. What could be said anyway? At this moment, they were trying to curry favor, so why offend the other party? After all, even if they couldn't become fellow disciples of the same peak, they shouldn't easily make the other person dislike them. Perhaps the other person wasn't as good as themselves now, but being a Foundation establishment stage cultivator at the age of 83 was still worth treating with respect. That day, including Xiang Chen, all the Foundation establishment stage cultivators didn't get a chance to recruit Liang Sheng before they left Danyang Outer Peak. They were sent off by Yin Venhan. As the manager of Danyang Outer Peak, he was naturally the most suitable person to take responsibility for sending them off in Liang Sheng's drunken state. As for Shen Shixi and the others, at this moment, their hearts were already extremely excited, and they didn't need anyone to send them off. Today, it had been their great honor to sit at the same table with the Foundation establishment stage masters' brothers. After Shen Shixi and the others returned home, they were immediately called by their elders, who at this moment were also full of joy and surprise, not expecting that they would have such an encounter with just a try. I heard that today, you all sat at the same table with the Foundation establishment masters' brothers? Shen Shixi naturally gave an affirmative answer, which made them overjoyed and couldn't help but praise Shen Shixi for his great fortune. Bender. This situation naturally also happened to other disciples who had originated from the alchemy child. Unconsciously, their family started to give them more resources. If they could be treated so well by Yang Cheng, it meant they had good fortune and deserved to be cultivated by their family. This made Shen Shixi and the others sigh. They had gradually been marginalized by their family because they hadn't seized their opportunity back then. But now, having gained Yang Cheng's friendship, how could it not be their own good fortune? They were grateful for their kind intentions in the past. Early the next morning, the front of Liang Sheng's cave was already crowded with people. If they didn't get to visit Liang Sheng successfully yesterday, they wouldn't easily give up. Today, they still wanted to form a connection with Liang Sheng. Among them, there were especially many disciples at the Qi cultivation 9th level. Even the ones at the 8th level of Qi cultivation could enter the cave yesterday, which meant that this newly promoted foundation establishment stage master's brother was actually easy to deal with. Since that was the case, why couldn't they enter the cave and have a pleasant conversation with Master Yang Sheng uncle? However, amidst their expectations, Liang Sheng's cave gate opened. But when Liang Sheng left, he didn't even glance at the others and turned into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. He was willing to talk to Shen Shixi and the others yesterday because of the kindness they had shown him in the past. But now, what did the people standing in front of his gate do to deserve such treatment? At this moment, Liang Sheng had already swept his cave mansion clean of all traces and decided to join Green Cloud Peak in his heart. As for whether his departure would cause resentment among those who wanted to make friends with him, Liang Sheng didn't care at all. To him, that was just pointless social interaction. Soon after, he arrived at the foot of Green Cloud Peak. To show his respect, Liang Sheng didn't directly climb up the peak but landed on the ground at the foot of the mountain and then climbed it on foot. Although he was walking, his speed was not slow. Unconsciously, he reached the mountainside, and the scene in front of him suddenly became bright. Green Cloud Peak's spiritual field was now located halfway up the mountain, where a wide plain-like area had been opened up. Many Qi refining realm disciples were busy here at the moment. Liang Sheng only glanced at them and didn't pay much attention, continuing to climb the mountain. At this moment, Chen Ming, who was busy casting the spiritual rain technique in the spiritual field, suddenly had a feeling and looked towards the mountain road, only to see a distant figure that seemed somewhat familiar. At this time, a disciple behind him reminded, "Chen Ming, what's wrong? The spiritual rain from the spiritual rain technique is not enough." "Oh, it's nothing." Chen Min immediately assured them that everything was fine, then laughed at himself and hurriedly cast the spiritual rain technique again. By now, time had smoothed his edges, and he didn't know if he regretted it. Over the years, he had returned to Danyang Outer Peak several times. Chen Long, who had been suppressed by him in the past, was now already at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, while he was still barely at the Qi cultivation 7th level. Since becoming the field-guarding child of the spiritual field, the resources at home had been tilted towards Chen Long, and he thought that as long he worked hard, he would have a chance to be noticed by Jin Guangxiu, but now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. However, Chen Ming at this time had become much calmer. Although he was once frivolous in his youth, he now knew the world's cold and warmth. His family's elders had apparently given up on him. Except for the few times he went back in the early years, he had been staying in Green Cloud Peak for so many years, and the situation of other alchemy child was not much different from his. At this moment, Liang Sheng was unaware of Chen Ming's situation. They were no longer part of the same world, so how could they intersect? As Liang Sheng gradually approached the mountain top without concealing his qi, Jin Guangxiu sensed him as soon as he reached the foot of the mountain. Good, he finally understands gratitude. For Jin Guangxiu, apart from his own cultivation breakthrough, what made him most proud was his foresight in selecting talented disciples. It was like picking a blooming and fruitful plant from a pile of rotten wood, and the result proved him right, naturally filling him with joy. "Xiang Chen, go out and welcome your junior brother." "Junior brother?" Xiang Chen was still attending to Jin Guangxiu, but when he heard those words, he immediately understood what was happening. It seems that Yang Cheng is loyal, and he is indeed worthy of being regarded highly by Master. Today, he has come to the door, ready to join Green Cloud Peak. By the time Xiang Chen emerged from the cave mansion, he had already sensed Liang Sheng's presence, and couldn't help but smile, filled with amusement as he looked down at the scene. In no time, Liang Sheng appeared before him. Liang Sheng did not hesitate, and directly bowed and greeted him, addressing him as senior brother. Xiang Chen also bowed and greeted him in return, then led him straight into the cave mansion. As for whether Jin Guangxiu would or wouldn't accept this disciple, Xiang Chen didn't know. It all depended on Yang Cheng's fate. Although Chen Xiang, Xiao Qin and others were also part of Green Cloud Peak, they were not Jin Guangxiu's direct disciples. Therefore, even if they have the same cultivation level and make the same choices, they might still have different experiences. Becoming a peak master's disciple relies on luck and individual destiny. Disciple Liang Sheng pays respects to peak master. Liang Sheng, you are very impressive. Can you now refine foundation establishment pills? Huh? As soon as Jin Guangxiu's words came out, Xiang Chen was taken aback. It seemed to remind him of the time when he first met Jin Guangxiu, as Jin Guangxiu had asked him the same question. So, does Master intend to take Yang Sheng as a disciple? However, whether Yang Sheng can seize this opportunity depends on his own performance. Xiang Chen stared closely at Liang Sheng, wanting to know his answer. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate and nodded directly. His current goal was the Golden Yuan Pill formula, so how could he show any weakness? The stronger his alchemy skills were, the more opportunities he'd get to access the Golden Yuan Pill formula. Otherwise, what reason would he have to request to see the formula in the future? Seeing Liang Sheng's confident appearance, Jin Guangxiu became more satisfied. If one did not possess even this amount of ambition and confidence, how could they be worthy of being Jin Guangxiu's disciple? Xiang Chen, go and prepare the spiritual grass for the foundation establishment pill. Yes, Master. Xiang Chen quickly left to prepare the spiritual grass for the foundation establishment pill. Jin Guangxiu didn't say anything else, and silently drank his tea, which quieted down the cave mansion for a while. Although Liang Sheng found it strange that Jin Guangxiu did not ask more questions, he stayed calm, thinking there was no need to overthink things since they had reached this point. Jin Guangxiu naturally saw Liang Sheng's reaction and was even more satisfied. As someone who had just entered the foundation establishment, he had an admirable ability to maintain his composure. This child Yang Sheng had a good mindset. Jin Guangxiu was even more satisfied with what he saw, but he still needed to see how Liang Sheng's alchemy skills were. Actually, even if he failed to refine the foundation establishment pill this time, it wouldn't matter. The most important thing was that he wanted to see Liang Sheng's alchemy skills. A failure in pill refining was always possible. Even Jin Guangxiu himself couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate in refining foundation establishment pills. Of course, he still had an 80% chance of success. At this moment, Xiang Chen had already prepared the spiritual grass, which was still covered with a bit of dew, indicating that it had just been picked from the spiritual field. No wonder it took so much time. Jin Guangxiu did not speak at this time. Xiang Chen merely gave Liang Sheng a look, causing Liang Sheng to feel that this situation was not simple and become even more focused. Jin Guangxiu didn't care about Xiang Chen's hint, as it would be nice for the senior and junior fellow brothers to foster some feelings for each other if he were to accept Yang Sheng. Liang Sheng didn't immediately use his own pill refining furnace. Instead, he began processing the spiritual grass one by one, his movements calm and unhurried. Jin Guangxiu watched Liang Sheng's technique and nodded approvingly. It seemed that while advancing his cultivation, Yang Sheng had not neglected his alchemy skills, which was quite rare. Xiang Chen also nodded as he watched, thinking that Yang Sheng's skill in handling spiritual grass was almost equal to his own. Even he might not be able to do it any better. Astonishing talent in pill refining. He had previously heard the Danyang Outer Peaks Spirit Field Steward say that Yang Sheng had exchanged many techniques in the past, and Xiang Chen had worried he might overreach himself. Now, however, it seemed his worries were unnecessary, as Yang Sheng appeared to have a clear objective in mind. As Liang Sheng finished processing the spiritual grass, he took a deep breath, took out his pill furnace, and began refining the pills. Jin Guangxiu and Xiang Chen, both watching closely, couldn't help becoming more attentive at this point. This first step of pill refining would roughly reveal the other party's skill level and even give an idea of how successful this furnace of elixirs might be. At this time, Liang Sheng calmly held the spiritual grass, using his hand gestures and techniques to place them into the pill furnace in the correct order. His pace was unhurried yet smooth and pleasing to the eye. Time then slowly passed. Today, there was also the spirit field steward who had to report the recent spiritual field income situation. However, Jin Guangxiu had no time to deal with it now. Xiang Chen went out to quietly instruct the steward to wait for a while at the spiritual field. Peak Master would deal with the matter when he was free. After doing so, Xiang Chen hurried back into the cave mansion. This Yang Sheng's pill refining ability was actually no worse than his own, and some techniques for handling the spiritual grass were even more professional than his own. After watching, Jin Guangxiu's feeling in his heart could be summed up in 2 words: details. It wasn't that Liang Sheng's technique at this moment was particularly shocking, but rather that the other party had almost grasped every small detail and perfected it to perfection. No matter whether the foundation establishment pill was successful or not, he had already decided to accept Liang Sheng as his 3rd disciple. However, if he knew that Liang Sheng was only using half of his pill refining skill at this time, he would have been shocked out of his mind. How could a cautious person like Liang Sheng not hide his clumsiness? Since half of his skill could perfectly complete the task, he would not reveal any more of his abilities. The more trump cards he had, the better. Just like that, 3 days later, the fragrance of the elixirs filled the entire cave mansion. The foundation establishment pill was ready. Mid-grade foundation building pill, 8 pills in total. Liang Sheng cast his technique and collected the pills. There was not a trace of complacency on his face. He remained calm and composed. After handing over the pills, he said softly, "Fortunately, I did not disgrace myself." "Good, you young man are really good." At this time, Xiang Chen couldn't help but clap his hands and cheer, seeing that he was about to have a new junior brother soon. Jin Guangxiu took the pills and looked at them with appreciation in his eyes. After a while, he finally spoke, "Yang Cheng, I wonder if you would like to accept me as your master." Where would Liang Sheng not be willing? He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to his master, "Disciple Yang Cheng, I have met master." "Good, very good." Immediately, Jin Guangxiu grabbed the air and moved the qi of the storage ring on his finger. A pill refining furnace appeared in his hand. "I see that your pill refining furnace is only a 2-pattern magical device. I happen to have a 4-striped pill furnace here for you to make do with." At this moment, Xiang Chen stood aside, focusing his eyes on his nose and his heart. There was no surprise in his heart because they had done the same before. "Yang Cheng, you haven't gone to Danyang Peak to register as an inner sect disciple, have you? Why don't you go with me today?" Yang Cheng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He had never heard of a peak master personally taking disciples to register in other peaks. It seemed that he had made the right choice in coming to Green Cloud Peak. Ordinary disciples were at Danyang Outer Peak, while the Danding sect's leader and the foundation of the sect were at Danyang Peak. Inner sect disciple registration, sect-related major decisions, and visits from other sects all took place at Danyang Peak. At this time, Jin Guangxiu ordered Xiang Chen a few more words, and then took Liang Sheng away. After they left, Xiang Chen also hurriedly left the cave mansion and took out the communication jade slip to notify others. Now that his master had decided to accept a disciple today, he would have another junior brother, and he had to quickly get second junior brother back, because that guy was lazy and might not have noticed his own communication. Although master didn't specifically order this, he should also inform the other foundation establishment disciples of Green Cloud Peak so that they can gather at Green Cloud Peak and witness junior brother's acceptance into the sect. As the eldest senior brother of Green Cloud Peak, it was naturally Xiang Chen's responsibility to handle these trivial matters well. Otherwise, if he had to bother master with everything, wouldn't he seem too useless? Let's not talk about Xiang Chen busily notifying others at this moment, but at the other side, Liang Sheng was being taken by Jin Guangxiu by his side, flying through the air. Compared to when he was taken flying by Xiao Qin and the others, it was much more comfortable. Of course, by this time, he had already reached foundation establishment stage, so he could naturally fly through the air as well. However, compared to Jin Guangxiu's effortless and weightless flight, he was still inferior and somewhat unfit for the stage. In a short while, Jin Guangxiu brought Liang Sheng to the top of Danyang Peak and landed down. The scene in front of him made Liang Sheng somewhat surprised. Danyang Peak was not bustling, with only occasional flashes of light and hurried footsteps. However, Liang Sheng didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he looked at the huge buildings in front of him, 5 smaller buildings surrounding the central tower-like building. The pattern of the 5-star pendant. Here there was none of the noise of the outer sect and Danyang Outer Peak or the busy spiritual fields of Green Cloud Peak. There was only a peaceful atmosphere, which made Liang Sheng's heart unconsciously calm down. It could be described as full of Taoist charm. At this time, Jin Guangxiu led Liang Sheng forward with big strides. After entering the 5-star pendant building, he realized that there was an ancient and somewhat terrifying aura hidden within the seemingly simple and unadorned buildings. Yang Sheng, since you have entered my sect and have become my disciple, let me tell you about the foundation of our Danding sect here. Actually, no matter how prestigious the other main peaks are, you don't have to worry as long as Danyang Peak exists. Even if our Danding sect is weak for a while, it can rise again. It has been over 60,000 years since the establishment of the Danding sect, which is actually earlier than the other 3 major sects and the 6 orders. Over such a long period, there have been ups and downs. But up until now, the Danding sect is still strong and prosperous. More than 90 years ago, there was some friction among the 3 sects and 6 orders. Our sect took advantage of this to add another great protective array to protect the sect's disciples. But if one day, the protective array is broken, and the situation is unclear, you must head to Danyang Peak as soon as possible. If this place is occupied by the enemy, then it is the end of our Danding sect. As he said this, Jin Guangxiu's expression was full of pride, as if even if there was a crisis of sect extermination, as long as he hid in Danyang Peak, there would be no danger. Liang Sheng nodded his head in response, not understanding why, but since Jin Guangxiu was so sure, he must listen to him. Let's go, I'll take you to the sect's inner affairs hall to register first. Today, our Danding sect will have one more foundation establishment inner sect disciple, and I, Jin Guangxiu, will accept one more pupil. Jin Guangxiu's tone was quite triumphant, and at this moment, he was extremely pleased with Liang Sheng's cultivation level and temperament. Having such a disciple, what more could he ask for? Jin Guangxiu led Liang Sheng directly to a tall building to the left of the 5-star pendant. As soon as they entered, the inside revealed a surprising scene. It was actually a large hall that seemed to have no end in sight, and the hall was filled with small compartments all around. Liang Sheng was puzzled. What was the origin of these small compartments? There was a case table in the middle of the hall, where a golden core deist and 2 foundation establishment disciples were seated. As soon as they saw Jin Guangxiu, they quickly got up and greeted him with a bow. Senior brother Jin. Disciple has met Uncle Jin. Jin Guangxiu hurriedly smiled and returned the courtesy. Then he pointed to Liang Sheng and said, Junior brother Li Xin, this is my new disciple Yang Sheng, who has recently reached foundation establishment. I've brought him here to register as an inner sect disciple. Having said that, Jin Guangxiu turned to Liang Sheng and said, Yang Sheng, place your hand on the jade monument on the table. Liang Sheng had known this process back at the Danyang Outer Peak. After all, he wouldn't dare to act and plan without finding out these things clearly. Before this, Liang Sheng had already entered his qi that had been processed by the attribute panel concealment at the Outer Disciple and Danyang Outer Peak. So now, Li Xin only needed to use the jade slip to quickly find Liang Sheng's record based on his qi. However, Liang Sheng didn't expect that the inner sect disciple registration would be overseen by a golden core deist and 2 foundation establishment disciples. It showed the great importance they placed on this matter. When Li Xin heard Jin Guangxiu's words, a surprised look flashed in his eyes. He knew how strict his senior brother was in accepting disciples, considering he was a Green Cloud Peak master. Unexpectedly, Jin Guangxiu took in another disciple today. Although Li Xin was surprised, his face remained unchanged. He quickly found Yang Cheng's information through the jade slip and sighed in admiration when he saw the latter's current age. An 83-year-old foundation establishment disciple was indeed a top-tier genius. No wonder senior brother Jin was willing to accept him as a disciple, as his future prospects were promising. At this moment, Liang Sheng's identity as Yang Sheng had no issues, and since Jin Guangxiu had personally led him here to register, Li Xin quickly completed the registration. At this time, Li Xin instructed the foundation establishment disciple next to him, Chen Qiang, take Yang Sheng to record his soul life plate breath. One of the foundation establishment disciples, Chen Qiang, immediately obeyed the order and led Yang Sheng to a small compartment nearby. It was only then that Liang Sheng realized the purpose of so many compartments he had marveled at before. They held the soul life plates of the foundation establishment inner sect disciples and those of even higher cultivation levels. Under Chen Qiang's guidance, Liang Sheng quickly recorded his life token breath in a compartment. After Chen Qiang placed Yang Sheng's life token inside the compartment, he immediately sealed the compartment with a spell, signifying that the life token now had an owner. When Liang Sheng followed Chen Qiang back to the registration counter, there were 2 sets of inner sect disciple uniforms and a jade tag on the table. Congratulations, nephew Yang Sheng, on formally becoming an inner sect disciple of our Danding sect from today onwards. At this moment, Jin Guangziu stood aside and silently smiled without saying anything, while Chen Qiang quietly reminded Liang Sheng that he could go to the next room to change into his inner sect disciple uniform. Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't refuse this offer, but he didn't expect that the room would be arranged with an incredibly advanced concealment formation, causing him to admire the attention to detail. After Liang Sheng changed into the inner sect disciple uniform, he looked like a graceful nobleman. The uniform was very attractive in design and made of an extremely soft material. This inner sect disciple uniform was even more precious compared to the ordinary disciple's uniform. It was embedded with a dust cleansing talisman on the inner layer, which could only have been done by a master with the skill to draw a talisman using needle and thread as a pen. At this moment, Liang Sheng was not in a hurry to leave the room, and carefully took out the jade tag from his storage bag. Li Xin had already whispered to him earlier that this would be his inner disciple identity token from now on. Jin Guangziu had just told him that there was a surprise in this identity token, and Liang Sheng cautiously explored it with his divine sense, quickly understanding the function of this object. It was a communication jade charm. Of course, he was very interested in it, but thinking that Jin Guangziu was still waiting outside, he restrained his curiosity, hung the jade tag at his waist, and finally left the room. As soon as he appeared in the great hall, everyone else turned their heads and immediately looked impressed by the handsome young man in white clothes before them. Li Xin couldn't help but sigh, what a dashing young man! An 83-year-old young man. Hearing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, as he felt somewhat uneasy about the remark. However, the person speaking was Li Xin, so naturally, he couldn't say anything. He just gave a sheepish smile and didn't continue the conversation. There were still some miscellaneous registration procedures. By the time Liang Sheng finished, it was already half an hour later. Inner sect disciples naturally received benefits, as they were the future of the Danding sect. However, the disciples' monthly salaries were distributed at the same time to their respective main peaks. Jin Guangziu didn't linger any longer, and after saying goodbye to Li Xin, he left the internal affairs office with Liang Sheng. However, at this time Jin Guangziu did not bring him back to the Green Cloud Peak, but continued to take him to the other 4 buildings nearby. The layout of the 5-star pendant consists of 5 stars. Apart from the internal affairs office just mentioned, there is also the scripture repository, the discipline hall, the miscellaneous affairs hall, and the guest hall. The scripture repository is very different from the scripture repository of Danyang Outer Peak. This is the real passage for the cultivation techniques of the Danding sect, and the foundation of their cultivation. Now that Liang Sheng has become an inner sect disciple, he has the qualifications to enter. However, he can only go to the first floor of the scripture repository for now, and it is only when he reaches the Jindan stage that he can ascend to the second floor. But as a new inner sect disciple, if he wants to read and copy the cultivation law essentials, he has to put in effort, namely, to complete sect tasks and earn corresponding points. The cultivation law essentials in the scripture repository all have clear prices attached. As for the miscellaneous affairs hall, it's relatively complex compared to the internal affairs office. The internal affairs office is responsible for handling various internal affairs of the sect, but the miscellaneous affairs hall and the internal affairs office share a common place, which is where personal tasks are issued from the sect or the inner sect disciples. In addition to this, the miscellaneous affairs hall also has an exchange function, including refining weapons, talisman drawing, array manipulation, and even spiritual pills. As long as you have spirit stones, or what the other party needs, you can exchange for them. Hence, it is called the miscellaneous affairs hall, responsible for various miscellaneous matters within the sect, differentiated from the internal affairs office, each carrying out its own functions. The discipline hall needs no more explanation, it is where order within the sect is upheld, but this institution's power is firmly held in the hand of the sect master of Danding sect. As for the guest hall, it is where the Danding sect interacts with the outside world. The previous exchanges between the 3 sects and 6 orders were all carried out by the guest hall. As for the highest building in the center of the 5-star pendant, it was the leader's pavilion of the Danding sect. This time, he did not let him in, and Jin Guangziu didn't explain further, only taking Liang Sheng around to familiarize himself with the layout of the 5-star pendant before leaving directly with him. Of course, today he brought Liang Sheng here just to familiarize himself a bit with the arrangements, and he could come by himself afterwards to carefully explore the various internal affairs agencies in detail. Just then, Liang Sheng felt a vibration from the identity jade plate at his waist. When he picked it up to look, he saw a broadcast message. New inner sect disciple of Green Cloud Peak, Liang Sheng, is 83 years old, and has become a disciple of Green Cloud Peak Master Jin Guangzhou. We wish him success on the immortal path. After reading it, he looked up at Jin Guangzhou, who was not surprised and nodded. This was the way the Internal Affairs Office notified everyone in the inner sect and above to notify everyone of Yang Cheng's news about becoming a Foundation Establishment inner sect disciple. At this moment, Liang Sheng was feeling a bit excited. Indeed, as an inner sect disciple, he was already central pillar of a sect, otherwise why would the Danding sect make such a big fuss? Jin Guangzhou looked at Liang Sheng and finally saw the reaction of a young man. He couldn't help but let out a big laugh. Disciple, let's go, we're going home. By the time Liang Sheng returned to the Green Cloud Peak with Jin Guangzhou, there were already more than a dozen shadowy figures quietly waiting outside Jin Guangzhou's cave mansion. Among them were Chen Xiang and Xiao Qin, who Liang Sheng was familiar with. When they saw Jin Guangzhou and Yang Cheng, they hurriedly paid their respects to Jin Guangzhou. Jin Guangzhou didn't say a word, but just nodded and walked straight into the cave mansion. As soon as he left, the atmosphere became a bit more relaxed. At this moment, the manager of the outer sect, Chen Xiang, looked at Liang Sheng with a sigh in his eyes. Who could have imagined that Yang Cheng, in a few short decades, would become the third disciple of the Peak Master? Although he had high hopes for him, he didn't expect him to progress this quickly. Xiao Qin and the others also sighed. They didn't expect that their selfish act back then would be repaid so quickly. After all, they owed a great favor to Yang Cheng back then. However, the first one to greet Liang Sheng was not Chen Xiang or Xiao Qin, but a middle-aged man in inner sect disciples' clothing, with messy hair, who seemed extremely carefree. He walked over with a smile, patted Liang Sheng's shoulder, and Liang Sheng forced himself to endure the discomfort and did not dodge. The man's attitude was very good. As expected from my junior brother, you're distinguished indeed. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng was overjoyed and quickly addressed him as senior brother, because this man was no other than Jin Guangzhou's second disciple, Shen Wuqi, who was already in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment. When Liang Sheng was selected as an alchemy child, Shen Wuqi was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the middle stage of Foundation establishment, so they had never met before. Today was their first meeting. Afterwards, Liang Sheng naturally performed the salutations one by one, and Xiang Chen introduced each one. Liang Sheng also had the opportunity to meet all the Foundation establishment disciples of Green Cloud Peak. When they finished greeting each other, Jin Guangzhou's voice slowly came out from the cave mansion, "All right, everyone can come in now." As soon as they heard this, they immediately stopped their small talk, followed Jin Guangzhou into the cave mansion and quickly entered. At this point in the cave mansion, a banquet area had already been set up. The table was full of immortal fruit, delicacies, and fine wines. Jin Guangzhou opened his mouth and formally introduced Yang Cheng. Chen Xiang and others, after hearing Jin Guangzhou admit it personally, couldn't help but feel some envy in their hearts. They were only inner sect disciples of Green Cloud Peak, not direct disciples of Jin Guangzhou, so the levels of intimacy were naturally different. At this time, Jin Guangzhou took out a jade slip and handed it to Liang Sheng. "Yang Cheng, this is your cave mansion jade token, the location of the cave mansion is on this token. Of course, you can come to the cave mansion to find me at any time. If I'm not there, and you have any questions, you can also find your senior brothers." Hearing this, Xiang Chen and Shen Wuqi both nodded at Liang Sheng at the same time, their faces full of smiles and their attitudes extremely good. Liang Sheng quickly took the cave mansion jade token and thanked Jin Guangzhou. What happened after that is needless to say, as it was quite an exuberant celebration. The other disciples of the main peaks who had tried to recruit Liang Sheng were a little regretful. They hadn't been proactive enough before, which resulted in the Green Cloud Peak gaining another significant asset. Those with complicated feelings that night included many people. They were none other than Chen Ming and the others, who also had backgrounds as alchemy children from the Green Cloud Peak. At this time, Chen Ming had confirmed that the person he saw looked familiar today was not an illusion, but that Liang Sheng actually was Yang Cheng. Chen Ming felt extremely bitter. Yang Sheng, who was inferior to him back in the day, had already achieved foundation establishment success and entered Jin Guangxiu's tutelage. But he was still stuck in the Qi cultivation 7th level, the gap between the two was simply too great. Was it fate playing tricks? Could his choice have been wrong after all? He had no answer in his heart, but he had already gained a clear understanding. He is far inferior to Yang Sheng.